As a team, we're super excited to play.
So we can finally compete again and have some fun in this game.
We've been playing super well recently, and I'm only looking forward to it. We're gonna win it all, I'm sure of it.
The toughest opponent, I would say, is Beavers, Alliance, and Gambit. Those three teams are really scary.
Maybe Alliance or Team Phantom.
I'm looking out for the unknown Russian teams. They are usually insanely good mechanically and spend a lot of time on Kovacs, so I'm afraid of the unknown Russian teams.
I will say SCARZ and Aqualix.
We really bring sort of a very level-headed, engaging, and quite funny at times communication to the Apex scene.
I think our team synergy in general is one of the best in the world.
Competitives have to fear us because we have a clutch king Herdeki, and no one can beat him in clutch moments.
We are a really confident team, and we always respect our calls. We're always ready for anything.
Other competitors should fear us because Yuki and Del are the best fighters in the game, undoubtedly, period. And I'm the best IGL in the world, for sure.
We are ready to crush the competition.
Keep your eyes on NAVI. We'll see you on the finish line.
Let's bring this home. SCARZ up.
Team Endeavour's gonna bring it. We're gonna win.
We're here at Blast Island. We are ready to win. Let's go.
A new day, a new mode. Welcome to Blast Titans. It's Apex, it's arenas, it's do or die, and those are just the first 3 rounds. My name is Kate, and today we're excited to be showcasing the best from Europe, the Middle East, and Africa as they duke it out on the frenetic pacing that is arenas play. I am excited to be joined again once again alongside, use of words this morning, Gaskin. Onset, save me from myself because today we've got so much to cover. Onset, I'm actually going to start with you because you're one of the few guys that has experience talking about some pro teams on arena mode.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun today. I'm sure the teams are looking forward to it. The players are certainly going to have the opportunity to create some moments and plays that we're going to remember for a long time. Arenas is, it's one of the newest things we've seen in Apex. It's one of the modes that I think a lot of pro players have spent a lot of time in as well. A lot of fun for them, but it gives us really massive clutch moments. And there's going to be some exciting plays today. Like I mentioned, we're going to create some memories today, Kate, I feel. We're going to create some memories.
I love it. No third parties, but that's okay. We're still going to have a party itself here. Gaskin, we got to talk real quick. There's one thing that obviously makes the difference here with arenas. Legends, they're going to be changing it up. We're going to see completely different legend selections in some cases, and sometimes some of the same.
Yeah, I think for the majority, people know what they want to play. We might see a few curveballs thrown in here or there to try and throw people off the path ever so slightly. There is a ban that's happened. We will talk about that a little bit later, so one legend won't be included. We'll keep that as a little bit of a spoiler. But I'm excited to see people to try something a little bit different, like show some initiative and see if you can surprise the opposition.
Oh, I love it. Shock and awe. That's all about arenas. Well, let's talk about who you're going to see playing today. As we mentioned, this is but our second weekend. They've already been through one weekend here, gents. As we can see, these are the teams that you will be showcasing. We will be talking about all day long. Onset, I want to real quick talk about these teams. Who has your heart this moment at this time?
I am gonna look at, no surprise here, I'm being as predictable as always because I'm the king of the predictions. I'm going with SCARZ and who did I go with? I completely forgot. And Kungarna, that's who I am looking at to be some of the strongest teams here. They're, in my opinion, 2 of the strongest fighting teams, straight 3v3 teams that we have in the EMEA region in Apex. So I think that will transfer over really nicely. Plus the communication is crazy good. And I think in those 1v2 moments, those 2v1 moments where you've got to make sure that you take any kind of advantage you can get in arenas, their comms are going to be on point. So I think those 2 are going to be the ones to watch for me. But this, I mean, just look across once again, such a talented region. You could pick any of those teams and they could come out on top.
Absolutely. Gaskin, as we transition to the first 3 games, and of course we say 3 as opposed to 4 because we've had a team that has taken themselves out of the running. That, of course, would be Flavor of the Month.
Yeah, Flavor of the Month can't play today for whatever reason that may be. Maybe it's because I predicted them to win, and we know that my predictions are cursed, so they decided they were just going to pull out of the tournament instead. But it means Fenerbahce will get a bye into the next round, so great for them. They can get further in the tournament, but some pretty interesting matchups. I think for the most part in round 1 we should see fairly one-sided games, but who knows? Maybe we'll have an upset here or there.
Oh yeah, upsets are always fun. They definitely add to that frenetic chaos that Arenas loves and enjoys. But guess what? That is just the beginning of the day, because the rest of the day we are talking about the round of 16. Oh yeah, love those TBDs coming in here from that knockout stage. On set, we have to mention Forg gang, obviously, they're at the very top. Anything else? I mean, looks like we're doing some business down there. They're in our sort of final matches. There's no match that's not good. There's no match that's not excellent to watch.
I'm looking at Endeavour versus Aqualix. I think that's going to be a really, really intense match between those two teams. There's a bit of UK pride in there. I think 5 of the 6 players are from the UK, so keep that in note. Who wants to be #1 in the UK? Maybe we'll just give that title to the winner of that match. But I mean, you just look across, like I mentioned previously, you could pick any of these teams going up against each other, and you know they're going to put on a show. Magicians versus NAVI as well as match 6. That's going to be a crazy game. So if you're looking forward to today, you've watching Arenas for the first time, you've chosen a good day to do it, because we've got some of the best in the world are going to be duking it out.
That's right, and they're going to be duking it out for, of course, Guts, Glory, and, you know, their share of a fairly impressive prize pool, I'll say, and this is how it breaks down. By the way, we love Seer here. We do not have him, of course, as a legend to be picked, but, God, that man, he's delightful. He is a good thing, Gaskin. But let's talk real quick. This is a fairly large chunk of change here for our second weekend.
Yeah, a nice little chunk of cheddar for the winners of this tournament, and of course if you finish in the top 8, grand as well. So that's what we'll be competing for. Players who want to progress at least to get to the top 8, so they can secure something from this weekend aside from just experience and happiness and joy and having on-set commentate over your games, which is always a nice thing.
Aww.
Oh, there's so much love here.
We need to get Dan out of bed earlier more. These compliments, I'm not used to this kind of thing.
This is excellent. Well, let's take a look at today, of course. And as we mentioned, the top 20 teams, these have been whittled down from that first weekend. So much play. They've really grind their way all the way here to our second weekend. Single elimination brackets. Onset, I know you're a fan of the double, but now here we are bringing in that 1x. Matches best of 3 on day 1, best of 5 on day 2.
Rope bracket, Kate. That's what I'm looking at right here, and I'm seeing single. You don't get to make a mistake anymore. Previously, we're like, yeah, you know, you have a bad game, that's all good. You can have another run. You don't get that anymore. Like, if you lose, you're out. This could be a quick day for some of these teams, Kate. They could be over. Best of 3, goodbye.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll see what happens, but certainly this is just going to be great. I will also say, Gaskin, as you alluded to earlier, talk about those, looks like some player-voted bans.
Yeah, so Bloodhound taken out of the equation, mainly for the scans. I think it's too overpowered when it comes to Arena, so I'm really happy with that decision. And L-Star as well is also going to be banned. Again, pretty happy with that decision. Otherwise, we would be watching a very interesting set of Arenas matches, which would just be a blur on my screen of everyone shooting each other with L-Star. So instead, we can have proper guns that take skill, and I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, me too. Excellent. Well, we've got a lot of teams to cover, but you can't spell Apex without Forg. Just kidding. None of those things work. At any rate, I do want to jump in here first and foremost, and I believe, Onset, we're talking to you first here when it comes to Forg gang. I mean, listen, you can't, I mean, they did such an incredible thing first weekend. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna rearrange what you said, Kate, and I'm gonna say that Apex Legends cannot be is spelled F-O-R-G-G-A-N. That's what it is. Forg gang, 3 back-to-back wins last weekend to take home the Battle Royale portion of Blast Titans. I mean, it was a crazy finish. I mean, we all remember that last game. I'm sure a few of the teams involved will be thinking, I wish we could play that game again, especially the end zone, because let's be honest, a couple of those teams through. They're letting Forg gang win that 3rd game. But what a comeback it was. To win 3 back-to-back in any tournament is absolutely ridiculous. And to Forg gang as well, they've been one of these teams who have been on the cusp, on the bubble, and kind of slowly progressing, getting better and better and better. And now we have to start including them in those conversations of teams to win tournaments consistently, because they're always up there and they're always in a position where, you know, they can do exactly what Legit Lolly did here, which was secure them the tournament. This was nerves personified, by the way, this final battle here. You can see a couple of missed shots, but then he was gifted the game. You can just look, he gets the armor swap from the skies as a trophy falling onto his mantelpiece, and he managed to put it home. But Forg gang, I mean, an amazing performance from them. And the man, you can see, Legit Lolly, 20 matches, hell of a lot of damage, lots of kills, but none more important than those final 2 in that final game.
Absolutely. And I love, by the way, that one of the things Forg gang mentioned was that they really used this tournament last weekend as like a boot camp. It's just, I love that their boot camp was paying dividends. At any rate, we've got, as we mentioned, those teams that have found their way from our 40 that we started with last weekend in our group play, now here to our Elite 20. And if, as you mentioned, Onset, this could be a very quick day for some, but certainly will showcase the talent of others. Speaking of talent, we got to talk Gaskin. Fire Beavers Aqualix. It's certainly a match that people are looking forward to as an Aqualix fan and a Fire Beavers fan. My predictions are Aqualix, but honestly, hard to predict.
Yeah, both these teams, I think, will be striking fear to the rest of the tournament. When I've spoken to a few players, coaches, and whatnot, they've all been saying, yeah, Aqualix have put in the most practice. They seem to be the most well-rounded, but also Fire Beavers, their 3v3 engagements during Battle Royale suggest that they should be very good at arenas as well. We know that not everyone has practiced arenas, so I think that will give the likes of Aqualix quite a significant advantage over other teams. They should be able to at least nail down the first couple of rounds, but as we saw, they're going to be playing Endeavour in round number 1, or round of 16, should I say. And that's a little bit scary for me because Endeavour are one of these teams that they have that never say die attitude. They were very good with their 3v3 engagements. They were one of the teams still alive against Forg Gang in that final circle. So I still don't forgive them for that situation. But maybe they can make up for it here today.
That's a great call. You know what? We talked about Aqualix here. Of course, we're going to go back to this for a second. I do want to ask, Onset, as we mentioned, you actually were a part of the UMG gaming tournament, and I know that's one of the first few that we've ever seen these pros, specifically Aqualix. Anything that you can share from that experience that you saw that they did that, you know, could be something we're going to see today?
To be honest with you, how people approach the game is very simple, right? It's about taking control of the meds most of the time and kind of managing your economy and your inventory versus the other team. There's usually a couple of loot pills available. Well, there are 2 loot pills available on each map, which allow you to get a few extra meds. And then it's about, if you can get those, then you put yourself in a position where you can do a little bit of poke damage. That's something that Aqualix are very good at. If they can control that, then they might be in a position to, you know, get that poke damage, send in Yuki and Dell. And you heard it from Nasky himself, you know, the IGL. He thinks that his 2 teammates are the best fighters in the game, the best slayers in the game. So if he can direct them in the right direction, he can collect the meds maybe for the team and kind of do the dirty work in the 3v3, be the bait for those 2 to come in and clean up, then they're going to have success. I think a lot of their success will ride on the shoulders of Yuki and Dell, though. You know, those 2 are phenomenal players. If they can hit the shots like we expect them to, then Aqualix can go far.
That is what my predictions are hoping. Come on, guys! At any rate, let's move it right along here as we've talked about Aqualix for sure. You know, Onset, let's stick with you here. We got to talk Kungarna and SCARZ. As you mentioned, they're part of your predictions, and they're the team that everybody talks about. These 2 teams, I should say. Talk to me a little bit about that, Kungarna and SCARZ.
Yeah, quite rightly so, everyone talks about them. Kungarna's performance last weekend really put a smile on my face. I mean, we've talked about it enough, but they missed out on ALGS champs, and it was a surprise to not only me, not only everyone on the desk, any talent, but every single person, I think, involved in competitive Apex Legends, because this is one of the best teams that are in the EMEA region, but that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles in Battle Royale. But this is straight 3v3, and we saw their performance, how they bounced back, and how much of a well-oiled unit they were last weekend. Every single time they had an engagement, they seemed to come out on top. And for me, Graceful was the one who was doing not only a lot of the damage, but taking so many good angles. My interesting thing to watch them today is what legend Graceful is going to be playing. Is he going to stay on Wraith, or is he going to change to Octane? Because as we know, Arenas plays a little bit different to BR, and when he was playing BRs, he was using those portals to get angles and get flanks quite well. But obviously, it's a little bit different. You've only got 3v3 situations, so flanking against a team can leave them, your teammates, in a 2v3 situation. But just these games that you're seeing, it's not only the way that they played, it was the way that they kind of controlled so much of the map and so much of the pace of the game. If they can do that today in arenas, then they're going to have just as much success.
There he is, the guy himself, Graceful, bringing in that Wraith play. My goodness, I gotta say, I mean, at the end of the day, a team that's consistent in Apex is a team that's winning in Apex. So that's really great to know. Let's talk about SCARZ, because one of the things I feel like, Onset, is that SCARZ just, I feel like there's an element of like, breaking our hearts a little, because Mandy and team are so good and we know their potential. We've seen them come out on top so many times. What are we thinking about them for arenas here today?
I think they're still one of the best 3v3 fighting teams. I think last weekend I said that maybe we don't give these guys enough respect for their individual talent, because they're such big personalities. They're such a likable group of people that kind of overshines everything that they do in game. Mandy, we know about Mandy. We've seen the interviews. We've seen his stream. He's a top player as well. And one thing I'm looking forward to is if Mandy gets back on Pathfinder today, because Pathfinder is a popular pick in arenas. And, you know, before he moved over to playing Gibraltar, he was a Pathfinder main. And he has some of the best grapples that you ever see. He also has some crazy shots, as you can see in this Kraber play right at the end of this game that we saw them in. But consistency was a little bit off for SCARZ in the Battle Royale from what we're used to seeing. But this man, as I said, I presume he's going to be on Pathfinder maybe. If he is, then he's going to pull off some highlight plays for sure.
Excellent. Gaskin, I mean, are you looking forward to a Pathfinder potential, and are there any other team comps that, like a Hail Mary team comp maybe is the best way that I'm thinking of saying it?
Well, with arenas, you want the ability to be able to close the gap quickly. That's why Onset's talking about Octane. That's why Pathfinder is also a popular selection, but also having Gibraltar just for the defensive ability. That's why those three seem to be the core picks for arenas. We have seen a few teams try out Loba, for example, because again, you still have that ability to close gaps and escape with her teleport. So I feel like there will be a few interesting decisions in Legends. I don't think we'll see people stray too far from the norm, but maybe one or two might go for something like a Loba, for example.
Oh man, I love it when a team comes out with a completely different legend than the rest of the lobby. It makes me so happy. Anyway, let's talk about something else that makes me happy, and I'm sure that makes Onset happy as well, which is our predictions brought to you by Amazon. Gaskin, I feel like the first thing we need to do is we need to talk about who you predicted, and then we'll go from there.
This is a hard reset. Sorry, Dan. Like, I'll carry on. Like, this is just so Gaskin favored already. There's Gaskin play. I see it.
It's all set up for me to win, and that's what I like. But I said that. We were at an even playing field last time, and I came nowhere near. So the predictions, the way they're working, we predicted every game. So these are the first 3 games that are on today, and these are the predictions we've gone with. As you can see, me and Scrawny have gone exactly the same, whereas all 3 of you have gone the other way, but only in the first game. At least we're all aligning on matches number 2 and 3 here with Myztro and SCARZ. Just a difference in match number 1.
I will say, just from a design perspective, this is a beautiful graphic. Nicely balanced. We'll see what happens. I will say these first few, we'll talk a little bit about these first few rounds here in just a moment. In fact, we're going to come back to it where we're going to talk about that single elimination. Those first knockout rounds, they're right around the corner, and we'll get into those in just a few minutes.
You got it off? Damn, you hit a headshot on me, bro. That was nice.
Where are you?
I don't know, man. My first time playing this map.
You're being aimed at.
Come to me, come to me.
They're aiming right at you.
Okay, right now I'm gonna kill. Oh.
You got it off? Damn, you hit a headshot on me, bro. That was nice. Man, he's cheating, man.
Like always. You're scared?
Yeah, I'm on the same spot, man.
Come to Papa. Nice shot. Oh, oh, sheesh, yeah. Next one major, it's mine. I'm gonna win it.
We'll see, man. We'll see if I'm gonna let you win, okay? Maybe if you let me win here.
Oh, you're cracked. What you gonna do?
No, that's cheating.
I shoot only one ammo by you. I'm so low, man.
How low were you?
Like 1 HP, I think.
Dude, that's so unlucky. GG.
Welcome back to Blast Titans. I gotta say that last segment, I'm such a fan of what Blast does with these segments, and I know Onset, you just made some remark off air that I wanted to mention.
Yeah, I kind of hinted that I might want to change my prediction after seeing Hardeki just, I mean, there's no other word for it. He just dumped on RBR in a 1v1. So I was thinking maybe SCARZ wasn't the pick, but I'm sticking with it because I'm a man of my word and I'm sticking with it. I ain't no Dan Gaskin. I don't go changing predictions and still losing. I'm sticking with it. I'm confident RPR is going to come out on top. You watch, it'll come down to the last round, RPR versus Hardeki, and he'll win because he knows he's doing it for me.
Well, from that last round mention now to the first round here of our knockout stage. Gaskin, let's start with you. Phoenix Legacy, Samsung Morning Stars. I think both of these teams seem to be pretty evenly matched, no?
Yeah, they both struggled last weekend. I guess that we can put it that way in 3v3 engagements. Morning Stars did have a few early engagements off drop, which makes me think that they might be a little bit better in a 3v3 fight than Phoenix Legacy. Also, Phoenix Legacy were one of the teams still alive in the last circle when we saw Forg Gang win. So again, I'm not forgiving them, and I refuse to let them be a part of my predictions because of that. I think it was Liffin who jetted up into the sky in a 1v2 situation. But alas, I forgive them as long as they lose this game. Morning Stars, however, I do think they do have a little bit of work to do here. They're not exactly the best 3v3 team, but the fact that they have had a lot of hot drop situations, they know how to skirmish. So if they're aggressive enough, and if they don't get involved in poke fights, which Onset was talking about a little bit earlier, I think they should be able to get a victory against Phoenix Legacy here.
And I saw Morning Star is going to be fielding a Valkyrie. Is that something we're expecting a lot of today? I mean, you mentioned earlier we've got some. I mean, it's pretty obvious what some of these legends that work out great. But you know, ultimates are so expensive in arenas. I'm just curious your thoughts on them fielding a Valk.
I mean, the good thing about Valk is you have the jets, right? So you can take height very, very quickly. That's something that a lot of teams are doing, maybe playing that instead of a Pathfinder, for example. Also, the Missile Swarm is something that's really good at forcing teams out from cover. We saw that in the Battle Royale. It's something that kind of doesn't get talked about enough. It's not the damage that it does. It's about forcing a team out from cover. When you're in arenas, a lot of the time you're going to be seeing teams and players set up on head glitches, trying to, you know, bob and weave, get a little bit of damage down before closing that gap. So Valkyrie can kind of initiate those fights a little bit with the Missile Swarm. So it's a very good pick for arenas. A very strong legend to have in the comp.
Fantastic. And I'm just double checking. Gaskin, who did you pick again? I think it was you picked Phoenix Legacy, and then Onset you got Morning Stars.
No, this is the wrong way around.
Other way around.
Other way around, Kate. Come on.
I picked the winners, Kate. I picked the winners.
Oh, Lord. I love that we put this up. Thank you again, presented by Amazon here for those knockout predictions. And as we mentioned, the knockouts are going to be our first 3 rounds. Flavor of the Month, as we mentioned, has been taken out, or they've been taking themselves out of the competition, which means, of course, Fenerbahce Esports will be going to our next round automatically as a bye. But let me talk real quick, Gaskin, let's talk real quick about the culture and the moment as a player here on arenas and having the pressure of this knockout round. What does that do to your gameplay, and what kind of frenetic chaos are we looking to here in these first knockout rounds?
I think if you play scared, then you are going to probably lose. It just allows teams to get an advantage, whether it be high ground, whether it be positioning, whether it just be poke damage. Like, there's all these things that are going to happen if you're not aggressive enough. You need to have the right amount of aggression here. And sometimes if you are scared about being knocked out, you might just naturally be a bit passive. So I'm hoping to see teams just be kind of enjoy the moment. Enjoy that you're in this tournament, accept that you are in winners bracket round 1, what it is, or just round 1. We don't have a lower bracket now. Yes, there's already teams in round 2, but this is your chance to try and join them. You don't really want to be one of the first teams eliminated from the competition. So show us what you're made of. Get aggressive, do the right thing, and don't play like little scaredy cats.
Someone put that on a hat or a t-shirt and a tribute Gaskin, and I will buy it. On set, let's talk real quick. We're gonna go through our picks and bans here for our maps that our players have, of course, picked and banned. Let's take a look at what we've got here, what they've already chosen for us, and break down. Looks like we're banning Party Crashers on set. Banning Party Crasher.
Okay, Party Crasher is one of my favorite maps, so I'm a little bit disappointed in that, to be honest with you. I think it's one of the best arenas maps that we have, so that's made me a little bit sad, but never mind. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of it as the games roll on, but I'm not sure. Maybe one team just doesn't fancy it, doesn't have a lot of success on it. I don't really have a reason for banning that map. I think it's one of the best that we have. They've also banned Artillery. Artillery doesn't surprise me too much because there's like extreme high ground, and it's not quite as close quarters as some of the other maps. The one thing that is a little bit disappointing not to see banned is Thermal Station, because I think Thermal is probably the weakest map as far as like a viewing experience is concerned. It can be a little bit slow paced. It can't be like quite as aggressive, but maybe these teams are just, maybe they've got records that we don't know about. Maybe they're in arenas, they've played some scrims, and they've decided we can't play Party Crasher or we can't play Artillery. So we're getting them out of the rotation.
There it is. Gaskin, as we continue to see this picks, looks like FaZe Runner has got our first pick here. For those who are unaware or uninitiated or haven't seen arenas played at the pro level, talk to me a little bit about these maps. I mean, they're really just showcasing the sort of the final circles of a point of interest on our larger BR maps.
Yeah, I think if you see teams get early damage, then we might not witness any kind of like circle pulls or people playing late game, because they may just completely run at the opposition team and try and eliminate them early. But you do get standoffs, and you do get the situation where we kind of get to see the entirety of these maps, where you will be watching where the zone's going to be pulling, where you will see teams try and prioritize a little bit of high ground, as Onset was talking about. And I think the reason why we're a bit confused about the bans especially is that Thermal Station and Gardens seem to be the least favorite maps, should I say, of most of the pro players, which is why I was expecting pretty much everything to be on FaZe Runner, Artillery, and Party Crasher. But legend picks do come into the equation. Onset is completely right. The Artillery does have a very significant amount of high ground that you have to work with. So it means we've got FaZe Runner as Phoenix Legacy's pick. We've got Thermal Station as Morningstar's pick, which then will leave Gardens, I imagine, as the final deciding map. There it is. I don't like Golden Gardens personally, but maybe
say it how it
it's
is.
Just going to be, if we get there. I mean, maybe Morning Stars are hoping they're going to 2-0 this and they don't have to get to Golden Gardens. I would have loved to see Party Crasher, but I'm sure we'll see Party Crasher later, Kate.
Well, wishing made it so, but you know what? Coming up next, we're going to be throwing it over to Launders and Scrawny to get us into that first knockout match, and we'll get to that right after this. This is Blast Titans.
How you still move faster than me?
I got my running shoes on.
Huh? This guy falsch started.
Don't you dare kidnap me.
How you still move faster than me?
I got my running shoes on.
No way. My wall jump. Wait for construction, my friend.
The pressure's on there.
I see you already scary about it.
I'm shaking, man. Alright. Oh, I did the hard bit. No! Oh no!
You dropped me!
Aguma stomped you.
No way, he dropped me. No way.
Aguma stomped you down. Oh no, I messed it up. Oh no, this is a tragedy.
Yeah, I think I made a mistake.
I'm so far behind you.
Yeah, but anyway.
I can catch up now. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, and I can't even get on the high ground now. No way. Yeah, this zipline was my fault.
Welcome back, folks, to the Blast Titans. We're now one step closer to jumping into our second weekend of gameplay. We've got arenas on deck. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and Mo, seems like we're back to where we belong, maybe? A little one life round-based economy gameplay.
Yeah, I heard it was a clip of maybe it was Taishin or someone else. They were talking about how, like, when it comes to the economy, you should spend all your money every round because you got to win every round. And I was like, yeah, like you wouldn't save in a pistol round on Counter-Strike. I was like, yeah, that's where I come from, actually.
Yeah,
I could have given you that answer. That was good.
I'm ready for it, man. I like arenas. I think Apex plays really nicely into it. It is a little curious, I think, that our maps got swapped up. You know, I was relying on Dan Gaskin. He told me to expect one thing.
Relying on Dan Gaskin, you say?
I know. Maybe I should have learned my lesson, man.
At 6 a.m. That's why.
I'm all for it, though. You know, I was a little too nervous that maybe we were just going to get like a little bit too much repetition. If, you know, here's the thing. We already talked about a game where when we're playing Battle Royale, teams have like these pre-decided, you know, spawn points. It's like there's a lot of communication and I'd say like middle grounding with pro teams. And now that we jump into arenas, it's a straight up 3v3. I think that it does give you a little bit of space, right? You've got your band, you've got your pick, and you have the open possibility of some team composition. So if we're already messing around with the map pool that was expected, I'm very curious to jump into the server and see if we also get some compositional changes with Legends, man. Even though Bloodhound's banned.
Yeah, who would you like to see? Because obviously there was a lot of there's a lot of talk about, you know, what the standard heroes or what the standard legends, excuse me, were going to be. So we're on Phase Runner.
Yep.
One thing about a lot of the arenas maps is that they're kind of a bowl, right? Like the middle of the map. Usually the map is nice and open. Are we in it?
I think we're in it, baby.
Okay. So perfect. Here we are on Phase Runner. And yeah, a lot of the rotations are around the outside. So this is just something to consider when it comes to what you buy and what you want, even if it's on round one. But the flat line, you can almost never turn that down.
Yeah, right. Flatlines, wingmans, Mozambiques, and then EVA 8s. That's what I think we're working with here, okay? Heavy guns, shotguns, big DPS. And in the early round, I love the pistol. I love the first round when it comes to, I'm going to call it the pistol, I feel like, all day long. Even though you're buying machine guns, you know, it's the most limited of economy. And if you're going with something like the flatlines that we saw on the other side, or the wingmans here as well for the side of Morningstars, it means that in terms of resources, you're going to be low. So we see Loba straight out the gate. Mox is going to go ahead, play that flex. They've minused out Octane. They've added in Loba. So as opposed to moving quickly, you're going to be throwing that bracelet, getting in your teleports, and you see it paying off already with the fact that he secures the first pill capsule. He grabs all of that loot, comes back, distributes it. So I'm going to say Phoenix Legacy now at a bit of a disadvantage. They can't disengage from this side of the map. They can't escape, and you know that they have no real resources. So a couple of shield cell uses, and they're going to have to commit. But we've got the down already. Morningstars, thanks to Mask, gets the better of Liffen. 3 versus 2, and they feel that blood in the water. Gibraltar Dome to try and escape, but man, he's so softened up. That's D-Geta out, and a first round win for the side of the Morningstars.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, that is the beauty of Pathfinder, just having the reach, one on each team. It makes this interesting game where you have to decide, you know, how much are you going to die for any of the regen, or if you're going to chill and wait for the other team to do it. What I really like about this is just you kind of everyone just signs up to hop on the portal, and then you get set up on a stage. That's kind of like a nice 3v3 area. It's much smaller than the entire map, but the cover there, and then this, the little bit of high ground and a little bit of low ground, and some healing, potential healing on the side, makes for a very interesting dynamic. It doesn't really get bored. Like, you just always just jump at this portal and go here. This is what you do.
Jump in, commit, and clash. Dead on, man. Dead on. Sometimes when the circle starts to play to the opposite side, right? Well, I think the opposite end of the map over towards like the more construction zone. That's going to allow for you to play the middle lane of the map, but as long as circle is over here towards platforms and the portals themselves, it's a bit more of a commitment. And check this out. We've got Mox with the P2020 pistol whip. D-Getta goes down, and Mox is able to disengage, make the most of that shield back, get himself up and back into the action. Now it's going to be Liffin pinned down as Sabs is stuck behind this box. It's Sabs versus Mask over towards the platforms as Liffin gets chased down by the other two players. And Mox, well, he's in with it. Nice wingman damage, nice flatline sweep, an early 2-0 advantage for SMS.
Outputting a ton of DPS there, and that's one of the big benefits of the wingman. I'm all about the wingman propaganda. I think all of Navi said they exclusively use the wingman, definitely first round in arenas, and a couple of them probably every single round. It's a great poking tool. It does so much damage in one hit. You saw that, crack a shield for 76 on a small window of timing in a map that everybody knows where each other is. You're not really shooting too many people in the back of the head. It's mostly about very, very small timings. It's a great way to get a lot of damage off in a very small amount of time.
Hands down. Hands down. Now we get the party swap. All right, we're moving on over to the construction zone. We'll see. This could be the 3-0 sweep early from SMS. R99's in the mix, so moving away from the heavy weapons is D-Getta. He did get caught out last round. He was the first down in round 2. And behind that rock, you saw it kind of vacuum his teammates behind it. Mox is going to be playing to the left, trying to play off of the capsule. His teammates now looking to encapsulate the 3 players of Phoenix Legacy. Over here towards the staircase, we've got Nissa, wingman damage, trying to keep them back. But I feel like this open space is kind of played into the hands of... Oh, hold on. I was going to say he's lost track of one. It's actually diving behind the stairs. That's Sabs. Just keeping them back here. If they could get him unrooted, I feel like we see a commitment. But in this case, it's not there. A bit more of a standoff here in round 3.
Yeah, this area is definitely a fan favorite. And it's because of how kind of even it is for both teams. It's kind of interesting. We have Sabs just controlling space, sitting on the steps, loitering with the wingman. Arcstar here to try to zone his opponents, allowing for the heals to go down. And Morningstars have to potentially push forward. So we'll see if they get pushed into a position that they're not happy to take a fight. But if Phoenix Legacy move and explode together, it's going to be very dangerous.
Circle is currently pulling Liffin out of this position. So eventually he's going to have to move. But I feel like Sabs, again, that's the big anchor spot for this round. And you see it mirrored, in fact, by Nissa. So I think a clear indicator that these back steps are very good for controlling this side of the tarp wall. We get a little bit of resource exchange going on for Morningstars, so making sure that everybody is nice and even before we get this next circle movement. But you can see on the radar as well, Morningstars going to be able to just lock into their spot. And I want it noted, we've already had, I would say, impact from Loba in this game. Round 1, the Loba teleport to the capsule was how we saw Morningstars grab that resource advantage. And now this time around, she just used her ultimate to, I believe, get her hands on a couple more bats. Maybe that's why we see the exchange gone down. But we've got a bow check in play. I didn't notice. Mask, you madman. This troll is feeling confident enough for the 3-0 sweep that he whips out the bow.
Man, this could be the 3-0 as the rotation has to come forward and they have to do it into a bow check.
You hear the arrows just whizzing by. All 3 players for Phoenix Legacy piled up on this staircase. They know exactly that, so this is the final clash. We get the double gibby drop, and well, this push out from Phoenix Legacy finds the opening kill. It's Liffin versus Mox. Now the Carbine could just reign supreme.
The Mozambique in hand, and the bow check doesn't pay off. They use that Gibraltar Dome to push out onto the platform together, and I feel like we just saw Phoenix Legacy play as a kerneled 3vx to get at least one round win.
Yeah, that was clearly a moment. That dome drops on the low ground, and it's like, wait a second. We're not even going to get pushed here. Clearly a bit of dissonance when it came to the communication about who was going to fight and when. And best opportunity. I mean, the odds shift so much. We're just one down in an arenas mode where everybody knows exactly how many members are left, what's being watched. You're going to get pounced upon. So obviously critically important. You know, preaching to the choir here, but critically important to, I think, move as a group most of the time in arenas. Like, I think there's some situations where you can come through with a big flank, but you know, in a spot like that especially, everybody needs to know when everybody is going to agree to fight.
Sure. And in this case, it works. I think that's one of the reasons that, like, I do like the idea of sometimes having like a Wraith flex. If you're able to play that Wraith teleport, you know, it kind of offsets some of the expected angles when it comes to those 3v3 moments. Yeah, okay, Wraith's going to be taken out of the fight while she's in her warp, but I don't know. It's open for conversation, I think. I'm very curious as Arenas goes on to see, like, you know, what other legends could enter that conversation.
I like the individual movers, especially because of, again, some of the maps are designed kind of like a bold that where they're quite open. So some of the rotations through the middle of the map are like almost impossible sometimes, or just really stupid if you were to do them, because you're just going to get shot, you know, from a high ground, and you can be seen from miles away. But if you have someone like Wraith or Pathfinder, an individual mover, I feel like it's very good, as opposed to, you know, an Octane. If you jump pad, then you might be more liable to getting shot, or if you jump pad with your team, that might be a bad idea. Some of the individual movers can be actually favored when they wouldn't be in ranked.
I feel you. And the only ultimate we've seen come out so far, of course, was that Loba store previously. One round prior to this.
Feels like the Loba's working hella well. Like I expect a high presence of the Lobas.
Well, like you said, right? It's about that individual move. And the thing with her bracelet is that it's not like Octane, where she's going to get interrupted in the middle, where even if you're moving quickly, you could still get hit. Much like Wraith, you know, it's immune movement. And immunity is not something that Morningstars have this round. That's solid damage output coming through from Liffen. So definitely burning up more resources than he himself has to burn. It's a good spot behind this rock as the circle moves from the back of that construction plat over closer towards the trucks. And we see this in the fact that we've got players behind these walls, the potential for zone to, in fact, push Morningstars into the open for Phoenix. I would much rather be Phoenix right now. I feel like they've got a bit heavier of the lean, although this circle, pretty damn mirrored.
They're also getting a lot of tags. I mean, and like, you know, bigger map with more space and infinite heals, like you can really just continue to heal up. But the tags feel a bit better, I feel like, in arenas where you do this damage and you know some of it might be permanent.
Damn, Liffen right now, kind of like, it feels like a mini god spot. He's the last player to have a vertical angle over top of his enemies. Everybody else for the side of SMS is down here on the ground. And as long as he can keep up this damage output, I think we're good to go on the side of Phoenix Legacy to keep this game going, keep it even at a 2-2 mark. And if Phoenix Legacy do anything well, then it has to be their resiliency. We saw them last weekend survive 2 rounds of gameplay in like the 10th spot, and now that they were down, potentially getting sweeped, they could be right back in it. Gibraltar Dome in the center of the trucks. We've got the Mastiff popping off, layers of shields upon one another, and it's kind of unsure as to Saps whether or not he can clutch this. He's got players ahead of him, but down he goes. Morningstars taking map 1.
Damn. They were I mean, they had to be much better to be able to pull that off. They had a crack shield. It was a perfect opportunity to push. And they even had like 3-4 massive shots go off before I think Mox even realized that he had a fight and climbed up the truck anyways. And they still won.
Yep. I think this is a really good example of one of the rounds where even though you've had solid damage output from the get-go, I feel like Phoenix Legacy had them roasted in terms of you know, overall DPS in that final one. But then it's all about those downs. It's all about that final crunch. And when you've got the double Gibraltar, it comes down to, I think, like focused damage. And in this case, Morningstars, just that tight communication moment, they come out on top.
was really cool to see the Loba in play, and it feels like there will be a lot of space and opportunities for Loba to be useful. And you know, I wonder like how much maybe Gibraltar for the same reason can allow you to stand out in the middle if you're going to try to rotate through the center, but he himself can't actually help you close the distance that well. Mostly he can be useful for middle circles, but I wonder if people are going to use him a lot in arenas, though he does have his 1v1 shield as well, which makes him great.
Right, yeah, that 1v1 shield poke. I think, again, we get good examples of both Gibraltar usage and Loba usage in this game. If we're talking Gibraltar specifically, I think back to the one round where we actually had our boys on Phoenix Legacy pick up a win. That's when they were pinned down behind those back stairs on construction. We waited for the circle to close, and they made that first initiative. They threw out their Gibraltar shield. I think they kind of forced the issue onto the opposite Gibraltar, who was on the mirrored position but didn't have his teammates as close by. And that's the beauty of Gibraltar domes, right? It's when you're in a spot that lacks cover, you have that one moment where you create some of it on your own. And in that specific moment in round 3, I feel like we had that showcased.
Yeah, and we also have the dome, like, you know, we saw 2 domes kind of in the same spot there, and like as soon as it's like agnostic as to who those domes belong to, as soon as people jump into it. So they can create for interesting engagements where people are popping in and out of the domes, as well as using them as timings for when to attack.
Yeah, straight up. Look at the Loba gameplay as well there, right? We get our first match out of the gate, and we already have, I would say, instrumental Loba moments. You talk about the early round advantage, right? Winning round 1 straight out the gate had to have come by the fact that Loba uses her bracelet to teleport to the pill capsule, grab that loot, comes back, redistributes it for her teammates. Contrast that to what an Octane could offer. And suddenly you realize, you know, again, Octane moves quick, but opens himself up to damage. And if Loba can just get in and out, right? That, I mean, she's based on being, you know, the safe cracking expert. You know, she gets into position whether you realize it or not, and then gets away with the goods. And I think that round 1 was a really good showcase of Loba. And that as we move forward, we saw, I'd say, like Gibraltar impact kind of take over a little bit. So far, big ups to the Loba, and Gibraltar proving that I'm going to argue he's one of these essential characters, very much like Battle Royale, where once you take him out of your equation, you can feel that. You can feel that in certain moments.
Right. Do we know any Loba voice lines?
Do I know Loba voice lines? You know what? I don't play much Loba, man. I don't.
I'll settle for a Gibraltar voice line.
Let's do it, brother.
Nice.
Something along those. As long as you throw brother in there, it's good. You know? Yeah, I can do the Gibraltar bang though. It's
okay.
That's his animation, man. That's his animation when you pick him on the character screen.
Gonna keep you on video in the corner.
Thank you. Yes. Looking back at our, what do we got? Pick band phase. So that's phase going, or excuse me, phase runner. Not that other phase. Phase.
Yeah.
Phoenix Legacy's pick, right? We weren't sure if we were going to see a phase. We weren't sure if we were going to see the thermal station or if we were going to see the Golden Gardens. But now moving forward, we have 2 of the unexpected maps. And seeing as Morning Stars has chosen to take us to thermal station, I'm really not quite sure what to expect in terms of answers from Phoenix Legacy, right? This is a team that kind of, I don't want to say rode the coattails, but did just manage to get in with the door closing in our Battle Royales. And of course, those Battle Royales positioning is how they qualified for the Arenas event. It would be a shame to kind of, you know, send them off this quickly. At least they won 1 round.
Yeah, so thermal station, I guess what makes this a unique map for the arenas is just that, like, you're encouraged to try to get to the middle early, I guess. Like in some maps, you know, you might not need to do that or want to, or even have a way to stay in the middle of the maps safely. But on thermal station, you can. So sometimes people will try to grab it right away. And I think it's also, it can be kind of brutal, right? Because the map is quite flat. And then if you get the center first, then you have quite a big advantage. But will this be a map where the duels come down early as 2 teams try to get center, or will we have this kind of rotating circuit of taking duels, chipping off, hiding behind cover on the outside, and waiting for the first team to go in first?
I do feel like this map, because it's symmetrical, Mo, and it's way less big in terms of size. I do feel like you can start to play behind the extremities, and you can start to play behind those railings, the railings on the catwalks that go around, right? Because one of the interesting points with Thermal Station is that you've got these loot boxes on mirrored sides of it, and each of those boxes is pretty much in the open. It's exposed on the catwalks themselves, and because it's mirrored, I feel like straight out the gate, you could either play for the side that's got circle on it, and if you feel like you're starting to lose that ground, it's very easy to just run over and make sure that you establish some kind of resource equality with grabbing the opposite side, right? Unlike what we just saw on Phase Runner, where the fights were committed to one side of the map and you never saw a team disengage. I feel like Thermal Station, as you said, right, it can be like this rotating engagement because it's constantly mirrored. Any cover that your opponent has on one side, you can go ahead and put the exact opposite in between you by playing to the other end. So resources early and boxes on opposite ends. Plus, not to mention, we've got a couple of towers, right? Rooftops already in play as Liffen takes to the sky here for map 2. So with elimination, the guillotine primed above the heads of Phoenix Legacy, they'll see if they can take it back on their opponent's map pick of Thermal Station. And already we see all 3 of their players here inside the building.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, that you have the options, especially right now, because the small symmetrical map here, and it's a handshake agreement, whether or not they want to play from within here or outside. But I think I guess the more difficult parts compared to Phase Runner would be, how easy will it be to get the chip damage off before the circle closes? Because I feel like that's one of the main prerogatives before you know you're going to be able to get a knock.
Yep.
Is to try to do that. What gun did we just secure?
Flatline, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Morningstar is going to go ahead and grab the care package advantage. He does, in fact, now have that blue flatline with the purple Mozambique. And another thing with this positioning early from the side of Phoenix Legacy is I feel like it opens up the door for resource control. SMS, we saw them just disengage earlier a little bit, go grab those resources, and, well, now they've got an even higher position. Moss taking absolute use of the Pathfinder hook. No way did D-Getta ever see that coming, dude. Almost melted in his entirety. And you saw how that nearly opened the door for the commitment from Morningstars. They're now just crawling all over this building like a bunch of revenants. To the top of it they go, having their opponents pinned indoors.
Yeah, they're just stomping on the ceiling like bad neighbors.
It's lockdown.
Oh, man. Not again.
Not again, yeah. Savs is like, let me out. But for now, as long as Nissa just stays on top of the building, right? If they burst out this door, he can get in some impact, use the rooftop to disengage, and talk about a god spot, man. This position from Mox, still a part of the equation with his flatline. 2 flatlines on the side of SMS because they played the care package.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, a move will have to be made from this position. Are we already up around?
Oh yeah, did we come in late?
I'm not sure.
I see a number 1 next to Morningstars.
Yeah.
Yo, production. You saving the goods, man?
Damn, they went to watch it just for themselves, maybe.
This one is ours. Oh, it's map score. There, we're good. Okay, okay. We are
map score. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense because there's another one in the middle, and yeah.
I was like missing.
Why is it always us that are
like
fools?
production.
It's like always us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 men underneath, 3 men on top,
okay.
and a final circle. Gibraltar Dome to the roof, just in case they would have come out on a different floor. Wingman spam, and now the flatline's just gonna rip them to shreds. I think the hip fire of the flatlines should be enough to take this round. We've got 2 downs on one side, no downs on the other, and that is the epitome of resource control, man. Those weapon advantages can be so clear and evident in those crunch moments, and I feel like that is one of those rounds that tells you the flatline shreds.
Yeah, no kidding. The most lauded weapon, I feel like right now. Everybody is just talking about it, and Morningstars, I'd just like to say, are insanely clutch in these small circle situations where I mean, this is pretty 50-50, right? This is chaotic. Everyone shaved a lot of money. Of course, the guns do make a difference, but when everyone's this close, I feel like that's gonna maximize what you have, especially on round one. But Morning Stars are just always closing out these situations, kind of like without question.
Phoenix Legacy trying to get away. That was an early rush coming out from Morning Stars. Or excuse me, Phoenix Legacy. It was Sabs, just instant octane burst into the bottom floor. This is a straight up center circle. They decide not to get themselves locked inside this round. And I would like to say, we've also got a legend change that I didn't take note of in the first round. Morningstar is going for the Bangalore over top of the Octane. So maybe that does really open the door to Phoenix Legacy playing the more aggressive starts. I would say they attempted it in this one by using the Octane to take ground floor, push to the opposite door. And with the Gibraltar shield broken, on Nissa, back behind cover. Yeah, there's the commitment. They're going to use their Gibraltar Dome offensively. Try to close that distance without taking damage, but we get the answer right back from SMS. And now Phoenix Legacy, they don't like their position as much. Oh, but still we get the commitment on the left side of the dome. They push inwards, and Nissa's able to hang on. Wingman coming in clutch. And sure enough, it's now Mask and Mox trying to get the better of the Pathfinder, and he's nailed it. A shot upside the head, Wingman hitting hard.
Wow, that is huge for Mox. That's crazy. Well, they drill him again. That's the 2-0 here for the Morning Stars. Good morning, Morning Stars. And we had the Bangalore come in because, of course, Shiv couldn't make it this week. We had to have something to honor the Shiv.
Gone but not forgotten.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when Shiv uses Bangalore, of course, Bangalore makes a lot of sense. When you know, the fact that no one else is using them makes you question it's a good idea, but it makes even more sense that you could use a Bangalore on these smaller maps where the smokes are already really cool and useful on big maps, but now their potential is even greater. Oh, we are already into this again.
Yeah, man, lost in the sauce that is the Bangalore smoke. But it seems like Phoenix Legacy have gone ahead, grabbed a bunch of loot. D-Getta just ripped down to nearly a quarter health. Shield bat needs to be secured, and he will be given a little bit of space, but with the smoke grenade on top of them, now they're uncertain, right? They've lost track of their opponent, but Liffin with the sliding flatline crack gets what he needs. Nissa's gonna open up with the Wingman down, and this now draws Phoenix Legacy on top of their teammate. They tried to answer back in a 2 versus 1, but that Bangalore smoke now turned the opposite end. Over the box, D-Getta goes. He's lost 2 of his teammates, and ladies and gentlemen, Morning Stars are victorious. They take Phase Runner, they close on Thermal Station. This was their map choice with an interesting character pick as well. Clearly, Morning Stars coming into play.
Yeah, if you don't have cover, you can make your own with smokes. That's the beauty of it. Really well played from Morning Stars. I mean, do they look particularly prepared or what? And even that triple grenade throw at the end to guarantee the knock goes down and maybe get a second player. It all looks so well orchestrated. And they had that like 2-pronged attack where they had 2 players, 3 of them throwing grenades in the same spot, 2 pushing from one side and 1 holding the rotation out. There was pretty much no counterplay there, which made it a beautiful move from Morning Stars to show that they weren't just aim, even though they have
not all aim, a little bit of brain. Nice to see already a little bit of flex in our morning breakfast. The Morning Stars have given us something to talk about, and so I'm gonna go ahead, throw this to the break, and we'll hear Dan and Onset's thoughts after that. See you guys soon for the next match.
I play very smart, I would say. I know how to build advantages and then punish people.
So my position for arenas is usually somewhere in between of like everybody. I'm trying to find an opening so I can call to my teammates to make a push basically, or take an advantage of the advantage that I basically created.
My personal playstyle in arena specifically is to poke out the resources. One of the main flaws in arena is that resources is very scarce, and just poking people out, and then you just walking up on the first advantage you get is the easiest way to kill anyone.
Whoever creates an advantage for us, I'm just basically the one that is immediately rushing and trying to help. So the weapons I buy are usually the wingman. I try to upgrade it to get the red dot on it. That is usually enough. I don't need the extended heavy mags for it.
In Arena, I play flatline every round. It's just too good, and you get so much ammo when you buy it, level 1.
And the rest of my economy I basically spend on cells, medicine, just something that, you know, gives me an advantage in fights and in case like I win trades and stuff.
So I'm good for all ranges. You start poking ranges and then you go up close and you get an advantage. For round 1 in arenas, I normally buy flatline and Mozambique.
I still go for the wingman just because it's really good poking gun and it doesn't require much to enable it.
You always pick Mozambique over P20 if you can, always.
And as my secondary, just the Mozambique, like anything that I can buy with it. With unlimited money, I would for sure buy the last version or like the last upgrade of the EVA 8. I'll buy as many utility as I can, as many shields and health. And for my primary gun, I would say it depends on the map, but usually it is either the wingman or the vault.
I would probably play full on flatline, purple flatline and purple EVA, and then also stack with bats and nades.
Then I would buy the last upgrade of the wingman, of course, with the best attachments, but I would still choose the red dot as my favorite optic.
I mean, if unlimited, you would just max out. So yeah, just bats, meds, nades, everything.
The tips I can give to upcoming players in this mode is that obviously take advantage of the map, try to take as many angles as possible. Don't rush towards the enemy without getting any kind of an advantage. That should basically set up the base for winning the trades and the team fights.
Well, wherever you are in the world, it is a good morning. Morning Stars, of course, coming out swinging here in a Map 1, Map 2 slaughter. Onset, let's start with you here. Let's talk about Morning Stars and exactly how they pulled this one out over Phoenix Legacy.
I think it was quick, right? It was about as quick as you can get. A best of 3 is pretty cutthroat in the format, and then you add in the fact it's single elimination as well, so that's going to be the end, unfortunately, of our first team today. But Morning Stars, I mean, they did a really good job. One thing that I wanted to focus on was they were taking much better angles, and even when they were the ones that were taking the good angles to get initial poke damage, and they burned away the economy in those early rounds. And that's what the difference is sometimes in arenas. It's the economy stacking up, right? Because you can elongate the poke damage that you do, or you can take as a team if you can get more meds on board by picking up, you know, more economy as you run through the round. So the first round is always really important for me. Not only did you get the upgrades, but it allows you to play at a little bit of a slower pace. And I think that Morning Stars did that really well, but also recognizing when they had the advantage. That's the massive thing in 3v3 fights in Apex. Is you heard it from the pros there. You heard it from Nesh, for example, saying as soon as you get an advantage in 3v3, that's where the tide can swing, and that's where you have to take advantage of it. That's where you have to push forward, and that's where you have to get the bubble down, and where you have to be aggressive. And that's something that really stood out to me. I think they did a really good job of that. As soon as that initial poke damage was done from a player taking a good angle, then they committed, and they won most of the fights.
They did indeed, Gaskin. And I know one of the things that Arenas really requires is some planning, as we were hearing from Onset about sort of that resource control and everything. Let's talk a little bit about Loba and how instrumental she was, not just Map 1, but certainly in Map 2.
Yeah, the fact that we saw Loba come into things was somewhat expected, as we discussed in the pre-show, because of the ability to kind of get in and out of fights very quickly with her bracelet. But also, one thing I failed to mention was her ultimate, and being able to steal away resources from the pills that are on the map that maybe you haven't been able to get to, that maybe are being watched from certain angles, really did make the difference in map number 1. But then map number 2, we saw Bangalore come into the mix. So it does seem like people are more than happy to change out Octane and replace it with some sort of aggressive legend, whether that be for cover for Bangalore and the smokes, or whether it be for the ability to take away resources and get in and out of fights like Loba.
For sure. Well, let's talk about our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razor. And this is a guy wielding that bow check, I think I saw, if I'm not mistaken. Mask on set. What are we talking about? Good job indeed.
Yeah, I mean, 8 kills, nearly 2k damage, 4 assists, and that was in a game that was over before it almost started, it felt like. Really good performance there from Mask, and you know, the bow check's a really good poke weapon weapon as well, so you do a lot of poke damage with it, although it's not quite the wingman, and maybe there was a little bit of, we're feeling pretty confident here that we're going to close this out. It was good to see the bow check and a little bit of variety in the weaponry used by the teams, but these are the real stats that we should be looking at here. Mox on Pathfinder, you know, 2,500 damage, almost. You know, really, really good stuff from him, but kills shared across the board. And that shows that, you know, Mask was doing a good job of getting those entry kills and also getting the cleanups on them. And that's what you want from anyone who's jumping on Wraith and being that aggressive character.
For sure. And Gaskin, I'm going to go back real quick to Legends for a second because I did forget. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, both teams were fielding a Pathfinder.
Yeah, we expect to see Pathfinder mainly just for the ability to close the gap using the grapple, but also just... It's kind of fun to play, and I think a lot of people miss Pathfinder because he fell out of the meta a little bit with the Battle Royale, and now the arenas is the perfect way to reintroduce him. Yes, okay, there were still hitbox issues, and some people may feel like he's quite a big character, but just being able to swing on opponents, get into a fight, or be the initial damage and get out of a fight is extremely important in arenas. So it's good that we are seeing a few legends cropping up here. Pathfinder is one of my favorite legends to play, and I think we're going to see some impressive Pathfinder play today because there's a lot of players who have just been waiting for this moment to get back on their main Pathfinder.
Excellent. Well, let's take a look at what that knockout stage has done here after our first match. As you can see, knocked out. Phoenix Legacy, GG.EU, Morning Stars moves along. As we mentioned earlier, Flavor of the Month no longer in contention, which means Fenerbahce is on their way out. And that means coming up next, we've got a nice little enjoying moment here with our teams. We'll talk about Myztro and Top Dog here shortly. Is there anybody here? I mean, then of course, boys, we got SCARZ coming up later, and this is how the brackets are coming to fruition. As you can see, Morning Stars has taken their position via Kungarna. Onset, you got Kungarna. I was gonna say, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's always gonna be tough, right? You're gonna have a higher seed if you're coming from the lower places in the bracket, but I mean, they've just shown that they can play really well. You know, and they know arenas. One thing that always strikes me is when you get to Thermal Station, you see the Pathfinder taking that height up on that pillar. That shows that they know the map, they know the arenas, and they've played it before because it's such a dominant angle, and that's a lot of the time where you'll see Pathfinders being played as well, the ability to grapple to places that other teams just can't reach. So they're going to feel real confident coming up against Kungarna. Yes, Kungarna's Kungarna, you know, they're an amazing team, but when you come in after a 2-0 sweep and in such an emphatic way, you'll play anyone. You got to beat everyone in this tournament pretty much to get the win, so they're not going to be too worried.
It's the very definition of momentum. Gaskin, let's talk about what we have coming up. Then, of course, Top Dogs versus Myztro. Let's take a look at what Top Dogs is fielding here in our next knockout stage. Boy, great icon and even better play.
Yeah, so this is their stats from the Battle Royale when we saw them having Valkyrie. I don't think this will be their composition for arenas, but we'll see what they decide to play. But Top Dogs, they impressed me. They were able to pick up a couple of victories. It was on Olympus rather so than World's Edge, but they definitely can win engagements. They were one of the teams who were also occasionally running a more aggressive composition than others. So a 3v3 fight is something that they definitely know how to take, and we'll see whether it will go down well against Myztro, who I would argue are an even more aggressive team because they were running the Revenant composition for the majority of the tournament last weekend.
I was gonna say, speaking of here on set, Myztro coming in hot. As Gaskin mentioned, these are the stats from last week. Talk to me a little bit about Myztro. What are you looking forward to when it comes to Myztro versus Top Dogs here?
I mean, one of the reasons I actually picked Myztro to take the win in this game on my predictions was because of the fact that whenever I spoke to players, I was in the EMEA region, I was always like, one of the questions is like, what's the teams that you want to avoid 3v3? And it's always that group of players. They've gone under different banners before, but this Myztro lineup always cropped up just time and time again. Maybe it wasn't like number 1, number 2, but it was always like, oh, and we don't want to fight Myztro. We don't want to fight this team. So there's obviously something in them, but as a team in a 3v3 where they're coming out on top a lot of the times, and people take a note of that over time, because for that name to come up time and time again when you ask that question kind of says more than I really need to say about their team fighting ability. I think they're a very strong strong unit, which is something that is always very important when you get into those 3v3 fights. When the call is made to push, you got to commit as a team. And these three have played together for a long time now, and I just think that both mechanically and decision-making wise, they're going to be very, very difficult to crack as a team.
Fantastic. Well, I can't wait to watch that story unfold. Gaskin, let's start with our picks and bans. We were sort of surprised last round about the picks and bans. Let's take a look at what we've got. Thermal Station banned, and there it is. Onset is happy.
Yeah, as he should be happy, and I hope now we see Gardens being banned, and then normality can be resumed, and we can all get on with our day. And there we go. See?
There we go.
And now
round of applause for everyone involved.
Scrawny's not going to be mad at me because he's put all this time in research. He ignored these two maps because I said they shouldn't be chosen, and now like at least he can trust in my advice ever so slightly. Party Crasher is going to be the first pick. Delighted that we're going to see Party Crasher. I really love the arena maps that have been designed especially for arena, of course, rather so than some of the maps that are just taken from the Battle Royale maps and then just shoved into arenas. Artillery will be the next one. We'll see whether maybe Top Dogs can take an early lead with Party Crasher here, and then they might be able to take down Myztro on their pick.
Onset, who do we got? I see we'll have our last and final pick here coming up shortly. You know, Party Crasher, what are we expecting top of this is the first time we'll be seeing this map here on our stage today.
I mean, one thing that I can take away from the picks is that, you know, Artillery gives us the option of a little bit of change up in weaponry. We've seen different teams running some sniper compositions, whether it's a longbow or whatever they want to put in their hands, a sentinel. It gives them that poke damage because it is one of the bigger maps with differences in elevation. Phase Runner we've already seen today, which is a lot of, you know, poking wingman damage. Party Crasher is the same, but we kind of get to see a lot of Party Crasher. A lot of the fights take place in the same side, deciding on where depending on where the circle pulls. So if we get into later rounds as well, then you're going to see Pathfinders using that zip line to try and contest the height quickly, to try and get there first as a team. So there's a lot to enjoy and take away from the way that Party Crasher is played. And economy comes into it again. What team can get, you know, the zip line first? If they're running on Pathfinder, what team can get the jump pad first to get across the map to get to those power positions? So it's my favorite map in arenas. I think it's the most balanced, and I think it gives us a lot of variety in the way that it can be approached.
Excellent. Gaskin, I'm going to ask a big question here, which I think we've seen Morningstars do a fantastic job of. There is absolutely a need for being aggressive right off the bat when it comes to arenas, but there's also the element of absolutely preparing yourself with that resource control in the later games. Talk to me a little bit about sort of the pro play that some of our players here watching can take away towards their ranked games.
It's all about positioning and taking advantage when one is presented. You've heard all the pros in the interview saying that it's about trying to get poke damage, trying to deplete those resources. There is not much resources in Arena. There's only a few bats to work with, and then once they're out, you've got shields and whatever you can buy before the round starts. But of course, your economy is mainly going to be focused on weaponry for the most part to ensure that you can actually take those fights. So if you have been able to get a couple of cracks, or at least just one crack, take that advantage. That's when you seize the moment, take the aggression, but only if you need to. There are situations on some maps where the ultimate high ground is going to evidently win you the game. We saw on Thermal Station, for example, when that final circle closed, you had one team up high, one team down low. It was inevitable that the team up high was going to win unless they really kind of fumbled a little bit with that last fight. So for me, it's all about positioning and just recognizing how many resources your opponents have and just making sure you get rid of them as early as possible.
And there it is. Well, you know what? We're going to get rid of ourselves here as early as possible, and that means we're going to throw over to Scrawny and Launders here for our second knockout of the day. Boys, over to you.
Thank you, crew. I am back. Launders is back, and we're ready for what's supposed to be a little more normal. Okay, we saw both new maps and also some varying team comps with the Loba and the Bangalore in our first game. Launders, this is supposed to be a bit more. Let's say flavor of the month, right? This is what we're expecting. At least we get Party Crasher, which, you know, I haven't get to seen it too much, but I know from like a playing perspective, I do like when you clash on, like, let's say, I don't know how to say like vertically versus hold on. Out of spawn, I think the map plays well. When you clash head-to-head out of spawn, when you're running the direction of your spawn face-to-face, the map plays well. When Party Crashers gets a little bit awkward is I think when the engagement then rotates. If you have a team on top of the Mirage ship, and if you have a team that's down inside of the buildings over towards the, like under bridges, I think Party Crashers can get a little weird sometimes and definitely favor the top of the hill. So I'm curious, sometimes you get some wonky circles, sometimes you get some wonky repositioning. This is one of those maps where if you're caught in the mid-ground, like you were alluding to in our first match, if you get caught in those transitional moments, you can really get screwed over on a map like Party Crasher.
This is this map at that advantage is heightened even more, I think, than some others, where it feels like the buildings are so strong. If you don't get that circle, then it can be really ruthless to try to rotate through. And then that's where, your legend compositions can mean a lot. So we'll see if the legend compositions will play a factor in how successful the rotations are. If people are going to try to be more prepared for those center rotations or not. But this is one where Pathfinder definitely will come into play.
Damn, look at this. Loba Store out the gate, gonna rob those bats as fast as possible.
Yeah.
I like that. So Myztro running the Loba straight out the gate and making the use of the store in order to get advantage in one of the, I would say, most resource demanding and resource thin rounds of the very first. So cool. Nice little meta move. I'm all for it. We swap to the other side, and what do we have? A lifeline on Mimu.
Wow. That's okay. Yeah, lifeline in arenas, it gets a buff, right? Because we have the auto heals, which is super nice, and it's quite impossible to like pick your teammates up, especially when like at any point after the first 30 seconds or so, when things get too crazy. No one gets knocked in the beginning right away usually, so after that point, super important for super great to have a lifeline, honestly, on your side. But for the Loba, because they go for the early Loba, they give up kind of an early position.
Yeah, they headed over towards the ship itself, and then they rotated back to their spawn in order to come at this. So this is what I was trying to allude to, right? If they had to fight through the open, then I think, get weird. Ruabe, he's caught. He thought he was being sneaky beaky. Instead, he is on the cusp of being the opening down.
Great shots.
In answer, Mimu, great Mozambique play. Able to keep their opponents in Myztro within the Gibraltar Dome. But as Mimu pushes, the DPS fell off for only a moment. 0-0 gets the down versus Rugby. And now, of course, Mimu and Zero trying to 2vx.
Oh, they're healing up.
Above. And as they heal, we see that revive. So back to a fighting stance. Both of these teams missed wingman shots from 0-0. He comes back at it with his teammate, but now Ruabe is down again, and 0-0 decides to make his penultimate play. He pushes up top and pushes the bar. Wingman to the face of his opponents so that they can open with a round win.
Yeah, shout out to Top Dog for bringing in the lifeline. It definitely made that so much more efficient. I mean, all from not only being able to have the heal bot for revives if you want to go there, but just to be able to heal your HP while you do your shield at the same time. And especially on a round one, where in a spot like this, normally, if everyone was fully kitted with everything, you might just get jumped on. But the guys up top, I mean, they got 2 downs here. They're trying to buy their time. They don't know when the re-engage will happen, and they know they have an opportunity on the guys down below. But now these guys are healing 2 times as fast.
Out the gate as well, we get another ultimate play. They run it quick. Jump pad immediately towards the buildings. Myztro going to be left to take the high ground, and that's resources offered over. So same plays out the spawn. Both teams kind of negotiating. Wingman fights at a distance, looking to burn some of those early bats and whatnot.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of players talk about using sniper rifles in arenas, and then I've also heard, contrary to that, just never use sniper rifles in arenas. And at best, I think a nice compromise is the wingman, which can serve just as much as like with this, with just this one site is good enough to be able to consistently deal damage across the entire map.
Yep, a little bit of deagle spam in the wingman.
That's what it is.
A deagle?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I'm glad
That's why it's so great.
As long as we agree. All right, it is the deagle.
That's why it's so
It is
great.
the deagle, and round ones are called pistol rounds, regardless of everybody
Yeah.
owning machine guns.
Right.
This is the way
That's true.
things work.
Ignore the flat lines. It's a pistol round.
Yeah. Myztro with a little bit of a movement. Again, the move is kind of on them in back-to-back moments. Nice break. Yeah. Busted. They start chucking out the sky nades. Artillery falls from above, but no heavy impact off of that. It does chip slightly at Rugby, just a little bit. And as he tries to get into a little bit of cover, he actually gets dropped, so no shields. But the push from Sonya, Mastiff to the head of Mimu. And with Rugby still on broken shields, he's just trying to find his damage. Oh! No way. The shots connect.
Oh my god. Oh, can we watch that again? How much damage did that do?
Dude, banging amounts of damage off the Mastiff.
Holy.
Shotgun, impact, in abundance, and we've got the answer back. Tied up at 1 apiece.
This is cool. I mean, they dropped the dome and then actually just pushed out directly after it. There was a flank that came in.
Got shut down.
Got shut down, yeah.
Yep. A for effort.
Yeah, and there's not too much value in being like the one guy who flanks, because then you just get everyone just turns on you instantly, and then you're just like regretting it. You're like, how do I disengage and get to my teammates? It feels like all the strength is in trying to at least engage at the exact same time with everybody else. That helps a lot. But being that phalanx separated from people when your opponents are all together most of the time on the defensive won't often benefit you.
Black Market yet again playing into this round. Myztro securing some early bats, and off of the side that we saw Top Dogs push towards. So by the time they get to the party crasher, the party's over. No resources offered. Oh, that's nice. Frag grenade to the top. Little bit of impact here. They've got shields advantage over top of Top Dogs, but a chance for both teams to get themselves into full-fledged fighting stance. Clambering over top of one side of the ship will give the advantage over to Myztro. They've got the high ground, and Top Dogs having to fall back yet again. 0-0 is on the cusp of death, and he's already starting to lose his teammates. So this is one of those moments where him retreating, him disengaging, gave a chance over to Myztro for them to get that opening down. And now nothing knows it. There's a player above him and his teammates on the opposite side, so they're definitely going to use this chance to pounce down onto Mimu, remove the lifeline from his final teammate in 0-0. Octane in a 1v3, never going to happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Myztro, 2-1 advantage after losing the first round.
Yeah, that's pretty decisive. It's nice and early, too. The engagement comes down. They have so much HP left over. No chance they even lose that. So comp working out nicely. They're hitting shots. Was it Myztro who threw the grenades to engage with that fight as well?
Yes, and that's what forced them away, separated their opponents, and then just picked them off one after another.
I think the zoning utility is because it gets so claustrophobic in some of these spots that any kind of utility lands on top of a rooftop you were planning on living on for a while. That just creates such a disturbance that can be enough. And again, every little bit of damage can sometimes be permanent. If you keep the pressure on, there's no time to heal.
Nice movement here from Sanya. You know, Dan was talking about this, the return of the Pathfinder, and regardless of... Oh my god, hold on. Look at the speed of this.
Oh my god.
Top Dogs, they're trying to attack Myztro from the flank before they would have been able to expect this. So we've got the Havoc back in the action. Rabe didn't really get a chance to make the most of that last round. Sanya is still sitting on his zipline, and there it goes. So now knowing that his opponents have given away the party crasher position, right? He goes ahead and takes it back for them. That's going to offer him the usage of their Octane's jump pad. Frag grenades yet again taking to the skies. And as Rabe gets hit, it's not going to help that the utility continues to fall upon him. He's able to dodge the majority of it. And Top Dogs now into more of a standard face-off, right? They've swapped sides with Myztro, but it is still this 3v3. The only question is, can Sanya's spot actually help him or hurt him? Because he could get caught.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice because of all the cover he has here, and he's still like lateral with his team, so he's he doesn't have to like look all the way around to try to fight, and it's really taking Top Dog's attention to have to just worry about him. They cannot get shots off safely while he still exists over on the side of the map.
15 seconds though, that zone's going to start to close, and then he's going to have to cross out. So he gets away from the more committed position. And as he falls away, grabs himself a cheeky gold wingman. All the attachments he could ask for. And he's working with the alternator as his other weapon. Xron, half shields, not able to top off. So this is when those resources come into the play. Whatever happens, he has to commit to, right? This is his chance. He's not going to be able to get himself into any safer of a position, any healthier of a spot. He holds off with his teammates on the high ground. And all three now in the circle for Myztro as well. They've got the potential of an exit if they use that zip line to reposition. Let's say circle forces the movement. But right now, I think I'd rather be Top Dogs. Healthier state of mind. Yeah, Mimu's low, I suppose. So maybe that does mirror Sanya. And Sanya just got some shield cells, so never mind, I take that back. Everything I said is invalid.
No, I mean, I was just kind of like looking at like, I like this 2 on the roof setup that they got. I feel like Top Dogs have just been rotating so much where Myztro just have been kind of looking a bit more composed. But that being said, if they lose track of their opponents, Top Dogs are right here below them. They technically have an advantage, but they have to be aware of it. Otherwise, it won't be worth anything.
Yeah. Maybe you're dead right, actually. I think you're dead on, Mo. Especially now that I see poor Zero over here with literally nothing. He has no shields to offer. It's the high ground, and the shotguns are out. Eva to the top of the head. Maybe. As these two players start to fight, 0-0 tries to get into the engagement. He's going to get dropped. We've got 2 kills coming off of the Evas, and Myztro are the champs. In hindsight, yeah. High ground advantage. Myztro, they look so comfortable. I thought we were going to see Top Dogs take initiatives, right? That's the one thing I was trying to play off of from them. We saw how quickly they used their jump pad to get into the flank, but maybe that hyper-aggressive movement was just a bit of discomfort, right? They wanted their plan out of the gate. They didn't get what they want. They didn't find a kill on the flank. And from that point forward, yeah, maybe they did feel a little uncomfortable. And that Pathfinder zipline, right? That's what got them, Myztro, on top of the Mirage ship. And look how that ended up winning them in that final circle. So dead on. Great positioning and great map control. Not to mention, they got that package as well. Took all the resources they had to, shuffled them around, got the shield cells where they needed to be, and had everybody topped off for that final fight.
Yeah, personally, there's something that makes me a little bit uncomfortable when I see a team try to do enormous rotations like often, because you're always giving up like a really good setup to go for, potential big flank. And every time you do that, and like when they got spotted the first time, they tried to go for the full flank around. They got spotted right at spawn and had to go back. That's when Myztro made the reaction rotation to like zip line across the map, and that was, I think, the one rotation that Myztro made, but it was based on what they saw, whereas it felt like Top Dogs were trying to throw stuff at the wall to see if it would stick. They were like constantly moving, like feeling like they needed to be aggressive, but never in a position to like really get a huge advantage. So the more that they kept trying to rotate that often, the less I had confidence in them, I feel like.
Okay. I feel you, Mohan. And that's Myztro taking the Party Crasher map. That leaves us to Artillery, which is Maestro's map pick. Now, here's something we were talking about, weapon differential on Artillery, the chance for maybe some snipers to come out, seeing as this map is so big, is so open, and is so, I would say, like vertically advantaged. You've got both of the rooftops of the main buildings. You've got the entire top shelf of the actual, bunker wall. It's playing into a more vertical play style, and I think that if we not only think about weapons that can change here, right? This is one of those maps where I think we could start to play around with a bit more different legend comp as well. I think I can definitely see the advantage of a Loba teleport in this one, and maybe I'm crazy. I'm not saying it might not be the preferred setup, but I could even see Valkyrie being of use here. If Valkyrie is on a high ground position on artillery and she has her opponents pinned into a certain spot, then obviously her repositioning with the jetpacks is already valuable just in terms of climbing. But those stuns, man, those stuns when you've got players stuck in the open can be huge. Yeah, in Battle Royale, we get a lot of Valkyrie usage out of her ultimate and that huge reposition, which in arenas is way too much to ask for. You're just going to get melted in the sky. But those stuns, along with her own ability to reposition herself, I think there's a little bit of value there and something that we can talk about.
I like how you like kind of braced yourself before saying Valkyrie, because obviously it's less popular in arenas right now, but that actually makes like perfect sense. I totally understand where you're coming from. And I feel like there's tons of situations where if you had the ability to get up quickly, you could take a god spot when a circle closes late that you gave up way earlier on because you thought the circle wasn't going to be near there. So I feel like we've all been in that position on artillery. So I could totally see that being possible. I'm loving the persistence of Loba, and it feels so strong to be able to just collect resources that are untaken across the map. And again, with I think the meta of arenas that will forever be about getting as much chip damage off as possible because of the limited amount of heals that Loba can just counteract that in such a big way. But yeah, if there's any map that snipers are going to be welcome on, even when you're peeking out of the bunkers and you're taking these fights with another team on the other bunker, it's such like this long flat angle. There's tons of opportunities to get like really nice cracks, like instant headshots. Scout can be cool here. Maybe another bow check round or something. But yeah, I agree.
I was down with the bow check. It felt a little trolly, but at the same time, I think there are moments within arenas where you know absolutely where your opponents are, and you never have to worry about third parties. And I feel like the bow check's biggest weakness is when you get caught off guard, or when you suddenly are no longer in a position you want to be, right? Like if there's another team breathing down your neck, then getting caught out with a bow check can hurt. But as long as you can focus forward, right? Especially with 3 players, if you can just be that one guy who is in the spot that he least, like the spot with the least need to reposition, then the bow check can just be that turret. And I'm down for it. This is the marksman map. If not the bow check, hit me with a sentinel. Let's see a sentinel charged out the gate. I want something nasty this weekend. This is the thing. It's arenas. It's still so fresh. It's still so new. I would hate to see the meta of arenas get bogged down into this replicated formula. Okay, it's fresh. It's new. Let's play around, man. Let's get crazy. Let's get weird.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best things about Apex is how basically every gun has its use. And
sorry, I was
could you do? I've just polished my bottle.
Yeah. No. It's I just polished my grapple.
Yeah, but you had a bottle.
I did.
The bottle version, and it's like tin, right? Well, not tin.
Maybe. I'm not sure of the mineral makeup.
You got it on Amazon, right?
My bottle, bro. Of course I did. Yeah, Amazon primed it right to my house. Delivered this morning. Ordered yesterday.
Full of water.
Yeah, full of water. Yeah. I only have my water delivered, man.
Yeah.
No, we're from Canada. Come on, tap water supremacy.
Yeah, it's true. We do have good tap water.
The most amount of fresh water in the entire world.
Yeah, we're hogging it.
Fun
That
fact.
actually, yeah. Sometimes that scares me. I think about that. Like when things get really hairy. I mean, Canada, everyone's friends with us, but when things get really hairy, we've got all the fresh water. So
it's all fun and games until they want your water.
Yeah. Exactly.
We need. That should just be postcards. Bodies of water.
Hashtag desalinate the oceans.
Yes. Do it now. Desalinate the servers while we're at it, man. Some people get real picky. Some people get real nasty. Remember, guys, deep breaths and positivity. That's the solution to winning your Apex games. Or maybe more Lobas off the bat. We get no real change-ups, except for the fact that there's no Gibraltar on top dogs. We got the Octane, the Pathfinder, and another Loba. So I do feel like the Loba revives in arenas are huge, especially because, we didn't talk about this, but once you start buying gold backpacks, and you can revive your teammates with more than, a single point of health, when they come back with half shields, half HP, then a lifeline with golden backpack, that's a big meta move. Right now, the wingmans clash. We've got a circle that's out in the open. Nothing all too crazy. Just, your basic wingman setup. and Sonya soars forward. That's the beauty of the Pathfinder, man. Even if Valkyrie can reposition higher, Pathfinder can reposition smoother. And he's a lot harder to track inside of the skies. So there's definitely arguments, you know. I feel like Valkyrie is the noob-friendly Pathfinder reposition. Hey, L-Stars are banned! But obviously not off the care package. He's managed to get his hands on one.
Oof. That is a Mimu out. It could be a key piece of the puzzle, especially in 3v3. And here's again where you can potentially jump, and that is the L-Star dishing out so much damage. Yep. Oh my god. But what will happen now? We've got Sonya on 1 HP. Oh, and the final knock, that's it.
That's it. Myztro
wow,
taking
Myztro's
opening
all
round.
3.
Myztro playing care package, Myztro getting up and aggressive on top of the bunkers, Myztro just kind of smothering the top dogs in that one. And you see the power of the L-Star, man. No needs for reloads, you just swap it out, and then when you take it back, it's good to party. He didn't even need it for a second mowdown. It was all off of the first, and this was that opening crack from Rugby. Double wingman headshot, bop, bop. Lifeline goes down, and so did the team.
That's dirty. Oof. And we'll see how it develops, because that was the round 1, and of course we're gonna have a lot of wingmans coming in, but will people keep using them is the question, or will we start to change it up? Maybe in the next.
So I'm curious, and I'm curious here. Okay, so normally in arenas, the ultimates have cooldowns, right? You can only buy your ultimate, like you can't buy every ultimate every single round. But I'm seeing Loba ults. I swear I saw one in the opening round as well. And now we get it in a second time. So I know our boys are sitting on Discord. Maybe hit me with a message here. Does Loba have a faster reset cooldown on her ultimate? Because that makes this pick even more powerful. Or maybe I'm just crazy and I didn't see it first round and I'm making things up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think we did. I'm pretty sure it was in the exact same spot, right?
Yeah. They just they flipped the spawns and stuck it behind that first building. But yeah, value in that. Shield bat dropped by 0, given to Mimu. So this is one of the awkward spots of artillery, right?
Yes.
This artillery wall used to be intact, and then it got hit by the bunker buster, and now it's smashed open. So this crossing of the middle, right? You can do a lot of posturing on each side of this. You could technically run across these stairs if you want to try to climb up on the opposite end, but it's about getting that one down and then crossing this gap. Those are those penultimate moments where if you're lucky and if you're skilled, you may go down to the 2v3, but if you can catch the players on that open cross, there is a chance to take things back. However, Ruabe, poor guy, isolated and alone on the ground floor. Ooh, but nice answer, Mimu, hitting him with the wingman. That was almost a redown. However,
that slows him down. Yeah, they have to find a way to actually get it down, right? I mean, if they damage is going to be great, but they know they're about to get jumped, and oh, there's some oh my god, off the building we are.
Physics.
Mimu falls back.
Effect.
Yes, and we are dropping off some wingman shots, doing pretty good damage. If they somehow survive this, that would be incredible. Mimu though, down to his final hit, and he'll get downed 0-0, no shield, just some HP versus 3. Dan will shave his head again if 0-0 wins this. Or maybe that's just the first time.
The rope. The rope-a-dope. Wrap around him from all directions. That is Myztro with a clean second. The fact that they get the first down onto the Pathfinder outdoors, that kind of screws over his teammates. You saw the attempt at a recovery, but with the frag grenade pushing Lifeline off of the edge, throwing her down into the Lion's Pit as well. Lion's Den. Look at that. Frag grenade into wingman down. So frag grenades, massive impact for Myztro in this second round.
I'm going to start using them more, just like, especially in situations like this in artillery, because of specifically those ending zones. It feels like it can get very campy, but at the same time, usually because it's on the outside of the map, that really, really high kind of God spot area, it's so small, it can just so easily be zoned out with a couple of late grenades. And maybe now I don't have to be as scared of it in the future. of giving it up, letting teams play up here.
Just blow them downwards after.
Target spotted.
Ooh,
You know, if you could just
longbow.
stick. Okay, okay. White attachments.
I say we move this way.
I like this. I like this. We do get a little sniper gameplay, and we get the you know, the headshot angle to work it with. So
Yeah, this
probably
is a
being,
nice-
of course, any kind of a down versus a higher position, it's going to be harder to close that gap.
Yeah.
Especially with only the one Pathfinder and the Octane.
Oh, this is quite nice for Myztro. Full vision, don't have to worry about his zone. Nice high ground. Their positioning has been, I'd say, just better, a little bit less anxious.
Yes.
Overall.
Ooh. Longbow shots.
It's good,
Finding
yeah.
that angle. Yeah, you
there's
gotta
a lot
be
of
careful.
chances. He has to be perma-crouched up on this rooftop to avoid the longbow shots.
And Gibraltar's a big boy too, so you really gotta minimize yourself. However,
we're going
Top
fast.
Dogs, feeling that Myztro are going for a reposition, attempt to close this distance with the wingman. There's the drop back from Exron though. Loba bracelet teleport. Falls back into a safer position, goes ahead, gets the shield battery underway alongside Sonya. So not only did they get that down, but they also disengaged it from it perfect. And
they didn't get the bat off.
meantime, Mimu still hasn't dropped that revive bot, so Myztro are your champions. The frag grenade damage is so impactful on artillery for the 3-0 sweep.
Damn. Well, we know this is just single elimination knockouts.
See ya.
But gotta say, the teams that have won have made it look like there was no chance for the other. So maybe it's just maybe it's for the best. Myztro look like just a better, stronger, more dominant team. Two very different play styles between the two games that we saw, but both not very viable. Now I want to see them go head to head.
Well, you'll have to wait, Launders, okay? If the bracket doesn't give you what you want, you'll have to deal with what you get. And what we just saw Top Dogs get was a bunch of frag grenades to the teeth. They will be picking fragmentation from their hair for the rest of this weekend. It's over. See you later, suckers. Sorry to see you go. Top Dogs, valiant effort, but very one-sided games thus far, right? We had 3 0s, 3 1s. It's been evident who is going on to our actual bracket, and after our break, we'll see if we continue to get these clean sweeps.
What is a dandy?
He's very ancient, so it's probably C.
I'm older than him.
First game I ever played was Sonic, back then when I came out on Sega, you know. Super Mario or Age of Empires.
When he was kid, you know, he got the whole walls at Sonic wallpapers at his room. So I will go with Sonic.
Yeah, I will say Age of Empires.
He told about console, he told about Sega. He gave us a little bit tips. There was no Age of Empires.
True. Okay, you go Sonic, I go Super Mario, okay?
You were actually on the very right track. It was Super Mario on the Sega, not Sonic. So, my favorite legend is Wraith, Revenant, or Watson.
I will say like recently it's Revenant, like 100%.
Navi Nash. I knew that he wants old skillful meta based back with Watson, so I will go with Watson. My answer is C.
I'm gonna go against Max and I'm gonna call B.
It is C, you're right. Even though I actually like to play on all 3 characters, but Watson is probably the one that I would love to compete against.
A legend that I think needs nerfing is Revenant, Crypto, or Bloodhound.
It's A.
It has to be B. What?
No, it's A.
No.
It's A.
I'm gonna trust on B.
Right answer is A.
Oh no.
The first console I owned was Game Boy, Nintendo DS, or Dendy.
What is a dandy?
He's very ancient, so it's probably C.
I'm older than him.
It's a console, what can I say?
I've never heard of a dandy. But it's like dandy, so let's go with C, I think.
It is actually Dendy, guys.
Oh! What is my favorite arena map? A. Party Crasher, B. Artillery, C. School Town.
Everyone loves Skeleton. It doesn't matter if it's arena or pub or ranked. It doesn't matter. It has to be Skeleton.
I will call A, Party Crasher.
Max is right, Max is right. Party Crasher is my favorite. Best place to drop on word sets is A, Fragment East, B, Lava Fisher, C, Sorting Factory.
I will go for Lava Fisher, but how is it not Fragment East?
Yeah, I don't know either. But knowing him, it has to be Lava Fisher. No, just knowing him, it has to be Lava Fisher.
I'm going for B as well.
You're both wrong, it's actually Fragment East.
You ain't changed, man. You ain't changed, man.
Two maps is all it took for Myztro to come and slay on set. Talk to me about Myztro here. They really showcase what Party Crasher and Artillery is used for.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from Myztro. I'm going to just I just had to jump on Google and find out what Dendy was. I think everybody was involved in the back. We had Scrawny and Launders having a look as well. Everyone was very confused, but go and look it up. Fascinating things. We learn something every day. But Myztro, it was dominating from them. I think Loba was a really good pick from them, but it just comes down to those moments, right? They were so much more patient than top dogs. When they have the med advantage, you can afford to do that. And I think Loba gave them those supplies to be able to play the game they wanted to play. So when you're just chipping away constantly, you can see they didn't really try and be over aggressive at any point. It was just waiting for the opportunity where maybe they were seeing people not heal for a few seconds, and then from there it was just like, okay, we've got an advantage now. Any damage, we can go on it, and it just looked very simple. I think you're starting to see some of the teams who have got more arena time compared to some of the teams who don't have as much arena time, and it's quite a stark contrast. You can see there's so much metagame within arenas, even playing the care packages and even using ultimates, which is something we don't see a lot. When we were on Party Crash, I saw a Gibraltar defensive bombardment. So that shows that A, you've got a lot of credits in the bank, but also that you're willing to try something a little bit different. And as I say, they've got a lot of game time under the belt.
They do indeed. Gaskin, let's talk about our MVP of the match. You know him as Rugby. He's from Myztro. Talk to me about how he really pulled this one out on that Gibraltar.
I just think you need to have a core player in every team, and Rugby just seems to be that player that ties this team together. I'm not surprised that they look good. They did recently perform well, if not win, if I'm correct, a CIS arena tournament. So they certainly are a team that has been practicing arenas, and as Onset said, some teams have practiced more than others, and Myztro seem to be one of those who could be one of the underdog favorites here. And the amount of kills they were able to get, of course, it's going to be the same amount each time, depending on how many rounds you win, but it's the damage that always intrigues me. X-Ron on Loba, a fantastic amount of damage, especially as a character that is going to be able to launch into those fights late. Sometimes you will naturally stay back and just be that poke damage that you really need to deplete those resources that Otto was talking about as well. So a great game from Myztro. I'm sure they're going to be delighted to go through to the next round. And the question for me is going to be how tough that next round is going to be when they actually get into that round of 16, because we already saw what the reward was for winning the first round of the day. You go up against one of the best teams in the world in Kungarna, so the bracket really is going to change once you get out of these essentially preliminary rounds.
Absolutely. Onset, let's talk about resources for a minute, because obviously the maps really change the weaponry, and certainly grenades seem to be a pretty heavy narrative regardless of which map you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the economy on your side, grenades are massive. Not only to flush out people from as the ring closes, but you can see right here, right? One grenade is done over 300 damage to a team that's just stacked up. So frag grenades are vital, especially when you're using them as sky nades. Go back to Party Crash, for example, when you have two teams kind of in the standoff situation, right, across from each other on the top of Mirage Voyage. If you can hit a couple of sky nades that go undetected, that gives you the chance to close the gap, because those 3 players or 1 player, 2 player, whatever it is, are going to have to, take the time to pop the shield batteries, to pop the cells to get back up. And that means that they're not ADSing, they're not looking, they're not being able to shoot back. So that's what the difference is. And it's all these minute details that go into that performance from Myztro, and they are looking really, really strong. I was super impressed with the all-round game from them that we saw against Top Dogs.
100%. Gaskin, as you mentioned, this is going to be their winning option here coming in for our qualifiers in that round of 16 coming up next. But next up, we'll see SCARZ, of course, taking them down. the Game of Drones story. But before we get there, let's take a look at this bracket. You know, Gaskin, like you said, this is what you get to win. You get to win a pretty hard matchup here in that round of 16.
Yeah, New Esports, is that the logo I see there? My eyesight,
Yep.
yeah. So they've got New Esports and then the winner of Aqualix or Endeavour. That is, yeah, that's a disgusting side of the bracket. But I think, to be honest, you could say the same thing about any of these teams now. Once you get to the round of 16, you are going to be having some of the better teams in 3v3 engagements, in my opinion. For the most part, if you're going to get far in Battle Royale games, you're going to be winning 3v3 fights. For the exception of some who probably are very good at rotations in Battle Royale and they know how to get to the late game and they probably wait, and a lot of third parties and whatnot. But there are a lot of teams in this tournament who are very good at taking fights, and it's going to show in arenas.
Well, let's take a look at two of those teams that could be pretty good at taking fights. We've certainly seen them be successful in Battle Royale. And that, of course, we're talking pregame for our next and final knockout round here today. And it's going to start with SCARZ on set. SCARZ is the favorite by far, as we saw in our predictions. And this is one of the many reasons why.
I mean, a huge amount of damage. They didn't have... I'm going to actually drag back myself there. A huge amount of damage is what we expect from them normally. SCARZ didn't have the performance, though, last weekend in the Battle Royale that they had, for example, at ALGS Championships, where they won the whole thing. So for them, it's an opportunity here to have some fun. Obviously, they always play with a smile on their face, but also just remind each other and remind whoever they're going up against of just how good they are at the team fighting, because I think it's something that gets overlooked. I think I've mentioned this previously in the pregame that we had before our match number 1, but SCARZ, there's a reason that they won ALGS Championships. It's not just because they're smart players, it's because they can all shoot, and they can all shoot incredibly well. We saw what Taishin did in a couple of engagements last weekend as well. You know, we gave him the nickname Taishish because some of the stuff he was pulling off was crazy. So he's going to be one to watch. Mandy as well on the wingman is very good, and RPR on the wingman. I mean, he's one of the best wingman players that we have in the world, let alone EMEA. So they're going to be crazy. Hopefully they don't run into RPR doesn't run into a 1v1 with Hardeki at any point later in the tournament, because we've seen how that turns out. But I think SCARZ are still one of the best teams to watch here, and certainly a team fighting team to be scared of.
Speaking of being scared of SCARZ, let's talk about Game of Drones. And of course, no problem with them. That honestly, Game of Drones, every team, as we know, has found their way here for a reason. They've made it through from that top 40 teams in EMEA, now whittled down to 20. So certainly a team to be contending here. But I mean, Gaskin, there's a reason why everybody picks SCARZ. Talk to me a little bit about Game of Drones and what you're sort of expecting from them. Could this be a wild card?
No, I think that I'm expecting SCARZ to breeze through this one. If I'm going to be completely honest, I know I haven't been the best with predictions in Battle Royale, but from what I saw of Game of Drones, they were very good at rotating. They were very good at staying away from fights and getting into engagements when they had to. You could see there by their damage statistics that they weren't really in that many fights. And I don't think they're going to have the same confidence in 1v1 or kind of 2v2 or 3v3 fights that SCARZ will. I think the lack of confidence might hinder them here. I think they will play a little bit scared. They will show a lot of respect to SCARZ as well. They'll know what kind of team they're going up against here, and SCARZ will probably take full advantage of that, be aggressive in the right times, make sure they get the height advantages, make sure they get the map positioning, and then I think it will just kind of snowball out of control from that point.
I do want to quickly say one thing. Just remember, I don't know how much experience SCARZ have got, because we saw in the 1v1 video, RPR saying, I don't know this map. So that's something to take into account. Maybe Game of Drones have played loads of arenas. I don't know how much SCARZ have played, but it didn't seem that much. So
no. Well, speaking of maps, let's take a look at the picks and bans that we've got going for us. We'll take a look once again. The boys are happy. The little thermal station ban right there from the get-go. And we'll find out here shortly. On sets, I mean, are we... Oh, there's another...
Game of Drones, they're throwing already. They could have won that one. RPR has no idea what he's doing. So, never mind. Thermal station's gone, though. That makes me happy because I think that's one of the slowest maps we have. So, Party Crasher gone again, though. Again, I love watching Party Crasher. I think it leaves a lot of room for teams to make different plays in different ways. But Phase Runner is going to be in. You can see that's going to be SCARZ Europe's pick. That doesn't surprise me too much because it's more of a longer range engagement map where the wingmen and the wingmans... I'm having this issue, by the way, everybody. I don't know. What is the plural of wingman? Is it wingmans or is it wingmen? Maybe the chat can help me out here because I'm struggling. But the longer range is going to be good for SCARZ.
Absolutely. Gaskin, let's talk about what our next pick is going to be. Drum roll, please. Artillery. 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 Another great map for the Wingmen.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Party Crasher was banned rather than Gardens, but perhaps that it's just about who's played on what, right? And I guess one thing that the advantage you have of the maps that have been taken from World's Edge, the portions of the POIs that have been taken from World's Edge, is at least you are going to have played those positions several times throughout the Battle Royale, so you're going to know where you're going, you know where things are for the most part, and maybe for Game of Jones's case, they haven't played Party Crasher as well as RPR, so maybe neither of them really wanted to play that new map. But I'm happy with the picks and bans. I think, to be fair, we might not even see Golden Gardens. We haven't seen it so far, and we may not see it throughout the entirety of this tournament, but you never really know. Maybe Game of Jones can do what Onset said and just show that they are an arena team rather than a Battle Royale team.
Well, we are about to find out. Do that. We're going to go throw it over to Launders and Scrawny. Boys, take it away for our last knockout run here at Blast Titans.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do it. Oh, hey. Hey. Hello. Hello.
threw it back.
Goodbye.
Caught it, we
yeah,
threw
we
it
threw it back. Yeah, catch and release, man. Catch and release. We were back.
You might.
Third round of the knockouts. Last round of the knockouts. Yeah, I got you. My bad.
Yeah.
It's on me.
Yeah. So, what do you think about? What do you think the plural of wingman is?
So, I mean,
wingman-y?
Yeah, no. It's cactus, cacti, wingman, wingmai.
Wingmai.
Yeah. One wingman, two wingmai.
There we go. Moose, wingman. I know. Okay.
Moose. Okay, yeah. Goose. Yeah. Goose geese.
Wingman. Wingmeese.
Wingmeese.
Wing people.
Wingman. Wingwoman.
That's just another person.
Another word. Yeah.
Also,
being inclusive, man.
Yeah. Are there any other?
Thinking. I see you thinking.
I'm trying to think of any other what's the plural of octopus?
Octopi.
Octopi. Oh, so that's also another I ending.
Yeah. That was actually the first example I was going to use, but then I remembered cactus is also viable. And cactus, cacti, like wingman, are very prickly. They'll poke you if you're not careful. Wingmai.
Okay. Bill Nye the Wing Nye.
Yeah. All right, listen. We're into the action, folks. We've got a rampart. Now, that is something I did not expect to see. We have a rampart. I know our director,
Chewing
Joey,
bubble gum and kicking ass.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's what she does. That's what they try to do. That's what the rampart goal is. Now, this I think is interesting because I could see the overlap between let's say a rampart and a Gibraltar, right? A little bit of defensive control, but the fact that they've got a Gibraltar and the rampart, while SCARZ on Taishin whip out a lifeline. I'm liking this. I'm liking the variety we have today in terms of maps, in terms of composition. We've got flavors, baby, and variety is the spice of life.
Yes. Rampart was a legend that was completely written off for, no one had any faith that there would ever be a change that would make Rampart viable in regular BR. It was just totally, one of the least respected, I think, legends.
Yeah.
But in arenas, everything changes.
It opens it up. I mean, we'll see if it comes out to pay off or not, right? We'll see, because right now there's actually a rampart wall here to the right of SCARZ that they could technically use against the rampart, right? That's the thing with the rampart walls. You got to be cautious. You got to close those things down so that your opponents don't ultimately use them against you. Positioning becomes all the more important. And we can see that right now with Lexers, who tries to get out and around back to his original rampart wall. There's a play to be made here. He's got a little bit of high ground, but they have to keep Taishin from clambering up over that wall and getting the 1vx or the 3vx versus Elixir. That's exactly what's going to happen. They decide to charge down the solo rampart. They thought they had her sectioned off, and sure enough, they did. Mandy's coming in big. Wingman damage in the abundance. It falls down to Randonic. And Mandy, he's going to get this heal off. He needs to get the shield bat in, which he will, as Taishin gives that cover. But now suddenly things whip back the opposite way, and I would not want to be on game of drones, or do you? Elixir has 1 health. No shields, 1 health, and a 7-second Phoenix kit. He's going to get this off.
Oh my God, this is going to come down. I mean, this is, you know, 2 players, full HP now, reset of the situation, sliding with the wingman, damage off first. Mandy looking for it. They're all bobbing off the shields. Chance to get it in. So close to finishing off this duel. Mandy, slight health advantage. Will the Rampart clutch it out? Oh my God, Rampart does it.
He pulls the headshot out of nowhere. Elixir just hiding behind the knockdown shield. That came into play big time. Both teams in that 1 versus 1 had the knockdown shields to work against or with. And on top of that, we're thinking Gibraltar arm shield could have played a factor. No heals after that Phoenix kit gets popped. Elixir had nothing else to work with. And look at Mandy's HP. Watch that melt at the hands of the flatline. Once the headshot connects, he is dead.
Man, I should have known as soon as Dan Gaskin said it with his chest that SCARZ were going to win this for sure. There was something wrong. There was something very, very wrong.
I think there's something wrong in the fact that Dan still has hair. That's what's wrong with this situation. G7 Scout making an appearance, and so is the Volt. Now this is curious. Jules has complete free open control of this side of the map. That's going to be 2 resource tanks and a capsule all to himself. So tons of loot and also the chance moving forward to have a little economic advantage. But the trade-off of this situation is that until Jules gets back into the equation, it's going to be a 3 versus 2 favoring SCARZ over towards this teleport. But Jules could come back just in time to catch off RPR, and suddenly I think GOD could get a 3v1 versus him. However, high ground advantage playing through the Gibraltar shield, wasting no time is Taishin. He dives down onto the Rampart. Get her out. No back-to-back clutch offered over. But as the Gibraltar shields will inevitably fail, they've got to make sure they get their heals in, or that is going to happen. RPR gets dropped to the hands of the Volt, and now this 2v2 doesn't look like it's favoring Game of Drones because Jules is going to have to get his heal off, but Taishin is utterly one-shot. And in that moment that Jules is disengaged, he loses his other teammate. So now Mandy and Taishin versus Jules in a 2 versus 1, and poor Jules, despite having all of the resources he needs, is just outnumbered and pinned in this position. He's working with the Bolt, gets the flesh, Mandy's low, but Mandy's got it under control, and SCARZ to tie 1-1.
I'm not sold on Gibraltar.
Okay. Ramp, baby.
Arenas. Because sometimes this dome feels like a clear invitation, especially when people are already very close. I'm more sold on the 1v1 shield than I am on the dome in these arenas. And I'm also, you're not seeing people take the extremely risky rotations with the domes like you would in Battle Royale through the center, where you absolutely need cover, where you're running from a zone. I feel like you can precipitate where you need to get to a bit easier on arenas. And so with your rotation being more clear, it feels like the dome is only... So I feel like sometimes it's being used to trick people into coming into them more than it's actually being used to be like, okay, we can chill here and heal. Because you absolutely can't even get a bat off anymore. When you get your shield cracked, throw the dome down, that's like telling people to run at you. And then I'm thinking, it's still good, but it's not like, I'm not sure it's objectively good. And could you have another legend in Gibraltar's place? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think it's a valid question, just because, you know, I like how the way you phrased it as like an invitation, right? In that last round, we saw a moment where Jules was out of position because he ran over to grab those other resources, and in that moment, you're dead on. That Gibraltar shield becomes an invitation to a 3v2, to a 3v1, to whatever is inside of the dome itself. There's no way for his teammate to really get in the mix. Maybe he lays down some cover fire and can intercept them before they enter the dome itself, but in that last round, we didn't get an example of that. We just saw them dive and successfully down lifeline straight away.
This is, of course, this is not a full dome, but it's better in some regards, of course, with just the ability to shoot directly, you know, way, with this one-way glass.
And the damage buff, right? That's the big one. The fact that your bullets do more. I'm all for it. Again, assuming you don't offer control of them over, right? Gibraltar eventually burns out. Rampart, I think you have to play with the longevity of the round in mind, which is fine as long as you make those correct decisions and you don't lose track of your ideas and your defense. And I would say as well that you have to make sure that your teammates are fully aware as to what you're doing at all times. They need to know where the shields are, where their fallback positions are, and where they need to make sure that they hang on to. But right now we get a little bit of a movement coming out of Game of Drones because SCARZ on the full circle control. This cliff in the center of Phase Runner, I love it. When it overlooks the care package like this, whoever has this cliff on the right side has the high ground, has the higher cliff behind them to possibly play around. It's good for Pathfinders to stay mobile when you have this high position to grapple. But it seems like Rondon of Game of Drones is going to try to push the left side. All 3 players for Game of Drones, shoulder to shoulder. This is one of those heavily grouped up, team-centric type moments that we're getting in this second round. Excuse me, third. But with the zone pushing players forward, that one's going to hurt. Sure enough, we've got SCARZ man advantage. Despite Taishin being so low, RPR decides to see red and go for the kill. He's just melting shields, so much so that it's an easy cleanup for SCARZ, and they now have a round advantage.
Absolutely full control. So good at getting that opening duel in that very tense moment. They know exactly when to strike. We already saw a moment in this last round where Top Dogs tried to push onto them and then slightly had a flank on one side and then got a bit disjointed, tried to flank on both sides, and that's when SCARZ realized that they needed to push for control. And I feel like they're very hard to catch off guard in the first place, but I think, just a big thing is not overcommitting on, on the gimmick flanks, on trying to shoot everybody in the back, and instead get a nice amount of control, push out a little bit, and cut off some of the angles, but then just be prepared for that push because it's going to come.
Straight out the teleports. Havoc back in action. We saw this in our previous game, right? You can't buy the L-Star as it is banned. And I suppose the Havoc's, it's a bit of a budget version. They've got some similarities. And a Sentinel. Okay, Taishin, okay.
Let's go.
I'm down to see this, man. He's also playing that lifeline, right? So at some point, he may be called into the action because of his abilities. If he's going for revives and taps, then maybe he has to get close up in their faces. Then I question whether the Sentinel is going to have any impact. We'll see, we'll see. It's also not charged, right? Here's one of the things with the Sentinel. Obviously, the big strength, right? It's at its best when it's fully charged, but we're talking about a game mode where resource control is of the utmost importance. And even though it's shield cells, not shield bats, you got to be careful as to not burn through everything. Right now, I would not want to be Lars. He is so pinned in on the other side of that bridge. And I think that's because of RPR's spot out here. It gives him kind of this 45-degree angle around that flat pillar face. Lars at half shields retreats, and this could open Mandy for some sort of push if needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have options. I like you characterize that. And they're kind of waiting for a reaction because they have very, very strong lines at the moment, especially, Sentinel in the middle. And this becomes a game of waiting for the zones to close. And of course, it's Game of Drones who are on the unfortunate side of things.
RPR starts to creep. He's just taking a little peek. Ooh.
Rag.
Taishin, a little bit of damage. He's still thinking that maybe Lars is pinned behind that same spot, but that is not the case. Lars with a little bit of a reposition, and Mandy, you rat.
Oh my God.
Here's this movement back and decides to tuck in, dives out, surprise, surprise, instant melt with that flatline, hip fire into the second, and Mandy's Gibraltar crawl is what's gonna work out for SCARZ. They are absolutely gonna secure the 3-1. I have no delusion. They're going to go ahead and gun down the final man. Oh, Mandy, you snake.
A lurk. I can't believe it. Not the most inconspicuous legend to do it with, but leave it to Mandy to make the most of his resources. That was a nice move. Perfect off the audible as well. Got the shield bet off, tucked, peeked again, and yeah. Sometimes that kind of play can bite you in the butt if everyone just jumps on you. But in that spot, he got the instant down while his opponent's hands were busy. And there was actually no chance. I didn't even see that coming. Like, I didn't see him leave his post, so I'm not surprised they didn't either.
Yeah, man, he did so silently. Just snuck through the bushes and took away a round 1, map 1 win for SCARZ. So now we're going from phase to artillery. But look at this replay. Insta-melt. Why? Because poor Lars has his hands busy working with the shield cell. And I think that what really opened up this push to the far right side was how long we just had GOD sitting in their positions. They chilled back, and they knew that, you know, that Rampart was over there in that corner. And even when they lost track of her in terms of knowing exactly which pillar she was behind because of the movement back towards box, I think that's what really magnetized Mandy towards it. It felt like she was tasked with being that one corner controller, while the other 2 players were separated slightly. So even though SCARZ, you know, didn't jump on it quickly, that was like an alligator on the shoreline, man, just waiting, and then chomp. SCARZ 3-1.
Yeah. And again, you wouldn't normally use a Gibraltar to go for a lurk, but that was just the opportunity. And we know that's what Mandy's all about, right? That's exactly what Mandy's all about. We saw Mandy at Battle Royales, in the Battle Royale, doing the play of one of the plays of the tournament to grab a loose sniper rifle to make a big rotation around, hit an insane no-scope, but all off of an initiative to go and take a risk in a moment where it felt like everyone would tell him not to do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how he operates.
Yeah, it's those like high risk, high reward type situations that I think Mandy likes to try and thrive within. And it takes a certain type of composed clutch player to pull that off. I think that even though, you know, a Gibraltar lurk seems a little bit weird, I love the idea that if that didn't go as smoothly versus the first player, right? The 1v1v Rampart is made so much easier by the fact that Lars is occupied with re-shielding. And even if Gibraltar takes a bit too much damage to get a second straight up down, you drop your shield on top of yourself, you've got yourself that isolated finish. You know, if Rampart tries to make an escape, you drop your Gibby, you're not going to deal with any incoming damage from a potential second enemy nearby. And if anybody does decide to try and rush Mandy afterwards, he's got 2 teammates, sat back, Sentinel included, just, you know, ensuring that they cover that open ground before he gets hit. So I like it, dude. That felt like such a bear trap moment. And that was the first moment like that we've had across the 5 maps of Arena's action so far.
We got artillery coming up, and of course, it was, as was mentioned on the desk, it's already going to be favoring SCARZ on paper, no matter what I think the maps are. And then on top of that, maps where there could potentially be more snipers that can also be scary. And now you've got SCARZ up a match, and then they're going to be playing on artillery, which is also going to favor maybe even more so some of these sniper rifles in long ranges. On top of the fact, of course, they just clearly look like the better fighting team right now. It's not looking too great for their opponents.
Yeah, Game of Drones in a weird one. You know, if we think back to the one round that Game of Drones one round that Game of Drones are able to pick up, it's the Lars 1v1 versus Mandy over towards those trucks, and we know that came down to like a single bullet the difference. So it's a tight one, right? It's a tight round win that makes us think maybe Game of Drones have a little stake in this fight. But from there on out, I think that the decisiveness and the decision-making of SCARZ was just so clearly a step ahead. And then you get these moments of like mechanical highlight as well, right? We saw some crazy sniper shots last weekend by Mandy in our Battle Royale. But now, dude, look at that final Sentinel kill. You know, if there's any question that Pathfinder could come back with some kind of a down, some kind of an answer in that final round on Phase Runner, absolutely deleted. Sentinel made the difference, and that's not even on the map that we're priming ourselves for sniper gameplay. So I'm right there with you, man. We move to artillery. I want to see more of that, and maybe even sooner. You know, if you've got the edge over your opponents, if you're winning these games so easy, let's shake up the buys earlier. Let's get a little style points and, send some shivers of fear into your opponents moving towards round 16.
Yeah, we'll see if they do want to have fun with it or not, because they have a lot of ways to go. They probably feel very confident. I think Onset brought up that they are obviously a lot more confident, even if they didn't play that well, probably to their own standards after last week, Arena is a whole different beast and can highlight just how good of a team fight, what kind of team fight they can bring. So hopefully there's going to be a few teams that really feel that confidence and really feel comfortable doing experimenting, because again, it's not every day that you have an event that will allow you to play arenas for money. So this could be very interesting.
Yeah, you can play all the unranked arenas that you want, but this one's for money.
Yeah,
that's when the big boys come to play, man. You know, season 10 around the corner, Mohan. Few more days until we get the emergence update. We get the inclusion of Seer, and we get the inclusion of ranked arenas as well. I think that's really cool, actually. I think this is really good timing. That right before the ranked arenas dropped, Blast is providing us with, again, incentivized top level arena play. A lot of the things that I'm learning this weekend, you know, I'm going to copy paste, right?
Yeah, I can already see that mind working. I already play arenas like they're ranked, so I'm ready for whatever.
That's true, man. You're a sweaty nerd, dude.
Yeah.
I'm still hopeful that at some point we might get a Valk play. I think that with Rampart being included in this last game, even if it didn't work, that this is indicative that maybe Game of Thrones are thinking outside of the box, that they're trying to play around with some different stuff. And even if I don't get to see it succeed, I just want to see it for the sake of experimentation. Into the round 1 of map 2. We've got SCARZ in the exact same setup in terms of legend composition. And everybody's taken to the high wall. Defend the walls early on. No Rampart. No Rampart. Back to a Lifeline, Pathfinder, Gibraltar.
Yeah, and yeah, just mirrored actually, which is great. Cool to see all the lifelines coming into play. Definitely see the value. RPR turning the aggression up to a maximum already, jumping up top.
It's
teammates flanking the stairs, yeah, and they are about to get control of this. I think it's now going to be a 3v3 if I'm not mistaken. Everyone got up on top of the roof.
Oof. But there's a down in the middle.
So messy. Yeah.
They jumped the 3 versus 2, knowing that Rondon was back on the building. I like that, dude. SCARZ wasting zero time in this opening round. They saw that Rondon was still back on the spawn house. They decided to push 2 players on the interior of the wall, get up the staircase, and what does that do? It flushes Game of Drones into SCARZ's 3rd member, who, despite, you know, being in a 1vx theoretically, was able to block himself away from Game of Drones' back player. Rondon couldn't get into the mix, and for that reason, they just melted these players on the shelf. Mandy with the smooth moves at the end, jumps around. Dude, they pounced like a puma.
They definitely, I think if there's anything they practiced on arenas, it was just maybe that one attack. Both players looping around. That was very slick to watch. And now we have a Sentinel coming into play. Bit of shield damage here. No cracks just yet. But the pressure is up. We don't have the zone close on that last round. Feels like that's going to happen again.
Yeah. Man, didn't even get to that. Such a quick one. Flash in the pan for SCARZ to secure their first points. I do like what Taishin tried straight out the gates at the beginning of this round, right? I think this is like that obvious sniper advantage that we talk about on artillery. He had a very quick climb route to get to this rooftops, saw Rondon on the opposite side, and then just shredded him as he tried to use the zipline, right? A Sentinel versus a player who's in such a linear path like a zipline, you know you're going to crack him for a good 60 no matter what. And right now, Game of Drones, I think they're feeling like they're inside a damn pressure cooker. They've got snipers in Taishin on the opposite side of the map, hitting shots, and as he falls back, Mandy and RPR have already secured themselves a full-fledged bunker on top of the capsule loot that came with this. So I would much rather be SCARZ. They've got the center of the zone to their favor, and they've got their opponents in a pinned-in position. Nowhere to go, hiding inside that bunker. Eventually, they need to leave. And when they do, Taishin on the top rope, ready to drop the RKO.
So nice, yeah, from Taishin to find this spot so quickly. Surely it'll open up a couple of opportunities. And again, some more chip damage off. So much pressure from both sides. No way to get out from this underground without bracing yourself for an impact, because the bullets will come your way. But for the time being, they can chill. They're starting to migrate slightly. Ooh. Got the view from inside the Trident.
Oh my God, the tracking
tracking.
from Taishin, the damage output from Taishin, the lethality of Taishin is playing a factor here versus Game of Drones. They are done for. With Taishin on the top ropes, just getting all of that damage, with the care package in the full control of SCARZ, they have not looked like they are dropping a single bead of sweat here on artillery.
That's so nuts now. There's just, I feel like this is just such a buildup of like all the tension from last week from these teams, as well as like just a new environment, like a new playground to see different styles go, and new levels of confidence right now as Taishin literally tries to switch from SCARZ to FaZe Clan, jumping off of the building with 360. Not that he ever would or ever should. Yeah, yeah.
I'm all for it, man.
RKO, just KO.
Listen, if you've got those heirlooms, get those highlight reel finish.
Yeah.
Poor Game of Drones, dude. I feel like they're just getting outplayed on artillery. Yet again, we've got Jules down low, straight out the gate. I think that SCARZ do a really good job of actually like spreading for map control first and quickly. We saw them in the first round stick side by side, make that decision, go for the win on their own terms. Last round, everywhere. They were everywhere. Taishin's so mobile with that sniper, and also using the other players of his team to get up close and keep them suppressed, right? I feel like, unfortunately for Game of Drones, they just have nowhere to go. They do not feel comfortable taking anything. Exactly. Mirrored image to the last round, and we know how that worked out.
They're migrating the same way, and the whole time they're giving away a lot of info without getting any, and they don't even realize it, I think. But they are being watched.
Looked like they were trying to push down Mandy. It felt like they saw a potential for a good 3v1. They attempted to pounce onto what they thought was like this awkward spot of a solo player, but then he gets out. Mandy decides to dodge, and based off of that, they've gone back into a standard 3v3. They've separated themselves with a little bit of distance, and if I like anything here for Game of Drones, they actually have high ground. For once, they have a little bit of high ground advantage. Now, I do feel like SCARZ could just group up and push this one extremity, come and attack Jules straight out the gate, and that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna mirror the headshot angle over each sides of the bunker wall, and it's pretty damned even. So much, in fact, that Rondon gets called back into this. And Taishin, what a way to begin the engagement. They're just posturing. They want the 3v3, and they get the 3v3 with Taishin's early damage output. He slides into this Mozambique finish. Perhaps he's gone down. Rondon out of this one. Another Taishin sniper shot to just keep the damage going. And he can't find the last man. That's Lars. But Lars has no room, no space, and no chance at the reverse comeback. They're gonna beat him to death. Or will they?
Oh my God, they will.
Downs one in the mix, but he knew he was done. SCARZ Europe 3-0 after the 3-1.
Like a germ off the countertop. They got Lysol'd off. That was nasty by SCARZ, and I think you set it up beautifully. They control the space. We got Game of Drones in that same bunker once again. They moved to another one. They recognized that they were doing the same play that was just giving away a lot of info and also allowing them to get cracked and also not giving them any rotational capabilities. They have to come out of the, out of the dark like a groundhog out of the ground. And they instead decided to move to the second bunker and then come out the back that way, which gave them a little bit of the high ground edge again, which was nice to see. That they were trying to take their fate into their own hands. And then as soon as SCARZ reacted to that, which that was just, 2-3 perfect reactions from SCARZ, getting into their last bunker and leveling the playing field once again, it just comes down to the aim. And then that's where Taishin, instant headshot crack, we're just spotting him. He takes down a player by himself, no help required. And then that's where there are layers to SCARZ, where not only were they just the smarter team, but they're also just the better aimers there, more comfortable controlling space, and they can lean on players like Taishin to just, do so much damage.
Yep, hands down, man. Flexing that sniper damage, and just, I feel like flexing a level of comfort on artillery, right? That was the pick of Game of Drones, and it didn't go their way. Feels like SCARZ were ready for anything, and they absolutely smashed them. So poor Game of Drones, stuck in the inside like a bunch of mole people, and eliminated like them too. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll pass this one off to a break and be back with the analyst desk soon enough.
There's just too many good guns. People gonna flame me if they see Hemlock on F.
Hi, I'm Hackis from Alliance.
My name is Taishin,
and we're doing a tier list. The Peacekeeper is a pretty heavy shotgun. It is a little bit slow, but it packs a heavy punch.
This gun is pretty OP if you hit your shots, but if you don't, of course you die fast. I would rate this Peacekeeper gun to S tier.
I'll probably put the Peacekeeper in A tier.
I usually don't use Hemlock because I'm not used to 3 burst guns.
The Hemlock is a burst group weapon. It deals a lot of damage. I would put the gun in the B tier.
But I would rate this gun as a B tier.
Sentinel is basically like a mini Kraber.
Sentinel, that's my baby. I would rate that on S tier.
Using cells in competitive gameplay is not very good. C.
Literally, if I see that gun, I'm picking that gun up.
L-Star is a pretty obnoxious gun. It can blur a lot of vision.
That's a pretty good gun, but the recoil of the gun is pretty hard to control.
I think I'm gonna put L-Star at C.
I would rank that gun to C.
The Mozambique did get a recent buff, but you still would never use it in competitive setting.
F. Mozambique is a F tier. I don't like that gun.
I'll put this at the lowest tier.
Alternator is a pretty good gun.
The Alternator also got a recent buff. It deals a decent amount of damage, but the gun in general is just way too slow.
It has a slow fire rate, but if you can control it, it really beams.
I'll put this right above the beak.
I actually want to put that gun on B.
High risk, high reward gun.
Wingman. That's the gun I always use, and if I see it, I always pick it up.
Can do a lot of damage. It is pretty versatile. Put the Wingman in B tier.
Sentinel is my absolute bae, but the Wingman just hits different.
Deals a lot of damage. It's very consistent.
G7 Scout. It's a pretty good poke gun in competitive, especially in early fights.
Yeah, I think I want to put the Scout on A tier.
That gun should deserve a B tier.
It's kind of hard to hit long range.
I like Bojack. It fits my gameplay. It's a really good gun. I'm hitting all the shots with it, almost. I'm really confident with that gun.
Close range, you're probably not going to get a lot of shots in before the enemy kills you.
That goes on A tier.
I don't think it makes the list. So the Flatline is by far the best gun in the game at the moment.
Flatline is a hard gun to control, but if you do, you're just beaming that guy.
I am 100% putting this on F tier.
I'm gonna rank that gun on A tier.
Game of Drones proving that they brought a knife to a gunfight here against SCARZ. Gaskin, let's just say it, SCARZ absolutely wiped the floor.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried after round 1 when I saw SCARZ take a 2v1 and lose it because there were some questionable challenges going on. But I think that was maybe a little bit of overconfidence that settled them down, and then they realized that if they just kind of play things a little bit slower, they push at the right times, then they would have success. And I think we knew that SCARZ should be winning this game. Game of Drones, it would have been a massive upset if they were able to take down SCARZ. They put up a good fight in some of the rounds, but ultimately I think the better team did come out on top.
And clearly 100% and doing so in a commanding fashion. Let's actually go from a different perspective here, Onset. What basically do you think Game of Drones could have done better? I know it's a very long list of things, but what really went wrong for them here in this first knockout?
I didn't see much aggression from them when they had advantages. It was kind of like SCARZ made the plays, and I don't really remember Game of Drones trying to make a play onto SCARZ when it was kind of a 3v3 situation. You know, it was a little bit too easy for them. You know, when a team isn't moving, when a team is just constantly giving you poke damage, you don't really have to do too much to work away and get an advantage. And one thing the SCARZ did really well as well is we kind of take a second. This is, I feel like there should be some Breaking Benjamin playing in the background. We're watching Taishin with this Sentinel in his hands. He says it's his baby, and you can see exactly why. But when they saw opportunities to hit a flank or a 2v1 situation, they go straight away, SCARZ. They're not afraid to push, and it's something that Dan brought up earlier. You know, they're so experienced in team fights that when they see any kind of opening, that they're gonna fly at you, and they're gonna make it look easy. And you know it looks easy when the last 2 rounds end with them booting people to the ground. They didn't even shoot their guns. That's disrespect from SCARZ. They are showing everyone, not just who they're playing, that, you know, whoever's next in the bracket is going to be feeling their wrath. It is the most dominant way to win without shooting your gun. I mean, what else can you say about them?
Well, I do actually have one question here for you, Gaskin, which is we saw something from Mandy that we don't often see, which is a sneaky Gibraltar play. Can you talk to me a little bit about how instrumental that was in some of these wins?
Yeah, sometimes it's risky as a Gibraltar being one of the bigger characters in the game, but having the confidence to go for a flank is a good thing. It can turn out to be a very bad thing if it goes badly, but I mean, we saw the success that he had like attempting it. I think that demonstrated just how on top they felt in that game and in those engagements, that they were like, well, you know what, they're not making plays, they are just sitting back, they're waiting for us to do something, so how about we take the initiative, let's go for something a little bit different. And when you manage to find yourself on the low ground like that and you realize you haven't been spotted out, all it takes is a little bit of creepy crawling going on, and then suddenly you're behind 2 of them. And it actually takes a lot of skill to be able to win that 1v2 as well. The first person completely beamed, but the second one, he arguably shouldn't have won that fight. So incredible stuff.
Absolutely. Something that is incredible certainly is from a guy we all know as Taisheen, who is also our match MVP, brought to you by Razor. Rocking the Lifeline onset. Love to see that legend here in our MVP column.
Yeah, Lifeline definitely an A-tier character when it comes to arenas for numerous reasons. One, you can pick your teammates up very quickly and you can kind of hold while they're getting rezzed. And also, if you get a gold bag on a Lifeline, then that is something to be very scared of, because you know you're going to be reviving teammates while holding ground, and they're coming back into the arena with HP to play with and re-engage with fights. So it's a very, very good pick. Plus you see the drone go down as well to give you those few more HP that could carry you over to win a fight in a 1v1 or a 2v1, whatever you might find yourself in. But across the board, I mean, Mandy was doing so much damage. Taisheen was doing most of his damage in the second map on artillery with the Sentinel in his hands. But Mandy was the aggressor. He was the one doing a lot of damage. And that's kind of what you see. They work around each other so well. They're such a cohesive unit. Mandy is kind of the focal point for everyone else to move around. But Mandy also, he was beaming, to be honest. Every time I saw him, he weren't missing too much.
Well, there you go. And I will say, actually, I want to jump in real quick, Gaskin. We did see an unusual legend pick, Rampart for Game of Drones. Unfortunately, of course, they did not win that map. But what an unusual pick. Are we expecting to see more of that coming through to arenas today?
I hope not. Rampart is, let's put it this way, it's a very negative legend to play, right? In arenas where I personally would like to see aggression, I like to see pushing at the right times, sticking up walls and hiding behind them is going to encourage your opponents to push you. So I don't think Rampart is the right pick for this tournament, and I think that they were punished for having that Rampart, despite winning that initial 1v1, which never should have happened anyway. Yeah, I don't think we'll see much more Rampart, if I'm completely honest with you.
Fair enough. I do appreciate that they're fielding a new and different legend. It always makes things more interesting there on the map. Okay, let's talk about our knockout bracket, what it looks like here, gang. Okay, we have it. Knockout number 1, Morning Stars. Number 2, of course, is going to be Fenerbahce due to Flavor of the Month leaving the tournament early. Knockout number 3, well, that, of course, would be Myztro. And finally, knockout number 4, that's SCARZ. What does that mean? Well, let's take a look at the round of 16 now that we're done with our knockout round. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the matches that will determine our quarterfinals, our semifinals, and of course, who is going to be in that grand final. On set, this is a epic matchup, certainly. And as we just see now, SCARZ is going up against the men themselves, Forg Gaming.
Yeah, Forg gang, I mean, they just won, the last weekend, the Battle Royale. Who won the tournament before that? It was SCARZ. So, we've got some history there for sure, and 2 people who have got title belts around their waist, so to speak, if we're going to continue with our wrestling analogies today, which I'm all for. I'm a massive wrestling fan. I'm going to just put that out there right now. But just looking across the bracket, I mean, Myztro versus New Esports as well, that's going to be a really, really spicy one for me. We've seen New Esports be one of the stronger fighting teams that we have in Apex Legends, but I loved the way that Myztro have obviously got strategy here in arenas as well. well. I just think you could pick any game. As I said previously, any game is going to be competitive now. I feel like we've whittled out maybe some of the weaker teams, and I mean this with all due respect, from the bracket, and now we have teams who team fight so cohesively and are such dangerous three legend compositions when they go up against each other.
Well, you talked about title weight and title badges. What did you say? Title belts?
Title belts.
Yep. Well, you can't talk about title belts with our predictions without mentioning Onset. And that is what we get to talk about today, which is our predictions for our first 3 matches. Remember, there are 8 matches total for the round of 16. Ha! Isn't that a fun math thing? Let's take a look. Onset, let's start with you. Coming out on top here. Looks like you have picked correctly for the first knockout prediction, I should say.
I got my first
Excuse
one.
me,
Right.
actually neither one.
Wrong. And then
me too.
Because I wanted to give people a head start. Okay, that's the kind of guy. I'm a giver when it comes to predictions. As you see, last weekend it became a little bit too easy, and also for everyone watching as well. When predictions turn into spoilers, it just ruins the enjoyment for everyone. So what I did is I'm mixing up my predictions a little bit this weekend, just to make sure that everyone's keeping their eyes glued here at Blast Titans. I don't want to give away too much. So you're all welcome. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say here. You're all welcome to me not ruining the games.
Gaskin, you chose correctly. You and Scrawny, talk to me.
This is the first time I've been ahead of anyone, so this is quite a moment for me, honestly. I'm a bit taken aback. I don't really know how to react, except I want to thank my mum, my dad, and everyone who's supported me in my career, because this is perhaps the best it's going to get when it comes to predictions, because I imagine I'm going to fall behind very quickly.
That's the spirit. That's what we like to hear. Excellent. Well, you know what? A huge thank you to Gaskin and Onset for being with me on the desk. After the break, we'll enjoy Launders and Scrawny coming at you, because we are moving into round of 16. Giddy up. Here we go.
It's getting hard now.
Oh man, professional player doesn't know.
What? Dude, come on! No way!
Where we're going, we don't need seatbelts.
What?
I think that's Mirage.
That sounds pretty chill. I would say that is Mirage.
Octane? Oh, I never played Valk, so that's why.
I'm here to watch your back, brother.
I think that sounds like Gibraltar.
Because Gibraltar's all about watching your back and stuff like that.
That is obviously Gibraltar, brother. Oh, good.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Bangalore.
That sounds like Bangalore.
That sounds a lot like Bangalore.
It is, okay.
This experiment will sort out the capable from the incompetent.
There's no one else talking like that. It's Caustic.
Caustic.
The experiment and the desire to kill everyone, that's how I knew it's Caustic.
The place between life and death is where I feel most alive.
That sounds like Octane.
That's Caustic.
That's a hard one, I don't know. I say Wraith.
Wait, what? Okay, I thought Caustic was the guy about like life and death and stuff like that.
They call this place secure? We'll see about that.
I guess that's Loba.
I'm not sure. Fuse, maybe?
Sounds like Crypto. Wants to hack everything.
I'm a crypto player. How did I not know?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
I think that was Lifeline. I'm not sure though.
Pathfinder.
Oh, that's Lifeline. We have a job to do. Yep, that's Lifeline.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. Yeah.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
Okay, that's Mirage.
Wait. This is not my final answer, but that must be Pathfinder because of how goofy he is, right?
That is Fuse. That's not.
That's Mirage? Okay, I gotta step it up. I don't even know.
Being human is overrated.
Yeah, that's Pathfinder.
I have no clue.
Pathfinder. He's the only non-human, right? What? Dude, come on! No way!
Oh man, professional player doesn't know. What? Can we just cut all of this?
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
It's getting hard now.
I've said Pathfinder so many times, this has to be Pathfinder, statistically.
Maybe Rampart?
That is right.
And as we welcome Launders and Scrawny, hey guys, thanks so much for joining me back on the desk. Great casting, all two-win maps, two-win games.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, didn't even get started. Caffeine hasn't even kicked in yet.
I love it. I love it. Well, we are going to actually find out what we all had to say. We saw the predictions here from our knockout stage, but now comes the round of 16, and that means we got to put our predictions on the line once again to find out who these top 4 teams are going to be from our first 4 engagements here. And it looks like Launders, Scrawny, y'all in lockstep.
Yeah, it felt like these were kind of like, I don't want to say clear, but it felt like if we picked the other team, that would make less sense in general. Now, I guess some of the exceptions, well, Dan's always an exception, but Forg Gang pick, for example, is a strong one because they won 3 games in a row last week, so that one's a bit up in the air, but we just saw SCARZ play, so these other ones kind of feel like a little locked in. Don't want to call it too soon.
Well, Scrawny, I got to tell you, Launders, I agree. Scrawny, ultimately, yeah, there's a lot of locks here, seemingly. But one of the things that I think Forg Gang really showed us and some do is that, don't count anybody out. But at the same time, like, how do you go up against Kungarna? Like, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, exactly, right? Kungarna, the most consistent team from last weekend. And I think what we have to remember about these 4 picks are that these are the picks of the teams coming out. Like, these are the matches of the knockout teams, right? These are the 4 new games that we have just decided because of the knockout round. And that is supposed to be all of our lowest seeded teams. It's funny that in this case, actually, we end up choosing 2 of the 4 from the knockout rounds. And I think that's because SCARZ arguably weren't supposed to be there, and Forg weren't supposed to be where they are, right? That's the whole talking point of last weekend. If there was the biggest disappointment last weekend, it was the fact that SCARZ fell off on the Battle Royale tournament, and the fact that Forg Game came out of nowhere. So now we have a chance for them to get their sweet justice. It's not a Battle Royale revenge match, but it is still a chance to just whoop Forg Gang around the server and remind them what it takes to be a consistent top-level Apex team.
Well, speaking of consistent top-level Apex, let's talk, Launders, about KNG. You know them as Kungarna Europe, and they are one of 2 teams coming up here that they are going up against Morningstar. I mean, we're seeing Gibraltar, Wraith, Valkyrie. That's what they fielded on BR, but what are we expecting from them, perhaps, here on Arenas?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a shame to reduce them to any one thing because they proved that they were probably one of the most complete teams, if not the most complete team, even though they didn't win of the whole weekend last week. So, kind of a bigger surprise in the sense that, there were other picks for who would win the tournament before the whole thing started. But as it started to get going, they were undeniably the best team in their group, the best team potentially across the board. So I think that the Arenas is more about just team fighting than anything else, but they were also one of the best team fighting teams out of the bracket last time around as well.
For sure. And one of the things that the knockout round really showcased is that all 3 teams that made it past that knockout round did so in commanding fashion, i.e. 2 maps where they could have gone 3. Scrawny, let's talk Morningstars. I mean, they did things very successfully here earlier today, and they obviously have the momentum going. Same as SCARZ, of course, same as our knockout round. What are we thinking of them for this next round up against a powerhouse that is Kungarna?
Yeah, I think that what we saw from Morningstars was diversity. We saw the Loba in their first game, we saw the Bangalore in their second, and we saw them take this match by choice to Thermal Station. So on Thermal Station, when they had that unique comp with Bangalore, I did like what I saw from them because what I think Morningstar may have on other teams is maybe a level of preparation. There was thought put into the fact that the Bangalore smokes make for a much safer chance at grabbing the resources on Thermal Station, which are otherwise very exposed, right? I would argue the most exposed resources of all the arena maps. So it's clear to me that they have ideas. Now, whether they can transition those ideas into a mixture of also mechanical skill and decisiveness and decision making and all of those other variables that undoubtedly go into pulling out wins. I don't know if they can do it versus a more competent opponent, but I am very hopeful that they at least have an idea, and I think that all strong performances start with a good idea.
I love that. Coming in hot with the sayings here, Scrawny. Let's take a look at those picks and bans and see if Thermal Station is going to be a pick or a ban. Looks like Phase Runner is our first ban. Interesting, Launders. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think we have 2 bans that we're kind of waiting for, but our expectations have been subverted a couple of times now. So I really don't know where teams want to end up, but it feels like almost anything is viable. Matter of preference, I guess, is I really like the Phase Runner engagements that we saw, but maybe if they don't have a plan for it, they don't want to go and deal with it.
And there it is. Scrawny, Party Crasher banned again, which means we are going to be seeing potentially, I mean, are we going to see, I guess the next question is, what are we going to see last?
I think maybe Artillery, because Artillery was the first ban of SMS in their first game. They decided not to ban Artillery this time and instead remove Party Crasher. But Kungarna take Artillery, which was their only chance to get Artillery into the mix. I thought maybe Artillery could be floated to that 3rd map and then they would be able to dodge it, but Morningstars will have to play the map that they originally banned in their opening game. And I think this opens it to the Thermal Station pick, which is something that Kungarna may not be ready for, may not expect. We saw the intricacies of the map knowledge from Morningstars. This pillar here on the right side of your screen next to the building, we saw at one point, a beautiful play from Pathfinder to get up on top of that. That's the type of, accurate repositioning that you need to have some familiarity with, both the legend and the map itself. So I think that Morningstars could, if they are punching upwards today versus the likes of Kungarna, could have an edge on Thermal Station to potentially take us to Gardens as our 3rd map, a consistent 3rd map that we have still yet to see once.
Wow, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, here for our first round of the round of 16. It's Kungarna, it's Morningstars, and it is coming up right now. For this, we're going to throw to our casters, Onset and Gaskin. Giddy up, boys, here we go.
Oh, here we are then, Dan. It is time to get into our first cast of the day, and what a game we've got. Every single game, I'm going to say that beforehand, just to prefix everyone. But before we get into things, Dan, there is an elephant in the room that we do have to address, and that is the fact that you do indeed, unlike me, have a full head of hair. Now, I do have an explanation for everyone at home. Dan has given me a written statement here, and I can back it up. I can verify this. Now, if you know Dan, he's been working really hard on himself. He's been going to the gym. He's getting himself into really good shape. And when you combine the two things of maximum effort with Dan, his hair actually grows like Play-Doh. So when he was squatting, he shaved his head. He did actually do it. And this was like straight after the show. But when he was squatting, so much energy was exerted that his hair actually sprouted back out to the exact same length that it was before. So Dan, it's great to have you back. The hair's looking great. And hopefully you're looking forward to this first cast.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, especially that day at the gym, to be honest. A lot of looks. People were like, hey, I don't remember that guy being bold, but all it took was squatting 100 kilos and suddenly, bam, full of head of hair. Hopefully it'll be the same for you, Mark, and maybe yours will come back soon as well, and we can be a complete full of head of hair team. But as we look to this match now, and I'm glad you had that explanation because I've had a lot of questions across social media, so I'm glad that everyone knows. Do you think that this is going to be Kungarna continuing their domination from kind of week 1 and the Battle Royale? Do you think it's going to be the same in 3v3? Because for me, Arenas, it should still favour a team like Kungarna.
You would imagine so. A very strong team fighting team. And just a quick final note on the whole hair thing. I thought I covered it up quite well for you there, but you did throw it back at me, so I'm going to remember that. But I think you're right. I think Kungarna so strong in the 3v3s that also confidence, I think, is a massive thing when you go into tournaments like this. The way that they played last weekend at the Battle Royales, especially after all the down things that we've talked about, and I'm kind of going to leave that one, to be honest with you. We've talked about that enough. It's absolutely massive for them. So coming in here, a new weekend, good placement last weekend, vibes are good, feeling good. And if they take down Morningstars, who have had that map to kind of get warm as well, that match, excuse me, previously, where they did get the win to get themselves into this position, I think Kungarna should be the favourites here.
Look at the different positions that they've taken as well. One player high ground, one player from Morningstars just trying to get as close as possible to keep an eye on the package, to keep an eye on pills, make sure that resources aren't going to be easily picked up. Of course, we are seeing the Loba as well that's going to be added onto the map and added to the fray, which is going to make a big difference like we saw previously. Map drop will come down, so now we'll probably see a little bit of a fight and see who can get there first.
And Mox is going straight in for this one. No surprise because of the fact that he is running the RE45. He's going to use the bracelet just to retreat a little bit here, and he's going to be rewarded with a Vault. Now, care packages in the early rounds are massive in the arenas game types. If you can get your hands on one of those, then you give yourself an opportunity to really do more damage than the rest of the teams that players, excuse me, and the weaponry that they have in the lobby. But for now, Dan, a little bit of a standoff. Not really too much damage traded between the teams at all.
Yeah, both teams just sitting back, hoping that the other will make the first move and maybe expecting poke damage to just come to them. Graceful has been waiting patiently for quite some time, just lurking in the sewers almost of this map, and Morningstars eventually do spot him out. He does tag for a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough to initiate any sort of fight. Morningstars back off as round 2 is going to start to close in about 10 seconds. Kungarna certainly have the circle right now, but it's very easy for Morningstars to find their way in as well.
Yeah, I think they're pretty confident in the HP advantage as well. You can see that, I'm pretty sure that Morningstars aren't going to have full HP across all of them, and they've also used a lot of the meds. So now we're going to see the teams have to engage. Any damage that does get done here is going to be capitalized on, as nobody has the opportunity to back up and pop any meds. There's some nice shots coming in from the Vault, though. Isn't going to get the crack, though, and that's going to allow Graceful just to escape. A wingman shot's going to chip away at the shoulders of Mox, and not more than that. It's going to be the flatline hitting as well, and that's going to be the signal now to push here for Kungarna. They got that initial damage, and now you can see Matey's going to be going in. The flank coming in here from Graceful as well. He'll get big damage down. Now they need to convert upon that second kill.
They've done enough damage. This should be an easy 2v1. There comes the wingman. Mozambique comes out to finish, and there's round number 1 going to Kungarna. And as soon as they had enough damage on set, they just completely pounced on Morningstars. Credit to Morningstars, some great responsive shots with the wingman, really to tag back the boys who had pushed in initially, but I think enough damage was done that allowed them to clean up that round.
So 1-0 to Kungarna. Just a reminder how Arenas works. If you're watching for the first time, it's the first to 3 or a clear 2 rounds, or if we get to a round 9, that will be the decider. So 2 more rounds to go here for Kungarna to take home our first map of the series. We'll have a quick look at the replay, and after that damage was done, this was the flank that came in from Mady to get that second knock, and then when you've got that situation under control, you will only have to hit a couple of shots there onto Nissa to close things out. But that's round 1 for me. That's a really good sort of picture being painted as we now see a little bit of a change-up. Longbow action going down. JNW's got to back up, though.
Yeah, just try and do some initial damage, and if you are playing the longbow, you really need to be quick to communicate to the team when you've done damage. Are they in a position to actually take the fight or not? You can see it's a slightly different circle than it was previously as well. This is going to be more focused around the high ground where Morningstars have already found residence, but you can also see they are going to be watching that rope, and you don't really want to zip over once you've already given up the high ground. So I like the initiative from Morningstars to at least take high ground straight away. One thing I did want to talk about was kind of economy in arenas. It's maybe not the way I thought it was going to go when Arena was first announced. I thought maybe you'd have people kind of saving after losing a round to try and build up an economy to buy again. But for the most part in Arena Apex, you just buy every single round. You spend every credit that you've got. There isn't really a saving function like you would see in the likes of Counter-Strike or Valorant, for example. It is more so that you may not have as many credits, but you're still going to be buying as much as you can.
Yeah, one thing to point on that as well, I think you've got to give credit to the Apex dev team and the fact that every gun's pretty balanced. So you don't have to have a lot of credits in the back pocket to actually get a weapon that can do a decent amount of damage. Speaking of damage, Mady's going to be taking some himself and going to be forced to pop a shield battery. And if we sort of cast our memory over what damage has been done so far, we just say Morningstars have probably got a little bit of a HP and heals advantage here, Dan, moving towards this 25 seconds before the ring starts to close.
All advantages are there for Morningstars at the moment. They've got the high ground, they've got the positioning, they've got the circle, and they've done the damage, but Kungarna say, hey, we want to take this high ground off you, and that is a very aggressive push, and they've got away with it.
Yeah, it really was aggressive. Good pre-nades that went in, and now Nissa's going to try and respond. He gets some decent damage down with the wingman himself, but now there's going to be a little bit of slow at the pace, but no, there isn't, because Graceful has been on that long flank. If you remember just a few seconds ago, he was by those bunkers, and now he's coming in to not just pick up 1, but pick up 2 as well. Big plays coming in from Graceful. A 2v1 situation here will turn into a 3v1 as the res will come in, and this should be another round here going to Kungarna.
A res should really never be able to happen, but Mox was just too far away to even be able to challenge it. The only way to challenge it would be to bracelet in or to rope over, and both would probably have resulted in a very early death. Now you've got to go huge with the flatline here, but it's not going to happen. His demise is very quick in the end as Kungarna take round 2, and will now be 1 round away from taking this first map.
Yeah, tiptoeing their way onto match point already. Really good push. The difference in that round down was the push across the zip line with those grenades going in to force the 2 players back from Morningstars into the bunker, the deep bunker, onto those staircases, allowing Kungarna to take control of high ground. And nades, I think, are the one thing we talk about economy. Nades, for me, probably the most important thing you can buy outside of maybe an extra shield battery or a couple of cells, because you can clear ground so well. We know how effective nades are in the late game of Battle Royale. Well, this is a great example of it. This is also almost the under the microscope, so to speak.
Yeah, especially when the players are gathered in one area, you can really take a big chunk out of all three of them. Or, as you say, it could just be for zoning. You can force them back and then take that place off of them. That's exactly what we saw just there. Morningstar's having to back up because there was only one player watching the zip across. And that player had to retreat in the end. And it was all about the flank. And Kungarna will be more than happy to have a 2-0 lead here, which you'd imagine, with the way they've been playing, is going to turn into a 3-0 lead quite quickly unless Morningstars can turn things around. The circle again is going to be somewhat more central than it was previously. Shots coming out now from JMW. Does tag one, doesn't connect with the second. If he had, that may have been enough to push.
Graceful getting a nice angle as well. Once again, Graceful continuing the pattern of play that we saw from him on Wraith in the Battle Royale last weekend, playing slightly away from his team, trying to get some off angles and trying to capitalize on the damage that JMW is doing. But at the moment, it's a straight 3v3, but you have to remember at this point, with the economy the way it is and the rounds in the hands of Kungarna, they will have an advantage with meds, so they can afford to do more poke damage. And now, Morningstars are going to be in a situation where they have to try and isolate someone to get a kill, or maybe try and steal some resources away.
See a couple of pings coming through. It's just, you can see how important the ping system is in Apex, not just the Battle Royale, but arenas as well. Just communicating who's where, a visual indication. Couple of shots coming out from the wingman with the 2x for Mady Lol. And if you can get a big crack, then maybe that could be the time to push. Mox has fallen, and now Morningstar's down to just 2, and Mask is also taking a severe amount of damage here just from the sniper rifle.
So Mady now moving up. You can see he's got that angle. He will get the finish on the down as well. So Mox will be eliminated. Now it's a straight 3v2. Last two players are going to be inside the artillery building. So now it's just a case of creating the pinch here for Kungarna, making sure that they have a 2v1 advantage at some point. Marcy's going to fall out, and then Mady's going to have to back up as they're trying here, Morningstars, to isolate Mady. But look at how well he's done here, Dan, just to stay alive and buy his teammates time to close this gap and hopefully clean things up here. Last player will be in front of them. He moves in. Mady doing so much damage as Kungarna will sweep the floor with Morningstars in our first game of the day.
As to be expected, I think if we were looking at Battle Royale and if Kungarna and Morningstars were dropping on the same POI, I would put my money on Kungarna winning it every time. I probably wouldn't put my hair on it. I've learned that lesson the hard way, unfortunately. But yeah, I think Kungarna showing why they are one of the strongest teams in the EMEA region. Morningstar's just not able to keep up with the poke damage, if I'm completely honest. Kungarna very good at hitting their shots, which of course is extremely important. The damage output was there, but then also having the initiative to push in and close gaps when they need to.
Yeah, great shots here from JMW. Great job from the replays team to catch that one as well. Little 95 headshot with the longbow is certainly going to hurt whoever is on the receiving end of it. But for me, that round, that was communication again. Mady kind of got isolated, or I should say Morningstars attempted to isolate him in a 2v1 when they did go down a man in that game, and he managed to stay alive just long enough for his teammates to get into position to help him out. So that kind of communication is vital, and that's something that we saw the baiting and switching from Kungarna last weekend in the Battle Royale, especially when we're getting towards those end games. They were so good at making sure that whoever was weak was backing down and someone was there to cover that ground.
Yeah, I think the baiting and switching is extremely important. You need to have trust in your teammates as well. Communication is highly important. I know I spoke about the visual communication through pings, but we can't hear the comms. But you know full well that as long as you're saying kind of everything, you need to be talking about where you're pushing, why you're pushing, who you're focusing, who's weak, and if you can all focus the same targets. And if you say, hey, I need some cover here, I need to shield, someone watch my back, all these things are going to be very important in arenas as they are in Battle Royale. And Kungarna just a tier above Morningstars at the moment. And you'd imagine that this is going to carry on through to map number 2, but who knows? Maybe Morningstars have got something up their sleeves here.
Well, speaking of map 2, we're going to be moving over to Thermal Station now, and this is where we saw Morningstars have a little bit of success earlier on, and this was a ban that came in from Kungarna, I believe. So obviously they're feeling a little bit more confident on this map, and understandably so, with a win under their belt. But I mean, they're not going to have to deal with the snipers that we saw from JMW. It's going to be more close-range battles, and I always feel, depending on what side of Thermal Station arena we see the zone pull to, getting to that dome or the platform first is kind of the key to success to these teams.
Yeah, just a fast rotation straight in. We're going to be looking at the Pathfinders to be making that first initial move and then really just showing a lot of presence in those areas to try and stop the other team from being able to push up. I think Vetoes is something that we will probably bring up throughout the tournament as we get further and further. The fact that this was a focus in the previous round. Morning Stars had originally vetoed artillery, and whether Kungarna said, okay, well, if they're vetoing it and getting rid of it, then maybe we should be focusing that and we should be pushing on one of their weaker maps. So that is going to be a little bit of mind games as the tournament goes on, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if the more data pool we get from Arenas tournaments as well, we're going to see those pick and bans having a little bit more of an influence. You know, historical records will start to come in at teams' performances, which is kind of something we're all finding out, right? Especially with only a couple of, you know, pro tournaments gone down so far. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Thermal Station for me. How, do you feel Kungarna are going to continue on their stomp at the moment over Morning Stars? Take this 1-2-0?
Yeah, I think it would be silly not to imagine they're going to do so. It wasn't just how easy it was, but it was just how good they looked doing it. The shots that they were hitting and the confidence they had in those pushes, especially that one push where they didn't have the high ground on artillery and they were able to just zone that one player out, go across the zip line, just the sheer amount of aggression there. I love it. I love seeing people just fearless in the face of their enemies, knowing full well that if they have to take a 3v3 engagement, as soon as they land on that side of the platform, they're going to take it. But they knew there were two players who were slightly skew-if. They weren't in the place to kind of do any damage or actually take that fight. So they made sure they pushed, they made sure they took that advantage, forced them back. But then there was the flank that happened at the same time. It's about having just a plan A and a plan B. And sometimes you can combine them both to create a very disgusting push.
I'm interested to see when we move over to Thermal Station as well, what if there are going to be any adjustments to compositions, because I'm a strong believer that map-dependent compositions might become a thing, especially when you have a map, for example, with different verticalities, like we've just seen here, compared, to one that maybe doesn't have the verticality but has power positions in the middle of the map. So things like an Octane jump pad are going to become, there we go, put my teeth back in for 2 seconds, become more and more vital, as are zip lines and things like that. And then you're seeing these picks that maybe not popular in the BR competitive landscape, like Lifeline becoming absolutely vital. We could have said Loba until maybe a month or so ago as well, and those legends kind of finding their prominence. And Bangalore, I think, is really one, especially on those longer lines of sight maps where you are going to see snipers, having those smokes to completely cut out those lines of sight and allow you to zone, like you were saying, 1 or 2 players is going to be massive.
Yeah, smokes are important. Also, a big takeaway from that first map that we didn't really touch on, no Gibraltar. I know that Launders will be pretty happy about that. He was saying, you know what, I'm not really sure about Gibraltar in these arena games. I think that might change as we go into Thermal Station. It's going to be more of a close engagement type of map, so the bubble could be very important. Lots of shotguns, I'm sure, are going to come into play, and Gibby may be just that kind of key focus to ensure that you can actually get to those central areas, hold that zone, and then we probably see a fight that when the circle gets to that final round. But yeah, I think the legend picks have been a little bit more versatile than I thought they were going to be. I was expecting a lot more solid threes being picked all around, but people are drifting away from the norm. And I know we say the norm, but it's just what you'd expect after seeing a few tournaments. But that's because some people they have more experience on certain legends. I know you get your flex players who are happy to transition from legend to legend, but others may say, hey, look, I've played Wraith for the last 2 years or whatnot. Why would I change off it? I can do so much damage with Wraith. I can get out of fights, so I'm going to stay on it regardless.
You can call them a one-trick Dan. I get it. Anyway, let's jump into our first game. Somehow those shots are hitting hard from Graceful through the smoke, through the fire, and through the flames of Thermal Station. Doesn't get the knock though. That's the only thing that you can take away from this one. So it is still a 3v3, and JMW did take some damage on the cross as well. So Morning Stars gonna have to take a few seconds. Mox is gonna pop that Phoenix kit, and now we're back to a 3v3 standoff. But I mean, that's starting with a bang. 120 plus through the smoke. Hell all day.
And Morningstar starting with a bang galore as well, as they did in their previous game, their previous round. Bangalore came into the equation. There's the Gibraltar that we were speaking of, but Kungarna opting to stay with their very aggressive comp, not playing the Gibraltar, and instead they have a full send it team. They're saying we've got the bounce pad, we've got the ability to close the gaps with Pathfinder, and we've got the Wraith as well to get out of fights. They very much are confident in their 3v3 engagements, and they're just looking to delete Morning Stars off the map.
Wow. Once again, Graceful taking that off angle and going to jump into the void to survive for now. He's hoping his teammates, I think, are going to be able to capitalize on any damage he can get done before he might get knocked himself. And here comes the push now. Meidylow's going to get one, and now it's going to be a 3v1 situation here. Kungarna, once again, Graceful, so good at taking that off angle, Dan, getting that initial damage, getting that initial knock, and from here, they're going to close things out and be up by 1.
And that's why the Wraith can be important and why the Wraith can be good, just being able to jump into the void and get out of the fight for free. I mean, Wraith was the strongest character in Apex Legends, still is one of the strongest characters as well, because you cannot die when you go into the void. You are literally, you cannot be touched. What other character can be in that situation where you cannot take any damage whatsoever? It's just a crazy ability to have. And the fact that you could do damage, get into a fight, and just say, hey, look, you guys are absolutely fine right now. Just cover me, allow me to get into a space where I can heal up, and then we're going to have the advantage. Very important, and Graceful demonstrating just why Wraith is very strong.
Flatline as well on his hands is really doing so much damage. And maybe, you know, as economy starts to develop a little bit, I think Flatline needs to be moved out of one of the initial picks. It's one of the strongest weapons, if not the strongest, most versatile weapon that is in Apex Legends at the moment. And the wingman, if you don't hit every single shot, is certainly going to fall prey to it. However, early on here, it's going to be Graceful once again with the entry kill onto Mox. And at the moment, this is looking all too simple for Kungarna. They're going to get the finish, and now it's just a simple 2v3 for the to convert here. But we have seen crazy things in Apex Legends, Dan. We have to remember.
Mox just getting caught kind of out of position there. You can't allow that to happen. You need to have support. You need to be in the right place, but how many times have you had a Pathfinder on your team do exactly that? You get a little bit carried away sometimes as a Pathfinder, and I think that's happened for Mox.
I feel personally attacked. Frag grenade going to go down now, just trying to force 2 Kungarna players back, but as you can see, there's one player already playing up on that high ground. It's going to be Medylow, who's again chipping away at those shields, and JNW doing the same. This will give the go light, the green light for Graceful and Mady to try and focus out one of these players. And once again, Graceful takes Mars down to 1 HP. Medylow will get one, finish off that kill, and now Graceful, along with his teammates, are going to clean things up. And just like that, click your fingers, it's almost over. Kungarna on match point, and almost taking the series away.
Yeah, that'll be the series. That'll be then through to the next round, the quarterfinals, if I can do math correctly. 8 teams left. Yeah, that should be right.
I trust you.
Yeah, well, I don't. I wouldn't. But Kungarna, I mean, they're just asserting dominance right from the start. The sheer amount of damage, like what? And what is Mox doing there? Let's be completely honest. Maybe trying to get an off angle, trying to learn from Graceful by doing something a little bit similar, but you don't have the escape route. You don't have the into the void when you're the Pathfinder. Yes, okay, you can grapple away, but even when you are grappling, you can be absolutely beamed out of the sky.
Well, Mox is flying in here, and he's going to go for those meds and should be able to collect them as the Bangalore smoke also goes down, just to give him that little bit of cover. And this time, Graceful not in position to shoot on the cross and predict where that movement might be. So, med's going to be going to Morning Stars here, and that's vital for their economy, Dan. They've lost 2 rounds in a row now, so economy's not going to be as strong for them, but at least they've managed to get some meds to at least slow things down, let them get a little bit of poke damage in exchange from fire with Kungarna.
Yeah, because there's no ability in Apex arenas to kind of steal weapons away from your opponents or pick up resources and carry them through to the next round. It means you can only work with what you're given, as again, Mox the first to go down. Graceful with the final pump with the Eva 8, and now it's going to be another 3v2.
Oh my word, Mady. 2 times on the wingman, gets the job done. And there is going to be a bubble going down, and I wonder if the res did manage to come in, or if it's still a 3v1 situation. Graceful will go down, though, as Nissa manages to pick up 1. He's barely got any HP to work with. However, it's going to be a player flying around the corner, and now it's all up to JMW, and they made it look good, which is all you can take away from that for Morning Stars in the end. But it was Kungarna with a 2-0 series victory. And once again, Dan, looked dominant.
Nissa with a flick of the wrist, though, and at least making them work for it in that final round. But yes, just as we saw in the early stages of the Battle Royale portion of the tournament, Kungarna on top, and quite rightly so, as we expected. Just a very solid team in fights. The damage output is incredible. The shots they were hitting were fantastic, and they have to be one of the favorites, I think, for this tournament. They probably feel a little bit hard done by, that they weren't able to win the Battle Royale portion. Maybe felt like it was kind of robbed away from them a little bit, but sometimes it can't go your way on the day for Battle Royale. Even though they had the consistency leading up to those grand finals, unfortunately, they just weren't able to get the job done. Forg Gang stole it away from them in the end, and maybe they'll get the chance to play Forg Gang a little bit later in the tournament if we see Forg Gang progress as well.
And we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But one thing we can remind you is that Kungarna are looking dominant as we head into a break. When we get back, though, plenty more round of 16 action coming your way in Blast Titans.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bam boop. Fool 'em. You got bamboozled, look at you.
The casters said it right. Map 1 was incredible. Map 2 started with a bang and a Bangalore. And Launders, this is how Kungarna really showcased their prowess, continuing our streak of 2 map wins.
I was like holding my breath about this one because Morningstars played so well in that first round, and I was like, if there could be an upset, maybe Morningstars a little warmed up. Plus, they clearly, like Scrawny pointed out, had a nice game plan. Maybe they could pull it out, but then Kungarna just showed them a new level and like showed them you can't even like get away with your game plan, because they were just too good. They're in basically another tier right now. So unfortunate for Morningstars, but at the same time, that makes it even more interesting to watch Kungarna moving forward.
For sure. And one of those names that is on the lips of our casters, our crew certainly, here Kungarna is graceful. But guess what? Our MVP match, our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razors, actually Maydilal. Scrawny, surprise, surprise, or look at those kills, my eyes.
Yeah, I think Mady makes absolute sense here. I think I saw Mady's impact most notably when we were on map 1 of Artillery. In the very opening round, his flatline damage when they were posturing on top of each of the bunkers was really what ended up serving as like the go moment. And especially as Octane, you know, he shredded a couple shields, juiced himself up, sprinted in, and he ended up getting downed himself, but he never died because his 2 teammates were able to just sweep away those final couple of kills. So I would say that Mady, MVP because of overall damage, but also just because of those like decisive, impactful moments. If you go to the 3rd round of the same map on Artillery, same situation. That was like the most posturing we got between these 2 teams. One of the only few rounds where Kungarna didn't just rip them to shreds immediately. And sure enough, when you had that posturing, when you had that positioning, what happens? Mady goes in with a wingman, gets the first crack, does like this like very isolated amount of substantial damage that serves as like the jackknife of the round. And that's what Mady was time and time again.
For sure. And well, we actually have a unique opportunity to listen in on some of the comms from the team we're talking about here, Kungarna, in that last round. Let's take a listen and hear a little bit more about how they are demonstrating cool under pressure here in arenas for Blast Titans. Listen up.
Blocking. Nice, last guy.
Put the flash.
Dead. Nice, good job. That's the damage we need.
Oh, wow.
That right
That's
there.
Damage. Exactly. Yep. Sorry, Scrawny, go for it, man.
That moment, that's the one I'm talking about. That's where Mady went in with the flatline in the first round of Artillery, and you saw them all just grouped up on that double doors. That's where Mady actually decided to push through, right? There was 2 players from Morningstars on the opposite side, and he ended up swinging the doors open when they didn't notice. So not only does he do tons of damage to soften them up, but right here you can see him just jumping in and smashing it. So very nicely done, I think. Made it look pretty damn easy.
And that is definitely something that KNG has been serving us time and time again. Well, let's talk about our next matchup. That's Myztro. That's New Esports. That's a Dan Gaskin pick of New Esports. Launders, let's talk about it. Myztro already showcasing what they can do in our knockout stage.
Yeah, and despite what Dan Gaskin says about New Esports and how much he believes in them, Myztro proved a lot already, look really, really good. But jokes aside, New Esports also were a serious threat in the Battle Royale, for what that's worth. We don't know when it comes to the arenas as much, but they were, maybe in some ways, they're both kind of on a similar level, right? Probably not favorites to win the event, but favorites to go far in both weeks. Myztro, maybe I feel like a little bit more to prove, but already have shown a lot, and also have shown they're a really good aggressive fighting team. I think that's like the highlight for me when it comes to Myztro specifically was their Revtain combos in the Battle Royale and how organized they looked when they were trying to go for pushes. So I'm expecting tactics like big rotations, but really, really well thought out ones from Myztro, because that's what it showed. That's what showed from them in the Battle Royale.
And I'm pretty sure, real quick, UMG Gaming was a tournament happened a couple weeks ago, and it's really one of the first times, along with this tournament, where we get to see some of these pros in arenas mode. And I believe Tyler from New Esports, coupled with Jazz from Third Impact, and a third player came into 2MNK, and they actually competed there. So we'll see if Tyler has learned anything from that first engagement. They did make it to day 2, so that's pretty impressive from a success level. So that will be certainly something to think about. Scrawny, I really want to quick go into something that we heard a lot about, which was sort of how important the ping system is here in arenas. Can you expand on that a little bit for some of those players who are potentially looking to use this pro gameplay as a way to level up their own?
Yeah, so I mean, this is one of the things that Apex I think does better than any competitor. It's something that even like Counter-Strike I think stole from the likes of Apex. It's the ping system. The pinging system from Apex seemed revolutionary, and now every game has it. It's one of the best ways to, I would say, share information that you can't necessarily vocalize. Sometimes you can muddy up your team comms by just over communicating, right? How many times do you get those moments where it's he's over there, no, those boxes, like it's screw that stuff. If you ping, it's clean, it's concise, it's pinpoint accuracy. So yeah, you need to, I think, communicate the overall picture. You need to still be able to vocalize what you want to do and when you need help or when you want to jump. But in terms of like visual callouts, visual representation of passing around information, the ping system's massive. It's a way to say a lot with very little.
Absolutely. And one other key component, of course, to our arenas mode, as we've seen in other esports around the world, are the picks ban systems, and that means we've got some maps. One map in particular we've seen a couple times today. It's called Phase Runner. If you want to learn a little bit more, check this out.
Phase Runner is like one of my favorite maps, one of the best arenas maps.
You have a portal going from one side, and then the other side is kind of like a construction area where you can fight.
It's really big, and there's a lot of room to fight.
The teleportation device that basically transports you to the center of the map on one of the flanks.
You jump out, you land on the enemy team, and it's all out there immediately.
Or go on the left side on the bin, take the heals, and then start your fight.
There is a lot of loot, there's a bin, there's resources to collect there, and there's also a lot of playable cover.
The middle of the map is very open, so you kind of want to avoid that.
There's this kind of no man's land effect where if you go down there and you try and push the enemy from that part, you're basically in like a firing pit and people can shoot from you from every angle.
It allows for a lot of long-range weapons to be used compared to the other maps, but it also allows for different playstyles, such as pushing in close.
Winning on Phase Runner is all about taking angles the fastest.
Playing Pathfinder, taking the portal and grappling over it is a pretty aggressive play, but you might get 1 or 2 and make the round count for you.
Move as a unit and really execute together on arenas. It's really important, and especially on Phase Runner because it's such a wide map.
Always great to hear the player's perspective on the maps. Of course, maps, picks, and bans. We're coming up right now. Scrawny, what are you expecting here? I mean, considering some of what we've already seen from the picks and bans percentage, and now coming into our next match.
Yeah, unlike Morning Stars, the first game that we saw from Myztro earlier today just went, completely expected to the recipe. Okay, we had the Thermal and Gardens dropped, and in this case, New Esports changed that up by taking Artillery, but Myztro are going to keep things similar. They're going to keep things mirror, and they go ahead to drop out Gardens. So if there's one thing we've learned about Myztro today, it's that they don't play Gardens. They don't want it in the mix. Now, last time around, we did see Myztro pick Artillery, which is now the banned map. So Myztro are going to have to come in with something new. They've already played FaZe. They didn't play FaZe because it was the third map in their first series and they won 2-0. But we know that they can spank on Party. That was a 3-1 win. And we know that they're solid on Artillery, but they won't get a chance here. So they do have to play Party Crasher again and Phase Runner for the first time. This, of course, well, it leaves Thermal for map 3. And I think that makes an interesting situation if we don't get a 2-0 yet again.
Interesting. Launders, let's talk about that interesting situation. We haven't gotten to the interesting situation of a 3-map round yet. Is this the round? And if so, why? And if not, why not?
Yeah, I think it's probably the most likely. Maybe hard to see exactly, like with confidence, who should take this, even though we have our picks and we are obviously leaning more towards Myztro. New Esports, again, are obviously a serious threat. So they also have a little bit of game tape, right? So if anything, it does help that there's a repeating map in this pool that that New Esports can look at when it comes to playing against Myztro. I think this is the time. I'll call it. This is the time we get 3 maps. Okay, we're going to go the best of 3 maps. We're going to finally get it tiebreaker, final round. We're finally going to hear that.
I love it. I love it. Scrawny, you think so? I'm here.
Yeah, listen, I don't know about maps, but hell, just give me a close round count.
Yeah.
Agreed. Absolutely. Well, let's see if this round is going to give Scrawny and Launders their desire. Coming up next, we'll head it over exactly to the death. We'll head it over to Onset and Gaskin. Guys, over to you.
Mega kill.
Thank you, Kate. Production, if you can just give us a soundboard of those little snippets coming in. That would be wonderful from Launders, because I think we could just throw them in at just the right point, and it's going to make everything a little bit better. But Dan, I mean, this is probably, I think, what is going to be the tightest match that we've seen so far between 2 teams. We've got 2 great fighting teams historically in Battle Royale. You've got New Esports and Myztro. We've already seen Myztro today, and they have a lot of strategy. What do you think New Esports are going to try and bring to the fold to combat what we've seen from Myztro?
I don't know whether they would have done any research. I know that sounds bad, but I think they'll mostly
I like this new Dan, by the way. This new Dan is straight down the line. He's pulling no punches today. Do you think they're going to do well? No. Do you think they're going to win? Yes. I like it. I'm a fan of it.
I think New Esports could win this, and I did predict them against Myztro. I think Myztro have more practice in arenas, but I know we all say like, oh, well, if they're watching the broadcast, they might have learned, they might have seen what Myztro have been doing. I don't think it's going to be that deep for New Esports. I think they're just going to focus on hitting their shots, doing their damage, and then pushing when they need to. They know they're a good 3v3 fighting team. They know they can beat anyone on their day, and that's what they need to have. They need to have that confidence rather than play scared, like we've seen some teams do, just allowing other teams to push up on them.
Well, I am liking this new Dan Gaskin. Ever since you shaved your head, mate, you've been a completely different person. I can feel the testosterone running through you. You know, you're just giving these big opinions. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I am going to go. I think I picked Myztro. I'm pretty sure I did pick Myztro. I was really impressed with what I saw from them. I think I've talked about some of the things that, you know, really stood out to me. And it was, especially the first round they played it, I noticed that they go for the low brawl immediately, which leaves one of the players, I can't remember exactly who is playing low brawl on the lineup, but has to go into the first game with pretty much no guns to work with. I'm pretty sure it's P20 Mozambique, which means they're going to play very passive. And then I think they try and play for that care package to get the weaponry they need to work from there. So we're going to have to see what it is. And yeah, it's going to be Hron here who is going to be playing on Loba. And it's going to be, once again, P20 Mozambique. They're going to steal those meds away. I'm very interested now to see how this develops for them if they do try and now move to that care package.
Yeah, you've got to get the care package, really. I mean, the P2020 and the Mozambique can do some damage in the right hands, and we have already seen Xron do it, manage to achieve kills or at least enough damage so that you can get the assists in. But the question is really going to be, are you going to be able to do it against New Esports, who'd imagine, with a bit more weapons behind them, might just be able to take you down? All it takes is a couple of wingman shots, and then suddenly it's goodbye and good night.
Well, a few shots are going to be poking here. No one doing any damage so far as we move over to the construction side of the phase runner. This one not quite fit for purpose as yet. We'll be joining its sister phase runner over at the other side in commission. There is the drop, and yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, strategy, and this is some of the deepest strategy I've actually seen from any team so far in Apex Legends when it gets to Arena. Myztro really are showing a little bit of a development, but however, like you pointed out, it's one thing to have the strategy, it's another thing to hit your shots. And at the moment, they've been forced back, but they do have those meds. They've managed to collect, and they are playing the longer game here, the extended game, Dan, where they're going to try and get some poke damage and convert that med advantage they have.
Well, it's about getting the guns as well. Like, you've got to give the guns to Hron. You've got to make sure that at least he can use it and manage to get hold of that bolt or the wingman that was picked up. But it's going to be a vault for Kashira as well. So just on the other side, again, it was just the P2020 and the Mozambique on the side of New Esports too. But now this vault can absolutely shred when you're in the right area with it. Denzo's going to have to bat up. Of course, you're not going to have much bats and shield cells to work with, so you have to use them wisely. And when you are out of resources, you kind of need to think, all right, well, it's time to push.
A little bit of a standoff between the two teams, but this is absolutely fine here for Myztro. The gun shield will be broken. A little bit of damage done to Rugby. He exchanges it with a headshot there with the wingman.
Look at the ammo.
Little conversation going on, by the way, online, offline, wherever you are, about the plural of wingman. I'm going with wing me. I think wing me works. I'm a big fan of it now. I don't know.
Wing my. I like wing my.
Wing my. Excuse me. Yeah.
I was talking about the heavy ammo as well. Rugby's only got 7 bullets left, but you see how much his teammates have got of heavy. It's very easy as long as they can actually transition those bullets from one player to another. He needs a drop, and he needs it ASAP, so that communication needs to come through soon.
Well, he's going to be popping that battery. Now you have to wonder what the med economy is of New Esports, because you can see here, down to Phoenix kits, and nobody really having full shields, and this is going to mean any damage done here by Myztro will be pushed upon and will be capitalized upon, because they will see, they'll get those audio cues to see if that shield cell is going to be popped. However, speaking of pops, they don't want onto the arm shield once more. Rugby's still holding this position as Gibraltar, and this is something that Gibraltar does so well. Gives you that anchor to work around that.
You blink and suddenly he's got 234 bullets as well, so at least he was able to get some. Love this position as well. A nice little off angle. They're not going to expect this New Esports, and Ron really can actually probably win the game from this position. 28, is it going to be enough? Nice 50 as well, and the damage rains through.
And now it's going to be simple cleanup duty. The last player alive will be taken down, and the patience once again being the virtue here for Myztro. So good tactically, and their approach to arenas is something that is far beyond what I've seen from some of the other pro teams.
Really impressed with the off angle being held there as well. New Esports just weren't expecting that whatsoever. I don't think it would have mattered even if he was holding by the pill. In the end, there was enough damage done by his teammates that he was only adding to the sheer amount of suppressing fire that came down.
That's Dan in his hoodie after he shaved his head, by the way.
A broken man and a broken face as well, just with everyone on social media ridiculing me. Yeah, a really impressive first round. I love that we're seeing a little bit more of a deeper strategy coming out from these teams. I think that's what we expected as we got further in this tournament, but this certainly is our closest competitors yet.
Once again, Black Market goes down, and once again, it's going to be Meds. And you got to remember, the range on Loba's ult might actually, if you position it correctly, and I'm sure that Myztro have looked into this, not only collecting one of the med pills, but possibly both of them as well, which is really going to starve the resources now of New Esports. So I feel like the secret to success here for New Esports is if they get damaged, they have to close ground quickly. I'd like to see them play as quickly as physically possible because Loba is proving to be so effective at stealing away those resources.
I think every time New Esports wanted to jump on Myztro, though, or push up, there was just some very good responsive wingman shots that held them back. And that's all it takes is one headshot from the wingman, and suddenly you turn around and you're shielding as well. And that advantage you had has been taken away. Look, they've got the advantage now, they've got the crack, and Denze desperately wants to try and close that ground, and here comes the aggression.
Yeah, Kashira gets one, they will get the finish as well. Denze's gonna have to back up, and he just about manages to squeak round the corner, but why this has been done, he will go down, and now it's a 1v1. All of a sudden, this has turned around. Excuse me, it's not a 1v1, it's a 2v1 in the hands of Myztro. So even though they got that initial knock, over-aggression may be a little bit of an issue for New Esports, as they just kind of lined up for the last two players alive, and now Kashira finds himself in a position where he's going to pull off something pretty special to get his team on the board.
Well, as soon as Denze was down on like 1 HP, they knew he was going to be batting up. They knew it was essentially an easy kill. You just have to kind of sneeze on him and he's going to go down. And it meant that Kashira was able to escape. Postkill tried to hold with Denze, didn't work out, and now Kashira with a lot to do here. Wingman and Mastiff, though, it is doable. 1v2 is certainly achievable in arenas.
This needs to hit. These nades need to come down from the heavens. And you need to see big numbers. However, nada. Nothing. 45 with the wingman. And this is the issue now for Kashira. We talked about meds and we talked about economy. Well, it's not looking good at the moment. He's only got about 105 HP to work with now, and he's going up against two players who are fully shielded and will now be pushing. So he's going to have to hit some massive shots. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. He does manage to hit a few, but it's not enough. Myztro once again showing that they can respond to that first knock, not going their way, and answer it with another round on the board.
And I was going to say that the biggest difference between these two compositions is being able to have the defensive ability of Gibraltar. But in that instance, Gibraltar didn't really matter. Gibraltar went down, got absolutely obliterated, but then suddenly, Sanya and Prawn came out of nowhere and just cleaned up. And you need that sometimes. You need that support for them to recognize that, okay, well, we're in a 2 versus 3, but we've almost downed one player. We cannot afford to allow that player to bat up. If he does bat up, we've probably lost this game. So at least we push in, we make sure we get that one down, and then we see what happens afterwards.
Well, it's onto the Phase Runner side of Phase Runner now. Once again, the Black Market will go down, and just keep your eyes on things here. I want to see if they do manage to get the meds from both sides. So that will be very interesting to see. As I mentioned previously, I'm sure it's something they've worked on, that placement of the Black Market, to make sure they get maximum efficiency out of it. But New Esports, I feel like some of the questions that are being asked by Myztro right now that no one really has a response for. I mean, how do you approach a round, Dan, where your meds are being stolen from the map, which means you have to invest heavily more into meds in the buy zone, in the buy phase, excuse me, of the game. And then that means you have to sacrifice maybe grenades, things like that, which are going to help you force players from Myztro from behind cover into the open and try and capitalize. I just feel like they're constantly on the back foot.
Yeah, Loba really has proven to really shake things up in the first few rounds here. Blast Titans, as we move to arenas. What are the juicy rewards? Juicy Havoc can do a lot of damage in the right hands, but we'll see whether Kashira can do that now on the Loba. And I'm glad that there has been legend picks that have been a little bit different. I'm glad that there are different strategies that are being implemented here that are making people have to think about who they want to pick and where they want to push, how aggressive you have to be. And now, New Esports, they have to hit big shots. And they've got to make sure that Myztro aren't able to capitalize on the meds that they picked up early.
Bubble's going to go down, and that's going to allow Myztro to reset, because you can see no one in New Esports is really in position to close that gap. However, the bubble being burnt away is always a good thing in Apex. It means that they won't be able to fall back unless, of course, another bubble has been purchased by the Gibraltar player. So New Esports, I guess you could say, maybe got the better of that initial exchange, but even looking at post-kill now, one battery to work with, and you just get the feeling if we go back to Myztro and look at the meds when we look down at the bottom left, that you might see more than one battery in the hands of multiple players.
It does seem that it can be quite snowbally. If you win round number 1 and then into round 2, the economic advantage you have, especially with Black Market being able to be bought on one side and not the other, which means that you can really manage to get aggressive. But those are some good shots coming out from Denze. I wonder whether they can capitalize on that early damage.
A little bit of a shift in the map at the moment. Denze does have 3 shield batteries to work with. However, he's going to have to pop one because he just got hit by a frag grenade extremely hard. Here comes the push now from Myztro. One player moving through the zone. He's going to take a little bit of damage, and he's going to line this one up and decide to switch to the Mozambique. And not quite sure what that was all about. Decided not to pull the trigger. A little bit of lack of confidence maybe. And now, NAVI Sports in a position where now it's a 1v1. Kishira trying to move in. Rugby trying to get in a position where he can pop some meds to elongate this fight. Kishira trying to clean things up. A headshot's going to come in. The gun shield will go up as well. And Kishira versus Rugby, trying to close that gap once more. Rugby did a great job, though, to stay alive, playing that knockdown shield. The movie's going to come in, though. He's going to try and use the...
No way!
Oh, my word! He used that time to pop a cell, and it was enough for Myztro. He popped up like a whack-a-mole and just absolutely dropped the final player. Myztro, match point. First map in the bag, and what a way to close it.
A lack of communication there again from NAVI Esports, though. You're in a 2v1. Well, actually, it was a 3v1. They've watched their teammate get downed, and I think it was Postkill who then decided that he was going to dive in as the Pathfinder, whilst Kishira stayed back and batted up. Both stay together, allow that one player to bat up and then push. Yes, okay, the person who was originally taking the damage is probably going to bat up as well, but it's a 2v1. Don't let him take 2 1v1 situations. You're giving them the opportunity to actually take that game. I mean, he still never should have won it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the Gibraltar shouldn't be able to win that fight, and Kishira will probably be pretty disheartened with that one. And NAVI Esports will have to go again here in map number 2 to try and bring things back.
I mean, it's great example of what to do when you're at a HP disadvantage. When you have a teammate down, that knockdown shield, it's so effective. Even as Gibraltar with a larger player model, is going to put you in a position to play around it. You can see here the battery being popped, and you look, 1 HP 2, but gets the battery off, pops back up with the wingman, and manages to get those final 2 shots off. And that's the split-second difference between the game going your way and the game going against it.
And because you know your opponents have only got set weapons, and they assumed because the wingman was the weapon of choice there wasn't going to be any automatic. Even a white knockdown shield is enough to protect you for a considerable amount of time when it's just a wingman you're going up against. I think Kishira would want that one back. I think Postkill would definitely want that one back. I think that was a bad decision with that push, but NAVI Esports will look at that game and hopefully they'll learn a lot here with how Myztro have approached that and say, okay, well, we go again in map number 2 and let's see whether maybe we can start to take the economy off them. The initial round is extremely important. I think that's one thing we've noticed in this tournament, that if you win that first one, the likelihood is you're going on to 2 and 3. We've seen a lot of 3-0 sweeps.
Yeah, we certainly have. The next map that we're going to be playing is Party Crasher as well. Just to remind everyone that that was NAVI Esports' pick, that first map on Phase Runner. So for Myztro to come out so strong, it's certainly going to knock the confidence a little bit here. And this is Mystro's pick. We've already seen them play it extremely well earlier. They picked up the win in pretty convincing circumstances as well. My question is, for Myztro, just looking forward a little bit here, I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, is what happens when there's 2 Loba compositions on the map? Because it becomes a race to the black market, right? Who can get in there first? Who's going to hit the scroll wheel? And who's going to be able to click on those meds to get them in the inventory first?
Well, there was 2 Lobas on the map then, and the reason why we were able to see Myztro win was because they won the first round. They got the economic advantage. In round number 3, there wasn't a black market on NAVI Esports' side. They weren't able to buy it up. They decided to buy weapons and meds instead. And then Myztro just went, okay, swoop-diddy-swoop, we'll take all those meds, thank you very much. And I don't know if it won them the round in the end. I guess that extra bat where he popped off right then may not have been in his hands if they weren't able to get the black market off at the start of the game. Who knows? But certainly it can come down to speed when it comes to putting 2 Lobas on the map. But at the same time, I just think it is about winning those initial rounds, getting an eco advantage, and just making sure your opponent can't buy a black market.
I think the next map's going to be very interesting to watch as well, especially if we see a few battles go down across the sort of the bridge side, away from Mirage Voyage, the crashed Mirage Voyage. What would happen if I was in control of piloting Mirage Voyage? When we see those, the elevated, the staircases, I like to see the fights on that side of the map as well, because you get those close range battles, and I think that's what NAVI Esports maybe are going to be looking for here. Like I mentioned, Phase Runner, I think that Loba had such a big impact with getting those meds away from them, like you were mentioning, in more rounds than they managed to get themselves. So now that you have maybe the opportunity to close ground with a little bit more cover here for NAVI Esports, this could actually play into their hands a little bit more than what we just previously saw.
I wonder, is there like a counter strategy to this buying no weapons and then going for the care package? Do you buy up on some grenades? If you are the one player who is going to be care packaging, as it were, do you buy up on some grenades maybe rather than meds? You wait for that care package to come down and you just toss 2 grenades either side of it when you're expecting them to push, try and get a knock. I don't know, there's loads of different strategies you could go for. I'm sure as Arena develops, especially now with Ranked being introduced as well, we are going to get metas that will come and go, and we'll get people trying different things that do or don't work, and there will be counter strategies as well.
It's going to be interesting to see how it does play out. And New Esports have got some questions to answer, like I mentioned, but Myztro just seemed to be so prepared here. You mentioned that they might have recently won a CIS tournament in arenas, and we know how competitive a region it is, and some of the best players in the world are coming out from the CIS region at the moment. I mean, looking across the bracket at the moment, it's so difficult to, because this is, like I mentioned, it's not just us who's, you know, watching a lot of this arena's gameplay at the top level for the first time. It's everyone at home, and it's some of these players as well. You know, they've been so focused on perfecting their BR down that I don't know if anyone is as prepared for Myztro. You know, I casted the previous tournament that we saw in arenas, and this is being played very, very differently by Myztro, and far more advanced than what we saw even from the likes of G2, who actually managed to take home that tournament.
I think there are a lot of teams that would just presume that because they're good at fighting in BR, they're going to be good at arenas. And yeah, I think that is going to be the case to an extent, but we're already seeing there is a slight meta developing. There is strategy that is going to be very important, and positioning of ultimates, positioning of where you may be standing, where you may be teleporting to, etc., is actually going to be something that you have had to practice, had to focus on, and clearly that is where Myztro have been. I do think there are a few other teams in this tournament who have done something similar. I know there were scrims being played yesterday, and those scrims certainly would have helped those teams who hadn't touched the game yet, but we'll see how this game goes, and we'll see if New Esports are able to come back into things.
Well, New Esports combating with the Loba. So Loba on Loba is what's going to be happening on this game, and it's going to be a little bit of a split of the map. As you can see that from the opening, Myztro did go towards Mirage Voyage, and it's going to be New Esports now moving towards the staging side, as the speakers are going to be going down here across from where Myztro initially made that push. However, 2 teams now moving into each other. New Esports, this is the aggression I wanted to see from them though, Dan, just making sure that they're going to pressure and not sit back and let Myztro do what they want to do. There's some nice shots with the Mozambique, as the bubble's going to be burnt as well. So Myztro under a little bit of pressure here, and this is what New Esports really need to do.
Yeah, look at Kashira as well with the Mozambique just being aggressive and showing what you can do with arguably one of the worst weapons in the game, but in the right hands, it can be one of the best weapons in the game. New post skill will have to grapple out, as Kashira again will look to cover. That package is going to drop sooner rather than later as well, so I wonder whether they're going to look towards that one.
Well, Postskill's going to get the first knock here. Denze's going to be weak, though, and it's going to be now Hron trying to move in to equal things up. Sanya's going to do that, though, and now in a close-range battle with the Mozambique, he will go down. Last player alive is going to be eliminated, so the aggression pays off here in our first round. New Esports will get their first round on the board of the series here. And that was that's what I wanted to see from them. You know, they managed to close the gap more quickly in that game than they did for the entirety of the previous map.
Yeah, post-kill clutching up there as the Pathfinder in the 1 versus 2. Both Myztro players were low, but that could have gone very south very quickly if you miss a few shots and you start to panic. But yeah, they had the initiative where they said, okay, well, we've got the circle. We know where they're going to be rotating from. Let's get ahead of them. Let's get above them. So when they do make a rotation, we can do a little bit of poke damage. We can then get above them in this building and force the engagement. They're not going to be able to get to that care package. They're not going to be able to steal anything away as the black markets come down. And this is the race you were talking about. I wonder whether we see the black market on the other side. Did Myztro actually buy one? Were they able to afford one?
It's going to be very interesting to see how this does develop as a storyline with Loba in the black market and the influence. As now we're going to watch Rugby. Got that gun shield up and trying to find a few players to ADS onto, but not managing to locate any bullets to do any significant damage as it stands. Speaking of damage, Postskill's going to have to be very careful here on Pathfinder. Going to be forced to pop a battery to get his shields back up. And that looks like it might actually be a little bit of a signal to back up, because New Esports were trying to get aggressive there onto Myztro, and I like that once again. They've seen what worked down, and they're trying to roll the dice once more.
Bubble will go down, probably the only bubble that they've got. Care package has also arrived to the ground, but it's in a very vulnerable area, of course. I have already seen one teleport being used, and I wonder if either team is going to be brave enough to jump onto it. At the moment, with the positioning that everyone is in, it's not going to be an easy grab. So you have to be very quick in and out if you are going to go for it, but it looks like they're more than happy to just be holding each other at bay at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like HP advantage possibly actually favoring Myztro at this point. And one thing I've liked about Myztro as well is their positioning on these maps. They are finding every single head glitch. Look at this head glitch. Absolutely disgusting, just peeking out from that broken piece of concrete to land a couple of extra shots. And this is where it gets a little bit scary now for New Esports. You can see 2 cells left for post-kill. I think he already had a battery delivered to him as well. Kashira now taking some damage, and all of a sudden it's starting to fall apart a little bit. There's a battery going to be used here. There is another one in the hands of Kashira, but they're still trying to close this ground. They're still trying to be aggressive, but when the meds start to pop down, then it gets into a little bit of a situation where it's all or nothing.
Well, they had got Rugby down to about 30 HP. That's why we saw the push, but Kashira was very quickly knocked back, as now Prawn here is going to hit big shots with the wingman, and it's so difficult to push when someone's doing this damage.
He's doing damage, but his teammates need to get in position to clean this up. Post-kill will get the first knock. Rugby will exchange with a knock onto Denze, and Kashira now, along with post-kill, trying to clutch this one up. And now he's going to be in a 2v1 situation. The shots aren't going to be hitting. And once again, Myztro showing their strength there. And it was the long game for them that paid dividends once more.
But it was New Esports trying to be the aggressors. They realized that they were kind of behind on the whole meta game of resources. So they said, look, we're running out of shields. We need to make a push. Let's see if we can get a crack. They did get a crack. They got aggressive, but then they didn't have the high ground. They had to play from the low ground. They were the first team to get a knock, but at what expense? It was just sheer amount of damage coming out from Fron with the wingman. If he hadn't have hit those shots, then I think that was probably going to be 2-0 to New Esports. But instead, Myztro get the equalizer, and we go into round 3 here.
Well, it's going to be Myztro with the black market this time. And it's going to be once again stolen away. And on the other side, it's going to be the race to meds, like we talked about. Both Lovers able to get the black market and able to get some meds going their way. But who got the better of it is the question. If we could speak to Respawn and the observing team, what we'd like to say is let us see the inventory of both teams on the screen at once, as well as the HP. But that's maybe a little bit down the line, as Arenas is very, very new, of course, to Apex Legends. But for now, a little bit of split across the map here. Looks like Zone is in the favor of New Esports.
Give me a team kill counter in Battle Royale first, all right? I've been asking for that one.
Yeah,
I'll have that.
Fair
and
enough.
Then we get more on Arenas. But yeah, for sure, being able to see the results is very important. Of course, that will be communicated throughout the team, though. They'll be saying, look, I've got 4x2 or 2x4, depending whether they go bats or shields first. As Rugby now, with the grenade, just trying to initiate a little bit of damage here. Both teams taking a very different approach to this map. And I love it. I love that we've got different strategies coming into things.
A little bit of a slow burner this round, as one team looks to get the advantage over the other. 41's going to hit from distance from Rugby with the 2 times on that wingman. Not easy to hit those shots from that range with the 2 times on the wing ding, or the wing dude, whatever you want to call it. Denze going to have to think about popping a battery pretty soon. But if you're wondering why he's not doing that right now, he might not have any cells to use. So he's just taking a little bit of extra damage so that he can get the maximum usage out of that battery when he is finally forced to pop it.
You say wing ding?
Wing ding, that's what I call it.
You sound like an old man who doesn't really know what it's called. So, what's that old wing ding called?
Wing dinger.
I didn't really know you were going with, but
with a wing dinger.
Height advantage is going to be important here. Myztro on the low ground, but do have a lot of cover to work with. If they can do a little bit of damage to Denze here, maybe they can push off it.
Peacekeeper in the hands of Denze, so the bubble's going to go down. It's going to be a bubble fight. Manages to get 33. There's a 97. However, the EVA 8 reigns supreme once again in the bubble fight. Kashira will get 1 knock, and now Myztro trying to hold this bubble, and we'll have a little bit of time to get the meds off. Post kill in a 1v2. It's going to be difficult for him. It's going to be impossible for him as he is deleted. And now that will move Myztro onto match point. And I tell you what, Dan, I've been so impressed with the coordination from Myztro so far. There doesn't seem to be a weakness not just in their team fighting game, but also in their strategy as well.
There's just not very many mistakes coming out of Myztro right now, whereas I look at New Esports and there are a few questionable pushes, a tendency to solo push things where they perhaps shouldn't. I would say in that situation, Denze maybe went in a little bit earlier than the rest of the team, perhaps thought he could do a little bit more than he did. When there are bubbles in play, all it takes is a merry old dance to go in Myztro's favor, and suddenly they come out on top. Postkill was the last remaining player. Tried to heal up and drop down before the two oppositions had, but unfortunately for him, he was just a little bit too late. So Myztro now 1 point away here from taking this entire series as well as this map.
Yeah, I mean, taking the series and only dropping 1 round would be phenomenal against a team like New Esports. Let's not undersell this. And it will certainly send a message to every other pro team that's in the lobby and in the bracket, I should say. There's no other pro teams in the lobby, it's just the 2 of them. But Myztro, again, showing that they are a little bit ahead of the curve with the meta game here in Arenas compared to what we've seen previously. Now we're going to see, once again, the map being split down the middle. Not in a linear way. Shots just going to be exchanged from distance here.
Both teams more than happy to wait for the circles to close in, just as they did in the previous round. A little bit of a standoff, and both teams analyzing where they think the best position is going to be for that late game, but you get a little bit more information, of course, after this circle closes. And it is just about waiting for that other team to make a mistake. I think that's what Myztro do well. They almost play it like a game of tennis, Mark. They're just hitting the ball center court every time and saying, New Esports, come on, let's see you go for an aggressive shot. And then New Esports, unfortunately, are hitting it out of bounds.
Yeah, haven't managed to put too many winners on the board at the moment. And Myztro, like you say, just saying, well, we've got the lead. You come to us, and you show us what you're all about, and we'll hold it off. Rugby and Rod making that rotation a little bit central, to be honest with you, and it's allowing Sanya to now move up. You can see on the map overhead as well that Sanya's got to be very, very careful here, and the grenades are going to allow the final 2 players on Myztro to move up a little bit here and get towards their teammates. So, once again, grenades being purchased in that buy phase, or as T-Squared called it, shoppy time. Just allows them to clear a little bit of space, but you can see they're not in a great position here, Myztro, and having to make some plays as Denze's trying to hit some wingman shots.
But this has happened before where Myztro had the low ground, New Esports had the advantage, and New Esports threw it away. So they need to make sure they capitalize on this positioning, on this high ground, on these head glitches that they can use. The bubble will come down again, this time just for Denze to bat up. Masanya says, you know what, I'll have that. But I don't think he actually got the damage done. He didn't manage to get the kill.
Good movement, though, from him to stay alive for now, but not for too long, as Kishira will move in and take advantage of that fight. Postkill will also get one, and this should be the round here to New Esports. And with 1 player alive, he will be eliminated beforehand as things slow down in the defensive bombardment. But 2-2 now. And all of a sudden, we were getting carried away with things, Dan, especially myself, as Myztro were looking so dominant, but New Esports being able to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was match point, but now as in Arenas, you have to win by 2. You can see the little score counter has gone up by 1 little teeny box, and now one of these teams is going to have to get to 4 before the other person does. So we get a slightly elongated game for the first time today. A nice push from New Esports, a better hold this time, but I will say I loved the attempt from Myztro. When they saw that Denze was low and he bubbled up and he was batting, someone dove headfirst into that bubble and said, you know what, if we can take this guy down, we might win this fight. And Denze was almost punished again, but at least this time he was able to survive.
I thought about what you felt. I was a little bit surprised to see those melees not connect from Pathfinder.
Yeah.
It sort of seemed to just miss, maybe hit the edge of the bubble. I don't know what it was. I'd have to see it again in the replay, but I'd feel a little bit hard done by having made that play and committed to it to not get that damage. But that's in the past. That's something to discuss on the desk in a few moments after this game is done and dusted. As Myztro once again will be splitting the map, and it's deja vu. We're back to where we were just a few rounds ago. Or just a round ago, I should say.
If they have a replay of it, it may be the fact that the bat actually got popped off and the second melee hit after the battery had been able to be kind of absorbed. And so then there wasn't enough damage to get the down. New Esports, again, have the height advantage over Myztro here. But Myztro are trying to reposition themselves, so that's not the case. One player is trying to desperately scarper across the map. As neither team, I'd say, in a good spot right now. Not much to hide behind, only a few walls where there is a distinct lack of cover.
economy going to be important for teams here as well. 2 cells for Rugby to pop, and that's going to be him out of cells. He'll be only relying on batteries, maybe just holding that one in reserve to make sure that he gets the most out of it. Shots aren't going to be connecting, however, they're going to be connecting onto him. And now he will have to slow things down. Hemlock brought to the party now with the 2 times on it from Denze. So a little bit of adjustment in the weapons here to the wingmen, but unfortunately the wingmai are going to be hitting Denze, and he's going to be forced to back and take his batteries total down to 3 from 4.
Let's go here.
Again, low ground for Myztro. And you could see the ping system that we were talking about earlier, that Scrawny was also applauding. Just eyeing up where they could push and when they were going to push. But Sanya has fallen elsewhere, so you've got to hit big shots here if you're Hron.
Denze does get that initial knock, and now here comes the rest of New Esports. One does go down, which is going to make things very, very interesting. Rugby maybe with a chance to clutch up here. He's got a Gibby in his face, though. And he gets bopped to the ground as New Esports now will move ahead in this game and find themselves on match point. And what a way this has turned around for them. They found a way to combat what has been brought to the party here by Myztro.
It's just speed of positioning. It's what they're going for now. They're saying, look, we know that we've had this battle of medication. Also, oh, it sounds so weird. I was saying how weird it sounds earlier when someone says medication rather than meds, and I've just said it myself. It's been that battle of meds for the entirety, and then suddenly they've said, look, if we can just get above them, if we can outposition them and make it very difficult for them to rotate through, it's all right, well, paint me like one of your French girls from Mirage there.
I painted that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is that when you were piloting the Mirage Voyage that you crashed?
Yeah, that's why it crashed.
Painting at the same time?
Busy painting in the back, yeah, forgot to drive the thing. Apologies to, apologies to Mirage. I'll pick up the tab. The shot's going to go in early here. Kashira's going to be almost taken down immediately. The bubble going to be forced.
Oh,
and you just wonder, oh, this is not good news here for Nu. They were on match point at this point. They're going to have to turn around a 2v3 in their favor. They do manage to get one. Postkill's going kind of nutty here with the Eva 8. Kind of nutty, undersells it. He goes wild with the Eva 8. And that will be 1-1 now. As with that play, the series gets tied up.
And we finally got a proper series on our hands after the preliminary rounds in one round of round of 16. Here we are, New Esports tied up 1-1. And, well, the Eva 8, we know if it's in the right hands, it can do some serious damage. When Kashira went down, I was thinking, all right, well, it's 3-3. We're going to be going to a longer game yet again. But that shows just how one individual play can really pop off. I think Postkill was also doing a lot on the other side, a little bit of damage to make sure those Eva 8 shots were able to reign supreme. But very impressed with how New Esports responded after especially a very dominant map number 1 from Myztro.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was going to be done and dusted. It was going to be 2-0, and it's going to be, 2-0 Saturdays here at Blast Titans. But unfortunately for Myztro fans who are watching, Postkill had different ideas. Look at these shots of the Eva 8. As we know, this weapon is so dominant in those close range bubble fights, and you can pretty much eliminate someone with just holding down that left click and hitting 3 or 4 shots in a row. And it's just a great example of it here. And I think there's certainly one thing the New Esports are going to take away from that. They've seen the success of that bubble fight towards the end. Yes, it was a massive play, but I just felt when they got that initial knock, and the close range fights a lot of the time went in the way of New Esports. It was more of the methodical, slow-paced rounds that seemed to go to Myztro, which, New Esports recognized. I like the way they approached that second map. They changed things up a little bit.
The trouble is, when that bubble comes down, you have to assume that there is going to be an attempted res. And if that res gets off, and then they're able to hold you back from the push, and then the back comes through, suddenly that advantage you had is very quickly dissipated. So I understand the push. I don't think they expected Postkill to hit shots like that. It was, to correct myself from earlier, it was Denze who was the other player who was just being a nuisance, getting in the way. Arm Shield was blocking a lot of shots and also was doing a little bit of damage here or there. But Postkill and Denze, for me, have made up for some earlier mistakes that they made in both maps and demonstrated why New Esports are the team that we know them to be, why they have found success in BR, and why they could potentially find success here in arenas. Because if they do take down Myztro, for all the kind of things we've been saying about Myztro, about how well practiced they are, how successful they've been in recent tournaments, what a statement it would be actually from New Esports if they suddenly were to take down arguably one of our favorites just from what we've seen today.
Well, our final map is going to be Thermal Station, and if you're wondering and want to know a little bit more about it, don't worry, we got you covered.
Thermal Station from World's Edge is Alliance home. There's where we drop, so we are very used to the area.
It doesn't have the mega height, which is what we call the basically on top of the tower, so it's out of bounds. So now the maps play completely different in arenas as it is in Battle Royale.
The most important thing is to make sure that you get as much crafting as possible because there is so much crafting available.
The donut, which is kind of the circular building, is going to be really important in arenas because it offers some height control across the whole map.
There's like a lot of lava that kind of blocks your vision.
Bloodhound might actually be somewhat useful because he offers the ability to basically get a direct information on where the enemy is.
Gibraltar and a longbow works really well in this map because there is a lot of open field you need to navigate.
The middle center, there's a lot of cover around there. So unlike other maps like Party Crasher and Phase Runner, where you tend to avoid the middle of the map, Thermal Station's kind of the opposite. You actually want to gain control of the middle of the map in order to establish a foothold.
If you want to win a Thermal Station map, you should take the high ground every time. That gives you a good advantage.
It's very straightforward. There's not that much stuff that can be detrimental to your laws or your wins.
If you play together and you take over the position in zone, you usually get a pretty good head start.
So there is Thermal Station from some of the best in the world, Dan, saying that, you know, even though we know this POI so well, especially Hackis, of course, on Alliance, who's dropping in there every single game on World's Edge, it plays very differently because of the way that the out of bounds is in play here and the way that teams have got to move around a little bit differently.
And also, how often do you see final circles finishing kind of dead central of Thermal Station as well? Usually it's a little bit kind of southwest or southeast of Thermal. Very rarely is it direct bang in the center where someone's holding the top of the donut or whatnot. But I think that considering we said that Myztro were preferring the elongated fights, right, and they weren't really succeeding in the close range battles as much, maybe Thermal Station is going to play into the hands of NAVI Esports here because they have been winning those fights. They have had that Gibraltar, they have had the Eva 8s, but Denze did push in a couple of times. Postkill pushed in unnecessarily a couple of times in those early engagements. So as long as those two don't do that, then I think NAVI Esports do really stand a chance here. But maybe Myztro are going to pop off and show us why they are the favourites, really, in this matchup.
Yeah, of course, this is the decider now. It's a best of 3, and it's single elimination, Dan. This is the crazy. So one of these teams who have looked so good, unfortunately, this is going to be the last time I'm going to see them this weekend as we move through our bracket. But I think the first round for me is so vital, not only for the obvious reasons where we're talking about getting the economy, picking up crafting, doing all that stuff that we've mentioned before, but I feel like this is a swing game in this series as well, because you've just seen NAVI Esports roar back into this series, taking that second map, and remember that they were just moments away from being eliminated 2-0, it felt like, just a few moments ago. But the first battle is going to be close range here. It's going to be, you know, two teams forced into each other. I wonder if it'll be around that donut building, the dome building that we heard, you know, one of the pros talking about there, because that building is built for those close range fights.
It really is. And the scary thing is, I guess we haven't really mentioned, is the mentality of players. When you've just lost 3 rounds on the bounce, it's very quickly to kind of point fingers and say, well, why weren't you here? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Of course, we can't hear the communications and I'm only speculating, but mentality is something I always focus on in video games in general. As an avid video game player myself in various different games, I know how dejected I can get after losing rounds upon rounds and how my teammates can also bring me down. And just being able to have that in the back of your head, yes, I'm talking about Onset. He can bring me down. He can also bring me up. I will say that.
Positive vibes for me.
He can bring the positive vibes.
As long as you don't miss your shots, I'm nothing but positive. As long as you make all of the right decisions and you never miss a bullet, I am an absolute joy to play with. I will not hear this slander.
But the thing is, that could be, it could be in the back of your head. You can be thinking, oh, well, I don't want to disappoint Onset again, right? He's just told me that I've made the worst play in the world. So you're in an engagement. You have to hit 3 headshots to win that fight. And you're thinking, I just don't want Onset to shout at me. So you end up missing the shots because you're too busy thinking about that rather than focus on the shots.
Obviously, I'm not being hard enough on you in those games. That's what the problem is. Well, let's get down to our final game then of the series. It all comes down to this for these two teams. The chance to keep going here on Blast Titans in our arena tournament, or, unfortunately, to be staying at home, but playing ranked instead of competing for some more cash to go alongside what happened last weekend. And you have to say, Dan, maybe NAVI Esports coming in with a little bit more momentum after what we just saw in that last game. And the comeback that they managed to put on the board to send us into our finals game here, which of course will be played here at Thermal Station.
So Black Market goes down. The Lobers probably don't have any weapons. Yep, the only weapons they have
excuse me, the Mozambique and the P2020s again. Are we going to see New Esports do the same thing they tried to do in the last few rounds, where they play positioning, they sprint to their desired location, and they try and get the advantage early on against Myztro? Not as easy to do on Thermal. I haven't really had an overhead. I don't really know what necessarily the circle is going to look like, but I think that we're going to have an engagement probably sooner rather than later, especially when we have a lot of close-range weapons in action here.
Yeah, Denze's going to just be peeking and shoulder peeking this staircase on the head glitch to see if he can do a little bit of scouting here for New Esports. And you can see that Myztro looked to be fixated on that care package once more. I think it just hit the floor, if my ears don't deceive me. As Myztro now going to be backing up a little bit and going to be using the black market maybe to get that stuff out of the care package, which is something that maybe we hadn't thought of a little bit too much.
Yeah, certainly can be another reason why to go for it a little bit later. Spitfire can definitely change things here for Myztro. And Sanya is going to be a very important member of this squad when it comes to this engagement. And it will happen, but it looks like things slowing down. I thought it was going to be quite quick. And remember, stay positive and productive, says Pathfinder.
Anything Pathfinder says, you listen. Oh, my word. The 301 in the hands of Denze. And it looks like the care package weapons might have actually been exchanged a little bit here as Rugby will be finished off, you'd imagine. Ron's poking around the corner. The finish will come in. The bubble will go down as well as they try and isolate the last two players here. Ron's trying to do what he can as well. And oh my word, he's not just doing what he can, he's turned this fight completely on its head as Myztro now find themselves in a 2v1. Postkill has got it all to do here as gets the final two players. Takes some zone damage. But that was one that New Esports should have won there, Dan. And they kind of threw it away once more.
Yeah, it seems to be happening again and again for New Esports, where they have that advantage and then they overcomplicate it a little bit. But we have to give credit where credit is due. Myztro, they managed to apply the damage where it needed, and then they were very calm in their push, in their engagement. As we look at the out-of-bounds areas of Thermal across World's Edge. But it is Myztro who take the lead, as they have done in the previous matches as well. But it's whether New Esports now, after losing that momentum that they originally had coming in from map number 2, how they will respond here against Myztro. Are we going to see a different style of play from them? Are we going to see maybe a Pathfinder zip be applied a little bit later on to really try and take some form of high ground?
Well, this time we're moving over once again to a similar place that we saw before, moving over to the platform side as Postkill's already got into position, so has Denze as well. Sharing out a couple of meds on their way as towards where they want to try and hold and get some vantage points. So Kashira is going to be kind of scouting out now on Loba. One player going to be inside of that central structure, just trying to do a little bit of peak damage as Rugby will collect those materials to bring towards the next round here for Myztro. But a very, very slow, methodical game once again from both these squads.
Very, very sneaky. It's whether you want to be brave here as either team. Myztro with the advantage. Do you try and sneak one player around the side to get into an angle so that you can deal some damage and then scream for the push for the rest of the team? So Sanya does manage to get an angle here, shreds through the shields. I don't think it's going to be enough to generate a push, but certainly is going to do a good job at depleting some of those resources.
Rugby taking a cheeky little step up and seeing if he can poke his head over, and more importantly, the sight on his wingman to get a couple of shots connecting with the Myztro player. Sanya, the furthest player up by the looks of things here for Myztro as well. Rugby kind of looking to engage maybe with a 1v1 with Kashira. Kashira is going to have to back down from that fight and pop a couple of cells. As Ron is going to have to do the same on the other side here for Myztro. Postkill seems to be getting the better of him in his 1v1 situation.
I think this is a must-win round for New Esports. I think if Myztro go 2-0 up here, they've got that little bit of wiggle room where they should be able to close out this entire series. But if New Esports do get the response, then at least if they were to lose the next, again, it's only one round away from getting the equalizer, as it were, and taking it to sudden death. The care package is now going to be opened with the bubble, so New Esports could have the advantage depending about what they actually pick up from this care package.
Sanya's going to have to move forward, though, because the zone is closing towards him. And with the distraction that's gone down, look at the position that Sanya's managed to get into. 136 and the rest. Rugby will pick up the L-Star from the care package. And this flatline is going wacky here as Postkill will manage to trade out the kill. But you would feel that Myztro should be in a position to close this out. And I tell you what, that was wonderful communication and thought process behind that move there from Myztro. The care package distraction allowing one player to flank, to move in and do the damage needed to turn the round in their favor.
We were saying about like close range engagements and methodical play. Well, actually, this entire game so far has favored Myztro. There's been a lot of long range shots. There's been the ability to flank, the ability to outsmart your opponents, and there hasn't been many straight 3v3 fights. It's always been a kind of 3v2 or a 2v1. And Myztro have just been able to really succeed on that front. New Esports, a couple of mistakes here or there, and they cannot afford to make any more now. Match point, series point, and the last chance for New Esports to show that they deserve to be in this tournament. Otherwise, they'll be going home.
Well, New Esports have got a positional advantage here over Myztro. You can see they got to the dome first, and they will have the high ground. Some shots going to be landing from the flat line, but not doing a huge amount of damage as players are kind of shift their way across now. That's a little bit more damage. That's going to burn a few meds. Enze controlling this height. Now, the difficulty here for New Esports is it's one thing to control the dome and control the inside, but you have to control the height, Dan. You cannot allow a team to get up above you and force you inside. Otherwise, when that zone does start to move, you're kind of sitting ducks with only a limited amount of exit options from the dome building itself.
Yeah, I think we saw this circle earlier, and it was a case of the team that was above eventually just dropped and obliterated the team that was below, because, as you say, you kind of funnel them out. You herd them like cattle, and then the bullets just rain down on. It's so difficult when you're just on the low ground. And at the moment, Denze is doing real good work at holding back Myztro, not allowing them to push. Look how spread Myztro are as well. They're really trying to find a way in here, taking every sort of angle possible. They haven't been successful just yet.
Just wonder if Denze is going to be able to catch someone on the cross as this zone moves towards. You can see there from the point of view of Myztro player that they are going to have to be forced to move. Denze continuing just to suppress the Myztro push with these shots from the flat line. This might be the opening though, just to creep up a few inches as he's going to take that damage and be forced to drop now inside as the defensive bombardment comes down. So it looks like Myztro have invested not only in meds and everything like that, but by saving a little bit of money, they've managed to get the defensive bombardment to take the height maybe off of New Esports. At the moment, though, it looks like the height will be still in control of New, and Myztro are going to play low.
And neither team having to bubble as well. New Esports opted not to bubble to protect themselves from the defensive bombardment. Instead, they just went inside, took tier number 2 of this donut. And they still have both the second and third tier, whereas Myztro now will be claiming the bottom. We are going to have an elongated fight now as we wait for, I think, the next round to close. Unless either team is feeling particularly brave, but we do see Myztro having that cushion now. They could maybe just go for an unexpected push here onto New Esports. New Esports will probably be thinking, all right, this is going to be just a case of waiting until the circle closes. But Myztro could maybe just creep up and go for a surprise attack.
Oh, but they're going to be caught off guard themselves as New Esports were more than aware of the play that was coming in. And now New Esports have kind of turned the tables a little bit. Myztro might return to that bottom floor, but look who's waiting, Kashira, and now they have them pinched. One nade will go down, and Myztro might realize that they are in a little bit of a pinch, try and solo out Kashira. Bubble will go down as his two teammates now will be involved in some fighting themselves. Hron will go down alongside Sanya. Actually, Hron manages to stay alive here. Kills exchanged on both sides of things. Kashira now. I think he might be the last player alive here for New Esports in a 1v1 situation against Rugby.
It is Rugby on the other side. You've got the Havoc, have to reload here, and it's going to be Myztro taking the series somehow at the disadvantage, showing New Esports that if you try and pinch us and you leave one player for us to push, we are going to take full advantage of that. And they made it the case of just hitting your shots and ensuring that you could progress in this tournament.
Myztro methodical in their approach to arenas here and showing that they're also deadly when it comes down to those clutch moments. I was so impressed. I mean, the second map, it could have gone Maestro's way very, very easily. It was a huge, huge play from Postkill to send it into our map 3. But, I mean, map 3 just looked different class. Once again, Myztro just on top every single time that it felt like they had any advantage down.
Yeah, very impressed with New Esports, but unfortunately that's going to be the end of the road for them. Only their first game as well. It's a real shame when it is just a single elimination bracket. But Myztro showing up, and I think Myztro are real strong contenders for maybe even winning this entire thing.
Well, Myztro looking strong. It's time for us to jump into a break as New Esports, unfortunately, will be falling out of the tournament. Plenty more Arenas games coming your way, though. Blast Titans.
You got it off? Damn, you hit a headshot on me, bro. That was nice.
Where are you?
I don't know, man. It's my first time playing this map.
You're being aimed at.
Come to me, come to me.
They're aiming right at you.
Okay, right now I'm gonna kill. Oh,
You got it all? Damn, you hit a headshot on me, bro. That was nice. Man, he's cheating, man.
like always. You're scared?
Yeah, I'm on the same spot, man.
Come to pass, man. Nice shots. Oh! Sheesh! Yeah. Next one major, it's mine. I'm gonna win it.
We'll see, man. We'll see if I'm gonna let you win, okay? Maybe if you let me win here.
Oh, you're cracked. What you gonna do?
No, that's cheating.
I shoot only one ammo by you. I'm so low, man.
How low were you?
Like 1 HP, I think.
Dude, that's so unlucky. GG.
Careful post, you're alone.
Yeah, no. Ooh. I opened the map by mistake.
Take the Phoenix post.
I healed already.
Give me one.
Got him.
I'm bubbling. I need to run away. They are pushing.
On me.
Puff is cracked. Puff is cracked.
Patty low.
Nice.
Good job, let's go.
Good job.
Well, good jobs all around, of course, and Launders, a special good job to you for accurately talking to us about this going to 3 maps.
Yeah, we did get it. Hey, listen, Dan rolled out of bed this morning, okay, got on the broadcast and expected New Esports to win. And I rolled out of bed this morning, got on broadcast and expected Dan Gaskin to be bald. So we take what we can get.
How do you transition from that? I don't know, but from one MVP to another, let's talk about it. Our match MVP brought to you by Razor, and this is the guy, he's known around the circle here, and he was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Scrawny, talk to me about rugby.
Yeah, if we want any moment from rugby that deserves re-mentioning and replaying time and time again, it has to be that 1 versus 3 that happened in the 3rd round of Phase Runner. He was 1v3 versus 3 opponents who had no shields, and sure enough, here it is. Mozambique play for the down onto Denze, and then this reposition behind his teammate's knockdown shield to get off that shield bat as he was taken to a single point of health. Watch that HP bar on rugby. I mean, you could have kicked him in the face to get the round win, but ultimately that is our first 1v3 of the day of the Blast Titans Arenas event, and from that point onwards, you know, rugby had impact time and time again. We went on to Party Crasher, and we get this bounce back excuse me, from New Esports. But overall, you know, 2 3-0s for Myztro. So when they were hitting their groove, they were absolutely smashing it. And I think that Rugby was a big part of that, right? Unfortunately for New, I think they threw away a lot of advantages, especially if we go all the way back to Phase Runner. I feel like each of those rounds, New had an advantage, whether that was the 3v2 in the second round because of their super speed off of the Octane, the 3v1 versus Rugby. They always had what looked like was enough to win, and yet Myztro's resiliency was through the roof.
Okay, I'm just going to say this. Did you guys notice Rugby's 15 kills on Gibraltar, Launders?
Yeah.
That is out of control.
Yeah, and even if we take out the last match, he was still probably putting on the performance of the day. But then we throw that in, and then he shows that he can be consistent throughout a whole series. So that's definitely still the performance of the day. Really well done from Rugby.
Just absolute fire. Well, let's take a look at how that has translated to our bracket, our round of 16 bracket. We've already been through 3 knockout rounds. We're now after our second game here in our round of 16, and we've already named Myztro and Kungarna into our quarterfinals. Scrawny, this is going to be a real scary lobby once we get to those quarters.
Yeah, I think Myztro's got a hard run of it. I think that the victor of their match 7, Endeavour versus Aqualix, that's going to be a tough opponent. So I think that specific spot of the quarterfinals is going to be a hot match when we go to tomorrow. And I'm very excited to get down to match 6 as well. I want to see Navi versus Magicians. All in all, right? Like, the beauty of this weekend is that we've already separated the best from the best, or the best from the rest, rather, with this being the top 20 from last weekend. And now that we get into like just the top half of these 20 teams, there's nothing but the very best Apex being offered.
100%. Well, let's talk about our next match coming to us. Fenerbahce Esports versus Team Fire Beavers. And, Launders, one of the things that has been, something that we've mentioned with Fire Beavers again and again is this Loba pick. And we've already seen Loba be instrumental in our first few games here. What are we expecting from this matchup here, especially since Fenerbahce actually got through the knockout round by default?
I think it's a great sign for, I'm sure Fire Beavers are watching gleefully at the fact that Loba's super viable, looking really good, and they're going to be in their comfort zone completely. So I'm sure they'll pick it. And I expect Loba to be one of the most consistent picks, and I expect the meta to almost evolve to who's going to be able to pull the items they need out of the black market before the other, because of how valuable it can be.
That race to the black market for sure is certainly something we've seen again and again, and I'm with you on that one. Let's take a look. We got some picks and bans for our maps. Well, it'll be interesting to hear this, Scrawny. We see already Thermal Station and Party Crasher both banned. Thoughts?
Thoughts? Not much to base this on, right? Because of the bye in the first round, it's not as though we have some kind of precedent being set by Fenerbahce. So I think removing Thermal Station, we just go back to what we expect. Yeah, the expected formula is, of course, going to include Party Crashers. So for Fire Beavers to take that out and then move us into the Phase Runner pick, at least we get more Phase Runner. I think Phase Runner is one of the more balanced maps. I think it's very nice that it's a bit more spaced out, right? When we talk about this like Loba resource race on something like Thermal Station, we saw one black market be able to loot from both care packages both loot boxes and the care package. That's crazy. It's one thing if you're grabbing loot from your Loba store, but if the map is small enough to be able to double back to black market and also take power weapons once those have dropped from the sky, then I think it really, really, really screams the importance of Loba in arenas. And yet again, as this moves on through Artillery to Golden Gardens, we get a third decider map that we have yet to actually see. No Golden Gardens gameplay so far today. Maybe this will be the one, but I do feel like this is heavily stacked to the favor of Fire Beavers still.
It is indeed. Well, we are going to find out that and much, much more as we throw to our casters on set in Gaskin. Take it away, guys.
We are indeed going to find out, and what an exciting series this one is. I think this is a real opportunity for us to see what Fenerbahce are made of. We see them, dominating their region, the Middle East and Africa region. They always get into a lot of finals lobbies, but maybe don't perform to some of the expectations that some people and their fans would like them to. They're going up against arguably one of the best teams of recent times. In fact, not even arguably. They are one of the best teams in the EMEA region in recent times in Fire Beavers, who were shooting phenomenally last weekend at the Battle Royale. Now, how do you think this one is going? Because I really feel like Fenerbahce are very talented individual shooters. However, on the other side, they're going up against some of the best individual shooters that I think we have in Apex Legends. How do you see this one going?
I think Fire Beavers are going to win this one. I don't think they're going to drop a round, if I'm completely honest. I think Fenerbahce were...
I love this Dan. It's my new favourite Dan. Dan is brilliant.
They were gifted a path into this round. They would have been playing Flavor of the Month. I think they would have lost the Flavor of the Month. This is no disrespect to Fenerbahce. They're a fantastic team, and they deserve to be in this tournament. They deserve to be where they are. They dominate their particular region, but when it comes to the EMEA region, we usually see them in the bottom 5 in Battle Royales, and that's for a reason. Whether it be, I don't know, we can talk ping issues if you want. There's a considerable distance between them and other players in Europe, for example, but I think they're going up against the best players in the world here on Fire Beavers. Fire Beavers could win this tournament, and I don't think that Fenerbahce have that kind of ability to actually go against these three.
I want to know if you've been spending a little bit of time with Roy Keane recently, to be honest with you, mate. I think the analysis is starting to take a little bit of Irish flair on its side. But Fire Beavers are going to be being aggressive immediately. Look how quickly they've closed the ground here. And do you know what? I think you're right. Firing through the smoke with that Mozambique, trying to get some shots down, but also pushing up with a longbow in hand. Taskmaster going to be taken down to very low HP, though, as Draconian's going to have to go into 1v1. He does manage to hit a few shots. Mozambique, though, will turn this one somehow into the favor of Fire Beavers. And you know what? It looks like Fire Beavers are here to just get this job done. The way that they pushed across the map there, Dan, was crazy.
Fire Beavers, they took a look at the bracket and they said, hey, we just have to play one game today and then we're through to Sunday. All right, let's get this done in a quick, nice fashion so we can get back to destroying people in the ranked lobbies as the season comes to a close. But yeah, that was an aggressive push. There was one member of Fenerbahce, I think it was Pinky Finky, who went through the portal on his own, got absolutely decimated, down to really no shields, and then suddenly we saw the rest of Fire Beavers push up. But look how low the rest of Fire Beavers were, by the way. They had 2 members on 1 HP. If Fenerbahce had managed to get a knock, that could have been an entirely different fight, and I would have been eating my words. So maybe this isn't going to be a complete obliteration. We have to give Fenerbahce the respect that they can hit some fantastic shots, and we've seen them do it in Battle Royales. I mean, like, the clutch moments, especially Kath Ryan coming out and really destroying people in certain situations. They can step up. And we'll see whether maybe they can do a job here in round number 2.
Got very nervous for you then. As you said, I would. And I was like, here we go again. Managed to restrain yourself. Fire Beavers once again being incredibly aggressive, as 9 Impulse is going to be playing on Bangalore as well. So look at the composition difference. You've got Pathfinder, Bangalore, and Octane on Fire Beavers here. They are going to be holding forwards. They are going to be trying to get up in the face as quickly as possible and deal that damage. Care package going to be coming down as well, and it looks like Fire Beavers are in control of that, as 9 Impulse will find himself a Havoc to work with. Doesn't quite have the turbocharger on it, but I tell you what, the 301 is going to be certainly something to talk about. And there is the passive of Bangalore, something that maybe we don't talk about enough here in arenas. Being able to scarper out, get that little speed boost as damage is arriving. Just allows you to reposition, maybe get away from those grenades, and a little bit of extra damage, more than some other Legends.
Yeah, it was something I was going to briefly touch on when I was talking about having Legends that can get in and out of fights quickly. Bang definitely can get out of fights quickly. As we say that, Pinky Finky not able to escape the fight without being obliterated through the air by 9 Imps. The res, though, is coming through, and that means it's time for Taskmaster to push on through. It's time to go. Taskmaster, though, will be punished.
Not sure if this is AFC TV or just Fire Beavers dominating things at the moment. Oh, wow, that was ridiculous. The aggression there, saw the res coming in, decided, I'm just going. I'm going to get damage done. I believe my teammates, even if I get knocked, will come in to clean this one up. But I tell you what, Dan, I'm pretty sure we haven't done any real analysis so far, and it's almost one map out of the way.
Fire Beavers go bang is really the analysis you need at the moment. They're just so aggressive. They were patient at first. They waited to get the drop, and then once they had got the care package, they managed to get that initial knock, and then Taskmaster says, you know what, I am not allowing a res. Yes, okay, he got very low, but look how quickly the rest of Fire Beavers were there to join him. And that's why it's really nice to have these Legends who can get into fights extremely quickly. The Octane with the speed boost, and of course you've got the Pathfinder who can zip on in. And even Bangalore, once you're being shot at, also has an incredible speed boost as well. So I like this composition from Fire Beavers. It's worked out so far, and the lack of Loba hasn't hurt them at the moment. Jesus.
Here come Fire Beavers. This is getting messy here for Fenerbahce Esports. It's a flying beaver. Something I never thought I'd say when commentating esports, but at the moment, there's 3 of them, and they're flying into the faces of Fenerbahce and flying into map number 2. What else can I say? Beavers in the sky, and a 3-0 sweep.
That was amazing. I was just watching it, and then suddenly they flick to the other screen, and they're absolutely propelling themselves through the air. Wind going through their hair as they just breeze through to the next map. That looked so easy for Fire Beavers. Let's be completely honest. Fenerbahce blown away, and they're going to have to take a long, hard look at themselves and say, well, how on earth do we slow down a team who literally octane pads us in round 3?
I mean, I feel sorry for the replay operator, to be honest with you, to catch it. Yeah, I mean, it barely had anything to show us, quite rightly so, because it was over before it started there. The aggression that came in from Fire Beavers was something that has not been matched so far in the games of Arena that we've seen today, and difficult to deal with, especially if you're going into a final round. You find yourself, you know, on map point for Fenerbahce. You're probably thinking about slowing things down, looking to get a little bit of poke damage, and before you know it, you're looking up at the skies, and you got 3 Fire Beavers flying through the skies, through the clouds, and finding yourself with an Eva 8 being stuffed into your face. It's not really the way you want to approach that final round.
If that doesn't say that Fire Beavers are confident, then I don't know what is. It's disrespect towards Fenerbahce. Let's be completely honest. It also is just asserting dominance, saying, look, we think we're one of the best teams in the competition, so we're going to get this done quickly so that we can move on with our day, be well rested, and then think about the competition tomorrow. But for Fenerbahce, I don't think they know what hit them. In the first round, there was aggression. There was one player who got caught out, but then they were able to slow it down. They made the fight close. Round 2 was slightly delayed as we saw Fire Beavers wait for the care package, but as soon as that R301 was acquired, they got aggressive again. And then round 3, I mean, we saw what happened in round 3. The Octane pad was bought. Very rarely do you see the pad bought because it's usually a stupid decision to just dive on your opponents like that, especially without a Revenant, for example. But Fire Beavers, it looks like they can do whatever they want.
Well, they made it work. And now we move over to our map 2, which is Artillery. And of course, we have our pros to fill you in on how to play it and what to know.
There's like 2 bunkers on one side of the map.
And on the other side of the map, we have the garages.
It's super important, as with Battle Royale, to control the height.
It's a sniper stream. There's a lot of long range and high ground.
Artillery fights are super strategical.
You have the zip lines.
You can usually just take the zipline cross on the right side and have the full advantage.
When both teams are desperately trying to win sort of the so-called God spot or the high ground, then it definitely makes for some really interesting starts to the rounds.
If you manage to take the zipline first, you can beam them out so they can take it, and you have a really good advantage.
Your ability to reach the high ground early on and also gather resources surrounding them and sort of establish a foothold to make executes from the high ground is the most important thing.
The big building, staying on top, having a sniper or a wingman would give you a really good advantage, and you could maybe crack 1 or 2 and just rush them.
So those buildings are really useful if you're controlling the roofs, but the bottom floors are really bad. And if there's a team above you or any sort of enemy player above you, you can really get punished from so many angles.
I would say artillery, like long range, are the best weapons there.
You need to make sure you're not too far away from your teammates if you're gathering resources, etc., because then you're in a position where your teammates are vulnerable, and then it's a 3v2, and then you've basically lost the round before it even started.
Well, there are some of the biggest brains in the EMEA region giving you the lowdown on how to play Artillery. And to be honest with you, I think that Fenerbahce might have been listening, or should have been listening to that one, because it's going to be difficult for them to get back into this. Fire Beavers, the dominance that they showed in that map number 1, I kind of think the only way to fight fire is with fire for them. They need to just match them. They need to go in, they need to get as close as possible, and they need to see what happens in those bubble fights.
Fenerbahce or the Fener Beavers. Something needs to happen where they take something from the Fire Beavers here. And you say they should be listening to what the pros were saying. Maybe they don't. Maybe you throw out the kind of rulebook here and you throw out the normal strategy you'd play on this map and say, what would Fire Beavers do that is completely opposite to this? How are they going to be aggressive? Are they just going to be zipping across, taking the high ground? Or are they just going to be running at us? We have to be watching all angles because it's very scary when you've got the 3 Fire Beavers just disrespecting you and more than happy to take a fight. It's also worth noting, and we haven't really touched on it, when we did see the prize pool earlier, 5th to 8th place, a guaranteed €1,000. And this is a spot 4. top 8, getting into those quarterfinals. So it's a €1,000 matchup. So if you lose here, you go away with nothing. If you win, then you're at least guaranteed 1,000.
We'll have to see what strategies are brought out of the playbook here for both teams, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be very interesting. I wonder if anyone on Fire Beavers is actually going to pick up a sniper, or if they're just going to try and, like you say, just continue that ruthless aggression as we continue our wrestling references throughout the show that they showed in that map number 1. Because you know that someone on this team, whoever it is, you know, 9 Impulse, Taskmaster, Sunset, whoever it is going to put a sniper in their hands, they're going to be able to use it. I mean, 9 Impulse with the Kraber on Olympus went from last weekend on our Battle Royale segment of Blast Titans, went on a ridiculous run with that weapon. So if you put Sentinel in his hand, you know he's going to do damage, but I just don't know if they're going to want to play that way, if they're going to want to slow things down. I think they're going to want to do it, and I think if he does have a Sentinel in his hand, it's going to be inside of a bubble fight from the way that they've been playing.
Yeah, will they see that as a hindrance to their playstyle? I mean, it can work if you have 2 aggressive players with an anchor who's just going to sit there with a Sentinel or a longbow or whatnot. As soon as there's been one crack, as long as that Sentinel player is someone like a Pathfinder, well, probably a Pathfinder, actually, because he's going to be the quickest way to engage in a fight for the cheapest amount of economy as well. You don't have to buy a bounce pad, for example, as an Octane. So maybe if you've got the Pathfinder firing some shots off, the other 2 players push in once you've done damage, and then you join them by grappling over. That's something that we might see, perhaps, from an aggressive Fire Beavers, but if I'm honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go flatline and the rest of the boys in Evo 8s and whatnot and just say, you know what, screw it, let's get through to this next round already.
Well, this is the opportunity for Fire Beavers to complete yet another sweep here on day 1 of weekend 2 of Blast Titans. A dominant performance in map number 1, and they will be wanting to not drop around on their way through to the quarterfinals. Like Dan mentioned as well, this is a €1,000 game to get into that top 8 for both these teams. And Fire Beavers certainly have an advantage, Dan. For Fenerbahce, it's going to be a long road to redemption after that first match, but 1 round at a time is how they have to approach things here.
I mean, it's quite literally a trial by fire, isn't it, here for Fenerbahce? They have their first game of the day, and it's against arguably one of the strongest teams of the tournament. We are going to see how aggressive Fire Beavers decide to play this one. Are they going to play for the care package? They've certainly managed to surround the care package and go ahead of it. And it looks like, yep, it's going to be aggression is the name of the game here. Kath Ryan already down and weak.
This is absolutely nuts here from Fire Beavers. This is disrespect. 2-4. Last player alive is going to be in the distance. 45 is going to hit with the wingman. And now it's just about closing the gap. And to be honest with you, it's only going to be a matter of seconds here until it's done. Sunset is going in. Unfortunately, it looks like the round actually is already over, as we didn't catch the last kill that actually went down. That's how quick it was. We didn't even get time to catch the last kill. This is crazy. This is Arena's taken to a new level. They're playing as people like to say 100 miles an hour, Dan.
That would be an understatement, I think. 100 miles an hour would seem slow for Fire Beavers are playing this, but honestly, you look at Fenerbahce and you think they're quite spread out here. They're trying to be methodical. They're trying to be tactical. Pinky Finky's up high. Don't worry, guys. I'll get the high ground. I'll get these resources, and then I'll join you. And Fire Beavers get a slight whiff of that, and they say, run! And they absolutely bombard the other team, and I'm all for it. I love it.
It's like the war trumpet comes out. It's like, that just means that Fire Beavers are coming, and oh my word, Draconian. Some nice shots from him just to refill the confidence levels a little bit, which certainly have been depleted recently, but now you're seeing the problem. They're trapped down below, and once again, here come Fire Beavers. They get the first knock. Pinky Finky will fall to the ground. Kath Ryan trying to hold off 2 players inside, and this is just relentless pressure coming in here. Sunset with the wingman shots, and that is going to be Fire Beavers already up by 2. And finding themselves on match and series point.
I mean, at least it's good that, you know, after the last match that we saw, it was close. It went to the full best of 3. It probably puts a little bit behind schedule. Fire Beavers just doing one for the production crew, saying, don't worry, guys, we'll get you right back on track here. Match point, series point already in what would be a record time, I'm sure, for this competition and probably arenas tournaments all around the world. They've just got 1 more to go, and Fenerbahce just probably don't know what to do with themselves. And look how disorientated they are as well. Because of the smoke, they just can't see anything. And Fire Beavers just appearing out of the mist and destroying them with a wingman.
Look how disorientated the replays op is. He's got nothing to work with. He's going to be made redundant after this series because there's nothing to capture. It's just bodies falling left, right, and center. As now we're going to see a little bit of a change of approach here. This is going to be the Fire Beavers burrowing. Do you think they're trolling that? I feel like they might be overconfident here. Not overconfident, supremely confident.
Just going for some sort of ambush play, but the jig is up. They've been spotted. And now are they going to be at a disadvantage after going for this play? Is there going to be high ground? Is there going to be map gained here by Fenerbahce? Can they actually manage to do something from this position? Taskmaster has gone down, so maybe it's not over just yet.
Sunset trying to poke. Nice shots coming in from Draconian, though, and that's going to be, you would imagine, 2 players eliminated, but can't quite find out where Sunset went. Sunset has been a slippery pickle as he is going to be using that grapple to get away on Pathfinder. Manages to get one as well, but Fenerbahce on the board, ladies and gents. It's not going to be the clean sweep that maybe Fire Beavers were looking for, although with the way that they approached that, which was crouching on their knees and on their haunches, you get the feeling that maybe this round might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of a joke being made there, where they said, you know what, let's just try and do something a little bit different, put on some entertainment for everyone watching. The Fenerbahce will capitalize on the position they found themselves in, the very rare position where they had the high ground, they had the advantage. And now we'll have to see whether Fenerbahce can now use this a little bit of momentum. And what a story it would be if Fenerbahce came back and took the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that some Fire Beavers will be sitting there going, we really shouldn't have done that. But for now, it's back to normality here for Fire Beavers.
Jeez.
However, it looks like for poor old Fenerbahce, it's not what you want to see. However, they do get the first knock here. 9 Impulse will come in and try and get the trade. He'll be taken down as well, and it all falls down to Sunset. He'll find one here. 1v3 opportunity for Sunset. He will be eliminated as well on the flatlines. Are starting to sing a little bit here for Fenerbahce, and they tie things up.
Well, are we seeing a bit of a one-trick pony here from Fire Beavers, that they only have aggression in their back pocket, and when it goes wrong, maybe it's not going to work out? I don't think so, but Fenerbahce is certainly saying, look, put some respect on our name. We're one of the best teams in our region for a reason, and if you are going to push us like that, we can certainly respond. Yes, okay, the flatline really did beat the wingman in that occasion. I think there was a lot of wingman shots that maybe went skew-if, and that's the reason why Fire Beavers lost that. But Fenerbahce defending well. They held off the push, and we'll see whether they can do it a couple more times, because now we go into sudden death style. Win by 2, first to 4.
It looks like Fire Beavers are going to try and get to that high ground. Their line of sight will be cut off. However, Sunset's going to take a little bit of damage and will be joining his teammate as he grapples up towards Taskmaster and 9 Impulse. Fenerbahce also going to be joining them on the high ground. However, those grenades are going to make things very, very uncomfortable for them, as more frag grenades are being thrown in at the moment. This is landmines. Fenerbahce, to be honest with you, the amount of grenades that went down did pretty well to get out of that without taking more damage. 9 Impulse has fallen. Sunset's going to be taken down as well, and all of it falls now onto Taskmaster. Pinky Finky's going to take to the skies. He needs one more wingman shot to make it a 1v1. That flick was absolutely nuts, by the way. Taskmaster now retreating. Pinky Finky trying to do so as well. My word! What did that man just do?
Just seeing the absolute game sense of Taskmaster as well, and the speed of which he does things, and the flick of the wrist, and oh, it's a joy to watch Taskmaster. I mean, this is not your normal arena game. I'm just going to point that out there. If you've just tuned into Blast Titans and you're like, well, these arenas look fast and fun. No, it's usually a bit more slow, a little bit methodical when we get this kind of crazy excitement in the end game. The Fire Beavers, they don't want to play like that. They are absolutely bombarding their way towards Fenerbahce every single time. Fenerbahce have been able to hold a couple of times, but now Fire Beavers take the lead once again, find themselves on match point. And we'll see whether they can close out not just the map, but the series here.
What did Taskmaster just do in that last round? That was nuts. Those wingman shots were so crisp, so clean. And they could have been the lyrics to an Outcast track, but now Fire Beaver's going to be slowing things down just a little bit. A little bit of a spread on the map here as Sunset's going to be hitting yet more wingman shots as he's going to get himself a beautiful little angle there. One of the things that Pathfinder brings to the party, of course, is the ability to get some off angles and take some extreme height. Smoke going down as well from 9 Impulse, and they're going to have the digital threats on those wingman to combat that themselves and maybe get some free damage, but Fenerbahce are answering back with some decent flatline shots themselves.
One of the biggest things you'll notice about engagements in general is those who are confident, especially those who are running a wingman, they will take a little bit of fire and then they will continue to face their opponent because they know if they can hit headshots with the wingman, they could do more damage than they're actually taking. It looks like the care package was taken by 9 Impulse. He got in, ran away, and has probably found a juicy little weapon to work with. And it's going to be a Kraber. So, well, enjoy this one.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this out loud. Kraber shouldn't be in arenas, but, you know, it is for now. And now the chance for 9 Impulse to hit a crazy shot and just really... it's got to be a 3-for-1. A 3-for-1 or nothing here. Otherwise, the Kraber is eliminated from arenas in ranked, in competitive. So everything's on you, 9 Impulse. If you like the Kraber, you're going to hope he hits this shot. Oh, unfortunately, Krabers are out.
The dive
get pushed out. Shot's going to go in with the Eva 8, and I tell you what, even though the initial damage was done by the Kraber, it's all on to Pinky Finky, and the push that came in from Fire Beavers once again, Dan, just crushing Fenerbahce. And that will be the series going to them.
And I'm always a little bit sad when Fenerbahce are knocked out of any tournament because Pinky Finky is my favorite gamer tag of any, and I hope he knows that. And I bow down to the Lord and Savior that is Pinky Finky. But Fenerbahce just not able to keep up with the sheer aggression and mentalness of Fire Beavers. That is what it was. It was insane. It was stupid at times, if I'm completely honest, but their game skill, their mechanical ability, their aim can allow them to do whatever the hell they want.
That's very, very true. Well, it's time for us to take a break just to catch our breath, to be honest with you, because Fire Beavers certainly were on fire in our previous series. They will move on in the bracket, and we'll continue in just a few moments with Blast Titans.
I play very, very smart, I would say. I know how to build advantages and then punish people.
So my position for arenas is usually somewhere in between of like everybody. I'm trying to find an opening so I can call to my teammates to make a push basically, or take an advantage of the advantage that I basically created.
My personal playstyle in arena specifically is to poke out their resources. One of the main flaws in arena is that resources is very scarce, and just poking people out and then you just walking up on the first advantage you get is the easiest way to kill anyone.
Whoever creates an advantage for us, I'm just basically the one that is immediately rushing and trying to help. So the weapons I buy are usually the wingman. I try to upgrade it to get the red dot on it. That is usually enough. I don't need the extended heavy mags for it.
In arena I play flatline every round. It's just too good and you get so much ammo when you buy it, level 1.
And the rest of my economy I basically spend on cells, medicine, just something that, you know, gives me an advantage in fights and in case like I win trades and stuff.
So I'm good for all ranges. You start poking ranges and then you go up close and you get an advantage. For round 1 in arenas, I normally buy flatline and Mosin.
I still go for the wingman just because it's really good poking gun and it doesn't require much to enable it.
You always pick Mozambique over P20 if you can, always.
And as my secondary, just the Mozambique, like anything that I can buy with it. With unlimited money, I would for sure buy the last version or like the last upgrade of the EVA 8. I'll buy as many utility as I can, as many shields and health. And for my primary gun, I would say it depends on the map, but usually it is either the wingman or the vault.
I would probably play full on flatline, purple flatline and purple EVA, and then also stack with bats and nades.
Then I would buy the last upgrade of the wingman, of course, with the best attachments, but I would still choose the red dot as my favorite optic.
I mean, if unlimited, you would just max out. So yeah, just bats, meds, nades, everything.
The tips I can give to upcoming players in this mode is that obviously take advantage of the map, try to take as many angles as possible. Don't rush towards the enemy without getting any kind of an advantage. That should basically set up the base for winning the trades and the team fights.
Well, where map 1 was a slaughter, map 2 made Fire Beavers take a second look at Fenerbahce, but they still pulled it out. Launders, what do you say to this kind of domination that we just saw from Fire Beavers over Fenerbahce Esports?
Two things with Hair, Dan Gaskin, and Fire Beavers. one team in a hairy situation. That's Fenerbahce. But they didn't find their way out. It was all about Fire Beavers. They were just, at the end, I mean, I don't think they really they wanted to close it out but they were, I have never played an arena round as fast as any of the rounds that they won when I've just queued up.
Well,
never just got that lucky. And they're doing it versus another pro team.
Well, and I got to say, one person on the Fire Beavers squad, we got to mention Scrawny, is a guy who was certainly integral to their success. That guy is Taskmaster. Talk to me about his play. Absolutely doing some memorable moments throughout both of these maps.
Yeah, once we were on artillery and we saw that little bit of a comeback from Fenerbahce, which I still think began with Fire Beavers maybe being a bit overconfident in the third round and kind of getting called out on it. But Taskmaster had this crazy Eva push after that nuts nade barrage that happened on the high wall of artillery. We saw grenades coming from both teams, and those nades definitely had their opponents pocketed. This moment right here. While everybody was held up outside of that doorway, we saw Taskmaster just sprint on the inside, climb that staircase with the octane juices flowing, and just hit him from the back with the Eva. He shredded like 2 sets of shields, got it down, had the last player cowering for their life in the corner, and then he alone used the wingman to swap out and finish things. So yeah, that round in and of itself, round 5, when things were tied, to give the edge back to Fire Beavers before they were able to close. Big play from Taskmaster, 2,400 damage in the match.
That's not too shabby. Well, let's take a look at their winnings, and by that I mean their placement in our quarterfinals as we take a look at the round of 16, where we are currently with our bracket. As we can see, Kungarna, Myztro, Fire Beavers have all made it. Now it comes down to the time when we've got 2 more of these matchups here. Actually, several more of these matchups, excuse me. But I will say, guys, I mean, what does this look like here for quarterfinals? Because we were already concerned, Scrawny, we were already concerned about how difficult these lobbies are. And here we are. It just feels like unwinnable to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult run from here on out. Everybody's got the skill. Everybody's got the consistency. You know, as this day goes on, I think that our games may get closer. We have to remember we began with the knockout rounds. Then we moved into the bracket matches that were decided by the knockout rounds. So you have your highest seeds versus your lowest seeds. Those high seeds have come out on top for the most part. Myztro versus New was pretty 50-50. And now we should be getting into some good ones. I think that, you know, my games of the day are still going to be the last 2, right? That Endeavour versus Aqualix and the Magicians versus NAVI. I could see those ones going the distance. I could see all 3 maps being close, because even though we've had these closer moments from time to time, this last map, Fenerbahce almost bring it back. They're still blowouts at the end of the day.
They are indeed. Well, as we take a look at these maps, bans, and picks, Launders, our next teams, our next matchup, SCARZ Gaming versus Forg Gang, 2 teams who have seen success. SCARZ, obviously, EMEA ALGS champions. And Forg Gaming came out last weekend and said, no, we'll take 3 games, please and thank you.
Yeah, they can't spell frog, but they are damn good at Apex Legends, that's for sure. They absolutely crushed last weekend, and will make this very interesting because SCARZ look great too, look a lot more comfortable, and I think they're just having fun playing arenas, honestly. So I think we saw them play on artillery last time. This time, it looks like the bands could lean in that direction as well. I think, I don't know, any other surprises? It looks like Forg will actually pick artillery for SCARZ.
Interesting. So one map, of course, Scrawny, that we haven't seen, and it looks like we possibly won't see again, is Golden Gardens. What does the girl have to do to get into the garden around here?
Save the best for last year.
Golden Gardens, no love. No love. Personally, I kind of get it. Not one of my favorite maps either. So let's relegate it to the decider game instead. You know, Forg Gang taking out Party Crasher. It is what it is. I think, unfortunately for Forg Gang, they've got a lot to prove with this one, right? They've got a win in our previous weekend, 3 back-to-back Battle Royale first places to take victory away from the likes of the teams in this event. I think that in and of itself is the achievement for Forg Gang, and it's going to be hard to follow it up. But if they've proven us anything at all, it's the fact that they can do the unthinkable. They can drive a man to madness. I'm talking to the point of like shaving his own head. So if they could do that last weekend, then I think it would really be a cementing accomplishment if they can come into this Arenas game versus SCARZ, a team that we tout as having high mechanical and individual levels, and just shred them. So I don't think Forg are the favorites. Based on seeding, they are, but this is their chance to prove that last weekend was not a fluke, and these guys need to be taken seriously in the 3v3.
It's also their chance to prove me right. Predictions galore. Well, in order to get into these games, we're going to have to toss it over to Onset and Gaskin. Gents, take it away.
Thank you, Kate. I've got to say, Launders and Scrawny, they're like a dog with a bone with this whole hair thing, mate. I kind of feel for you, to be honest with you. It's not gonna go away, is it? It's not gonna go away. And I've already explained the situation to everyone at home. What else can I do?
The thing is, like last week, Scrawny was like, you know what? These things happen. Sometimes people say things in the heat of the moment. It really shows in his commentary how insane that moment was. I don't want you to shave your head. And now this week, he's just not giving me a break, saying that I have to shave it left, right, and center. Tell you what, Forg gang, maybe we go double or nothing, all right? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But I'm excited to see what Forg gang can do here, because they did surprise us all. They did do the unthinkable, the unspeakable, the unshavable, and they came out with a victory where no one would have even predicted it from the beginning. And now in Arenas, they have to demonstrate that they can go up against the big boys in an entirely different scenario. A straight 3v3, no third parties, no Valkyries going up into the air, only your guns and your resources to work with.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gents. Forg gang, Blast Titans, Battle Royale champions, going up against our ALGS Championship champions in SCARZ Europe. Early on here, going to be early damage, going to be taken by Forg gang. And for SCARZ Europe, they were pretty dominant in their first series we saw from them today. And having a series under your belt certainly just gets the juices flowing a little bit for teams, Dan. And SCARZ Europe, I think first round here, they're going to want to assert a little bit of dominance. But now I'm taken aback from the series we just saw where we had Fire Beavers just yeeting at everyone. It seems like this is the slowest paced game of Apex I've ever seen in my life. However, Taishin's going to get some early damage there. A couple of wingman shots going to connect.
Important damage, though, because I don't think Forg gang know that RPR is on the flank. Phoenix will get the initial knock onto Mandy, and now the rest of Forg gang can look to try and capitalize off this. Both bubbles are down. Legit Lolly's going to fall. And now it's a 2v2.
2v2. Shield advantage, HP advantage, and man advantage to Forg gang, though. Even though the Lifeline Reds will come in, Taishin going to be last player alive. He turns it into a 1v1, though. He'll be able to get the drone down to give him a little bit more HP. Taishin, no! Oh, my word. Forg gang. I got to be honest with you. Just for a second there, I thought that I was going to be shouting Taishish, but instead, it's Forg gang who close out round number 1. My word.
Well, a good attempt from SCARZ, considering they were put on the back foot ever since Forg gang realized it was a 3v2 initially. The flank from RPR not really too successful. I was gonna say right at the beginning of this game, I wonder how Lifeline is going to impact these matches. Are these reses going to be big enough that allow you to really get a substantial advantage? For the most part, because there's no shield anymore with Lifeline's res, it means that you are still very vulnerable, but it can be a great distraction, especially alongside the likes of a Gibby, which you also see on their composition. But Forg gang diving straight into this one again.
Legit Lolly versus RPR, and it's going to be Legit Lolly who comes out on top. Mr. 1v1. It was a 1v1, or a 1v2, or a 1v7, it felt like. They won them that championship last weekend, and continuing that confidence and that form into the first battle of the day. And that 1v1 with RPR. RPR going to be knocked, not finished as yet, as Rob is going to be trying to just make sure that they secure that kill. Legit Lolly will make this a confirmed 2v3 now for SCARZ to try and turn around. However, Ro taking a little bit of damage here. He's going to have time to back up, though, due to the numbers advantage that they do find themselves in. Phoenix has taken that high ground as well, and you can see that Taishin and Mandy are being forced to play back now, as Ro is going to go and join his teammate Phoenix now over on the high ground.
So a 2v3 is never a fun situation, especially in arenas when there's no third parties to help you out, no distractions. And Forg gang just need to make sure they position themselves correctly here. You don't want to be singled out. Legit Lolly is the one player who can be targeted at the moment, but he, of course, has the grapple to get away. The care package will probably be cleaned up. Phoenix will get absolutely blasted away by the grenade, but they should be able to back off and recharge. The SCARZ can at least push up on this.
Oh, nice headshot there from Mandy. Unfortunately for them, they're just not able to get that knock. And there is a flank coming as well. So Mandy and Tashin know that they've got to try and be aggressive, know they've got to try and turn this into a 2v2 scenario as quickly as physically possible. They don't really have any meds to play with either. And you can see now, Phoenix just holding and pinning in the final two players. Legit Lolly with the grenade. And he's going to get one. Even though the lifeline res will come in, it's all up to Taishin now. He might be able to turn this into a 2v1 if he can hit one shot. However, the bubble once again getting involved, denying the melee, and Taishin now will be punched off the side of the high ground, down to the floor, down to the map for the 10 count, and that's going to be now 2-0 to Forg Gang. A hot start from them, and now a match point.
And we were worried at the start when we saw a VT package of RPR saying, I don't know this map earlier. We didn't know how much practice they put into arenas. And, you know, at the moment, they look like the second best team compared to Forg Gang. And I wonder whether it's just down to this 1v1 that allowed Legit Lolly to turn it into a 3 versus 2. We know how difficult it is when you have a man disadvantage, or a player disadvantage, should I say. And SCARZ need to make sure that doesn't happen. They can't allow one of their players to fall right off the bat. Need to be a little bit more careful with their pushes.
Well, here is Legit Lolly moving in, getting those meds uncontested. Trust me, it's saying Legit Lolly, especially more than once, is very difficult to do for a commentator. So every time it comes out, I'm quite happy. Mandy now going to be rotating a little bit towards his teammate RPR, who's maybe trying to take control of that high ground. However, it's not going to last too long. As you can see, the circle will be pulling towards the bunkers to the right-hand side of where Mandy is currently standing and where Forg Gang are set up. So it's up to Taishin to hit a few shots with the Sentinel I think he's got in his hands to try and crack some shields and give them the opening that they need to try and push and get that knock.
I think SCARZ have just got to not overcomplicate this. I think in both their rounds that they've lost here, they've gone for either a flank or an initial solo push, and one player has been caught off guard, and it's been essentially a 3v2 in both. Fight is a 3. Do what you do best. One of the best 3v3 teams during Battle Royale. Take Forg Gang on right at the heart of the map. Like, just straight fight with guns. Use your poke damage, make them use their resources, and then push when you have the advantage. But the advantage does kind of sit with Forg Gang with this position at the moment. They've got the high ground, they've got the objects to hide behind. SCARZ Europe are the ones who are going to have to try and reposition and find anything, to be honest.
Yeah, that's going to sting. RPR going to be forced to use a battery, but you can see in his inventory there, got plenty to work with, so it's not going to cost them too much, as the initial damage wasn't able to be capitalized on by Forg Gang, as Ro is now playing a little bit of an off angle. We're trying to, RPR more than aware to that, and get some damage done onto him just to burn through a few extra shield cells, but the package weapon you can hear is going to be the 30-30 repeater, and I think it's in the hands of Legit Lolly, and he's doing a lot of damage with it from distance. And now, speaking of a lot of damage, add all those numbers up, get the abacus out, because Ro is very, very close to getting this first knock, and at the moment, it looks like SCARZ are in a really, really bad spot.
First knock could lead to another point, which would be match point here on map number 1. Ro is extremely low, but should be able to pop this bat off thanks to the Gibraltar bubble. And this fight is temporarily reset. Circle's closing, but both teams should be fine. SCARZ are down low, and that's some big shots coming out of Phoenix.
RPR taking down no shields. Another wingman shot going to hit. 90 damage in total. Mandy's going to come out and say hello, but he's going to be told to say goodbye as Phoenix and his teammate will capitalize on that damage. And at the moment, this is just, unfortunately for SCARZ, they're just caught in between the garbage compactor in Star Wars, and that will be them done and dusted as Forg Gang will go one up in the series.
Well, it was the map that Forg Gang selected. So if other games are to go by, usually in a pick and ban, you pick your strongest map. But I think it's about time we put some respect on Forg Gang's name. They're probably looking at our predictions saying only Kate was the only person to predict us here. Why is that? We've literally just won the tournament last weekend and still people are favoring SCARZ. Maybe Forg Gang are going to show us all up, because what an impressive first map that was from them. SCARZ just weren't really able to hang with them. I will say that I think the first 2 rounds was down to bad positioning from SCARZ. Then when they realized that, the third map, they just weren't able to actually get into a good position, and they constantly found themselves on the back foot. They were constantly trying to rotate and get into a good position, and Forg Gang had their number the entirety.
They certainly did. I think that final round was a little bit of a surprise for me to see SCARZ go to the high ground, especially with the circle, which was always going to force them in to where Forg had just had complete control of that side of the map. So maybe that's just a lack of arenas knowledge again, Dan, about a little bit of you know, just not paying attention to the minimap at the start of the round. All these things can come into the cocktail of what went wrong for them. But I mean, for Forg, some of those shots I was seeing are so impressive, and again. One thing I pointed out from the Arenas games that we saw in a previous tournament was sometimes it's the first time we get to really look into some of the individual ability that these players have. Because we're in a BR format, you've got 20 teams all going. You might catch one fight, 2 fights, and all those, you know, you don't see every single decision, every single shot that comes from the weapon of a player. But Phoenix there, I mean, the wingman shots were crazy from him. He was taking some really off angles, and he was hitting everything that was put in his way.
They all look great. Legit Lolly as well was the opening shots from him, especially after last weekend with him having that kind of clutch moment where he almost choked it, but then suddenly turned into a beast with the R301. And I mean, I shouldn't make too many bets with Forg, because I think Legit Lolly lives about 30 minutes away from me here in England. Again, great to see English players rise to the occasion, by the way. But yeah, I need to be careful. He might be knocking on the door and saying, hey, son, you need to shave that head once again. But there were some close moments for SCARZ, and they certainly showed that they are not an easy team to take down in a 3v3 engagement. But Forg on top, and going into map number 2, we need to see a very different approach from SCARZ if they're going to get back into this.
We certainly do, and don't say once again, Dan, because we all know, even though I tried to cover it up earlier, that it did happen the first time.
It did happen. You gave me an out, and we've got to go with that storyline now.
Oh, okay, sorry, I've broken kayfabe, everyone. No. And it was dominant from them. I mean, there's not much more to say, to be honest with you. SCARZ really struggled. Taishin not having the impact on that last round with the Sentinel that he had in the previous game that we saw him here on Artillery. But we're moving on to our next map. Where's our next map now? I've completely forgotten my series layout.
It's not Gardens.
It's not Gardens. Thank you, Dan, for not answering my question.
It's not Party Crasher.
It's Phase Runner. Phase Runner. Thank you to production. We're moving over to Phase Runner now. Kind of similar spacing, to be honest with you, as far as map size is concerned here for both of the teams to approach. And with the way the Forg took that one, it's so difficult right in arenas, because I'm like, oh, they've just dominated on this map. They're looking really great. But it can swing so quickly, like we saw in some previous games. You know, one round goes your way, all of a sudden the confidence is there, and SCARZ can bounce back into this. We could end up going to a game 3.
I'd hate to just ruin the future and be the predictions guy, but we haven't
predictions don't matter this weekend, by the way.
Wait. We haven't seen Gardens yet, and that means we're probably not going to see it again. So it probably means Forg win this one 2-0. But if we do see SCARZ coming back into things, Kate will be both happy and unhappy, because Forg will have gone down 1-1. She's their prediction, but she will finally see Gardens, and she's been wanting to see Gardens throughout the entire day. So maybe, just maybe, for Kate, we'll get to see Gardens.
This is true. I am saying, though, that predictions don't count this weekend. Like, they just don't.
Just like they didn't count last weekend. That's good. Cool.
No. There was logic, and there was like thought process and history behind the predictions of last weekend. This is new. This is just picking names out of hats.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like, we're going on. We're trying to transfer over. Like, it's like saying, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take the Olympic sprinters and we're going to put them in F1 cars and see who wins. Like, nobody knows. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Perfect analogy.
I put some logistics behind that. I don't think Usain Bolt would be a great F1 driver. Too tall, probably
in the
too
Olympics
heavy
anymore.
Mo Farah, for example, though, great F1 driver.
Oh, he's not an Olympic sprinter, is he?
No, but he's an Olympic runner.
Don't just say runner. Okay, all right. I see what you've done there. You've taken the opportunity. You've seized it. I bow down to you, Dan. You're right on this one. Predictions still don't count, though. We're moving on to get map number 2. It's an opportunity here for Forg to close out the series, as they did, to be honest with you, kind of decimate SCARZ in the first one. And once again, an opportunity to put a little bit of respect on their name. And if you're watching right now and you are representing an organisation, or maybe Forg should be top of your shopping list, because they are performing at the highest level in Apex Legends at the moment.
We need to see something different from SCARZ Europe. They need to be hitting their shots. They need to be pushing as a team and not getting caught out in 1v2s. And perhaps they need to try and better single out some of the players of Forg. Mandy's already been cracked. Ro is trying to take the right side of the map here. And you can see how batteries, Phoenix kits, and all whatever else can be found are being shared around the troops right now. And have they spotted out RPR again? Yes, RPR had gone for the flank. Thankfully, this time he's retreated and not got caught off guard. That does have to be careful.
That's been dished out between the players. But not too much action. A little bit of a standoff here over at the construction side of FaZe Runner. Taishin's just trying to line up a couple of shots, see if he can get that damage that, to be honest with you, SCARZ need to do. It seemed like in the initial exchange, Dan, they were the one burning through Megs, and once again, it's Mandy who's going to take some damage. And I don't think he's got any meds to play with now.
It's always the scary thing. This is what happens with a lack of Loba comps as well. Like, do you have the meds to work with? Bocek in hand for Phoenix. We've seen Bocek used a few times already today. It does seem to be always on this map that it has appeared, so perhaps the Bocek maybe a little bit of a meta pick here.
Rose going to be peeking and prodding and doing a little bit of damage with that wingman. Not enough to get the crack on the shields, though, as we're now going to see Mandy's going to have some meds dropped off to him, so he's back to full HP. Legit Lolly just left on his own a little bit here, and I think if RPR and Mandy realize this, they might try and bubble forward and take that fight. There it is indeed. Mandy takes a little bit of damage. They don't get the knock, so now they've burned that bubble. And now they're going to have to use the Lifeline drone to get a few HP back into Mandy. So you have to say that Legit Lolly did a really good job to get out of dodge there. Playing Pathfinder obviously gives you the opportunity to do so. Phoenix now taking a little bit of damage. Isn't hitting those arrows quite as true as he would have wanted to. And now Forg find themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, both teams out of beds now, it would seem. There's the first knock. Legit Lolly is also weak, so SCARZ going to take full advantage. That's 2 down, and it's all down to Ro to clutch up. See what he can do in a 1v3.
Taishin goes in, gets the crack on the shields, and Taishin will get the job done here for SCARZ, and they needed that one. They needed that one just to inch their way back into this series and just reset the mentals, as the kids say these days. The mentality, the full word. But much better performance there from SCARZ, Dan. You have to say they played their advantages much, much better, and I like the aggressive push on the stairs as well, even though it didn't play out for them. I like seeing them trying to be proactive instead of reactive on this map.
Scary thing is, you say, as the kids say, and it makes me realize we are old now.
Oh yeah,
we have definitely reached that point.
I'm fully comfortable with it as well.
You are old.
I nap. I'm a napper. You know what I mean?
Believe it or not, every time I'm actually talking, Mark takes mini naps. It's very impressive. He still absorbs all the information I take, but then just wakes up and suddenly erupts into play-by-play. It's a fantastic thing that he's developed over the years.
Not so good when I was driving Mirage Voyage. Here's Mandy's gonna have the longbow in his hand. Going to collect the crafting materials as well, just to help them with their economy towards the next round. And for SCARZ Europe, if they get another round on the board here, maybe it will be an opportunity for them to claw their way back into this series. Remember, it's single elimination here, best of 3 as well, and there's going to be shots being exchanged as well between 2 players. So 2 sniper rifles in play here on FaZe Runner.
We got trouble. Really close.
And for everyone else, it's just waiting for those players to do the initial damage.
Well, there was a lot of damage done in the last round to the point where all resources were depleted and you just work with only your health rather than your shields. And in that case, the lifeline suddenly becomes very important. And with SCARZ running that lifeline and being able to heal up for free, essentially, well, free-ish, it does mean that it gives them that slight edge if it does get to a point where all resources are depleted. Phoenix will get his shield's cracked, so he's going to have to back off, and I wonder whether that's going to be the indication for SCARZ to push up here. It doesn't look like it is. They're more than happy just to wait, because also RPR was low.
Plenty of batteries for RPR to work with, though. So zone control. Certainly in the favor of Forgang now, and it's going to be up to SCARZ to formulate a push themselves to try and break the defensive perimeter that's been set up around the construction site. Taishin again with the Sentinel in hand. One shot from him could change things, as Rose trying to take a little bit of an off angle as well here for Forgang to capitalize on some damage that's done. Maybe try and pinch in on SCARZ Europe, but SCARZ now making their rotation. They're making a cross. And we're back to that stalemate.
Yeah, this game does feel like an age after watching the Fire Beavers series previously. Legit Lolly is down to a low amount of health and will be knocked as well. RPR got an angle.
Oh, and there's RPR as well. He's not going to get 2. Mandy will finish off Row, and RPR will get Legit Lolly. So that is going to be SCARZ bursting into life at just the right time. Hitting that accelerator and really hammering home that advantage after the first knock. And that's what you can expect from SCARZ. As all of a sudden, things start to be clicking a little bit here for them. on Phase Runner.
It is really funny when they go to the third-person view at the end of a round, because when you get respawned, your player model dies. And I just saw the Pathfinder bundle his way over a car as he respawned. So that was nice. Glad that we got to catch that.
I don't know what was happening there, by the way, but that was a great catch from the replays operator to make sure that we saw a Gibby standing still and being sniped. That was nuts from Mandy. Did you see that play? Did you just see that, Dan?
What's going on here then?
Plays.
Something's amiss. We'll find out. Rose stood still. Looks like Rose disconnected, so a confirmation as to what happens in that scenario. That's probably why the Gibraltar was stood still, in Forg gang on the back foot, but will still be playing this out, as they should do. They'll know the rules, they'll know what happens in this scenario. Probably better than I do, but for now, we just follow the 2v3 and see if Forg gang can pull off the unthinkable.
Mandy's taking a little bit of damage here. Ro is desperately trying to reconnect his Ethernet cable.
His mum's pulled it out with the Hoover.
Classic. It's a vintage move from the mother. I remember once my dad came in and stood on the floor when I was much younger. Phoenix taking a lot of damage. They have to slow things down. At the moment, it's down to legit Lolly and Phoenix just to hold their ground. I'm not sure if SCARZ are aware of the situation. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure you'd see him flying. Speaking of flying, RPR's going to be taking some damage and having to use his grapple to get out. And it looks like the last two players are trying to get into a position here, as I think the Ro might be back in the game. I might have misspoke. We'll find out in a few seconds if we see him waddling towards the action. Yes, he is. It's the hero scene. It's like Ultimate Warrior returning to the ring. As now it will be a 3v3. SCARZ Europe weren't aware of the situation, or maybe just being really good sports.
That could have gone very differently, though, couldn't it? If, like, SCARZ had pushed up aggressively and then suddenly, out of nowhere, the Ro just bursts through.
Stone Cold's music.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And Ro comes in, smashes with a Peacekeeper from behind, and SCARZ are left questioning everything they've ever pushed in their lives. But at least it's gone back to a standard 3v3. It's what we wanted to see. We didn't want to see an advantage because of a player disconnected. And now we get a normal fight.
Big shots coming in from the longboat, getting the crack on the shield. So with a Forg gang managing to stabilize. I have to say, positionally, SCARZ in a better spot here. Phoenix is just don't walk back 2 seconds. The timing, oh, it's just off there from Andy. He held that a few more seconds, but now they recognize the situation. Either way, they bubble forward, they get aggressive. As Ro now going to be taking damage. Oh no, I wonder if Ro just DC'd again as he's caught with his pants down in the open. And now for SCARZ, it's been a little bit of a gift for them, to be honest with you. But the opening's still created for SCARZ, and they will take home map number 2 in the series to tie things up. Certainly without controversy though, Dan.
Yeah.
Not without controversy, I should say, excuse me.
Yeah, a bit of controversy. Not sure what's happening to Ro. Maybe he still has LimeWire open and is downloading Neo's song from 2004 or something, and is just struggling to reconnect. But we'll hopefully find out what's going on there, and fingers crossed when we go into map number 3, which I presume we will go into map number 3 after that. He will be back with a healthy and stable internet connection, because certainly round 2 there was a stood still Gibby. Yeah. I don't think it would have mattered in that engagement in the third one, because they had already taken down the Octane, and in a 2v3 they should still probably have won that one. But yeah, 1-1, and means that we're going to get Gardens for the first time today.
We are indeed. Before we get there, though, we have an interview with one of our pro players, and I love these little pieces being put together by Blast. So before we get into our game 3 and we head over to Gardens, check this out.
Golden Gardens from Olympus, it's a pretty even map.
It's like a really dense map with a lot of houses, and there's a high ground and low ground too.
Both sides of it has about the same amount of cover.
It looks like a pretty straightforward fight. Whoever takes the high ground first wins with long range.
It's a pretty fun fight in the buildings.
I do think that Octane is actually going to be really strong on this map, because he offers the ability to place a launch pad and basically get all 3 of your teammates on ultimate high ground at the very start of the round. It plays out very similar to artillery in the sense that high ground wins. You know, you need to control roofs.
Being able to poke from a distance while also jiggle peeking and taking minimum damage is crucial.
Our playstyle will be based on us getting high ground and pretty much just playing for wherever the zone is, waiting for an opening and then going in from that.
When you're situated above the enemy team, it gives you the opportunity to instantly drop to their level whenever you want. And that basically means that you have 2 options. You can play above them, or you can drop the level. If you're on the low ground and you're not playing a legend such as Pathfinder, you don't have the ability to instantly get up to their level. So you're basically stuck to one playing field, and that's what makes high ground so important.
And as we head over there in just a few moments, we are just waiting to see if Ro can make sure that everything's okay, because we want to make sure this is a fair and proper game. Hopefully everyone at home understands that if you don't and you think it's wrong, then you're wrong, okay? So just bear with this for a few seconds. But let's talk about SCARZ, because that was a good comeback from them in that last game, even though, you know, tinged with controversy, which sets us up for our WrestleMania match. I don't know where these wrestling references are coming from, by the way, but it's been all day today with me. I've been watching a lot of it recently, okay? And it's kind of like seeped into me. It's like osmosis. The wrestling osmosis has hit me. So apologies to everyone. They are going to continue.
I just love that. I was trying to remember what a Jumbotron was called, because I was about to say the Jumbotron. Well, yeah, the Titantron music comes on and Stone Cold bursts through, and then you finished it for me anyway, which is scary because it just shows how much we've commentated together over the years. But yeah, it's set up now for map number 3. Only the second time today we've seen map number 3 come into the equation, and I expected a map number 3 after SCARZ went 1-0 down, because I think SCARZ are better than getting 2-0'd anyway. Yes, okay, the Gibby, the row had disconnected, so maybe Forg will say, hey, maybe we could have 2-0'd it, but if they feel that way, then they just 2-1 it in this final map, providing that row is back with a healthy, stable interconnect connection or computer, whatever's going wrong. But SCARZ did look a lot better. They looked a lot more patient. When RPR was caught out of position, he was retreating instantly rather than taking a 1v1 engagement and making his team have to face a 2v3. So it seemed like they learned their lesson in map number 1, and they changed things up in map number 2.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how both teams approach this map as well, because Gardens is it's a very simple map to play. Essentially, it's a race to the high ground. Yeah, either you know, on either side of the map, if you've played it in arenas, you'll understand what I'm trying to say here. There's the extreme high ground where you have the collection of buildings, and then there's the low ground circle, which has, you know, one building which is slightly higher than the other. So it's that race in either, you know, you're going to have a Pathfinder zip line that's going to be taking you there, or you'll have an Octane jump pad, which does become very, very instrumental, like you heard some of our pros talking about there on their little preview of Gardens. And then you get those up close fights. It's very rare that we're going to see the map split as much as we do, like we saw on Phase Runner just a few moments ago. So I really feel like economy-wise, you're looking at the wingman being maybe one of the first weapons bought, but shotguns become vital. And I think if you can get an Eva 8 in your hands pretty early with a bolt on it, that's going to bring you quite a lot of success, especially in and around those tight buildings that we'll see these fights kick off in.
And I'm wondering whether composition-wise with Legends, if it is a straight race to get the high ground, do you go for Loba and Pathfinder? Both of you just get to that high ground instantly. It's a little bit more difficult when it comes to a third legend. There's no one that can really get up that quickly except Octane with his jump pad, but you're not exactly going to be buying a jump pad every single round, especially in the early rounds, unless you want to commit to it. Maybe the decision is you play Octane, you buy that jump pad instead of the black market. You say, I'm just going to have P2020 in Mozambique. We're just going to get that high ground. I'm not sure on the specific amount of credits it costs for Octane's bounce pad in comparison to Loba's black market, but perhaps that will be a strategy that we see for people just trying to ensure they get the high ground and maybe get some snipers behind the other players who have been able to bounce up by the Octane pad. But a lot of things come into the equation, and I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Even though it's one of my least favorite arena maps to play, it will be the first time I've really watched it with pro players going at one another, so this should be fun.
It's certainly going to be interesting. Before we get there, we have something to bring you. I think that Launder's described them as a team that can't spell frog properly, but I'm going to describe them as our Blast Titans Battle Royale winners after 3 back-to-back games. So we've got a little piece on Forg, gang. Take a look.
If you have nades, nade the other side.
They might set you.
I'm watching. I don't see him.
I'm
Jimmy 40 flash again.
I'm low, guys. I don't have meds.
Lifeline droning.
I can. I knocked one. I knocked one. I knocked one.
Nice. 2 shot together.
Yes. The lifeline resing. Push if you can.
I'm gonna get knocked here. Web on my side.
I cancel the res.
50 on me.
Play on my side. Play on my side.
Cracked.
I'm waiting. I'm literally just waiting.
1 HP dead.
Nice. Well played, guys.
So there's some of the comms that we saw from Forg gang in that battle, and I love how calm it was, Dan. There was no overexcitement, no overhype, no shouting, no screaming, and the best comms in the world are the ones that are clear, concise, and to the point.
I was going to say that in general, I think Arena, the comms are a lot cleaner than Battle Royale, because you don't have to be thinking about everything else that's going on. You don't have to think about the third party. You don't have to think about rotations as much. Instead, you can just focus on that fight, and there's no afterthought. There's no, do we need to shield swap? Do we need to kind of think about where we're positioning for a potential third party coming involved. So it is a lot cleaner. But at the same time, I have heard people play arenas, who can just shout a lot, and get in your ears and get aggressive. So it's great that they had calm and collected just emotions in that scenario, which I hope you now, after me saying that, also stay calm. Thanks.
There's only so much one man can take when one man is doing so much damage. That's all I will say. His teammates are busy looting for a one cell when I've done 1,000. Anyway, let's not bring personal grievances into this, Dan. Otherwise, I'll bring up the fact that you haven't shaved your head. Let's talk about what's happened so far. This was FaZe Runner, and this was the way that they got back into it, SCARZ Europe. And this play from RPR, always love watching this man with a wingman in his hands. He's one of the few players who likes to pick it up still as a favored weapon when they play in VR as well. He's so confident with it, so comfortable with it, I think is a big thing as well. And that was the final battle that did go down where SCARZ took it home. Of course, we should, if you just joined us, just remind you that there was a little bit of disconnectivity with Row. So SCARZ, you got to take advantage of it when it's there, but it was a straight 3v3 towards the end of that game. So they did get the job done in the previous rounds where everything was good and everything was proper. So I think it's deserved win there for SCARZ. I don't think you can take that away from them. But now we get down to our decider. Now this is going to be interesting for me because when we play BR a lot, we don't have these like massive deciding games, right? Unless we're on match point and you've got 4, 5, 6, 7 teams on match point. It's a different scenario for these players, isn't it? Knowing that, if you don't get something right here, if you don't hit a shot, then all of a sudden you could be out of the tournament. Single elimination is a cruel beast, and a best of 3 doesn't give you much wiggle room to get things wrong.
The closest comparison, I guess, would be in Battle Royale with 2 teams on match point being the only 2 teams left in the final circle and going toe-to-toe and knowing that one missed shot could be your tournament over and gifting the tournament to the other team. It's not quite that situation where you're gifting the tournament to the other team here, but you're certainly giving them the path to potentially go on and win, because both of these teams, in theory, are winning teams. They've won Battle Royale tournaments. They have that winner's mentality. They have the ability to clutch up, so there's no reason why that can't transition into arenas from Battle Royale. But when we look at what we've seen throughout the tournament from other teams, so let's look at Beavers, right? They are one of the most aggressive teams we've seen. They just completely disregard their opposition's attempt to play the game slow, and they just bounce at people. Love that. You've got Myztro, who are completely on the other end of the spectrum, who play very slow, methodical. A lot of strategy has gone into this, and I love that. I love that they've been able to predict things well, and I'm excited to see how this tournament develops, especially going into Championship Sunday. Okay, let's do some predictions here. Who do you think is taking home Game 3, and what are you willing to put on the line if you get it wrong? Well, I've looked. I tell you what, legit Lolly. I legit found out he lived about 40 minutes away from me, very close. Just earlier. Yeah, by the way, every time you mention it, it's getting further and further away. 30 then 40. I'm just saying. I'm moving further. 20 away. Minutes. Yeah, 20 further away. Is your house down like on a slope? It is. I built it. Slowly actually, going. Yeah. Okay. It's a caravan on wheels. I'll buy him a drink if we go to an event. If they win this game. I'll put it there. I won't even give him the tournament. Flip it and ship it. Yeah. There we go. Dan Gaskin done. I'll buy him a drink. His hands into his pockets to buy a player a beverage of his choosing. But it's going to be better than I think you've learned. The thing is, this is all about learning, isn't it? And it is. I think this has been a real learning experience the last couple of weeks for you. I think you could have come into today, and we just as a team could have really held you to this. I could have, I don't live 20 minutes from you, Dan, but I was willing to traverse the country to hold you down and bring a pair of clippers and really, make sure that you followed through on your word. But as I say, I did ask back at the speed of Play-Doh. And I did ask my girlfriend. I said to her, would you stay with me? No. I swear to God. I swear to God, I did. I said, would you stay with me if I shaved my head or if I dyed my everything purple? Because Twitch suggested that I should dye everything purple. And I was like, you know what? That looks pretty good. Maybe I should do that instead. She said no to both. And I question how much she loves me considering that. But, I had to just take that one on the chin and say, okay, maybe I shouldn't do these things. Otherwise, I might end up a sad single man. Well, never mind. Let's take a few moments to put the emotional stuff to the side and go into a quick break while we get everything set up. Apologies for the little delay here before we get into our final game of this series, but it's going to be worth the wait. I promise you that, and we'll see you in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast Titans, and good news in a way. I mean, it's a story. This is a story. This is long storytelling from this series. We have a replacement coming in. Oxbow is going to be stepping in for Ro. So apologies if you're a big Ro fan. These things happen, right? Remote broadcast. We're all online. Unfortunately, internet problems do happen. So they do have a replacement coming in, which means. Good news, we can get into our third map, Dan. But Oxbow, fantastic player to bring in. Very talented individual who is certainly not going to be missing a beat here.
And also no pressure, I'd say, on Oxbow because
good point.
Well, you come into things, you're not expected to win when you've just changed your lineup completely and you're not going to have that same sort of synergy. So he's going to be playing fearless with a point to prove, probably. This is a chance to put yourself on a pedestal and say, hey, look what I've just done. I've just helped Forg getting to the next round. So I'm excited to see how this does develop and how all this changes things. But I think SCARZ should be rubbing their hands together and saying, okay, well, this is a real advantage that we've gained here by a player who won't be as synergized coming into the equation. We now need to press on and move into the next round and secure 1,000 euros, of course. So this game is a chance for them to really show us why they have a chance of winning this tournament.
If there's one player I'm sure who's enjoying the wait, it's Mandy. He's probably just sitting there doing backflips at the moment in his bedroom. You know, it's the kind of thing that he does. He likes just sitting around, you know, just waiting for the opportunity to go. But when he gets the opportunity to go, I'm sure he's going to pull off some big plays in this next game. So are you going with SCARZ here? You predicted SCARZ in this series, did you not?
I did predict SCARZ. Yeah, we all did except Kate, who went with Forg, which I respect the hell out of her for going for that and going against the grain. But now the prediction is looking slightly dicey because of the change. Do we give her a hall pass? No, okay.
Actually, no. Do you know what? Predictions don't matter this week. I mean, you kind of ruined predictions last week as well by just changing things on the fly. Did you change something on the fly?
No, before the tournament, before the day started.
Did you change something on the fly?
Before the day started,
answer the question,
I changed my prediction. I didn't change it mid-game. I didn't change it post-game. I changed it before the day started. I think that's absolutely fine.
Chat, when you submit a list of predictions and you change it, yes or no, let me know in the chat. I'll check it in a few moments. But, you know, as the predictions champion of the world, you know, heavyweight world champion, tag team, everything, intercontinental, European, honestly, I'm the belt collector, okay? That's what I'm saying. I went with SCARZ as well in this one, and I've stuck with my predictions down because I'm a man of honor, unlike some other people that I know on this show. Let's say, and the reason being that they're getting through right now. They're getting through, and I want to look at the bracket as well when we do get the option to see who they might be potentially matching up against if they do get through this as well. Just a reminder that this isn't done and dusted here. We're still waiting for our third map to get underway. We're heading over to Gardens, but you just remember as well that Dan has put something on the line here, and it's not just his his career, his word, all of that kind of stuff. He's put real money on the line here in the form of a beverage that will be given to a member of Forg if they do take home this win. So, as if this game wasn't big enough, Dan Gaskin digging into his pockets is unheard of.
That could be any beverage as well, may I add. That could be, a glass of soda, if that's the desired drink of choice. It could be a glass of malt vinegar, if that is the desired drink of choice. You never really know what these players drink, but here we are, we're into the game. Thank you for waiting and listening to us rabble, but it's going to be a chance then for the replacement player in Oxbow to try and do what he can to save Forg here.
Well, it's going to be Forg who have high ground at the start here, so that's going to be an advantage for them. Pathfinder going to have to drop, though, and give that up after the initial damage was done. So Forg, even though they got the position, you can see the shot from RPR with that wingman did change things around, and now it's SCARZ with complete and utter top control, just looking down on the peasants below.
And it was interesting to hear in the interviews and the players saying how to play this map, and you kind of have to choose which level you want to fight on. You have to almost get on the level of your opponents, without pun intended there. You have to join them at a certain height and decide where you're going to fight. At the moment, Forg are forced to play down low, and SCARZ really just raining down from above, depleting the resources by tagging them consistently with the wingmen, wingmees.
Taishin doing a lot of damage at the moment. They hit the reload, and now it sounds like the push is coming in. Legit Lolly's going to be inside of that bubble, trying to get some meds off. Not sure if they have much left, actually, to be honest with you. Taishin gets the first knock here. That's going to send in RPR. He'll get the second, and that will be a clean wipe coming in from SCARZ. 1-0 to them here on Gardens.
And whilst they didn't get the height straight away, more than one member got the height there, and that was the key advantage. They were able to force down, I think it was Oxbow, who had to then back off after initially gaining the height. And if anything is to go by from what we've heard from these pro players, height is everything on this map, and it really can be won or lost in the first few seconds. And it really came down to that. SCARZ were able to get the desired height that they so desperately searched for at the beginning. They also hit the shots with the wingmen, and then they dove in when they needed to, and they will take a 1-0 lead here on this map. And we're going to have to see something a little bit different from Forg Gang.
Well, they will have the ability now, SCARZ Europe, to hit that zip line, but on the other side of things, it's going to be a head-to-head collision because here comes everybody. To be honest with you, everybody arriving at the same time, everyone trying to fit through the same door, and there's only so much room at the inn here, as RPR got a lot of damage done. Nade will go down as well, trying to just make sure that maybe just create a little bit of a distraction, maybe to get some damage done, but you can see inside now that Forg Gang have managed to stabilize just for a few moments.
I want to get my tape measure out because I wonder whether there's an advantage being on the side that SCARZ currently are. It looked like to me they are closer to that high ground and they had less room, less distance to travel with that zip line. So they've taken advantage of that. They got the damage in initially, but most importantly for Forg Gang, they have not gone down. So at least they can reevaluate how they want to play this situation now.
Taishin looking if he can get a little bit of poke damage here, see if he can find a head to click on. Not happening at the moment, and it is a longer game, which, as we learned in the previous round, SCARZ aren't too interested in. Damage done, but that's going to cost them now, as they now find themselves in a 1v3 situation. Mandy, last player alive, and a little bit of impatience there really did cost SCARZ.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision, I'll put it that way. And now Mandy's going to have to pop off. We have seen Mandy pop off before, manages to get one. Comes in, gets this, almost gets a second, but it would have had to be 3 anyway. I thought we were about to see something special. 1-1 for Gang. Gifted around there, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for SCARZ fans watching to see their team have the high advantage, but just not the patience to really take that and turn it into a round win. But I tell you what, even though they might have had a height advantage, and even though Forg Gang were in a little bit of a sticky situation, I mean, some of those shots you just saw once again from Phoenix were world class. As is this cuisine. Look at that ramen. Ramen, bananas, and
wine.
Wine? It's Ribena.
Or Ribena. It's another drink I could be buying for legit lolly if Forg Gang win here. Maybe he's got that to think of. Here comes the bounce pad this time, which will launch them right onto the top of this high ground. And now it's going to be SCARZ having to play the low ground for the first time in this matchup. I do understand why they dropped, by the way. They thought they could single out the Gibby, I think it was. Unfortunately, the shots weren't landed and they had to back off, and then they were just surrounded by Forg Gang. But now we'll see what Forg Gang do with this high ground.
Those shots from Oxbow not quite connected. Phoenix can be broken here, and even though those shots from Oxbow are going to slow things down, Manny's still trying to get a little bit of poke damage himself. It's not going to be doing a lot, though, as Oxbow with this Volt is really melting. SCARZ Europe managed to reset, though, as Manny managed to get that battery off, and now playing on that low ground. RPR looks like he wants to get involved, though. He wants a little bit of a rumble here as he takes the building just below them. A couple of meds going to be exchanged between the teams, and we're back to a little bit of a standoff, and I think SCARZ might have learned from that last round here. Might have played this one just a little bit slower.
Well, they kind of have to play it slow when they're on the low ground, unless they will want to just suddenly randomly dive on them up above, but I don't think they've got the ability to do so. Instead, they're just going to be patient. Mandy is the bait, I think, here. Trying to bring them down, trying to make them focus him, and then RPR and Taishin will come out of the depths and supply the damage from behind. But it doesn't look like Forg Gang are going to take the bait. Instead, they're going to very much keep their advantage here on top of Gardens.
Well, Mandy gets his shields broken here, so he's going to have to pop some meds. RPR probably just thinking about hitting a grapple at any point. Maybe it's just a climb up. There is a map drop as well. But going for that would be a little bit suicidal for these teams at this point. And we'll give away that first knock, you can imagine, especially if Forg Gang have this height. You don't want to be giving up. That's being exchanged once more, but not too much damage being done. Speaking of which, once again, the Volt has an impact here. 46 damage done. Now we're talking about economy. Who has the shield batteries to work with? Who still has some cells left over? Taishin still just crouching inside of this building. And now it might be Taishin who's waiting for Forg Gang to make that move if they get a little bit of damage, shoot them in the back, and allow his teammates to create some havoc down in that low ground.
Well, Mandy was singled out for quite some time, but was able to just traverse his way to his teammates so he could gain a shield back. And that shows how little resources that Mandy had. He had to find teammates to make sure he got back up to a full complement of health. And Taishin really does have a chance to potentially disrupt this four-gang team that is above him. The game for SCARZ is just about dangling that bait in front of them and saying, come on, jump on us here. All three of us are here, I promise. And Taishin then suddenly will explode into action. The care package is still there to be grabbed, as I think Taishin has just joined them now. So all three players are going to be down here, and they want to take this fight from down low.
They do indeed, and that's going to force Forg to drop at some point. And as we know, you drop off that high ground, you're going to be stunned for just a few seconds. However, they've taken a step down, so the stun won't be there so much, and it looks like it might be a little bit of a no-holds-barred match going down towards the end here. Mandy doesn't have a lot of heals to work with, doesn't have any heals to work with, and nor does RPR, so HP advantage in this fight, certainly with Forg.
There's also a door in between them all, so it's going to be a case of trying to blow that door off if you are the team that wants to get in, but I think it's finishing pretty much directly on the door here. So these teams are going to be staring at each other through the glass. Erase that. No glass, no door.
There's a bubble. That goes down. Shot's going to be going in with the Eva 8. There's one knock for SCARZ. They managed to get two as well, and that's going to be SCARZ and Taishin. Hitting big damage towards the end game. All players forced into a tiny little circle and into those bubbles. And it's SCARZ who come out on top, and from what looked like a disadvantageous position for them down, they managed to get that round of the board.
It is the perfect ending circle, that, though. It's extremely fair, I'd say, with it just finishing right on the doorway. And it means that you do have to have that fight. No team can really hide. But that's very well played by SCARZ. They had the disadvantage throughout the entirety after the Octane bounce pad had launched the Four-gang boys up on top. And maybe they didn't take advantage of their situation quick enough. There was a point where Mandy was very low, and we're going to have this race again, potentially from Zips. Or are we? Just the one.
They have the advantage from where they spawn to get up to that high ground a little bit quicker with that zip line. And even though they've managed to get that high ground, you have to say initial damage is certainly being done here by Forg. So SCARZ have got to reset a little bit, and I just wonder if Oxbow wants to be a little bit of a hero here. Legit Lolly says, I'll be the hero. He takes the high ground, and that is dominance asserted here by Forg as they force down SCARZ from the high ground down to the low.
Big nades coming out. Bubble will also just allow them to heal up, but there is a gap in that bubble. Got to be careful. Legit Lolly does back off and bat. But is there going to be a push? RPR wants to get involved. Has to be careful. If you fall here, you almost essentially give the round to the opposition. SCARZ just need to play the patient game. They've had most success when they play things slow.
Mandy doing so much damage here. It's just so difficult to climb up and not be met by an Eva 8. If you're other members of SCARZ, who want to turn this damage into knocks. And it looks like a little bit of a rotation away here from RPR just for a second to check that care package and see what's coming in and if it's going to be effective. I think it was a Hemlock that was actually being pinged, so the ability to do some pretty decent damage to that team up on the high ground. Phoenix going to have a little poke over the edge as well. Just look down at the precipice and see what's going on. Nothing that he likes the look of at the moment, and we're back to a bit of a stalemate between the two.
As a reminder, if Four-gang win this round, then it suddenly goes to winning 4 rounds rather than 3. So that match point would be taken off SCARZ here. It's not just match point, it's series point. This is final map number 3 in a best of 3 in a single elimination bracket, and that's some good damage. Gets the crack, and maybe this will be the push from Forg.
You get the feeling that they might take advantage of this. However, they decided to just slow things down once again, and that's going to allow Mandy to get his shields back up. But here comes the push now. Phoenix doing some great work, just managing to thread the bullets through the needle here. Oxbow taken down to barely any HP. Another battle going to go down. Phoenix once again doing so much work for his squad here. But both teams holding each other off. Both teams just holding their ground here. Neither team really getting the advantage or getting that knock they're so desperate for.
Yeah, that was fantastic damage from Phoenix, but also really good bait and switch from SCARZ to ensure that no one went down despite the damage they had taken. They all get back up to full health, and we go back to the beginning. Everyone have to reassess how they want to approach this one. Oxbow almost exposed himself a little bit too much, but was able to retreat. Remember, Oxbow replacing Ro after Ro had some PC or internet issues, so Forg technically at a disadvantage here, in my opinion. But
there's a bubble.
Yeah, there is.
And Here comes SCARZ. They decide to climb up. Frag grenade going to be tossed just inside of it. And now SCARZ once again will turn the tables. They'll take the high ground, but there's a player behind. Mandy manages to turn around and beam, and that might give him the opportunity to maybe get that first knock. Taishin is going to turn it into that exactly. RPR though, he's going to go down. He's going to have to move as well as the circle is closing in. Mandy and Taishin in a 2v1 situation, and SCARZ will turn the advantage into a win. They'll take home the series 3-1 here on Gardens. But you have to give some credit. It was an uphill battle for Forg gang there, but SCARZ take home the win.
I mean, literally that map quite often is an uphill battle. But yeah, after Roe getting disconnected, it was always going to be difficult for Legit Lolly and the rest of the Forg gang boys. And I tell you what, I will still get Legit Lolly a drink at an event, regardless of the loss, because I'm a man of my word.
And then on that note, I'm throwing it to a break before you start to get carried away, because we have had finally that series end. SCARZ take home the win. They will progress in the bracket. More Apex arenas coming your way. Just a few.
How you still move faster than me?
I got my running shoes on.
Huh? This guy falsch started.
Don't you dare kidnap me.
How you still move faster than me?
I got my running shoes on.
No way. That's my wall jump. Wait for construction, my friend.
The pressure's on there.
I see you already scary about it.
I'm shaking, man. Alright. Oh, I did the hard bit. No! Oh no!
You dropped me!
I Goomba stomped you.
No way, he dropped me. No way.
I Goomba stomped you down. Yep. Oh no, I messed it up. Oh no, this is a tragedy.
Yeah, I think I made a mistake.
I'm so far behind you.
Yeah, but anyway.
I can catch up now. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, and I can't even get in the high ground now. No way. Yeah, this zipline was my fault.
Maybe 35 in that room.
45 blue knocked in.
If we get full send one guy, we just do it.
Cracked.
We can do it in Octane.
Yeah, do it.
38, give me. Oh, 38, give me cracked.
Where's Octane?
Oh, 38 cracked. The flash. Come on, push.
Push.
He's right there, give me.
Give me crack. Nice. God, I'm good on the wingman. Someone sign me up for the Wingman Olympics.
Relax, bro. Relax.
He really is that good with a wingman. Okay, Scrawny, let's be clear. That last round had everything. We had a disconnected player. We had a brand new player coming in. We had going back and forth. We had 3 maps, including Golden Gardens. What more can you say about SCARZ pulling it out on my Forg gaming kids?
38, give me crack. That's about it.
Good on the wingman.
That last push, that last game on Golden Gardens. I mean, listen, I think one of the talking points of Gardens that I think now we can finally touch on is its east spawn advantage. So you can see the top tower on the top of the hill is obviously instrumental to these late game circles when it comes to Gardens, and we saw it in a prime example, I believe, on round 2. Where we had east spawn advantage, the Pathfinder ultimate face-off. Well, if you're on the east side, then you get to the top building faster. And we saw how much damage the first guy to arrive was able to output because he just had 2 sitting ducks just, zipping along as if they were in, some kind of safety net when really they weren't. And then in the final round, we had this back and forth where high ground was taken from high ground, was taken from high ground. Ultimately, SCARZ, who had it first, lost it. But look at the timing here. RPR gets off the rope before Phoenix can even answer. He's forced to dive down into the apartments and try to get his shield bat off. And it just, it's a little bit apparent at the opposite spawn at the bottom of the hill as well. But at least that one is more dead set in the middle. We had an Octane jump pad try to play to that spawn advantage too. But it's very obvious to me in Gardens that a Pathfinder ult to the top of the map is just a huge opening move.
You know what? Somebody else that was making a lot of moves throughout that series was the one and only Taisheen from SCARZ Gaming, and he, of course, is our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razor. And rocking the lifeline here, Launders. Rocking the lifeline.
It's a great, the lifeline's just great. I mean, especially in these arenas, the auto heal, the extra heal while it's very hard to get healed. I mean, part of the thing here is that it's very hard to heal efficiently. And honestly, what arenas is about is as soon as you get the tiniest advantage, you leverage and attack and swarm. And so if you hear a crack, for example, that can be a cue for your team that you figured out before the game started to launch the assault on your opponents. But if you have a lifeline, there's at least a chance that you can get a heal off with a shield cell and a regular heal. You could potentially pick up down teammates, which is virtually impossible versus good teams. So Lifeline's awesome in this game mode.
It is indeed. Well, let's take a look at the round of 16 that we are knee-deep in right now before we head off to our next match. Let's take a look at what we've already accomplished so far. As you can see, those quarterfinals. SCARZ, Kungarna, Myztro, Fire Beavers, all making their way to tomorrow's bracket and quarterfinals en route to the grand final tomorrow. That is Sunday, and they are definitely making it count and certainly taking the time. I don't know if you can hear my dogs. They're barking, and welcome to broadcasting from your house. At any rate, there's definitely a lot of things to see, including something we have to revisit, which hurts my heart because I felt like they were there. Let's take a look at the predictions presented by Amazon. And here we go, gang. Here we go. Everybody else gets the points, and Gaskin and I get once again trounced by our desire to be different. Here we go. Scrawny, I hear you're laughing, and I totally agree.
Well, I don't know. This picture of Dan Gaskin, that's, yeah. I think if we ever needed a reason for Dan not to shave his head, it's right there.
I take it all back, actually. I wonder whose head it was that they got, though. You know what I mean? Where did they repurpose Onset's head for this? But they added like it's got a bit of a different dimension to it, I think. It looks real. It looks very real.
It looks like Moses. It's a Counter-Strike crossover.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh my
Mega
God,
Mind
that's
Moses.
Wow. This is yeah. Okay. Well, I would say Gaskin's head aside. Well done to everyone but Dan and I trying it out. And you know what? An interesting place where there were some times when we saw some teams come out from behind, come out of nowhere. Forg Gang is a great example of that. Nobody expected them to win last week. And of course, it was BR last week and Arenas this week. But Launders, you know, my hope was to have one of those teams happen today. But as it turns out, right straight down the middle, all those teams that we thought.
It was a solid, yeah, it was still a solid pred, especially after that first Game on artillery was so good. It looked super good for Forg. So definitely not a bad shout at all. I mean, solid performances in these last 2 games. You know, New even showed some life. So I think it wasn't as one-sided, I guess, as many expected, and especially, you know, not yourself. And I completely respect the prediction. I think it was good.
Well, appreciate it. I've swung for the fences, but I think Forg game had what it needed to have, but maybe just not enough today. But at any rate, you know what? We are in our final 4-game stretch coming up after this break, so I will say goodbye for the moment to Launders and to Scrawny. Thank you so much for being on the desk with me today. I know you're going to be casting our next games, and then we'll welcome back Onset and Gaskin to the desk right after this.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bam boop. Fool 'em. You got bamboozled, look at you.
And welcome back to Blast Titans. Of course, we are also welcoming back Onset and Gaskin here for our final 4 matches of the day. Guys, welcome back to the desk. And I will say this, Gaskin, I've never seen you with the look we just saw from predictions from our last round, so well done.
Yeah, I mean, if that isn't a reason for me not to shave my head, then I don't know what is. Honestly, I'm still contemplating this whole offer from Twitch for me to be forgiven if I dye my hair and beard, or just my beard, purple. Which is, it's tempting, because I feel like my reputation is being kind of tarnished right now. A lot of people disrespecting the Gaskin name, so maybe I have to come up with something before tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you what, Onset, we're going to take a look at the predictions here for our final 4 games in this round of 16. And Gaskin, it sounds like you've got a chance to maybe sop up some points. Onset, this is probably the biggest change that we've had in a while.
You know, as I say, just ignore my predictions. I don't want to ruin everything for everyone. They're all correct. They're all right, and that's what's going to happen in these games. But I mean, there are certainly, we're getting to a stage right in the tournament now where it's more difficult to decide on a stronger team fighting team. You've got to look at maybe the reason that I went for underrated, for example, is I'm looking at the amount of points that they accrued throughout recent tournaments. Yes, they were running Revenant. Yes, they were running Revtane. Everybody can have their opinion on that, but also, we've seen them in tournaments where they weren't allowed to run Revtane very recently, and they still put up a huge amount of kills across games. So I've kind of gone with that. They know how to team fight, and they are a hyper-aggressive team. So that's why I went with them. There's kind of reasonings from historical things for my predictions. But yeah, I think it's certainly gonna make the table look a bit different when we're done.
It will indeed. Let's take a look at that head-to-head between underrated and 789. And of course, Onset, you're absolutely right. You are the only one that chose underrated, but you know, we'll see what happens. Okay, I've been wrong very clearly, so here we go. But let's take a look. Obviously, this is our match 5 of that round of 16. Gaskin, anything that you're really looking for in terms of, while we take a look at these banned maps, and actually, Gaskin, let's talk about the banned maps there for a second. Phase Runner Artillery, interesting.
Yeah, we are seeing slightly different bans across the board every round that we get through. It means that Party Crasher is going to be our first pick, which I'm always excited to see. I think 789 are a really individually talented team, and I think they are going to be a scary team to go up against in arenas. And Garden is going to be picked for the first time. It's not even a decider. It means we're definitely going to see another game of Gardens, Kate. Hurrah, you'll be delighted.
Yay! I am absolutely. I know that. I'm assuming that Onset, you are not. Oh, there's Thermal.
Thermal Station and Golden Gardens. Yeah, I mean, not my picks, not the ones that I enjoy the most, but they're going to be good maps, obviously, for underrated. You know, the fact that they've picked Golden Gardens as a place that they want to go and fight. I think the fact that the decider is on Thermal Station will fall into their hands. They're obviously looking for those closer quarter battles, and they fancy their chances there. 789, maybe their pick getting out here is going to be very impressive to them. They need to get out. They need to get out quickly. They need to get out hot.
Yeah, I was gonna say there seems to be a fairly good narrative across the arena's gameplay that says the team first to aggro is definitely the team to contend with the rest of the game. Am I correct, Mr. Gaskin?
For the most part, aggression has paid off. There has been instances where one player can get overly aggressive, and then suddenly the other team will capitalize on that by singling them out, taking them down, and then winning the oncoming 3v2. But I mean, we look at Fire Beavers, for example. They were the most aggressive team, and they have had the most success in this tournament so far. So yes, there is something to be said that aggression can pay off if it is done correctly. But even some rounds, Fire Beavers did struggle because they were too aggressive. So it's a very fine line that you have to try and tiptoe around.
Well, we'll find out if that balance is on the side of underrated or 789 right now as we throw it over to Scrawny and Launders. Take it away, guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Kate and Co. We are back to where we belong, Launders, the casting booth, the digital virtual casting booth. We move on to some closer games, perhaps. This is what I'm excited for, okay? You and I, we began the day with the knockout stage, with the lopsided affair, the 3-0s, the 3-1s, and slowly but surely, of course, our matches have actually gotten a little bit closer. Now, we have 7, 8, 9... versus underrated. Two teams that I think floated around the top of our Battle Royales weekend pretty successfully, and one team that'll be coming into this match with a lifeline. But we are right back to where we once were with the double Loba setup. So thievery is afoot as they steal the resources straight out the gate.
Yes. Loba. Oh. Yes, Loba making another appearance. It can't be understated. Loba can't be underrated, okay, anymore. Maybe one of the most key parts of the composition in these arenas right now. It's making things very scary, very competitive, especially since except for that game with Fire Beavers, these arenas are not ending so soon that it would be a liability to try to pull out a black market, for example.
Yep, you're dead on. And I think in our last game with SCARZ as well, I feel like, you know, the Lifeline's a cool pick, but if I had to go between Lifeline and Loba, I'm going Loba any day of the week. And in this case, we actually get the Loba with Lifeline at the cost of mobility. You know, we look over at Underrated, man, that is a pretty stationary setup between Loba, Gibby, and Lifeline. So those rapid repositions, those quick decisions and like jumps, that's going to be limited, right? If we compare that to the ability to chase of Pathfinder and Octane on the opposite side, this is really, I think, two different styles of arena setup, and I'm very excited to see them clash.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I love that they say why not both and try a different approach. And they think they have a little bit of a defensive option on top of their, on top of it, you know, on top of being able to endure some damage along the way. HE grenade to try to zone out. Oh my God, he's dead in the air. That is Pathfinder delivering himself via FedEx overnight right to their doorstep.
Done. And Underrated gonna absolutely pounce on top of that one. So a little bit of Loba movement. I guess that can't be understated, right? I said that they didn't have much repositioning on the side of Underrated, but they do still have Loba with her teleports. So it's gonna be pretty crucial for that to be relied upon. But in this case, movement doesn't mean too much. And if I think of the bigger picture when it comes to like reposition and mobility strength, I think like if you don't have that, right, in Underrated's case, I think you have to play to the zone. You absolutely have to. In some other instances, you can go for these like, you know, long flanks around, especially on a map like Party Crasher, where there are these open routes to flank the buildings if they do leave their spawn point open.
Yeah.
Is that moldy bread? Is that what that was?
I mean, I'd eat it, but
Ugh. You're an animal.
Just pull it off, you know?
That's not how it works, man. No, you can't do that. Don't do
that. Put some
that.
peanut butter on top of it.
No, don't.
Extra calories.
I love fuzzy peanut butter. I'm a pass on that one. Lifeline ultimate in play. That's something that we actually haven't seen much out of the Lifelines, and yet here it comes. Case Sweeney going to order his own care package. The care package comes to him.
Yeah, get you a care package that'll come to you. So this
Then
is
beat on it with your drumsticks.
Yeah.
Oh, what's he get? See, the thing here is he doesn't get to choose whatever he gets, so he better hope
heal
he's got
for
an
going
upgrade.
to the care package.
Yeah, that seems worth. He's got to grab the gun off the side. It's a longbow and another shield bat.
Well,
so
put it
a
to
little
work.
bit of shield upgrade and the longbow. That's what Case Sweeney is able to get off at the ult, but that's a gamble, a literal gamble in these arenas play.
I saw someone, and I don't think
I feel like the position of the drop, you know, that was very specific.
Yeah, it actually adds a little bit of cover. You know, I think it plugs one of the gaps in the walls on that rooftop, so I can get behind that. I can get behind that. It's basically Rampart.
Right.
Zanya, though, look at this. Creepy crawl play. He's gotten up close and personal, ready to pop with the wingman, but the Gibraltar shield makes him feel a little too nervous. His teammates are all going to start grouping up underneath him, and he himself has his enemies all ahead.
Sneak peek.
Woo!
Poops out some shield
Jazzo.
cells.
Yeah, just plopping them. Spewing shield cells all over the rooftop. Esdesu able to get some good damage. She's able to round the corner and give chase, dealing health damage as well. So she could very well be a key piece to this play, but she's going to take a time to just step aside and make sure she bats up. That's going to bring her in line with the rest of her team. Everybody looking good for the side of 7-8-9.
I feel
Less
like there
health here for Underrated.
a couple of moments where it might have been a good opportunity to just like get in there, especially after that crack from Desu. But yeah, they're going a little bit slow. Both teams, a lot of mutual respect across the board here.
Yeah, making sure that they're all healed up to the maximum capacity before they decide to go for their jump. We just saw Underrated almost have a similar situation to what Esdesu set up. They had a crack on one. They had the shield advantage. They, too, decide not to jump. So I think this just furthers your point here, Mohan, that these are two teams posturing with one another, checking each other out, and not wanting to make that penultimate move that could spell disaster. Still, high ground for Underrated, and 7-8-9 sit pretty beneath.
And now it's just a game of, once again, kind of who would you rather be? You know, sometimes, like, the high ground advantage is not an objective one. It really depends on the circumstance. And in some situations where the zone closes, you usually find it's the guys on the high ground who end up dropping down. But this time around, we've got a climber.
Yeah, Esdesu, she's doing great damage. She will be the first down of the round, but she dropped Jazaz to that low HP, and the zone doesn't make enough of a damn difference. A single piece of HP was there for Underrated, and yet they pick up that win.
Wow. Outside of it, yeah. Just as you mentioned, that was Path knocking on death's door. I actually can't believe he survived another situation like that. Of course, I mean that's just usually what happens. It feels like in arenas because there's so many closed zone closes, but it's surprising every single time nonetheless. 2 in a row for Underrated, looking for the sweep.
Damn, it's Desu. I thought she was going to climb up and just shred everybody's shields to allow her other 2 teammates to come and sweep them away. But I feel like as they were getting pushed, right, it's one of those like wounded animal type deals. They just locked down, did so much more damage as they were being pushed upon, because while everybody else was holding W to get to them, they just kept those sights up and the damage down. And it worked. It worked well.
They were looking for that in-between timing of like, all right, who would expect us to climb up now? Because I was wondering who wants to be the one to make the first move, and will they, you know? But they gave it their best shot. Sometimes there is no best move necessarily. You just got to hit your shots once you get in vision, and that time they got slightly outgunned.
You have Zanya with the jump pad at the ready. So in those moments where they could get a weakened player, expect perhaps a jump. Oh, just getting out of the way of that frag grenade. Almost falling to it. Now they're going to go ahead, snuff out the player beneath them. This is that up-close wingman damage from Underrated, looking for the 3-0 sweep on the Party Crasher. Believe eliminated. Wingman to the head. And Dazzo is able to dive back. Could just go for the straight-up heals, but he's barely missing any shields. So why not? Stick at it. Try to keep that damage output high. As Desu, she'll finish her heal, leaving her and Zanya in a heads-up 2v3. And the Gibraltar arm shield, well, that makes it a little bit easier to stave off this wingman damage. They've got all the information they need. Both players for the side of 789 reside on this high ground. And the frag grenades pop all around them. But the damage, it's just not there versus Underrated. They are fully shielded in the purple. All 3 players right back in that fighting stance. And I feel like 789... looking for some kind of saving grace that just doesn't seem to come at them.
It is dire straits at the moment, for sure. It feels like they're at such a disadvantage when in reality, you know, they've still got 3 up. Zone's coming in. And we'll see what happens. The move is being made. Getting out of dodge.
It's actually the
Octane.
The old jump. That's actually huge, man. That gives them the control of the care package and the resources for the reshields. But the problem is the damage. Is it enough? It's coming back this other direction. Zanya's out, and Underrated are your champions. Party Crasher goes their way in a convincing 3-0 sweep.
Just better, at least right now. At least on this match, they were better pretty much every way. They had that in a stranglehold, and we're just a touch better. Now, Underrated, I mean, we as much as it feels like some of the best teams are already through, it has to be said that Underrated they were top 5 last week. They were also top 4 ALGS championship. So they're also one of those elite tier teams in recent times that deserves the respect of being able to believe that they could stomp anybody out as good as 789 are.
Yeah, I mean, Underrated, true to the name, I think, because it's not a full-fledged org. It's one of those rosters that maybe sits underneath expectations. But this final circle, this final attempt, I think, is indicative of the desperation that we sort of saw from 789. Once they lost their first player, that player who was trying to push up and was a bit separated from the pack, it left just the 2 of them on top of the Voyage ship. What are you going to do, man? You got to go for shields if you don't have any resources left. They jump pad across the map, and even though they grabbed the better guns, I feel like the damage they took in the process, it made the heals a priority, and when you were going for your heals and all 3 other players jump on you, it's just decisiveness from Underrated. Like, even though 789 took the initiative to move, Underrated were right on top of them. They smelt blood in the water. They finished their kills.
Yeah, it seems like a consistent feature of the better teams, even in these arenas, is basically just composure, like knowing when you have a good spot and then being able to like maintain control. Sometimes you're strafing back and forth in the open, or you have like one box, but you're aware of what your teammate's watching to the right of you, and like that stuff can be talked out beforehand. But it feels like the better teams are just way more comfortable when it doesn't look like they're in a prepared position. They just have a very nice setup that covers all their, potential aggressors' options. And then it's like this game of chicken where eventually the worst team is going to break first, make that first move, and then fall apart while they're rotating, fall apart while they try to get aggressive. And the better teams are like better team fighting, better knowing when they can stand still. And usually because they know they're better, always get that moment where the other team makes a clear mistake and then they just punish them.
I feel like we almost felt that as well within the second round of this game on Party Crashers, right? We have 789 with the ground floor. We have Underrated on the top hold. And despite Esdesu's best efforts to like climb up the wall and get that damage in, yeah, she got the damage, but I feel like the follow-up, right? The rest of the team wasn't on that same page. And Underrated just staying composed. You've been interrupted in the sense that somebody just climbed and tried to make the opening move. That person who made the opening move did more damage than you did versus them. You're clearly at a disadvantage, and if you panic and try to hide and like give up the angles you're holding, I feel like it's an easy move for 789 to follow through and just like sweep you under the rug. Whereas Underrated, like you're saying, man, the composed teams, the ones that just remain in position, get that one shield cell off, just that extra little 3-second calculation, little bit of recovery, and then hit the shots as those players are trying to like chaotically swarm. I think it's the same type of formula, Mohan, that may have cost Fire Beavers a couple of rounds. Their consistent aggression became predictable, and then when the team they were playing against was able to just stop and pause for a second, they did catch them with a couple of round wins the other way. And I think this Underrated versus 789 game had that same kind of flavor.
I'm not sure if it was Underrated to pick Party Crashers. Do you remember by any chance?
I've got the process, but I don't have who picked what.
Okay.
But now production comes in clutch, and they're going to whisper it in our ears.
On command, like 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Okay, production.
No, but we don't know.
Okay.
They went one step ahead.
Oh, okay.
They busted out the entire veto.
They're like, yo, give us a second. We'll go one better.
Wait, this is
we're not
Navi.
Spoilers. It's all no. See, now everybody knows that this is all scripted.
I didn't even know though. That's the problem.
No,
Why can't we know?
What probably happened there is that they were resetting the graphic for our next match. Maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to throw them a life preserver.
Help them out. Who's holding your cable, by the way?
It's a very short cable, and I'm very far away from my computer. There's no way to hide it, man. There's no way to be subtle.
I'm just extremely jealous of your standing desk setup that I wish I had.
What if I?
Oh my God, he has the
technology.
That better? That's incredible.
Have I done
a couple
it?
centimeters shorter, but yes, it worked really well.
Okay.
It looked great too. Yeah.
Oh, you guys see nothing.
It's perfect. You're comfortable, right?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Perfectly fine. Definitely mobile, can move. The irony of having a standing desk and being able to move and now not being able to move a muscle.
Yeah. But yes, I was thinking, like, what are the odds that like 789 can come back? So I wanted to say if the next map is their pick, then maybe we could see a different version of them. Overall, I feel like the arena's maps don't make or break the teams yet because the meta's not completely established, apart from like what we saw with Olympus, for example. But they can make some difference, especially with the compositions that are getting played. So we'll see. But I just wanted to use that to bring up the point that Apex Legends is such a confidence game. Like, it's such a fast-moving game. It's a game where you have to just constantly make decisions. Your fluid reasoning is such a big part of this game, and being able to do that while believing you're making the better decision than your opponents, I think, is honestly what will make the difference when deciding who's good and who's great.
It's careful. I do it too fast, man. I'm just going to take off like a top. Yes. So making micro decisions constantly. Now, here's something that I think let's play off of this conversation, right? If it's about decision making, this was a huge decision to move our game onto the Gardens and moving on to a map that again, I don't want to like hammer on this too much so that it seems like this glaring flaw that everybody's just going to always argue against Gardens for, but I'm talking East spawn advantage. If you are choosing Gardens and if you're bringing us into this map, I think that you should have a next level awareness when it comes to map knowledge. And I mean, you can see it here. Look how that top building is entirely shifted to the right side. As opposed to being mirrored down the middle, it leans one way, and it's the highest point. Playing for high ground is what Apex can always be about, and that doesn't change when we jump into arenas. So let's get it underway. This best of 3 onto map 2, and it is 789 facing elimination after a 3-0 map 1 win.
Yeah, that was a clean one. So we'll see what happens. Underrated also take to the skies. They've got up here inside the top capsule. Okay, they've got the New York flat, paying 10 grand a month, but they've got all the views. Eyes over Central Park here, living the life, their absolute best life.
I'm broke here.
Yeah, I'm walking here.
I'm walking.
Yeah, 789 said, "You think you're better than me? Huh? Think you're better than me?"
And then underrated point at the last BO3 and go, yeah, 3-0.
Yeah, true. This will be about siphoning back that confidence advantage. Even though it's intangible, it is real.
Zazz with a little pizzazz on the Octane movement, makes it quick, busts up Zanya's teeth, punch him in the mouth, and K-Swinny goes down. Dazao is able to answer, so we're at that 2-2. Block the doors. Hold the door.
Knock, knock.
Nobody's home.
He's got a crack. He's got a crack.
He's peeking through, man. Here's Johnny.
Oh!
And here's Zanya down, leaving Believe in the 1v2.
Whoa.
Ah, no, make it 1v1.
Crawl
Ah,
with
get away from
zombies.
me.
Crawl with zombies.
Where's the one that's still alive, man? He can't see anything. There's 4 knockdown shields. The door's busted. The shields are popped. Dao's wingman.
Like a bunch of head crabs.
Come on. 1 or 2 bullets is going to get the job done. Believe definitely has the advantage. Get in there. He's going to use the Pathfinder play to fake out the rotate, to go back to the... What am I looking at?
It's the March of the Penguins. Did we find the rotation? We did! It's a joke! Oh my god.
What is this?
That was like... what was that? It was like a bunch of... That was like a bunch of crabs trying to make it out to sea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the first time. Oh my god.
And believes the seagull that's just trying to pluck one off.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh my god, dude, that is nightmare fuel.
I think I'd be more scared of zombies crawling on their hands and knees than I would if they were just running at me.
Hands down.
Oh my god.
And every time that door opens, like, it's, oh man. It's like watching toddlers play tug of war or something. Okay, right back into the second round. Let's see if Underrated can keep this tied up, or whether we get the 7-8-9-2-0 start. It's the Jazaz jump pad to get onto the rooftops early. Nice frag damage. That's 2 shield cells worth of damage. Just as he comes over top of the roof, Dazo able to dive back, try to recover some shields here. I feel like the positioning definitely favors Underrated. They've got the buildings to their full control as they keep 7-8-9 at bay. Oh!
Oof. A monster hit. That will come through. High ground a problem here. 7-8-9 between a rock and a hard place.
We should go here.
Oh, Skynade.
Oh man.
These
combined with them, I don't know if they push with this, but that could be huge. Those are landing on the right spot too. They've got a proper distraction on top of it. The aggressive jump up. My goodness, what was that?
I feel like that was the frag grenade pressuring the move away, right? If any character was able to get away, it's going to be the Loba teleport. Unfortunately for Desu, she TPs right into her enemies, and then they rip everyone apart. Convincing answer back from from Underrated.
It's tough. You think, okay, I'm going to make this move again, but this time I'm going to do this instead, and we'll be able to fight back and get a little bit higher up. But no, like the team that's getting up there more quickly is able to maintain and hold.
Yep.
But this is yeah, two rounds in a row now that Underrated have been able to find this advantage and just deal out so much damage. And credit to them. I mean, the grenades are beautiful and tied to a push, right? They coordinated via walkie-talkie that they were going to throw some utility and not just throw it because they were throwing it, but make sure that their opponents were going to sit there and have to fight in that area where it would land.
Sure. Dead on, man.
Here it is.
We get a Pathfinder ult being burnt. They jump to the bottom side. Circle not playing to the top of the hill, so we actually haven't headed that direction for a couple of rounds now. Believe's gonna play off of the hedges. Mitch Hedgeberg over here.
See if he has any one-liners for him.
To hell with purple people.
Someone out there.
Xenia taking hard damage, all the way down to like half flesh. I do feel like Underrated are playing with some killer conviction. Like, you know, we talk about decisiveness and instantaneous decisions, and they swarm, man. They are on top of their moves, but oh, SCARZ.EU missed shots, and that is gonna hurt. In the meantime, Underrated, they've got Key Swinney down to a single HP. Zaz has broken shields, and now he's down. As we get the attempt for Key Swinney to get back into the game with low HP, it's Believe up and running. Dazo, no shields, half health, and that is gonna cost him another round win for 7-8-9.
Okay, they're in it. I mean, they kept up. That was the best position to start with as well for Underrated to be in, and it looked like things were going well, but quickly 7-8-9 stole it back. That initial push got shut down, but they made do with their remaining 2 players. That was very nice recovery here from 7-8-9. Let's watch it back.
Woo. Boom! Even to the face.
Solid 1v1.
Doesn't matter how small the Wraith hitbox is when she is half your screen. Information.
Read that
It's not very informative, to be honest. Yeah. All right, now listen. Out of the spawn, we get the Pathfinder ultimate to the top, but the jump pad from Octane is about even timing. Still, East spawn advantage. They take that rooftop, and it forces 7-8-9 onto the interior instead.
Interesting. And with, I mean, there is the fact that they don't have a Gibby up here. You know what I mean? So they can take the high ground advantage, but they're still susceptible to any zoning grenades. They have to respect them.
Woo! Okay, Swinney's gonna try to dodge.
This is ugly.
Off of the rope.
But
nice little piece of movement.
Yeah.
7-8-9 on the hunt. They know that they've at least flushed those players off of the high road, so 7-8-9 taking an advantage back from what was spawn-based to now well-earned. Grab those resources, collect them up for the next round, assuming there will be another. If Underrated can't win this one, we're done here on Gardens.
What a win it would be.
Loba stored Jack's pieces from the care package, so that's one of those moments we know. We talk about Loba abilities out of spawn, but when you're only playing when you're playing the only Loba, you can save it for the care package. You know, what's more important? In a 4th round situation where you're probably already buying a few bits of health materials, wait for the care package, get those upgraded guns. And as 7-8-9 give chase to Underrated, they tried to escape, but they did leave their Octane behind. And that does a great job of burning SCARZ.EU's shields out. She can't really recover because of the movement here. And her teammates are absolutely down for the count. The Eva needs to be the difference. It's an SCARZ.EU 1vx and almost. Look at the HP left for Jazaz, who just got off the shield bat and comes into this with still a slight disadvantage. It's 4 shields on each, but HP to the favor of SCARZ.EU. It's a flatline and an Eva versus a Mozambique and something. And Jazaz is trying to find that angle, but with both these teammates dogpiling on SCARZ.EU, she can play them as cover. Very similar to the way that this map started, with that dogpile on the doorway. Jazaz seems to have lost track of her. Where exactly did she get off to? and he's going to use this chance to maybe heal. But here's the thing, he's Octane laundered. So as long as Octane's standing, he's getting back his HP. They're going for the revive. They at least tapped it to try and bait Jazaz into this peak. He's going to go to the opposite side of the door, continuously tapping these revives, and it's going to be a commitment. Oh no, she comes off at the final second. Jazaz has to disengage. Now he's lost his health advantage, but he's flying all over the place, just trying to stay alive.
And still a battery in play. You gotta love the way
Another
that
Revive attempt is coming in, but it doesn't get connected, and the push will now come out. The frustration is here. Jazaz down low. SCARZ.EU trying to take matters into her own hands, and she does it. The win by 2 as well. The clutch on match point.
What a sick 1v1, man. The revive bait. Like, here's the thing with Octane. He's going to fly all across the map. Octane has the favor in the 1v1 because he's passively reviving on health. He doesn't need to go for the med kits or for the bandages, man. He's just slowly coming back, poking. And SCARZ.EU, well, she baits him out, gets the kill in the end. Crazy 1v1s in this Garden game to take us to a third.
I thought that was played so well from the perspective of Octane. He, again, as you mentioned, is able to just heal if he buys his time. You know, meanwhile, a little bit downstairs, inside of a house, has the option, is kind of baited by this idea that maybe I could get a revive off if this Octane needs to heal enough. But Octane is trying to use that to his advantage, and then eventually she finds this perfect moment where enough chip damage has been dealt that it's time to pounce. Otherwise, the healing battle will continue. Eventually, it's clear that he's not going to let me full revive here and give me that much space. So now that I've done some damage, it's time to pounce, and that's just perfect, right? The perfect mix of tactics as well as confidence to just realize and seize an opportunity when it's right in front of you.
And also, I mean, worth noting, I think, is the weapons advantage in that situation. SCARZ.EU working with the flatline and the EVA 8, whereas I believe Jazaz had the wingman for certain, and his shotgun may have still been a Mozambique. So, you know, we had the jump pad come into play that round. Like, there was definitely resources being spent on things other than guns. And in that 1v1, it definitely makes a difference. But SCARZ.EU able to maintain health advantage. Check out the HP bar here. Like, loses 2 shield cells worth of whatever, but because of the EVA shots and the swap to that flat line, this was the commitment, right? The busted shields yet again. HP had to be low because he never stopped to heal himself, and I think that killer instinct that you were talking about is on full display with that final commitment from SCARZ.EU.
Yeah, I could talk about that one for days because, like, it's just such a cool concept, and honestly, they just both played it really well. I mean, the only way that you're gonna get the Octane's attention in that situation is going for the revive. You just sit in that house downstairs, there's no one to revive, he's just gonna sit up there and heal. So, like, him going through both doorways, a little bit downstairs, faking the revives, just really beautiful stuff. Wouldn't have been upset if either of them won, to be honest, based on how well they were playing it, but credit for both of them for staying focused for that long, because it was just such an elongated fight. So many decisions that kept needing to be made.
I feel like it's one of those moments where, you know, in Counter-Strike we have fake plants and fake diffuses. It's baiting your opponent into not your opponent doesn't want you to get into an advantage, and a revive is absolutely an advantage. So just baiting the possibility means that he can't get too far away, and if he wants to spend time running away to allow you to start a revive, then suddenly he has to come right back. And that means he's busy the entire time. He's not getting shields in, he's not getting health in. All he's doing is disengaging and then being forced to re-engage. It's like keeping him tethered, whether he wants to be there or not. And honestly, I think that's just like, at the end of the day, just like good map control, right? You are controlling the decisions of your opponent, and it takes big brains and a spine to pull that off, right? Like, you can't be worried in these moments. You got to be confident in it. And if you get this revive, damn, it's even better. So you see Octane come back that final moment when he absolutely had to, as SCARZ.EU climbing up, killing him.
Yeah, you hear that, Dan Gaskin? Always have a spine.
Letting it ruminate. Dan, we're serious.
Yeah, we're serious. Hey, you also mentioned something about a purple beard, which is water that I've treaded in
That's
the past.
true. Yeah.
Yes.
I believe that was a Movember forfeit for you, right?
Yes. It was not a forfeit, though. It was just the main thing. It was for someone donated a lot of money for me to have a purple beard.
Yes, I remember it was You had a purple beard and a white hair, and honestly, you look like a randomized RuneScape character.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
I've never played RuneScape, but yeah, for me it'd be like Dark Souls or something. But yeah, I mean, some of us are braver than others, right? I just want to know if Dan would look like the Forg Gang logo if he was bald, or actually like the social media image that we saw in the predictions.
Oh, Forg Gang. Damn. You've got me disappointed that they're gone, Launders. We won't be seeing that logo any longer.
Brutal, this knockout bracket. Last love, the single elimination excitement.
I suppose it's like it's the reward for playing well last weekend, right?
Yep.
It's like you don't get a lower bracket because you already had all of last weekend to get here. You had your warm-up phase. You know, you should have been playing arenas all week long. And I feel like some of these guys have. I feel like we've come in with like a nice level of preparation in certain moments, right? We go back to the start of the day with these like off-pick thermals. And here we are again. Thermal Station, the decider. Not the pick, but the decider. And I want to see who's more prepared for a fringe map like this. If expectations were to have been banning Thermal Station every single time, well, now it's time to prove your value across the board.
And yeah, to have both thermal, and gardens in the veto to come out second and third could be pretty brutal depending on which team you ask. But of course, this ended up here because these maps were not banned, which has been more common. But it's great to see the amount of variety, and obviously in a 3-map series where there are bans, the third map is usually a map you've got 55% confidence on. You didn't need to ban it, but at the same time, it's not the map that you probably spent all your time preparing on. You were hoping it wasn't going to get here, which can make it even more fun to watch.
Yeah, it's the unknown. So, back into it, we've got Loba. No Octane for underrated, but the Loba hot swap. And that's a Loba store down. So here's the thing with the Loba store spawns, right? If you're dropping it as fast as you can, then it's fully exposed, and it's going to get popped open by the likes of K-Swinny so that if the care package falls from the skies, it's not going to be used in those later portions as well, right? Take those resources, grab them if you want. The heals can be yours, but no power weapons. That's going to have to be looted the old-fashioned way. Manual labor. You got to open it yourself.
Looks like they're going to be slaved to the circles from these positions. They're just kind of chilling and waiting. And obviously, grabbing high ground on the fringe is never a bad idea. Getting into center can be good, but at the same time, you have to be able to say you can leave if you need to. And so it looks like for the most part, everybody's kind of staying outside looking for the chip damage. And I think believing in yourself to be able to, poke better than the team poking back at you is really important because everyone's going to be trying. It's just a good way to participate. And it looks like the push is coming out very heavily. One crack and a down off of this. Wingman shots going in, perfectly timed, down in and out of the bubble. A couple of downs are up, and that is underrated on the back foot.
789 with the Mozambique madness, pushing in to what felt like the base of underrated. They thought they had that thing on lockdown. They thought they had a safe space. Nowhere is safe from 789. They just kicked in the front door, spat on your living room floor, and took the round win. That is an opening advantage for the likes of 789. They were inside the Gibraltar Dome like it belonged to them.
Yeah, we're seeing that happen sometimes. They put charcoal on their shoes, and then they jumped all over the couch in the living room.
Ugh,
and then they threw a smoke grenade down and kicked the TV.
And then busted the lampshade.
Yeah.
Hung onto the ceiling fan.
Drank all the beer in the fridge. Now they're in the kitchen.
Say thanks.
Didn't even say thank you either. Maybe the cold storage and the hot storage.
Oh, if those wingman shots had landed, then underrated have a man advantage already, because that was like 4 or 5 shots on an unsuspecting prey. But you missed, and you can't.
Yeah, you gotta hit your shots. Yep.
Lifeline ult dropped.
I'm down.
Hey, Swinny, playing
put me in the game.
Playing the slots yet again. This time he comes out with the 30-30 repeater. It's going to turn 789 into a bunch of damage eaters. but you have to be able to handle that rate of fire, right? I think the repeater is one of those like weird niche guns. It has the same problem as like the bow check for me, where it's just like if you're not familiar with it, it can get away from you. But Zanya is using,
There's an enemy close by.
I believe, his opponent's store against him. Hands off. Don't touch.
I'm a huge fan. You can shoot quick, and I find it easier to track than some other guns that you would like a Sentinel, for example, which feels a bit more all or nothing than a repeater, which can just guarantee you a nice steady flow of damage. And again, in arenas, that's even more important than just like downing somebody on first sight. But it looks like the aggression will start to come in now.
Yes, sir. Hot feet. This is going to force Underrated forward. They were trying to play the fringe. That final gap to the mid room is where Believed had looked to lock them in, but now they have this. A position secured. Interesting turn of events.
It is. That was such a nice move by them. Tastefully done. But the shields have taken some damage. That same goes for 789, however.
Yeah. Zanya's able to disengage, look for that shield bat, easily secured. He's also playing with the G7 Scout because while K-Swinny did get his own, ooh, dude, that damage.
Wow.
The repeater hits hard.
They get pushed.
Maybe, but it's a daunting task, man. You got to push through that doorway, and the thing is even if you push in, all that could do is force your opponents to flood out the opposite side and push one of your teammates from 789 into a 1vx. We'll see. Wingman up close, good for a little bit of damage as Zanya and Believe just smash him. They tried to escape out the back door. Like I said, flushed. And in this case, they're sent out the pipes. 789 with a round win again.
Is this how it ends? Oh my god. That's already 2 in a row. 2 quick ones. I love the move for Underrated, but they weren't comfortable from that point on, it seems. I think we did have one of the flanks come out, which was really well timed. And yeah, as you mentioned, they pushed it to 2 people, and we can see how sometimes when you do get separated from your teammates. Oh, these are, oh my god. That's a beautiful round from Zanya. What?
Sign me up.
Was dirty. I mean,
more of
not
that.
much you could do about that. Yeah, that was dirty. That was like pretty much the round, right? Like analysis of the window. That was like all the damage you need.
That is the EVA 8 how to use tutorial right there, folks.
Yeah.
The little jiggle peek, like almost bending the shotgun buckshot around the corner. Nice high ground position here coming out from K-Swinny. And they do see that 789 are attacking from multiple fronts. We've got 2 players here ahead of Underrated, and then they did catch a sneak peek at Believe, who was coming at it from the other side.
Ooh, let me do a onset impression.
Okay.
Ooh, M-lock, mate.
M-lock. Yeah, it's a big M-lock. In it. Wait, hold on. No. I forgot. We only make fun of Dan on this broadcast.
Oh, shoot. All right, yeah that's true.
Get it together, Wonders.
My fault.
We've got a care package to hit the ground. The dust settles, and the wingman connects. Nice damage here from Zanya. Gonna try to follow that up with a frag grenade. Bop! No real damage off of it, though. Everybody settled down.
Wow, 789 can taste it. After that first game, I didn't think we'd be here.
I feel you.
Yeah, this position. This is impressive. 789 maybe the ones who are underrated.
Skynade onto Believe. That forces his feet, and he's down. He's gonna fly. His grapple sends him soaring. This could be Underrated's chance to finally get a round win here on Thermal Station to maybe keep their hopes and dreams alive. The Gibraltar Dome's gonna be used to push outside the doorway, and sure enough, it works. We get that wrap around from K-Swinny as players push through, one goes around, and if they can get another, then this one keeps going. This is a chance.
Perpetually on match points, and this buys them maybe a little bit more time. Maybe it gets them back into the game. One more round, and they'll even secure the ability, to delay the potential inevitable. We'll see what happens. 789 looked unstoppable for a couple of rounds there, but Underrated back on their feet. chance to close, and this would be a big dog out of the tournament. And it just felt like, you know, during the last week with Underrated, the issue was that they didn't blow up too many rounds, so it was hard to actually look at them the same way we'd looked at Fire, Beavers, and Gambits and the other teams. They did have a few strong rounds where you were like, damn, these guys are putting out the most damage, taking the most fights, and are the most successful. But 789 were also a team who were incredibly competitive last week, and I can't say I'm surprised that it's possible that they did this, but after that first game, it felt like it was over before it started.
Another lifeline ult hits the ground. This time it offers a Sentinel. We saw that Hemlock come into fruition last round. We'll have to see if the Hemlock, or excuse me, the Sentinel can do just as much output. They've got everybody pinned inside. Underrated yet again, stuck on the interior. And speaking of stuck, that Arc Star nearly hits the mark. They're gonna push out the doorway, and that almost feeds them to the wingman of Endeavour. But she's gonna hold off, and we get the peek with the up-close low, but Believe needs to fall away because he's been busted wide open, and the flatline hit fire's good. Zanya's got herself a second down, and 789 are your champs. They saw a little fight in Underrated, and they ripped it away from their cold, clammy hands.
Congratulations to 789. That is a huge scalp to take. And yeah, not an easy game at all to kick things off, even though they earned their place into these quarters. What a win. And off a comeback, too. And this is now we're starting to see some different types of games, right? Not just stomps one way, not just slight comebacks. We're actually seeing the full comeback. And that makes me excited to see how the rest of the games will play out as things get even closer than this.
Yeah, things are definitely heating up.
Yeah.
We've got, you know, as this event's gone on, our matches get closer, which leads me to believe that the best is still yet to come. And the best will come next. After the break, we'll be back with the desk, and we'll see you guys soon enough for the next match once they're done talking.
I know K-Swinny would disagree with me, but I don't think that Rampart can be used for anything good. I'm Nas.
Hi, I'm Noises.
And this is my tier list.
Thing is, she's really versatile in arenas and also in just normal Battle Royale.
I think Valk is A tier. She's very situational for where your drop spot is.
Put Valkyrie at a nice A tier at the moment.
I know a lot of people would disagree with me and say Bloodhound and so on is better, but I do think Pathfinder still has abilities to win fights.
He's so strong, but the problem is that he hasn't really had any recent success.
I placed Pathfinder on A as well.
I'm going to put Pathfinder at a B tier right now, I think.
Lifeline's advantage basically comes from a point of being at a disadvantage.
In arenas, she really could become huge. She could become the next big legend, but I think as of right now in Battle Royale and across the game as a whole, her revive is super strong, but I would have to put her in a C tier.
I'd place Lifeline in D.
Oh, Crypto, okay.
I think Crypto is the best character by far.
Yeah, Crypto's going straight in the S tier. I don't care what anyone says. I love this legend.
I place Crypto in S tier.
But in Battle Royale, he is essential. He's such a strong legend.
His ultimate allows for very good rotations.
His stim did take a bit of a nerf recently. It takes a little bit more damage now, but you can do it instantaneously.
I think Octane is A tier.
And Octane sits comfortably in A tier for me. Rampart's a difficult one.
I think Rampart is completely useless.
Definitely put her in D tier right now.
I know a lot of people replace Wraith with Octane at the moment, but I still think Wraith has her moments.
I think she's so strong. She's still strong. She's kind of dominated the length of this game.
I would place Wraith on S tier.
Wraith's going in S tier for me. Caustic is a difficult one because he's kind of seesawed amongst different tiers.
I think Caustic is great if utilized in the right environment.
As of right now, the current state of the game, I'll put him comfortably in a B tier.
I place Caustic on A tier.
Watson, okay.
Watson offers nothing but a smaller hitbox.
She's had her ups and downs, but I think as of right now, the game is too fast-paced. It's too determined on quick executes and actions that I don't think that she's necessarily that viable anymore.
I place Watson in E tier.
Watson is going to go in C tier. The ability to press one key and find out where players are within 75 meters is just super strong.
But I think Pathfinder just does Bloodhound's role better. I place Bloodhound in B tier.
Bloodhound is definitely an A tier legend for me.
789 pulling out those 2 map wins at the end of our rounds here. Onset, talk to me about what they did right.
I think the turning point was on Gardens for Estesu with that big clutch in the 1v1. From then, 789 just seemed to grow and grow in confidence. And from there, it didn't really look like they'd be stopped, especially when we got on Thermal Station. It just looked very simple for them. Every single time that we saw them in an engagement, they seemed to come out on top. And it was that first pick, which you always talk about in arenas being so vital. Always seemed to go to 789 ever since that 1v1 clutch from Estesu. She's the GOAT. She's amazing.
She is the GOAT, and I will give you one more. That would be our match MVP, presented by Razor, and that's going to her teammate, Zanya, rocking the octane there, Gaskin.
Zanya has always been a core part of Team 789. Incredible aggression, and one of these players that is able to clutch up and just hit shots which he probably shouldn't be hitting. And I think that's no different here in Arena. A nice amount of damage, a good amount of kills, and just a very impressive performance from 789, especially considering they went 1-0 down and Underrated looked like they had their number. But now 789 will guarantee that €1,000 for finishing in the top 8, and they can start to think about potentially going further in this tournament.
Yeah, and further in this tournament is a scary quarterfinal for sure. So that will be certainly something to take in mind when we're seeing those matches tomorrow as 789 progresses. And Underrated, unfortunately, this will be the end for them on this tournament round. But let's talk about what's coming up next, which is, of course, our next tournament. Here we go. Match number 6, I believe, on Arenas mode. And that would be Magicians versus Navi. Let's take a look at this. We've got some, exactly. There it is, Magicians versus Navi. Now, real quick, as we talk about the map picks and bans, Onset, I'm going to ask you real quick, who'd you pick here for this, and why wasn't it Magicians?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I picked Navi. I think it was one of those which was kind of like to find a coin and flip it and see where it lands, and then that's how my decision was made. I think they're both crazy individual fighting teams, and I don't really know what the difference is going to be. I think experience in arenas is really going to separate the two teams. I don't know how much they've played as we see the pick and bans come through. So ban for Magicians on Thermal Station, ban Party Crasher from Navi. So we're going to have a little bit of range in our first one, which I think might play into the hands of Navi because Kuya's crazy on the 2x wingman. I don't know. I cannot give you reasoning here. I'm meant to be an analyst here, and I don't know what to tell you. These two teams, they're too close, too good. It's like two things in each other. Good analogy.
Too close, too good. Totally.
Analysis. Sorry, I've been fighting with Nasky in the chat, in the Twitch chat, so I'm fired up.
It's fair. Gaskin, anything to add before we head over to our casters?
I think one thing that Navi lacked throughout the whole Battle Royale phase was being able to finish games off and win 3v3 engagements when they had their backs against the wall. I'm hoping that this will change now here in arenas. We can see them without having the worries of third parties. They can focus purely on the fights. I think that will really help them. They are incredibly talented players, and I'm expecting Navi to take this.
Well, there you go. Throwing down the hammer. Excited to see predictions come to fruition potentially. Well done to 789 coming in at that match number 5. But now it's time to head over to match number 6. We're getting through it. We're doing the business. Magicians versus Navi. And to do that, of course, we're going to throw it back to Launders and Scrawny. Guys, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Kate.
Magicians do a magic trick and put hair back on Dan's head? Find out this episode on Will Navi win? This is so hard to say because both teams are really good. As Onset mentioned, this is like kind of a coin flip because they're both really good team fighting teams. They play close. You don't know kind of what to expect from them in the sense that like Navi were like, they had this streak of being an extremely strong team, but not closing out. So in clutch moments, will they be able to do it? But it feels like Navi should be a bit better, but I really don't know if that means anything.
I think it does. I think that the individual level on Navi will be a little bit more apparent once we jump into this arenas. I think that, you know, sometimes they're maybe, I don't want to say too safe, but I do feel like they're a very calculated team. You know, anytime I was watching them in Battle Royale, it felt like we were waiting for them to make up their mind. Like we were waiting for that decisive move. And their decisions are generally, I think, like they leave themselves open. Like they leave a lot of they leave a lot of chances to disengage from a decision. And in arenas, you don't need to disengage as much because you don't have anybody else breathing down your neck, right? Generally, you can collect a lot more of the variables, you can calculate, and you can kill. And I think that at this chance, we're going to see a lot of the individual plays pop out. I'm looking at Kuya, to be honest. I expect Kuya to be the MVP of this match. I expect him to be an absolute damage machine.
I feel way less confident about this. A game in terms of prediction. I don't know, there was, we all have that team that we've seen them, make some sick move and you're like, man, their potential is limitless. That's how I feel about Magicians after last week, where I'm just like, I feel like they can be really, really nuts. So we'll see. But both teams have proven to be quite scary. And I don't know, I don't know who I lean towards specifically on this map even. Because honestly, it feels like if both teams take a teleport, you have the most 50-50 experience possible.
Sure. Yeah, especially on
which
the
is
warp
cool.
side.
Yeah.
Because it's, as opposed to like walking into the fight, as opposed to getting into it, it's just like you're fast forwarding to the crunch.
Right.
And I do like that. It feels like even when the zone's not closing yet, when we're playing Phase Runner and teams are going through the teleporter, it feels like we're already in the final circle. It almost feels like that close proximity convinces teams to just fight as if the zone was already a factor. But this should be a really good one. I've been looking forward to Magicians versus Navi all day long, and I'm super stoked that we're getting into it, and it all begins here on Phase Runner. I am keeping my eyes on... Oh, wait, hold on. Claws?
Ooh.
Where's Zanya? Or Kuya?
Oh no. I don't know.
Hold on, I've been lied to. I've been lied to. Okay. No Kuya. That's all right. It's just, everything I just said. Everything I just said about Kuya and being, everything I said, he's thrown out the window, man. Kuya's gone. He's replaced by Claws. Big shoes to fill.
Gone forever?
Gone for, I don't know. But he's not here now, Launders. And the here and now is all that truly matters. And that's not just an Apex point.
Wow. Well, Claws did apparently play on this team already. So at least it's not like a total sub experience, but yeah, I don't have the full details on what is perhaps happening here. All I know is that Scrawny just spent the past 5 minutes talking about Kuya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kuya's not here. So that's that. This is the first time I think I've seen a repeater in the first round. And I'm not talking repeaters off of care packages, lifeline alts. This is a purchased repeater. And, oh, Nash, he's not going to get away from it. He's not going to be able to fall back fast enough. Maliwan with the first down, but Claws does have the answer. His wingman, it's not Kuya's, but it's still capable. He's got good amounts of shields. Just gonna pop a single cell. Max Strafey trying to dive in as they had gone for that revive, but that actually costs Max. He tries to get on top of them and they answer fast enough. Magicians with the round opener.
I thought that was a position that Navi were actually pretty good in, where they had Claws getting that next down. I was like, okay, this is where it tumbles on, but Magicians did a great job of standing firm. And now we move into the next round. This one goes pretty quickly. Both teams agreeing to play quite aggressively into each other. But the aim was just very nice. There was just so much meaty shots out of these last two pistoling players.
Meaty Mozambiques. Mozambiques. We've got Mozambiques and Wingmai. That is the product of today. Fresh cut.
Can't make too much of that one. I've got kind of the opposite rotations going around.
Nice view.
Enemy spotted. Way out there, like little cucarachas.
Ha, little cucarachas. That's one of my favorite voice lines.
Yeah.
They're way out there, like a little cucarachas. Now he's gonna quickly just crank the tempo here. Rapido, rapido. as he flies. Oh! Potential! You mean to fly back?
Oh,
Your
ankle
teammates
crack
are
on the way
flying
home.
forwards. And Nesh hits the wingman shots like it's nobody's business. That pushes Ozus and Disbelief down into a pretty disadvantageous spot, but they get those shields right back up. I feel like they just recovered.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Gotta be cautious with those bump pads, dude. They said you're flying.
The train cart got unhooked. Went off the rails.
Sent him flying.
Oh my god.
That was like earlier when the frag grenade on artillery just pushed somebody down off of the top shelf.
Yeah. Sometimes it's all it takes, especially you're trying to like go together, man. That,
Yeah, for sure.
Can be a bit too much to come back from. But say that, Navi, or back to full HP. That was Navi.
Havoc in the mix.
This is such a good spot to be in. I kind of like how they're spread out. Navi are kind of doing a similar thing.
Yeah.
Mirrored.
But with zone control. That's the difference here that I don't like.
True.
They're going to have to make a move off this shelf. For the moment, I feel like it's Gibraltar on board with Nesh that can maybe keep them back. But if they push him and really commit to this, then he could be swarmed because he didn't realize that Disbelief just found an angle on him. So he tries to fall back, and thank goodness he had his Gibraltar shield, or else that for sure is man advantage the way of Magicians and a potential start for that 2-0 secure. But they have to hold off, and you see them swapping around the bats. Oh, but is it worth it?
4 in a row.
Consecutive shots. Who needs Kuya's wingman when you've got Claws digging deep into the shields here of his opponents, Magicians, trying to keep themselves in this, and Claws feeling like a one-man army. As he takes damage, his two other teammates just finished their last heals, so that's them with shields back up. And now the Havoc nearly making a difference. It's going to be Max, Nesh, and Claws 3v1 as their two opponents try to just crawl to safety. Ozus has to somehow manage a massive clutch. An Eva and a wingman in the 1v3. I feel like his time is limited, and as the shotgun damage does connect, it's just not simply enough.
Yeah, the answer back. Nice damage from Claws. And that move initially, it looked like that's all they needed to do. They get up on the steps. I think it was Disbelief who wrapped around after he kind of broke that initial posturing, and this was the moment I think the jump pad ends up not working out too well. Actually, what happened there, I'm kind of surprised at that. Ended up sending him back, but
that's such a sick shot.
Yeah, that was beautiful. My God.
And that wasn't even like the best wingman moment, right? Like we
true.
saw it once. We saw it once where the jump pad sends Pathfinder in the skies. That cost him his shields. Because he went the wrong way, they popped his shields midair. Those 4 shots in a row from Claws, that to me, man, that was the impact moment. Because it cut off a player from recovering the resources, right? He wanted one shield bat, and instead he lost everything. And we're right back into the action, man. Navi, I feel like, are the team right now that are making the most of the triple wingmen. I didn't think it was a hard decision until Onset brought it up, but now I don't know what to say.
It's tough.
Alas. I like this. Nice open game, Mohan. Tied 1 apiece, and skill evident on both teams at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt. Agreeing to do battle out here on the rock in the middle of the open, which is pretty cool. Let's see if let's see who ends up looking more comfortable. At this point, I mean, Navi have got a couple of spots perched up, kind of maintaining control. I like how they're keeping one in the back here. Wrap around is starting to take place. I don't think Magicians are fully aware of how much control they actually have and are getting punished for that.
Oh, the Havoc is shredding! Oh, it's brutal! Alongside Disbelief, that Havoc is a magic maker. The Magicians pull one out of the hat. They just melted all of Navi in what felt like 1.5 seconds.
That's great. Once the Havoc gets going, of course, you're not stopping it. You've got to be on the move completely. And also pray your opponent is having a bad day. But in this situation, he was not. That was just disgusting. This is a dream setup, right? The first kill where you charge up all of your, all of your shots, and then the second guy, he stands no chance. He's got cement feet. He's going in the ocean.
Taking a dive. Not coming back. Okay, Magicians, I see.
Well, Well.
I see you.
Well.
2-1 advantage. Nice routing here from Max. Very smooth move. Calculated. Lobastor opens up. As he arrives, the shield bats got robbed from him. So he'll still get the Phoenix kit and med kit. But that's the Loba impact clearly snatching away resources from Navi.
It's a kind of cool answer though. Even if you get some compensation, then you've got some of that Loba compensation plus a different whole kit that you can work with. So forcing some bats here out of the Magicians. Shot between the stairs. Yeah, that's a sweaty one.
Dude.
That's a diamond angle, Ronnie.
Yeah, I learned the hard way. Turns out the game gets harder once you arrive to diamond. A little bit of action going around here. Maliwan gonna try to retreat. I feel like he felt that pressure being applied by Nesh up close on the capsule. Skynade ×2. We'll see if that... Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, my God.
Nice damage. Half the shield's off of Nesh. But Max gives great cover. And as he dives downwards, he's going to have to get his bat in. That opens up map control to the favor of Magicians. They can take the bottom of the staircase towards Capsule. They can hold on to this ledge here with Ozus. And for me, my mind's left wondering, like, do Navi go for that wrap around the backside? Because that could be the play. But now that the zone is closed upon it, it's going to come with a cost. Look at this, narrow alley.
Same setup between the two teams. Got a similar philosophy because it's going to come down to the shots, and Claus takes more than he gives.
Ooh,
but a couple more cracks. Yeah,
that's nice, man. Those two follow-up shots, that makes the difference. They're going to try to cross back over to the bridge. They could technically jump down and play outside of the wall next to the trucks. I feel like that opens up a little bit for a late game, a late circle. And because they have this position already, it's going to be very difficult for Magicians to cross back to the similar platform. All they have is this corner, and Zone will screw them over. But right now, Maliwan, he's going to get hit hard. Wingman from Claus, yet again with impact. And check out the reposition. Disbelief trying to play down on the low ground. He's going to be caught out into the open. Claus hits the shot, and up close, Gibraltar sweeps them away. This game not done yet.
Yes, 2-2. Beautiful. It might be the first time, one of the first at least, that we've got just a straight up 2-2 before even touching match point. Wonderfully done. Yeah, this is the opening position. Try to make up for the fact that, the Loba exists on the other team, plus they have one for themselves. But comes away with some healing. Ultimately, Navi taking this game after a prolonged battle. It was that opening knock, right? That should win you the game. You get that opening knock, Loba goes down, and then they send the Gibraltar to go check on it with his shield, and he has a big advantage going to sneak up on Loba, keeping their attention while they have two other guys putting pressure on the last guy on the other remaining team. And that's how you play that advantage perfectly for Navi.
Something good this way. Speaking of advantage, Navi just swarming the teleport side of things. And I don't think that Lobastor was fast enough to get the resources away from Navi. So lickety split on the Pathfinder moves from Max. He will have to dive back, but luckily he can afford this burn because he secured the loot so early on. And Claus, replacing Kuya's Wingman with absolute ease. Again, he gets in on the impact, but they're going to chase him down. Look at this. Jump pad Adam, 3vx. Good thing he got out of there because they were coming with blood. But then Max Strafey also pinned back behind the pillar. They're stuck on this big rock.
This is interesting. I feel like Magicians have the advantage. Navi are not propped up on anything just yet. They're getting flanked from both sides. It is clear to Magicians that they're out here, and it looks like the duel is going to come quick. 100 damage?
Huge.
With that crack, you'd think it's time to go, especially with them so close. And here's where the Gibby Dome could play a factor, but they're not playing within it.
Nope. Oh my god. The Wingman
with Max
at a distance. More damage output. Here's the thing, is Magicians feel like they're just painted into the corner, man.
They had a chance to break out, but they didn't take it.
Yep, dead on. Navi just keeping themselves mobile, keeping themselves... It's like even though they got hit, they're fighting like they weren't having the busted shields. It's as if they've never had damage done against them. That's the confidence of some of these plays, some of these peaks. And now Navi, they could fall away and just play the circle, but instead it's Molly1 back with the Havoc yet once more. Him and Ozis able to get the better of Max, finally melting these wingmen. And the push in from the Magicians causes Ozis, disbelief is down. Molly1 can't manage. Navi will take a 1-round edge.
Damn. Well, he's making up for Kuya. Claws with that big wingman damage. So much across the map already. Navi on match point with 3 rounds here. And that is punishment for the fact that Magicians, they didn't have all the rights in the world to just run it down on Navi. They heard the shields crack. They were in a spot where they're not exactly comfortable if they just sit around. That was maybe a strong time to try to go and attack, and they didn't take it. And then Navi found a better position. And you give them a little space, and of course, Navi are smart enough and experienced enough to know when their opponents are not seizing an opportunity and turned it into one of their own.
I just love these moments where, like, the textbook tells you that Navi should have been playing way safer and not looking for gunfights when they were at the disadvantage. But if you play by textbook and try to pounce on them in that moment, they were all so ready with their guns up that it would have cost Magicians. And I feel like that is why they're maybe a little more hesitant to make those killer moves. The hesitancy in Killer Instinct is because Navi will fight you when they shouldn't. You can't follow the textbook launders. You got to have the street smarts. You got to have the server smarts of the likes of Navi. And right now, Magicians, they've got a foot on their throat. Loba's 6-inch heels gonna have to somehow alleviate the pressure.
Unless you're into it or whatever.
Yeah, do you, bro. Oh, let's see. Care package drops, and this is a very quick movement. Think about how many times we've had the Magicians fight for the actual main platform, and now I think that they gotta take a page out of Navi's book. They go down into the woods first and foremost. You lose the high ground for the most part, but they also keep Molly1 committed to this ledge. You can see him on the right side of Max Strafey's screen. If he can come into the equation at the right time, then he could be that nail in the coffin. We'll see if it ends up working, because the zone's closing and the frag grenades are soaring.
Oh, such a strong position being used once more. And yeah, I mean, he's just got no opponents at this point. And this is a time where loot can come out. We've got a Magician's low ground within the hills. They can see the rotation coming out, the bracelet flying across their screen. Prowler in play here for Max Strafey.
Dude, the Prowler rips. I mean, that is not the gun.
Closer.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Dude, when he gets within the range of lethality, I'm telling you, Magicians could get absolutely melted. They need to keep eyes on Max. They can't let him get into this with too much heavy impact. But Max will fall off of the ledge, maintaining control of this left wall as his 2 teammates push up the opposite side. So they've got them on parallel pushes. This could be the perfect pinch. The damage is there with the wingman, and Max in with the 2K. Hot swap for Navi as they are the champions on Phase Runner.
Money moves for Max. Congrats, Navi, for pulling that one out after it looked like they might drop the map itself. A really nice recovery. And with claws, no Kuya required.
Yeah, Huya?
How dare you?
Okay.
No, just kidding. I know you're
no disrespect, but disbelief and co. not able to maintain here on the first map. So we will shift our feet to the next one. Navi looking to keep themselves alive in the round of 16. Look at this Prowler dismantlement, man. 30 bullets out, and this is the magazine that gets them done.
That was
easy.
That was so sick. I mean, yeah, it was like at that moment you saw it. He, empties a couple bullets from the mag, and then he's doing like barely any damage. It spreads a little bit too much, and then they chill for a second. They're like, wait for this zone to figure itself out. See if we see any reloads, any other cracks from our teammates, and then boom, just swarm. It's like swoop in, and they're crushing them from 3 different angles while staying equidistant from each other and like scaling correctly on the fight. And it's like there's basically no chance, Batman, Robin, Santa Claus all swooping in on you at the same time.
Yeah, all of them. I mean, I wouldn't be able to fist fight any of them, let alone all of them.
Down the chimney, yeah.
Yeah. Prowler launchers as well, right? We're a few days away from Season 10, and it has been announced, of course, that the Spitfire will be taking a place in the care package drops, and that the Prowler is returning to the world loot. So I am very excited to get my hands back on that Prowler. Absolute monster of a light machine gun.
It kind of feels a little bit like the Havoc, but like if there was no charge up, you know what I mean? Like just eats up. Like you just eat bullets, you just eat lead. Like all your teeth get replaced with bullets. It's as soon as you see one, it's strong. You want it.
I think what was
in your life.
What was really cool about that last push as well was just like the mirrored image of Navi, right? Like we talk about being decisive and making moves like together as a team. There was a complete mirrored push on each side of those walls. And obviously the two men on the right side, that takes the full attention of Magicians. How are you not going to fixate on the two players? But that's what they wanted, Navi. They wanted to put Max into a spot where he was going to come up big. And not only because he had the tools for the job, but the positioning with it. And I think that that's one thing Navi did pretty well over top of Magicians, was just set themselves up for those convincing moves, right? Like when they went for their round-winning moment, Navi just followed through. They kept things on the rails, and they just sliced through Magicians. So 4-2 final score here on Phase Runner, and that moves us to Navi's map choice of Gardens.
Yo, yes, let's keep it fresh. We love to see that. And I'm so curious, first of all, for comp, and then also, you know, where are they going to look for their advantage when they don't have that east side spawn? If they, you know, want to fight versus the high ground, what the idea is going to be. But yeah, any team that picks it, that they got to have ideas for both sides.
One of the things I'd like to see out of Navi here as well is I did feel a level of like preparation and preparedness. We had a good amount of map control playing around the backside of the constructed facility there. I feel like they never had players like awkwardly out of position. Normally, if you're making these like clearly informed decisions, it's because you have everything calculated. I think one of the examples is like Max coming out of spawn with Pathfinder. The one time he used that grapple hook. If you have these like super meticulous, perfect little routes out of spawn, it's generally because you have the map knowledge. And I don't think that a team who would have put in less practice would necessarily have that info, those little tidbits. And when I think of Pathfinder being utilized on Phase Runner to that level, dude, for sure you can maximize his potential on Gardens as well. Like not only because of the east spawn zipline, but just all of the map control you can secure with these stacked up buildings because of a good Pathfinder. I'm very excited to see if Max Strafey can unleash here on Gardens.
Yeah, me too. I mirror that sentiment completely. There are some questions about the map, but man, do I love looking at it. It's super cool, and I think that there is definitely some potential here. It's good to see that it's getting picked as well. As a home map, that's a good shout. And of course, I mean, you're not thinking about the map and someone else is, then even if you feel like it's the map that you can't be good at, someone will show you a way you could have been good at it. And I think that's potential. And also, it's just scary, right? You already lost to Navi on the last map. Now they're taking you to Olympus. You have to win just to survive.
There's no second chances here. This is you know what? I do have a gripe with this map, though. My gripe is, if we continue this fly-through, I want you to take a moment. Look how small the bed and appliances are in comparison to the rest of the room.
It's like my 600 square foot apartment in Toronto.
I'm saying, like, we got, what is this? Miniature furniture? I think not. Loba stores open for business. Solo Loba on the Magicians. We've got that Pathfinder Octane Gibraltar. That's what Dan Gaskin told me every team was going to play today. He told me that nothing else would happen. But Dan Gaskin
he told you he was going to shave his head. That's true, yeah. Oh, man. Apartments France. Here in the Gardens.
Repeater again in the first round from
Let's go. I love it. I think it genuinely does make a lot of sense, though. You get a good range, and a lot of like early game stuff is going very slowly. Plus, it's fast enough you're not totally out if they come up close to you. Oh, man. That is almost the knock they need, but they're going to still chase this. Look at the health on Navi. They smell blood in the water.
Done. 2 players already down for the Magicians. Maliwan, last one. He's hiding behind the door. They're going to stare at him through the glass. like some kind of bizarre caged animal, some kind of freaky exposition. Maliwan teleports away. They're like, oh, okay. Guess not. Suddenly he's got a better spot. He's going to heal up all the way, but this would need to be one of the very few 1v3 moments we've had today. I believe we have one legitimate 1 versus 3, and that was versus fully broken enemies.
And the question is, okay, well, he's only got a Mozambique and a P2020. Yeah. I say only. I mean, it's upgraded. Let's see.
Nice nade.
Great damage, yeah.
If they had walked on it.
He's got to play it absolutely perfectly, and they have to make some mistakes. Well, we have either of those options. Oof. Engage and disengage. No chance, really. They'd really have to mess up. They'd really have to mess up so bad.
I mean, you know, Wise, when it's hard to win the 1v3. And the question is, do you win 1v3s or do your opponents lose 3v1s?
Right. Yeah.
I'm saying
it
age-old
definitely
question.
feels like that. Yes.
A little bit of both. I think it has to be the mixture, right? But when you see that Gibraltar climb up the wall and then instantly pop you in the head with a wingman shot, it's like, oh, okay, there goes my chances.
It's just too much. Plus all the extra, you got all the extra shields, plus the 3 guns, plus everyone's got insane movement. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. I mean, with a Mozambique, you know, that's the ultimate challenge too.
Pathfinder rope spawn versus
go.
the Octane jump pad. So mobility, name of the game, and high ground to Navi.
Oh, round up with high ground. And a map up as well. Wow, damn, it feels good to be a Navi fan right now, huh?
It does, doesn't it? I mean, to me, it was the wingman. I was relying on the Kuya wingman. He's been replaced, and it's still working. So clearly, Navi, just a bunch of wingmen gamers.
Hey, mira, got some enemies right here.
But I feel like we have seen that as this event's gone on, Mohan. Like the individual level, like the mechanics, we've seen a couple of examples. I want to say like Fire Beavers were sort of one of them. It's like when the wingmen aren't missing, you see who the best teams in the world are, and you see who relies on winning battle royales with decision-making and rotations, and who has that extra layer of like mechanical skill to fall back on. I put Navi at the top of that list, amidst a couple others.
It's a crack, jump on him!
But they're smarter than that.
That's how I would call, yeah. That would be the breadth of my calling as an IGL in arenas. They're cracked, get them!
I call one shot every time.
Yeah, one shot every time. It's all about confidence.
Because it's either he is one shot from death, or I've hit one shot. And either way, I can call one shot, one shot.
They're so why do you sound like that? They're so grenadable in here.
Yeah. Get chucking.
Yeah.
Get the party thumping. How desperate do magicians?
Oh, there.
Yeah, here come the Arc Stars.
Get out the house.
Yeah, party's over.
They're not pushing with it exactly. Would have been
knock,
a good opportunity to do so. Yeah. Oh, it's such a pressurized moment.
It's the police. Open up.
You know,
Doors wide.
They could blow this. You know, no other utility to work in. They just gotta. There's 3 players waiting. There's only 2 entrances. Small doors. They're not gonna get pushed out of the spot just yet. But eventually, like, this is one of those moments where I guarantee they're going to try to leave this house before they have to, just because when they have to is when it's going to be obvious.
Yeah. You don't want to be obvious.
Still one Navi member on the roof, and there's the exit. They started to push up. Yeah.
Good attempt.
Yeah, there's still Jibby up there with the shield. It's kind of intimidating.
If magicians aren't able to puncture their way out of this setup, I think it's going to be obvious that they were always like the sitting ducks and that they felt squeezed this entire time. But they are fighting nicely enough. We've got Max down to just the flesh. However, it's disbelief now dead.
That's a wrap. That's a wrap for that round. There's still one more chance here for magicians to keep their hopes alive, to not get 2-0'd and then 3-0'd on map number 2. Bananas. One word to describe the Navi play that we're witnessing. They're taking an advantage and then crushing their opponents' heads like grapes between
Bananas.
Bananas. Between wine bottles.
Bananas and wine. Honestly, the essentials. It's like,
yeah.
That's like all the food groups, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the skin
Navi
is a
playing
vegetable.
spawn.
I don't know. Okay.
Get up there. Soar forward, brothers. They don't go for the highest point of contact, but they do take one of the rooftops. This actually lends itself decently enough to Magicians, but Nesh, he's going to come out and attack from beneath like some kind of alligator. He's got players all around them. This is going to get a hectic round, and if nobody finds any sort of safety, then it's anybody's to take. Magicians just trying to deal with Nesh. He's all that's left over, and the wingman shots connect, but the headshot is there to the teeth. Magicians keep this going.
It kind of felt like, okay, Navi said in this situation, we're going to try to fight here because otherwise this is going to be a real messy, long, pointless round. Maybe while we have a chance, they'll make a mistake. We'll get that early crack, like a nice headshot on the way up. And if not, we'll literally just, we'll run it down. If it doesn't work out, we'll go next. Because they have a round to work with. And they're going into that disadvantage. But a Magician's showing they can play advantage into a win as well. One word for that round, bananas. Carpet.
A lot of bananas around here.
Yeah.
Do you think bananas grow on Olympus, or do you think they're imported?
Yeah, from Brazil probably. That's where the best bananas come from. They have the bananas in Brazil taste like ice cream.
Maybe they grow in the hydroponics. Yeah, I like this.
Let's explore this way.
Oh, dude. They used spawn advantage. Navi, they didn't see Magicians going for it, so they took the highest of grounds for themselves. I'm gonna try to turn this one upside down, but Navi, this is crazy. This is a huge commitment from Max to just try and get these slugs from underneath their rocks. Oh, the tick! He hits it. That's huge damage. And now I don't think Navi are going to give them any chance to breathe, but the frag grenade to the feet of Max. Woo! He's just going to try to chase them down, and that's 2 kills for Navi. They're going to do it most certainly unless Molly1 can clutch, but he can't. It is Navi with elimination over top the Magicians.
That stick was bananas. Beautiful stuff from Navi. That was, I mean, that's all you need. Man, once he's stuck too, there's like the whatever 2 seconds where you know they're running away, where it just gives you extra time to also chase them while they know they're useless and they're just in full panic mode. And their teammates are like, get away from me. Like, that's contagious. And you're all trying to get to a spot where you can fight. No way you're going to be able to heal. You can't heal right away because you're still not blowing you up. But you know the stick is in. It's such a big advantage. It's not easy to do though, which is why it's sick. Yeah.
Like the ground floor in that moment, it's like the opening moment of Black Friday. Everybody's pushing and shoving and trying to put distance between them, and all that does is ultimately play against the Magicians. So crazy way for Navi to end this series, but that is them taking the cake. And we've still got 2 more best of 3 series to get through. So I'll pass this one to the break, and the desk will be right here in just a moment.
It's gonna be super hard for me.
Thank God, all the hours I put into this game.
Oh my God, I'm so bad at this.
My accuracy is getting better every day, right?
That sounds like Pathfinder.
Rampart, I think, maybe.
Okay, let it be Wraith, maybe.
Oh no.
He wants confirmation. That sounds like a very Pathfinder thing to say, you know, not complete confidence.
I'm sorry about that, amigo. Get respawned so I can chase you down again.
Mirage, I think he says amigo.
I have no idea, to be honest.
That's 100% Octane, right? It has to be. Yes, okay, good.
There's a void in your heart, and I put it there.
No, that's Wraith.
That's Wraith. Reference to the void, of course.
This is Fred. This is Fred, 100%.
Would you like a kiss to make it better? Dream on.
Maybe Loba?
Loba?
Yeah, that's Loba. That's kinky. That's Loba.
Ooh, 2 points.
What haunts you most is death. Something you no longer need to fear.
Fred, again, I think.
Revenant?
That sounds like really existential and like something Bloodhound might say. So I'm going with Bloodhound.
Oh no.
Quite the predomus. Preda predipicatio predi predicamina. It's a bad situation.
Mirage?
Mirage.
That's got to be Mirage.
Oh, nice.
I don't concern myself with the ambitions of insects.
Revenant.
That's got to be Caustic.
Maybe Caustic?
Yeah, the insects thing, it's very sciencey.
I cracked your securities in your face.
Crypto. Sounds like crypto.
It's crypto, but I'm not sure actually.
I play crypto a lot, so that's got to be him.
Nice.
I'm sorry, sometimes the power goes out and never comes back on.
Oh, that's Watson, of course. Yeah, power, reference to power.
To be honest, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Sounds like Pathfinder to me.
One left.
Don't beat yourself up. It's not like every legend has a Titan for a backpack.
Oh my god, I don't know. Is it Valkyrie?
Bloodhound, I think.
Lifeline?
It is Valkyrie, let's go! Was that 10 out of 10?
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this.
I mean, that was it really, wasn't it? 10 out of 10. Just too easy, 3,000 hours, and that's what I have to show for it. Let's go!
As our casters put it, this round was BANANAS. Gaskin Bananas. Well done, GG to Navi.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between Launders and Gwen Stefani is not that far apart, to be fair. They're both nice to look at and have great singing voices. But it was an impressive performance from Navi. They really showed up, especially considering they had a stand-in. All this talk at the start of Kuyo and like what he was going to do with the wingman, and then suddenly Claw comes in and shows up, and you need that from a stand-in. We were a little bit disappointed earlier with Forg when Oxbow came in, but yeah, Claw has definitely shown that he earned his place on the team today.
Did indeed. And in fact, he's earned his place on our team as well on set. He's our match MVP. Well done to Close.
He was nuts, wasn't he? I mean, it was crazy to see him just slide into the lineup and just some of the wingman shots he were hitting. It's so difficult when you've got someone who's playing with that high level accuracy wingman because of the fact that you try and peek when someone's ADSing you and, you know, your head pops up from behind cover and you get hit for 70 plus, and then you're like, okay, this is not only one battery, this is multiple shield cells that I've got to put into getting myself back into the fight. I mean, when you're tracking someone like a Pathfinder, hitting a grapple through the sky with the wingman, I mean, it does everything you need to do. And this is just like, you could put this together right now. This little thing, put a little bit of like music, fast-paced music behind it, and it becomes a little bit of a Claws montage. And I mean, what else do you want to say about it? Claws was unbelievable, and the wingman was his best friend.
Yes, definitely on a wingman and a prayer, but the reality is that he very much dominated with that weapon. Gaskin, I want to ask real quick, we see it a lot from Navi over the last few days, certainly to get, I should say over the last weekend, to get here. And not always has it been as consistent as we're seeing right now.
No, I mean, in Battle Royale, they did lack that consistency in the end game, and they were often not clutching out, but when it comes to Arena, they seem to pull things together. Yes, okay, it's one different player, but in general, it's the core Navi team still. So they'll be delighted that they've been able to progress to the next round here. And Claws also has one of those interesting kind of habits as a player. After he kills a player, sometimes he looks down at the ground almost to throw a hollow or a spray or something like that. It's developed from other shooting games. It always interests me to see player habits come through to different games.
Fascinating. Well, let's take a look at two more teams that we have that are coming right around the corner with our match number 7. That, of course, Endeavour versus Aqualix. On set, first thoughts, how excited are you that I believe you chose Endeavour?
I did choose Endeavour, and I hope Naski's still in the stream because I was winding him up about it. But I just think Endeavour are one of those teams that I'm going to keep backing. Every time I see them, they seem to get better and better as a lineup. And let's just take ourselves back to last weekend. One of the craziest plays I've seen in competitive Apex history coming out from Bryn. So if you've got a player on your team that has that kind of pop-off ability to turn 1v2s into winnable situations, then you put yourself in a great position. And I think that Endeavour are one of those teams that are going to grow and grow and are going to win championships moving forward. Aqualix, crazy team as well, don't get me wrong. I feel really weird here when we get to this stage of Apex, right? Because I love all the players. I'm forced to predict and forced to put my thoughts forward in who's going to win. But it's such slim margins between all of the players. the only reason that I've really gone with them is because Nasky said something to me in chat. No, it's not really. It's because I just think Endeavour are one of those teams that are growing, and I think that they're going to keep going until they hit this peak, and I don't think they're anywhere near it at the moment.
Gaskin, you're a guy who, along with myself, picked Aqualix to take it here. Thoughts?
Hard to go against Aqualix, mainly because they seem to be one of the more practiced teams when it comes to arenas. I wonder whether this is a target ban coming out of Endeavour, getting rid of Party Crasher, arguably one of Aqualix's best maps. But I agree with everything Mark said. Like, Endeavour are definitely a team who could take this series, and there is such fine margins between these two teams. Even if Aqualix, you could say, are one of the favourites for the tournament, if Endeavour were to beat them, that would be a huge statement that would suggest that maybe they could go on and win everything. But I think you can say that about every series now. We've got teams who are all capable of winning the entire thing.
Well, we're going to find out right now because we're throwing it over for our match number 6 over to Scrawny and Launders. Guys, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Kate. Back in with the action, one step closer to crowning our top 8 here for the Blast Titans Arena event. This matchup particularly, I kind of paint a similar picture to like NAVI versus Magicians, and everything our analyst has said is absolutely true. This is one of those ones that's very difficult to pick the winner. I think at the end of this match, we could be splitting hairs as to deciding why and how this one unfolds, however it's about to.
Yeah, this is I mean, I don't know why, but when I was just looking at it, based on last week, I was just thinking this would be probably the hardest matchup between the two teams, like the most stacked matchup between the two teams. And I really have so much respect for both Aqualix and Endeavour from what I've seen. I'm sure the mutual respect is there as well. They were just both beasts, especially on the final day.
So let's see it. I think the reason I ended up siding with Endeavour was just because Bryn pulled off one of the sickest 1vx situations that we have seen in the Battle Royale weekend. And I think that Arena is just like all of these hyper-focused moments just like that. You know, we've had one versus 3 pulled off so far this entire day. And if we're going to get another one, maybe it comes from Bryn. We'll see. Again, very tight one to call. But at the moment, we're looking at Nasky with the purple beak. Mozambique, yeah. And Wingmen across the board.
I have my game open. That was so
hold
accurate.
On. Yuki realizes this is a Mozambique, right? What is this? Do they know something I don't?
It gets your guard down. Oh, crack.
Crack. Yo, one shot.
Crack, push him.
Don't change the camera. I've got to see. I mean, this is surely only going to do 14 damage if it even hits.
Oh.
I feel like he's just throwing grains of rice,
slowly.
man. Yeah, it's handfuls
like it's a wedding or something.
But
oh, okay, it's suppressing fire or not. It's working.
Now
they're making a move.
Wingman up close on the side of the Gibraltar shield, and it's a punch from Pathfinder. Steel to the teeth and a kick to the head to clear Bang from the equation and give Aqualix that opening round.
Yeah, out your own dome. That's a nice push from Aqualix. Aqualix?
Aqualix.
Or Aqualix?
Yeah, Aqualix.
I don't know.
Aqualix.
Aqualix obviously sounds better, right?
Aqualix sounds better, and that's how I would read it.
Oh, okay.
Aqualix.
I'm going to say whatever comes into my small brain.
Let's go here.
It's okay, Laundry. Small brains are better.
Okay. Yeah?
Yeah. On average, Einstein had a slightly smaller brain than the average human.
Einstein?
But, yep, it was smaller. It had deeper grooves, though.
Oh.
Deeper grooves and smaller.
I'm pretty groovy.
You're a clown, bro. Let's see if they can follow up. Shooting for that clean sweep on FaZe Runner. This could be a FaZe sprint if they can get this round win on top of it. It's not just going to be a collection of purple Mozambiques this time around. We got Sky Nades We got flat lines.
Yes, bank it off the ceiling, please.
And no Lobas this time around.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are two, you know, potentially very influential teams if they, you know, depending on what they pick and what works. So we'll see if that makes a difference. That's a sign the push is coming in, but they get clotheslined on their way in.
Smoked. Mozambique damage good, but that bigger Mozambique in the form of the Eva 8. Ooh, Sir Del just can't get the down, not fast enough. Naski's in with the save. It's all on Octane, and he is slain. It's gone.
That is the win. Another one back to back here for man, I can't help but feel like these are extremely close fights, but at the same time, Aqualix just they're clutching it. They're clutching it, and I guess the engagement is the moment where it's like, okay, Endeavour decide to run up the side, and they don't know that somebody is sitting here on the container, and that guy is just sponging damage off of his opponents running across the screen. You know, their Octane gets bodied on his way in. Second player just, I think, gets knocked immediately, and then I think at that point it's already over. So I guess just that point of entrance for Endeavour to decide to engage in the fight that way at that moment was just a rough move. But the awareness from Aqualix is what won it.
Yeah, it did feel like Bangalore just got completely shredded.
Yeah.
Bangalore didn't even exist in that last round. You think she did, but she wasn't. She wasn't ever there. It was an illusion.
The Schrodinger's cat of Bangalore.
This time we get a fight at a bit more of a distance, right? We've had 2 rounds back-to-back where these teams smothered one another. Now because of the center circle, we can maybe everybody settle in a little. Everybody find themselves at home. I feel like Endeavour are kind of choking out of the server at the moment, right? Not feeling like they've ever been given space to even play.
Target spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Care package clearly there for the taking. But the longer they wait, the less likely.
Oh look, someone wandered into our safe
They've got the
space.
high ground advantage, that much is for sure, but will they hang on to it? Because there is a player left back by Aqualix over towards that cliff. Frag grenade forces the feet from behind the truck. This is definitely zoning Aqualix, I feel like, to that one side of the circle. And this could enable them to push onto noises. I feel like that's exactly what they're trying to chase at this moment. They even take to the skies. That's a huge wingman shot to hit.
Wow.
Sir Del dealing the damage. And now the flatline's going to come into the equation. We've got busted shields on 2, low health for 1. Endurance.
Get in there.
Again, in a difficult spot. And if Aqualix want to end this first map right here, right now, I wouldn't be shocked. They are running off of the high of 2 clean sweeps back-to-back. Is it the 3-peat?
The shield bats come out, and they know there's enough space here for them to have healed, so it does mentally reset them. You could see they were ready to pounce, but now they might have to try to, once again, to get a little bit damage off and then be in a better position to execute right away. Got a Mastiff pulled off, and it's here to do big damage. Perfect for the attack that they're coming in with.
Oh!
Now he's done. Aqualix, they win 3-0.
Yo, line them up, knock them down, pick them back up, and throw them down again. Absolute slaughter on FaZe Runner, 3-0 sweep. You find me one moment in those 3 rounds where it looked like Endurance had a damn chance, because that was as clean as it can get. I mean, round 2, the melted Bangalore before she had a chance. In this third one, it looked like they had the high ground positioning until Noises was chased off of his position. Those wingman shots through the sky, Launders. He was flying, and he hit the headshot like it was nobody's business, man.
Correct.
How do you do that? I can't do
I don't
that.
know. Yeah, and they even got to heal and everything. But then that push, they pushed right into the brand new Mastiff.
Oh, just chonky, man.
They
Just
walked
so
in the
much
parking
damage.
lot, and the Ford Mustang hit them on its way out. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't know what was on the back of that, though, so you can't blame them. But at the same time, this is what happened. Nasky got in their mouth.
Shredded. Like mozzarella. Parmesan.
Yeah. Havard, Are there any holy cheeses that I'm missing?
Swiss? yeah, Swiss cheese.
I
Yeah,
know
I think that's the only one
nothing
with
about
holes,
cheese,
actually,
dude.
bro. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the only holy cheese.
Okay. Havarti or provolone?
Havarti.
Yes, I agree. That's a hot take, by the way. A lot of Italians
Really?
are mad. Yeah.
Oh God. Well, it's okay. They got eliminated at the start of the day.
Fenerbahce.
Yeah, get him. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Gone but not forgotten.
Should we take a look at what pros think about Garden since it's coming up next?
Yeah, let's do that.
Just kidding.
After
Why don't
this
we watch
replay.
first?
Yeah, enjoy the final moments. Look at this.
This is just mad. I mean, they just looked better. Everything was so nice from Aqualix there. They basically, they just look sick. They hit every shot. I really expected that same energy from Endeavour. I definitely didn't expect it 3-0. Like, if I had to bet on this game, I would never bet 3-0 in either direction. No shot. Yeah.
Wasn't meant to be. And now this is meant to be. Enjoy a little piece of content.
Golden Gardens from Olympus, it's a pretty even map.
It's like a really dense map with a lot of houses, and there's a high ground and low ground too.
Both sides of it has about the same amount of cover.
It looks like a pretty straightforward fight. Whoever takes the high ground first wins with long range.
It's a pretty fun fight in the buildings.
I do think that Octane is actually going to be really strong on this map because he offers the ability to place a launch pad and basically get all three of your teammates on ultimate high ground at the very start of the round. It plays out very similar to artillery in the sense that high ground wins. You know, you need to control roofs.
Being able to poke from a distance while also jiggle peeking and taking minimum damage is crucial.
Our playstyle will be based on us getting high ground and pretty much just playing for wherever the zone is, waiting for an opening and then going in from that.
When you're situated above the enemy team, it gives you the opportunity to instantly drop to their level whenever you want. And that basically means that you have two options. You can play above them or you can drop their level. If you're on the low ground and you're not playing a legend such as Pathfinder, you don't have the ability to instantly get up to their level. So you're basically stuck to one playing field. And that's what makes high ground so important.
Man, I feel so much wiser.
Yes. You look wise too. To match.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Hogwarts glasses. Yeah.
Go on.
Okay. I was gonna say I am surprised to see how much Olympus is getting picked. Well, Gardens, excuse me. But I think we all are, right?
Yeah, I'm a little
But this
surprised,
could have been,
to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, but this could have been a tactical, a tactical move by Endeavour to bring it here. So we'll have to see if Aqualix are ready to play it. That's the big question because Party Crashers was taken out early in the veto, and that right there is a sign of war. So we'll see if Aqualix are ready. Yeah.
That's like spitting in your hand before you do the gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
Pretty nasty.
Yes.
And last game was pretty nasty.
Oh, nice. Yeah. it was masty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, big mastiff.
It was nasty. It was nasty with the masty.
He said particularly in that pre-game content piece that Gardens is all about getting into position, playing the circle, and then pouncing on your opponent when the time comes. So I am waiting and looking to see decisiveness from the side of Aqualix.
Both teams really good at rotating, being out in the open. Here's a position where they're getting up to the best high ground kind of dry, just chilling. Aqualix on the other hand, holding way back.
It's this long-range Mozambique strategy back in action.
Keeping a lookout on this spot. We could. Hey, amigos. This dude's not with us.
Compositionally, we're talking Bangalore on the side of Endeavour again.
Oh, true.
surprised to see her maybe come back for the repeat. We haven't seen a team play Bangalore as like this much of a core player. And, you know, what does it cost them? No Pathfinder mobility. You know, you create a bit of uncertainty with some smoke grenades, sure enough, but this is big. You know, round 1 care package easily looted here for Aqualix, and that could bode very well for them if they're able to retreat safely, which they do. Hit him with a smoke. Does 10 damage.
Stuck a
Gets
push.
style points, you know? Yeah, he's one shot. He's one shot. Every time.
Noises off a bat. Circle coming in 30. Aqualix are in a nice spot here. Repeater from up top.
Yeah. You know, talk as much smack as you want about the repeater. I do think it has one of the best reload sounds. In terms of sound design, the
very
repeater is on
satisfying.
top of it.
Yeah.
It's clean, man.
It's satisfying, and I mean, if you have to, you can just start shooting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, is that called a clip or a mag?
Neither. That's just the bullets.
Damn it. Bolts?
Yeah. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Well, try
Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Rewind. Bryn is pinned, and he's got players attacking from both sides of the hedge. Now everybody from Endeavour is cowering in the underground, like mole people. You know they're down there.
That went well for the Bulls last time.
The uprising will soon begin.
Yeah, the animal farm.
To hell with the land dwellers. RE45, the miniature R99.
Yeah.
This is my personal first round buy, you know?
Yeah.
RE45, you gotta make the use of it, in my opinion.
And it feels like Aqualix the one to pick this map. You know what I mean?
I feel you.
Yeah. We'll see what this looks like. You know, no caustic in here.
Got him.
Oh
man.
It's gonna be hard to heal now.
Care package. I mean, the care package
they go out.
advantage should be the difference here, and Aqualix are gonna make the most of the massive 2 downs from it. That is easy. Big advantage thanks to the shotgun. Look at all of the shields it shredded.
They were just waiting for the moment. They spread out perfectly. Like a neatly laid spider web on different points. That was bananas. Yeah. Get 40 angles on that, Jamie. The play here to come out of the, you know, it's just always obvious now when you're trying to make this rotation out of something and never trying to find the in-between timing. But there's no way to third party. There's no way to take the attention away, right? They're just sitting out there waiting. And that's why it just felt like they were completely out of options. They really had to just join into a losing battle. But, you know, 7, 8, 9 were able to find a way out.
Double jump, double jump.
Oh my God. Oh, it doesn't make it up top, but it's still going to be the lone member here. And now ends up getting up. Oh, Endeavour in a very nice spot, actually, with this one player up on the high ground. Can control space. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they dropped to try and commit, but they're chasing ghosts, man.
Yeah.
Aqualix are out of here. They're going to go ahead and chase down Yuki, though. Eva 8 should make the most of him. His shield just ate a crucial shot. If you play that back in slow-mo, the arm shield is what gave him an extra chance. And that could make the difference. Nasuke is going to go ahead, try to get that shield bat in. It only is Blasts left up, and if he doesn't clutch in the 1 versus 2 with barely any shields left over, then this is the 2-0 from Aqualix and the potential for a 6-0-2 map sweep.
Absolutely bananas.
Stop.
It's me and this and our observer who have this unspoken agreement that we observe bananas, and I mention it. It's not up to me at this point.
Okay. If it wasn't for the Gibraltar arm shield, then the Octane would have possibly...
Oh, whoa! Did you hear that?
What?
Bananas.
Oh my God. I'm done. Yo, your play-by-play. Good luck.
All right. Here we have the approach up on the rope. And they're going to be going for the ultimate high ground here. Nigel Thornbury here to bring you the action. Up on the rooftops. This is actually a very strong spot already to be in. This could be the end of the game as well, 2-0 at this point.
Could be.
Yeah.
If you're Nigel Thornberry, then I want to be Donnie.
Okay. Go do it.
That's what this moment makes me feel like, because there's smoke grenades, there's Gibraltar shields, we can't see a single thing. People are jumping out of buildings, people are falling down, and it is still 2 players up for Aqualix. They've got it, man. They've got it. If they can only bring it back from a 2v3, then that would be a hell of a way to end it. It'd be a hell of a way to send the message that this wasn't even ever close. Sky nade sent high, Bryn jumps back in. Will they be able to get Blasts back up?
Imagine.
He's a single shot away from death. Now he's done.
So he got the stick off.
Oh, missed jump.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to like jump poke for that shotgun shot if possible. And they do. They found this is such a weird spot here. Oh, the duel will take place. And that's it. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. The last player up at Aqualix win 3-0. 2-0 across 2 maps on Endeavor's map choice. Maybe they shouldn't have banned Party Crashers.
Yeah, just a bunch of party poopers. Aqualix absolutely ending Endeavor's day, man. That's slaughter. That was a heads-up 2v2. We saw both those teams disengage in the 2v2, fully shielded, fully everything. They had all the chances that they needed in that 2v2 to keep this game alive. But ultimately, we go across 2 maps with the 3-0, with the 3-0 for the 2-0. Let's go. Aqualix, huge win.
That's probably the most. That's probably that's the strongest win versus the strongest competition. I mean, it's just the strongest win, 3-0, 3-0. And then you take a team that, if they won this game, you think they have a chance to win the event. That's probably the storyline tomorrow. That's Aqualix now, the apple of our eye.
The apple of our eye. The bananas of Gardens. We'll pass this to the break, be back with the desk. We've still got more games here for Blast Titans. Don't go anywhere.
He looks like an Xbox guy, doesn't he?
Look like an Xbox guy, he said? Okay, bro.
What's the first game I ever played? Counter-Strike Source, RuneScape, or Half-Life 2?
But I'm pretty sure you played RuneScape first, because I hear you talking about RuneScape all the time.
It has to be RuneScape.
One should go RuneScape, the other one should go Half-Life.
Which one you go?
I'm gonna go for Half-Life.
Okay, bro, I go B then. Yeah, RuneScape.
Both are wrong.
What the
Bro, what?
Man. When did you start playing video games? When you were 15?
like 11. My favorite legend is Wraith, Gibby, or Pathfinder.
I'm gonna say Pathfinder, but his brain turns to GB probably. I said, oh no, I like GB.
Yeah, we're gonna say Pathfinder. He's gonna be like, what? Oh, it's Wraith, guys. That's what I played from the start.
Bro, stop, please. It has to be. It has to be Path.
Pathfinder, I'm done.
It has to be Path. He always plays Path.
How the fuck both of you got both wrong?
Monday, you pissed me off. You started my day with me off, dude.
A legend I think need nerfing. Wraith, Valkyrie, Bloodhound.
Bloodhound. C.
C.
Yeah, it has to be C. It has to be.
Bloodhound is the only OP out of this 3.
And the answer is C, Bloodhound. First game consoles I owned was PS2, Xbox, Game Boy.
He looks like an Xbox guy, doesn't he?
Look like an Xbox guy, he said? Okay, bro.
And I'm like 4 years older than you, so I don't think you got PS2. I think PS3 was already out by the time you started gaming. I would probably say it's Xbox.
C.
B.
It's A.
No shot, dude.
No.
It's A.
How the fuck is PS2 was the first one?
It was, man. I was so happy with my brother, bro. That was the first one we had at home, bro. That was crazy.
My favorite arenas map. Phase Runner, Overflow, or Party Crashers?
So B, don't do it.
It's B.
C.
Yeah, the answer is B.
I knew it. Dude, I can see it on Brown's face. Dude, when I said B, he was like...
What is my favorite hop-up? Choke, Hammer Point, on Disruptors.
I'm going with C, Disruptor. He was, I think I remember him saying Alternator Disruptor will be really cool now and shit. Like,
maybe it's you just choke because you liked PK back then. B.
C.
It's correct. Disruptor is correct. Patient.
Dude,
let's go.
Dude, no shot.
Give me hit twice. Nothing. Wing.
They're scanning to you.
Hit me a little bit.
Me a little bit as well.
I'm going car side. Maybe I can get the drop, okay? Look for me.
Yeah. Don't split too hard.
He's near me. He's near me on the drop. They might push me.
No.
Give me 45.
On me.
Got
Pushing.
one.
Bang. Give me.
Give me crack. Give me one.
One down.
Nice,
boys.
Let's go, boys.
And nicely done to the boys from Aqualix. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Gaskin?
I would very much agree. That was a very dominant performance. It was a much quicker game than the previous one that we saw with Navi involved. And I think Aqualix would be more than happy that they've progressed through, especially against a team like Endeavour, who really could have thrown a spanner in the works. But Aqualix just had everything. The teamwork, the positioning, they knew exactly what they were doing. It's clear they are very well drilled when it comes to Arena. And just to settle the debate, I think the whole Aqualix thing is because in England we say aqua, in America you say aqua. So I think that's just where the crossover is here.
They say what?
They I don't know, Kate, say aqua.
Aqua?
Aqua?
See? There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Aqua.
You know, what are you going to do? Well, that's fair. And speaking of Aqualix, I like Aqualix. Speaking of Aqualix, let's talk about our MVP of the match, brought to us by Razor. It's Sir Del himself on set, bringing in that Pathfinder love.
I mean, you could have picked any of the three. The reason I was looking down there is because, you know, as soon as that champion banner came up on the second map and it was 2-0 and it was a clean wipe, who pops up in my DMs? Aqualix Nasky. Straight away, straight in there. Good stuff from him. Love going back and forth with him, winding him up. I said, you're welcome for the motivation. Don't worry about it. I know how Nasky works. So you can see the damage here from the... It wasn't close. It wasn't close. And, you know, he's been saying to me as well that they put a little bit of time into coming up with some good strats. They haven't shown the secret strats they worked on yet, but you can definitely tell the way they position themselves around the map, the way that, you know, they worked the map as well, I think was really impressive. So they looked really, really good, and certainly one of the standout teams I think we've seen so far.
Well, let's talk about, let's move it right along because we got one more match left, gents. One more match to determine who will be joining us tomorrow for our quarterfinals and our finals. And that, of course, Orgless and Hungry versus MajorPushers. Gaskin, talk to me a little bit about the highlights that you're looking forward to for these last two teams to go mano-a-mano.
I think this is a really exciting matchup. MajorPushers are called MajorPushers for a reason. They like getting involved in fights. They like getting involved in engagements. And Orgless and Hungry, they are a team who were very disappointed, I think, not to be involved in the ALGS finals, and ever since have looked like a different squad. Matafe, in particular, is an extremely aggressive player, and I think will thrive in this kind of environment. So it's another one that's very difficult to call. I went for Orgless and Hungry in the end, but I can see MajorPushers also winning this one.
As could I indeed. On set, we're seeing our two bands that they're at the top, but we're going to go for Phase Runner first, Party Crasher second. Who do you think is coming up third?
I'm going to go with Thermal Station. So, just off the top of my head, just had a feeling, just a hunch. That's all that was, just a hunch. But it is great to see Matafe back competing. You know, there's an unfortunate circumstance where, you know, when he was originally competing, he had to move countries to be eligible to play, and then had to move back, and all of the stuff that I'm sure a lot of people know about. But it's great to see him back. He's a real talent, and Badoli as well, I think is a real talent. You know, he filled in for Alliance, and they had a lot of success when IPN sort of took a little break. And there's been a lot of success with these players, and I think that it's great to see them back, especially those two. And you can't expect anything but big things from this lineup. They're so talented that. Again, I went MajorPushers though. You know, I went MajorPushers. I just went MajorPushers because I don't want to ruin things. You see how my prediction's a little bit off today. As I say, no spoilers here. No spoilers.
That's fair. Well, you know what? Let's find out what the predictions will ultimately say. And to do that, we're going to have to go to the game. So for that, we go to Scrawny and Launders. Guys, for the last time, take it away.
Bananas.
I am Scrawny. This is Launders.
Yes, bananas in pajamas.
I tried to just I tried to just pass you a really dud joke, and
It didn't help that I was muted, Launders, because you were waiting for me to just go through the normal motions.
You can do it again. I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay, you came to me. Nah, I'm not even going to do it again. I'm already ashamed of myself.
You can do it now, even though we will just agree not to laugh, but you can just
my losses.
say what it was.
Nope. Done.
I'll watch the VOD.
Don't, please. The last game of the day. I hope that Orgless can give us something to talk about today, because I think towards the end of the Battle Royale weekend, they were starting to find their groove. We started to see some good stuff from them, right? That final game that Forg Gang were able to take the championship with was actually one of the best performances we got from this team. So if we go off of that, well, hopefully they can begin where they left things off. But already Silta gonna get banged up, down to half flesh before being able to get that Phoenix kit.
Yeah.
My skin is still crawling from the handoff.
Yeah, really? Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I missed out on. So I'll happily watch the Twitch clip that you guys will tweet at me so that I can hear it really soon. Let's not even delay it, you know?
Get to what matters. The misery, the pain. And I mean, we're coming off of a game that had nothing but misery for one of the two teams. Endeavour just got stomped so quickly that, you know, we're on schedule, baby. This one could go all the rounds, all the maps, the entire distance, and we'd still be par for the course here for the first day of Blast Titans Arenas.
Zone coming in tight. It's not necessarily demanding fights, but it's starting to ask for them. They're gonna have a limited amount of space. See, this container is where, like, you know, it's kind of the biggest pain point, I think, for whoever wants to try to jump ahead. And we can see MajorPushers are going to take stead. They've spotted 2 in this position, but can they pounce on their prey? That's the question.
There's the first one. Top A down. Nice little slide here from the Octane. I love the movement. Is it enough? Oh, dude, the Peacekeeper just reigns supreme.
Damn.
Oh, my God. Quick,
they were
drive
in the
away.
driver's seat the whole time. Just the Cybertruck?
Yeah, it could.
The
Yeah, don't throw rock. Don't, yeah. Quick, don't hit the windows.
Yeah, it's bulletproof, but not rock-proof.
Smash it. Smashing.
Oh, is that an onset impression?
No, that's Nigel Thornberry, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be your roleplay.
Right. Well, if you do Nigel, I can't do his son because I don't know. I can't do that.
Nope.
Whatever the sound is that you make.
Well, I'm saving it.
Like, do you literally just throw your tongue around in your mouth? Is that how you do that?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how I practice.
For those who missed it, can you just do it really quickly?
Nope.
Okay. Watch the VOD, I guess.
That was between me, you, and everybody who was watching at that moment.
Okay. The millions of fans at home.
Dolly trying to get beyond the halfway point here. He's pushed past the back stairs of his opponents. How are you going to get out of here, Badoli? You know, I feel like we've seen actually quite a little bit of Wraith today. I was sort of expecting a bit more because of her ability to reposition. So it's nice to have her in the server here for the final match of the day. Not the final map, but at least within the final match.
I like this MajorPushers comp. 3 movement characters who can all move individually, you know, and can take care of it themselves.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily need to do everything together, but they're kind of like, you know, 3 dual characters, and I like that idea. That makes sense. That speaks to me.
And everything that you can say about it for MajorPushers applies.
Oh, the same. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So this is just going to be a wicked fast. I'm talking wicked fast. Super speed type lobby. Branches is down. It's going to fall onto Together. And Matape kind of dodging really well there. He was surrounded by 2 players. He's still able to do good damage, but then he loses his teammate over the top. Fito gonna be dropped. This leaves it on Together, who used that chance to run back, get his shield bat in, and come back at the action. It's an up-close fight, 1v1, and Badoli with the EVA 8.
Oh, punish!
Can't close his kill. And a second round win from MajorPushers for the 2-0 start.
He broke the tension and decided to go for the slide up, but he missed that first pump.
Boom, bop.
Damn, that was not a bad move. I mean, his opponent wasn't looking at him, but he didn't hit the shot.
Gotta hit the shot.
You gotta hit the shot.
This was nice, man. Fito with the first down and the second.
Yeah, that was, he was hard. He was hard to track down, that's for sure. Well,
that was a good round.
Point.
I'm really liking these team comps. Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't think these team comps are necessarily the best version, like, but the fact that they're playing against each other and they're mirrored, I really love that. Like, if you have a Loba in the mix on your opponent's side, I feel like you're at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of grabbing loot, for sure. Gibraltar as well could make this a little bit awkward, but the fact that these 6 players have chose the same characters, this is going to be a really fast, really cool clash to close out the day.
Yes. Delivering already. We'll see what takes place. There's some interesting movements here. They're kind of like going against like the natural safe moves to make. Wraith finding a potential tricky angle here that he can, you know, hit. He can hit them in the spot. And where Ranches is, I mean, with Wraith, he can always just escape too, which is huge. As you mentioned, he's just always got that option in the back pocket, even if he goes a bit out of position.
Obviously,
Cracks
unlike
coming
the Octane runaway, it's just straight up safety, right? You're invincible. Fito's not. He tried to get a heal off underneath the staircase, like some kind of gremlin. And he gets smashed by Matafe, but then Badoli able to teleport back into safety. Fito is irretrievable. There's no chance he's getting back up.
Yeah.
In fact, now he's been finished, so it's really impossible. Lifeline's defibrillators can only do so much. So now we'll have to see if the 2v3 can come into play from MajorPushers, or whether Orgless and Hungry have got a little bit of fight here on Phase Runner. Together has a player down beneath him. For sure he hears this. That could have been a good chance at the down, but it's the fact that Together puts himself over top of the Spire that then loses his health. And now Branch is down, so it is just Together, who ironically has to do this alone.
Yeah, he just gave it up. I mean, there's really no way he'd be able to pull that one out. That's a round back for Orgless and Hungry. We're not looking too... I mean, we come from that, Aqualix Endeavour match, and people are looking incredibly sharp. It feels like people are not quite as warmed up in this game.
Okay. You're talking a little shit, huh, Wanderers?
Well, just, don't have to watch me play.
How you
know what I mean? Don't have to watch me play.
Woo. Even to the head.
I want to see that.
You're dead. And we're back at it.
Let's explore this way.
Whoa.
What?
What if we did 5 players instead of 4? Okay, never mind.
I think that's called Counter-Strike. He says instead of 4.
There was 4 on the UI for a second.
Guys, they're multiplying. All right, let's see it. MajorPushers on the cusp of a map 1 win. Orgless and Hungry keeping this one mobile. Oh, dude, that fadeaway wingman shot. That last bullet actually hit, and it looked like he had already looked away from the damn enemy. And now as he dives behind box, he swaps to the EVA 8. Dodges back to safety, just gonna make sure he escapes that threat of being swarmed.
Hostile right here.
Well, the attack is held off for a moment. Oh, off the stairs. That is such a huge amount of damage to just throw back at the attackers. And Ranches will kind of go to try to, like, finish them off. Maybe, wait, did he get stuck with that? No, okay, that was close.
Imagine. Man, they send them scrambling, but as Ranches peeks over the staircase, he actually gets hit pretty damn hard. 2 wingman shots pop his shields. And Badoli tries to give chase, but in terms of the resource war...
No more bats over here.
Yeah, I see this being problematic.
Uh-oh.
He tries to escape, and that zone's going to flush Badoli out into the open, I believe. That's temporary safety. Down he goes at the hands of Fito, who's also currently playing off of the half shields. They know they've got a player pinned down in this position. He's going to get sandwiched between the Rex and the Octane, and he almost slipped away too soon, but the P2020 is enough to keep it going, and MajorPushers push this over the damn finish line.
Wow.
3-1 on Phase Runner to poise themselves for the win.
Yeah, that was pretty quick and clean. I mean, the one round that was won, there was no luck involved. It was a nice one, but overall, just the stronger team. Denying that aggressive attack as well.
Yeah.
You know, you'd be hard pressed to believe that they have, like, you know, a layer to that. We're going to go aggressive this round, and then if it fails, we're going to fall back here. And then, you know, I think that's where it got a little bit complicated, and that's where MajorPushers were like, okay, we stopped their attack fully. We've done some damage. We're pushing them back, and as they're going back, we're punishing them as well. They did a better job on all of the chips damage, all the poking when they were on the stairs. When they were rotating back, got the punish off, had all the info. So, full control, my friend. Full control.
Bro, holy L-Star as well, right? What's crazy is the couple of times we've actually seen the L-Star because of it coming through the care package, it is shredded. And that last goal is an example of it. I think there was a moment in that final round where we had like this like unfortunate magnetized moment where we had this peek from MajorPushers over in that back right corner. And when he peeked over and got hit by the double wingman, originally, those two players he was chasing were trying to escape, but because they hit the two shots and broke the shields, they came back to the same position. They gave up on their escape, which I think arguably they should have committed to because it would have given them a better chance to reposition just 10 seconds later. They followed back onto the staircase to their original position, and what happens? They get stuck in the open and die. So a bit of an awkward one towards that mid-round moment in the final round, but I'm not taking anything from MajorPushers because they engaged and disengaged appropriately and positively to walk away with a 3-1 win.
It does feel like a lot of your regrets when you're playing Apex are when you're not aggressive enough. Like you had the opportunity, you waited for the next one, you didn't take that one, and then you lost. But like, and you can lose doing something aggressive too, for sure. But it feels like at least you kind of went for it to see what happens when you do the aggressive move. The pass, when you die holding back, those are the ones that just don't feel great. Those are the ones that are just like, oh man, why was I such a wimp there? Why didn't I knew I had him and then I let it go.
I feel you, man. I think half of the regrets are when you're not aggressive enough, and the other half of your regrets are when you're too aggressive. And then on top of that, every time you touch a Kraber, you always regret it. Be honest. Be honest.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you've got a Kraver and Kovacs both start with a K for a reason. Just make sure you don't touch one without the other.
You know, we've only had one Kraber, I think, in the care packages today. We've had a lot of like clean sweeps, so our games haven't gone on long enough to always get red weapons in the care package. But now that I think about it, we've had like one care package with a Kraber and only one care package with a Prowler, and the Prowler absolutely had impact. I would love to, if we can, just, you know, fingers crossed, everybody try to summon this energy, materialize it with our minds. Let's get a Kraber play in this final game, perhaps.
Please. I'm all for it. Yes.
More Kravers and less bananas.
Well, that's okay. So what's the most satisfying shot in the game? Is it a Kraber headshot? What is the most satisfying?
I think so.
They're all super satisfying, but the Kraber maybe, just the amount of damage, the sound is...
The numbers are so big.
Big numbers, yeah.
I love big numbers, man.
They're like Bezos big numbers.
Yeah.
These numbers are huge.
Okay, not that big, man.
Trace Commas Club numbers.
Yeah. What else is satisfying? Honestly, I like the feeling of when you hit a charge rifle for the entire charge up and the shot itself.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking that. Yeah.
Oh man,
that crossed my mind.
Man, that's
because you're getting it shows you how good you were at all the tracking, and you get like bonus points for almost hitting the flick as well. Like the final shot, you had to be like a perfect flick to get it. I'm with you on that.
And they're generally so far away as well that it's like you're doing it all from the safety of your own bedroom. You know.
Yeah, but then two wingman headshots in a row.
Yeah, okay.
That feels insane too. That feels insane. There's some time between each shot.
Jesus.
Plus, you just get the knock instantly. It's just too good.
I don't know how good that feels because I don't think I've ever done it.
Yeah, I'm projecting.
It looks like it feels nice. I can only assume.
Yeah.
I can only assume. Party Crasher Mohan. That's where we're moving to. You ready for this?
I am, yeah. I really enjoy playing the map, personally.
Which side do you prefer? Do you like the buildings or do you like the voyage ship?
I like the buildings.
Same, man, same.
Yes, for sure. I like the buildings. I like the rooftops. I like just that rotation around that side in general. It's just an angles thing. It's nice.
I will say,
I don't like the middle, but
yeah, middle's a bit of a dud.
You don't really. The thing is, I actually had a dream about this.
Oh my god.
I was thinking about what the best way to design like an arenas map would be when I was thinking about the fact that like the middles are sloped in so that you can see each other from either side. And I was thinking you can't have too many structures. And then I think I dreamed of an arena map that had a high middle and how stupid that would be if there was just like a mountain in the middle of the map.
Okay. Like the
like each other at the beginning and they'd literally running around like it was a donut every single time. So I think they got the right idea. It's like you don't want to be in the middle here, but it's small enough that you can always rotate around if you don't have enough time.
Yeah,
so
this one's weird because...
But it's better than a mountain in the middle. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no mountains in the middle. I like this map. I like the far waterfall side. We don't see enough gameplay over towards the opposite end of the Mirage Voyage, but I like the waterfalls. Aesthetically pleases me.
I didn't know Mirage and Voyage rhymed until today.
I make it work.
Good.
Badoli down to the half shields. Modife even lower than him, trying to regain after that first little fight that left MajorPushers in a better spot. But Matafe, he's gonna get cleared from this, and I feel like he was floating around for an attempt at the care package, but now he's gonna have to leave it empty-handed as his teammates are beginning to feel the pressure here. Missed wingman shots in abundance. Yeah, you gotta hit those.
Yeah.
I mean, at least one of them.
Yeah, or two.
Or preferably all.
Well,
Matafe gets gunned down, bro. They chase him. He was hiding down the stairs, and he gets wrecked. You know what? I've got a portrait like that in my house.
Yeah? Is it of you?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Wow.
That moment, it made Orgless and Hungry look not so great.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. That was more like Orgless and Starving.
Starving, yes. They will have to redeem themselves in this round. I put the statement out there. The prophecy must be foretold.
We must protect the chosen one.
Oh, no, just gushed again.
1v1, man. It's a bit of a 1v1. Oh, the Pathfinder movement together.
He's got it together. Oh, yeah.
Flies over top of those boxes, and now because he has this position, he's going to have these other two players from Orgless.
Oh, man.
It's the attempt. The attempt on the Mozambique, but more wingman damage. The P2020 mosquito bites. 18 damage apiece. Pump them down range, pump them full of lead, and get them the hell out of here because Orgless and Hungry are about to be sent packing with nothing to their names.
That is all about together, man. He has been locking down a kill, guaranteed. Kill and a half, extra damage. Orgless and Hungry are picking up pennies in front of a steamroller with the little bit of damage that they do every single round. It doesn't seem like it's worth anything at this point. They can always still show improvement in this next round, but man, a couple of very decisive pushes from MajorPushers.
Smoke, dude. I like that Ranches as well was in the middle of a heal when we saw the other two players from Orgless and Hungry try to make their initiative on top of the roofs, and he could have either prioritized his own heal or gotten back into the gunfight in that moment. He decides to duel, and he gets that heavy impact versus the two players left up, protects his teammate, and look at this! Oh my god! The absolute momentum, the speed, and the violence! But is it enough? We've got 2 downs back. It's all on Badoli. He's fleshed. A single shot will do it. Orgless and Hungry still here to play.
Holy, they stay up. That was wicked. The pace on that push. Wow, the slide in the tracking on the first spray down. The Matafi for the first time, not just being the victim of all the damage, instead dishing it out. The Info Seeker. Let's watch that again.
Oh my goodness. With the devotion as well. So he gets up close and just starts cranking the DPS. However, still almost recovered from the 2 versus 3.
Yes. Yeah.
I gotta say, it was Fito who kind of had the backs of all of his opponents.
There was a chance here, and Together joined the fray as well. This is nuts. They almost recovered it, which is terrifying, but a great push nonetheless.
Now we'll have to see what comes of this next one. Jump pad's gonna be on burnout for the moment. Still wasting no time, sprinting into the action. Ordnance sent high. That's the devotion, but it just ate a wingman shot to the face. Busted shields for Matafe.
Oh, another.
Oh, another. Dude,
Oh,
the
they can't
wingman
sustain.
accuracy is so sickening.
2 headshots, 1 player out in the open. They might try to jump on this. Definite shield advantage, but Together goes down.
He's gonna use that knockdown shield, try to get cover. Massive wingman damage coming out of Fido. He's popping shields left, right, and center. And if he could just get a couple more consistent shots, he needs consistent shots to get these cracks and get the downs off the back of it. Branches is gonna swap out to the Eva. Now he's pumping out the shotgun shells. He still had a teammate for only the moment. Branches is now the 1 shot. He's gonna turn this back and try to keep the cracks going. Tries to keep the damage flowing, but instead it is Orgless to bring us to 2 rounds each and extend the game on Party Crasher.
The knock is everything on Together. If they don't find that somehow. I don't even know how he got drilled so hard. But the amount of headshots they were getting with the wingman so early on, I was thinking, man, this is it. This is it. They have already established, they're in their zone already. Like, as soon as they get these cracks, they can push up, but they do a great job of defending. And now MajorPushers kind of on the back foot. 2 rounds in a row here for Orgless and Hungry. Of course, 2 to win. Close match. This one won't decide it. But at least you see some life out of Orgless.
Look at this. Zipline into the bump pad. This is going to be another moment where Orgless just try to swarm on top. Sheer unfiltered aggression, and it works wonderful. Vito barely able to get away. No damage really done in return. Badoli, well, he's downed after getting his shotgun connection, and the Evas rip them apart. Another fast round out of Orgless with nothing but success.
What a dirty play. They had no idea that was coming. They were not prepared for that drop off the roof. So quick with it, and that is what you were talking about with the composition and their ability to, I mean, they can push individually. They can all take the jump pad, plus they have further movement options when they get off on their own. And when it comes to swarming, this is what it's all about. So no more slow rounds.
Burning ultimates though, right? We've seen 2 round wins like that from Orgless, making the most of their ults, but now that they're on cooldown, the question is, you know, is it just that one-trick pony? Will MajorPushers fall victim to the same situation if this game keeps going? Or are they gonna at least be on high alert and waiting for that next one? It's been a key piece, you know, 66% of the round wins from Orgless coming by way of that jump pad rapid push. This one's gonna be a bit more evened out. Less of an irregular pace. They do catch a player out in the open. Tough spot for Silta. No shields already, but at least maybe his teammates can push in, start to distract. That frag grenade chips away at his flesh. Although at the same time, Orgless and Hungry, I'd rather be them. They've started to sporadically pull apart at these other players. This is a weird jump pad position. Silta will get down as MajorPushers go ahead and take the waterways. Use the fountain to their advantage. Matafe now, he's on his own, and he's able to equalize this. Dives back behind the cover, and the devotion's fully loaded, but his shield's not so much. So this battery is of the utmost importance, and watch as he's gonna get right back into the action, perhaps. Can he manage?
Important to keep the pressure on. They're going for the revive, knowing that he's fallen back.
Easy.
Matafe won't have that same ability.
And now it's the 1v3.
Oh, close to impossible. You expect this to be a round win. Yes, and it is a tie-up to defend against match point. That would have been it with Orgless and Hungry winning on the reverse sweep after the first 2 rounds being lost, but instead it gets defended. And as you mentioned, they have to slow down a little bit more. And it still comes close. So I'm not saying that was end-all be-all, but that could have been relevant. Look at this push go, too.
Yep, Together was massively impactful this round. Look at this. He does it again. Look at the movement, so good. I was asking myself, I was like, we were just on board with MajorPushers. How the hell did Together get into the side of Matafe's head? And sure enough, man, it's the Pathfinder grapple that gets in both the first down and the final down for the round win. So movement goes both ways, baby. Ranch is laying down the TPs.
I saw someone.
This is nice, man. It gives them a fallback position if they feel like they need to eject.
Contact.
Oh, that's big damage. Oh, I mean, that might be enough to activate. Again, all these movement legends. Players on the back foot. 2 MajorPushers coming up the right side. Ranch is holding space and spotting. No heals coming in.
Matafe falls off. His teammate tries to take his place. That's a huge grenade. Together eat the entire damn thing. And Fito, he gets blown off of the side of the Mirage Voyage. But Dolly's able to capitalize on that moment, but at the same time, Ranches, he wins his heads up 1v1. Now that frag grenade should definitely screw over the cover of Ranches, but because of the movement, man, he's able to just dodge out of there as quick as he could. And then Together, back in with the heal, has these 2 players pinned on top of the ship, and that's perfect cover. It's exactly what Ranches is gonna need to get his shields topped off, and you see it. His ability to keep up the pressure because he's shielded sooner than the boys on Orgless. And Matafe gets caught behind the rock into the 2v1. It's an easy close for MajorPushers. A huge move for Together to get back into cover, heal, and engage as fast as he could.
Damn, the tension was absolutely incredible. And MajorPushers come back after dropping 3 in a row. Win 2. And now have a chance to close out the series once again. This was a beautiful round to watch. So much exciting stuff going on. And at the beginning, honestly, people looked a little bit sloppy. I want to say that straight up, just because right now everybody's sharp as hell. People are getting beamed. This has become very serious when it looked like it was going to be a blowout.
Remember, Orgless, it's been those movement plays, man.
Yep.
Will they be able to catch MajorPushers with another?
Yep.
Will they save it and not play it straight out the gate? Ranches teleports back thanks to the Wraith. And re-engages. Jump pad down. Matafe's gonna just jump on this. Oh, that's huge!
Beautiful!
He gets the down before the player is able to TP away, so even though he uses it to eject, there's no chance! Oh, Orgless with an absolute dismantlement. That mid-round jump pad onto the top row, drop kicked to the damn teeth. He's just left MajorPushers in shambles.
Dude, he just crawled up to that jump pad and went over and tracked every single bullet. What an unbelievable showing from Matafe. And honestly, in those first 2 rounds where they got cleaned up by MajorPushers, that was the big issue, that they were just shutting down Matafe's opening push so well. And after seeing the shots that are being hit by him now, I'm like, how did they even do it?
Yeah.
This guy does not miss.
Devotion, man, has made a world of difference for him, but now here we are, sudden death.
Sudden death.
Take it or leave it. Now's your damn chance. We've got red shields on the playing field, and we've seen this line from Matafe before, but no jump pad in the mix, of course. Still do the devotion. It absolutely
He's almost gone.
And he's just gonna try to keep up this push, but oh no, he gives up his back. Ranches is able to get the down off of the Eva, and now suddenly we've got MajorPushers in a better position.
their shields are going to be recovered, and I don't think that revive ever has a damn chance. So can Orgless rebound from a 2 versus 3? They're doing a good job of melting shields, but they need to get the downs, and MajorPushers have found themselves yet another. So it's all gonna fall onto Silta, and he gets at least that first one. But it's a 1 versus 2 against him, and the Eva connects. MajorPushers are your champs, and well, that is elimination.
Wow. I mean, oh, what an unfortunate way to go out. What a beautiful play, though. In those final moments, up the wall, I thought he was going to get taken out, but the tracking again, just unbelievable.
Yeah.
That almost came down to the 1v1. Couldn't ask for a better ending right there.
I thought he was going to climb up and just get a face full of Eva, and while the damage was there, dude, he output just as quick as he could. The moment he had his gun up, the bullets were flying hard. So unfortunate, right? Because we had Matafe go for his aggression yet again, and it looked so good when he did the damage versus the first player, but maybe a little too tunnel vision, Launders. He forgot about the guy to his left, and exposing his flank like that was the first down versus Orgless, and you know how this game works, man. Once you've got that down, you've got blood in the water, and MajorPushers just consumed them and drag them down to the depths. Eliminated is Orgless and Hungry, and that's day 1 done. We've got our top 8 ready to go. I'm gonna throw this to the break, and we'll have our analysts close out the day.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. I'm not playing this game, man.
I'm in the lead. I'm in the lead.
Give him a death slide.
Look at this wall jump.
Ah, wait! Yeah! No!
I blocked it all.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. Yeah, keep hitting like that. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh no, you actually griffed me right there.
Oh!
No!
Keeping a wall jump.
I'm nervous.
No, don't block me!
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
No! Nice, dude. You're faster. Even though you were 30. You're a rotation king.
I just took all the jump towers.
Okay, face. Okay. Smart, bro. Holy moly.
I did some calculations, dude.
I was like, where you used the first grapple, I thought like you will not have it after here.
Yeah, I had to crouch in area. I had 41 seconds. There was 1 second when I got to the wall.
you calculated that grapple, bro.
Oh my goodness, let's talk about MajorPushers. I will say this on set, they absolutely won this for sure in two maps, but my gosh, Orgless and Hungry made him work for it.
The Devos certainly caught me off guard. It's the first time we've seen the purple Devos being brought out today, and they were shredding, to be honest with you. And I'm really impressed with the way that MajorPushers managed to deal with it, to be honest. I think it caught everyone off guard when we were just seeing people flying through the air with purple Devos. I was like, all right, here we go. This is a new meta that's just been rolled out by Orgless and Hungry. But yeah, I mean, MajorPushers, they dealt with it well. And to deal with that kind of aggression as well is very difficult to deal with, especially when someone just throws it at you randomly, something you might not be expecting. So MajorPushers is extremely impressive in that win.
Absolutely. Gaskin, what's the big takeaway from this last and final match of here, this round of 16 for you?
Matafe got very hungry from a player who was Orgless and hungry. He managed to get a player down to literally like, what, 20 HP. Should have backed off, but thought, you know what, screw it. I'm going to get in, get the knock, and we're going to win this fight. Hope my team's going to be with me. He didn't. He got punished for it, and they lost. It genuinely was because of that mistake, in my opinion. So that'll be a lesson learned. Unfortunately, there is no bounce back. You're out of this tournament. But I was very impressed with MajorPushers. As Onset said, they were holding well after being kind of suffocated by devotions throughout the majority of the game. They deserved their victory, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the next round.
Suffocated by devotions. Once again, something to put on a t-shirt. Well, let's talk about one member of the team from MajorPushers that definitely deserves our respect and devotion. This, of course, our match MVP, brought to you by Razor. That is Together Q. I gotta say, rocking that Pathfinder onset, which is certainly a legend we've seen more and more, especially in these later matches.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the screen on Pathfinder's chest, right? That's my face whenever I see Pathfinder being played in any kind of competitive setting. It just brings a smile to my face. There's nothing quite like hitting the grapples and, you know, flying into a team and getting the knocks, or flying in and then grappling out after doing a huge amount of damage. And that's why you're playing Pathfinder here in arenas. You can close gaps. Here's a perfect example of it. That kill doesn't happen on any other legend. These kills don't happen on any other legend. Look how quickly you can close gaps. Look how quickly you can take advantage of any damage that's being done. So it was a perfect example of Pathfinder play. And, you know, Together Q, the Q's, you know, it's the button you press to hit that grapple, and I think it all works together nicely.
Yes, it does. Gaskin, one thing I do want to mention is that team comp aspect that Onset was talking about as we look at MajorPushers' damage and kills here. And that, of course, being that it felt like we had some teams that were chock full of Lobas, a lobby chock full of Lobas, and a lobby chock full of this same sort of Octane or Wraith or Pathfinder Gibby kind of team comp. It's almost seemed like there was the maps that helped dictate those legends, as well as the competition that helped dictate those legends.
Yeah, some teams certainly favored a more methodical and slow strategical style, and that's where we saw the Lobas come into play, stealing away those meds and ensuring that you can play the long game and just deplete the resources of your opponents. And then we saw the aggressive style that was implemented by the likes of Fire Beavers, MajorPushers, Orgless and Hungry, for example. Octane being key to that, using the jump pad, getting in people's faces, not giving them time to be at all strategical. So I'm glad that we found a different style between teams, and it means that tomorrow we're going to have a clash of those, because it does seem like on each side of the bracket it was kind of methodical versus methodical and aggressive versus aggressive for the most part, and now we're going to get a aggressive versus methodical, which will really create for an interesting dynamic.
Oh, the chaos will ensue, and I could not be more excited. Speaking of things I'm excited for, let's take a look at those predictions one more time. Starting to feel a little hot on my horse here, and I believe someone else will be joining me in that area. Will be Gaskin doing a business here on this second weekend.
I've got a smile on my face because, again, I'm still kind of in the lead. I have to share it with Scrawny, I guess, but yeah, that looks nice, doesn't it? This is it. The thing is, do you reckon if I could find a purple in the shop tomorrow morning, I'll do it. All right, so I'll have a little look. That's a genuine promise, by the way.
I don't trust you anymore.
Well, the thing is, I've got a backup because it's a Sunday, so it's very unlikely I would find anything anyway. But you never know.
On anything. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive.
Well, those round of 16 predictions for rounds 5 through 8, brought to you by Amazon, are certainly something to hang our hat on. And of course, obviously, you know, it's all about hair with you, Gaskin. It's all about, but luckily I will say purple appears to be in your palette, so you look great.
It just fills in for me. It's the thing I miss, right? Is that I'm missing the hair. Dan comes in, he's got the hair. He can make all these decisions about how he's going to look, the purples, the pinks, whatever it is. Just glad to have a good head. That's what I've taken away from today.
We could paint your head.
You could do.
Where do you go from there? I don't know, other than to say a huge thank you again for sticking with us throughout this entire round. Remember, we started off with 3 knockout matches, and then we got to that round of 16. But let's talk about what we're all journeying towards, and that, of course, is tomorrow with our brackets. And here's how they're going to shape up. On set, let's transition from hair to a hairy situation if you are one of these quarterfinal teams.
I mean, those matches are headlines, right? You'd sell tickets for people to come and watch that. So, SCARZ versus MajorPushers, that's going to be nuts. SCARZ kind of scraped through their game earlier against Forg. MajorPushers looked incredibly impressive. Then you got Kungarna versus 789. 789 really clutch. Kungarna looked ruthless in their matchup earlier. Myztro versus Aqualix. That's going to be a battle of the brains, that one. I'm really looking forward to that. And then on the other side of that, you're going to have a battle of the brawn, and that's going to be Fire Beavers taking on NAVI. I mean, if you're not tuning in tomorrow, you're in the wrong place, because we're going to see some amazing Arenas Apex action. And that NAVI Fire Beavers one, I feel like the other games are kind of building into it, you know what I mean? And then that one's just going to be a war. That's going to be war.
Delighted for the battles up, down, left, and center. And of course, today was best of 3, tomorrow's best of 5. Gaskin, any last thoughts before we roll out for the day?
Best of 5 means that we're not going to get any kind of bans. We're not going to see a map not played unless, of course, everything goes to 3-0. There is no hiding from maps tomorrow. You're going to have to play the maps that you dislike. And I think that's good. You need to have a good repertoire. You need to be able to play everything. It does mean we're going to see a lot more of maybe maps that I don't personally like to play, but that's fine. Because it means we're putting the pro players through their paces and ensuring that they are at their very best in every single situation.
And that is something we can all count on for tomorrow. So a huge thank you to our casting crew, of course, Launders and Scrondy. Launders and Scrondy? Oh, man. Guys, I've been up since 2 a.m. It is obvious right now. Scrondy and Launders, thank you so much for casting. And, of course, Onset and Gaskin for casting, as well as all 4 of you gents being on this desk with me. So until tomorrow, when we throw down with our quarterfinals and our grand finals, we'll see you later.